Chapter 1. Lin E. This is your child. In the dimly lit room, two figures overlapped. The woman's thick, curled eyelashes gently brushed against the man's Adam's apple, and her fair arms tightly wrapped around his neck. The mingled sense of alcohol and the woman's rapid breathing briefly brought Lin E. back to his senses. He pushed the woman away, then paused, startled. Su Qingwei, it's you? To prevent her from falling, Lin E. instinctively put his arm around her waist. Her slender waist was so delicate it could be encircled with one's hand, making one's heart flutter. This sudden moment of distraction gave the woman an opportunity. The woman forcefully hooked her arm forward, pressing her entire body against the man's chest. The warm, soft sensation made Lin E. feel like he was in a furnace. The effects of the alcohol rose again, and Lin E. asked in a hoarse voice, Su Qingwei, do you know who I am? The woman's face was flushed. She was breathing heavily, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her voice was sweet with a hint of coquettish dissatisfaction. You're Lin E., aren't you? Sudden, a loud slam on the table rang out. Lin E. suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from his sweet dream with an impatient look in his eyes. He looked up and met Manager Lu's angry gaze. Sleeping at work? Habitual offender. Manager Lu roared, Lin E., you're fired. Pack your things and get out of here. Damn it, I worked overtime until 3 a.m. last night, and I still have to be on time for work this morning. I've been working overtime every single day for the past few years. I've worked myself to the bone for the company, and this bastard fired me without even asking what happened. Lin E. walked out of the company building carrying a cardboard box, his face full of resentment, muttering curses under his breath. A company like this is bound to go bankrupt sooner or later. Despite his anger and complaints, Lin E. knew perfectly well that he had lost his job. In today's job market, once you lose your job, it's very difficult to find another one. Feeling disappointed, Lin E. walked towards the nearby bus stop. Suddenly, Dad! Dad! Two childish voices rang out from behind Lin E. Lin E. turned around in confusion and saw a boy and a girl standing behind him, with two small suitcases next to them. They looked to be under 5 years old, dressed very fashionably, and the quality of their clothes suggested they weren't from an ordinary family. Lin E. glanced around. There was no one there. He put down the cardboard box, squatted down, and asked, little friends, are you lost? Do you want me to help you find your parents? The little boy, wearing sunglasses and denim overalls, coolly raised his face and said, we're here to find our dad. The little girl with pigtails and wearing a pink princess dress tilted her head, glanced at Lin E., then at the little boy, and said in a clear voice, brother, he looks just like you, because he is our father, and I am like him. The little boy pushed up his sunglasses, seemingly still a bit angry. Lin E. was completely bewildered. He looked at the little boy whose face was mostly covered by sunglasses, then at the little girl with fair and round skin, and gently shook his head. You've mistaken me for someone else. I don't have any children your age. To everyone's surprise, the little boy immediately flew into a rage, hands on his hips, and shouted, Mr. Lin, do you know that abandoning a child is illegal? You've committed a heinous crime by abandoning your child. Lin E. wasn't angry at being scolded. Instead, he found the little boy's cool demeanor rather amusing. Just as I was about to retort, a mechanical voice rang in my mind. System binding in progress, binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound yourself to the Super Dad system. What? A babysitting system? Lin Yi's mind was practically overflowing with a million questions. Immediately afterwards, the system voice boomed like thunder. Host, the person standing before you is your own child. Please take responsibility as a father and do not abandon him. The new player gift pack has been sent. Please check your account. Lin, he was completely bewildered. Putting aside how magical this system is, just the fact that these two children are his own is enough to leave him dumbfounded. He didn't speak, and the two children thought he didn't understand. The little girl rummaged in her crossbody bag, took out her small phone, opened one of the photos, looked up, her eyes red, and said, Mom said that the man in this photo is our dad, and we finally found this place after a lot of trouble. Her tone was full of grievance, and even the cool little boy couldn't help but purse his lips, his whole body exuding disappointment. Lin E. suddenly grabbed the little girl, his voice trembling with excitement. What's your mother's name? A possibility suddenly flashed through his mind, and he was filled with shock. The little girl's delicate arm turned red as she struggled and cried out, It hurts. The little boy immediately pushed Lin Yi away, puffing out his cheeks and saying angrily, "You hurt my sister." Lin Yi realized his lapse in composure and apologized repeatedly, asking again in a gentle voice, "I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. Could you please tell me who your mother is?" The little girl pouted, "My mom's name is Su Qingwei. My name is Lin Wanwan, and this is my brother, Lin Chen." It really was her. Lin Yi was deeply shocked. And Su Qingwei actually gave both children the surname Lin. Lin Yi was in a daze for a while before he remembered to ask, "Where's your mother?" Lin Wanwan put away her phone and said innocently, "Mom went to work, so my brother and I sneaked out to find you." At the same time, in the office, "What? The child is missing? Check the security footage immediately." Su Qingwei slammed the documents aside, stood up anxiously, and asked her secretary, Liana, to check the surveillance footage. Knowing how important the two children were to Su Qingwei, Liana didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately retrieved the surveillance footage. "Mr. Su, the surveillance footage shows that the young lady and the young master took a document from your desk and then secretly left the office." She then checked the surveillance footage at the company's main entrance. After they went to the garage to get their suitcases containing their daily emergency changes of clothes, they got into a taxi and left the company. Su Qingwei gripped the mouse tightly, biting her red lips slightly, because that document contained the results of her best friend's investigation into Lin Yi. The document not only contained Lin Yi's basic information, but also his current company address and residence. "I'm afraid the two kids have gone to find their father." Su Qingwei sighed, then became both angry and anxious. They know, but how could they sneak off like that? What if something happens? Just as Su Qingwei was about to have someone check the current location of the two children, the private phone on the table suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Sensing something, Su Qingwei immediately answered the call. "Really? Hello, it's me, Lin Yi. The two children are with me now." Lin Yi's familiar voice rang in her ears again after 5 years. Su Qingwei was never one to procrastinate, so she simply confessed, "I'm sorry, I found out I was pregnant after that night, so I gave birth to the baby without my consent." In fact, she didn't know if Lin Yi would like the two children, nor did she know if Lin Yi would blame her. But it was her fault, and Lin Yi or the children shouldn't have to bear the consequences. So she continued, "Originally, I wanted to raise them myself and not involve you. But the children often came to you after they grew up, so I had no choice but to tell them the truth." At this point, she seemed slightly embarrassed and helpless. "If you don't like them, I'll have the driver come and pick you up." Before Su Qingwei could finish speaking, Lin Yi immediately interrupted her, "I don't dislike it. Anyway, I'm unemployed right now, so you can rest assured to leave the child with me." Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei was taken aback, then realized what she meant. "Well, that's good. They miss you a lot and hope you can get along well." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Lin Yi felt inexplicably disappointed as he listened to the busy tone on the phone. "That's all. Why don't you ask anything else?" But when he looked at the two children staring intently at him, his heart softened completely. Lin Yi was at a loss, having never imagined that he would become a father one day. He had a lot of questions in his mind, but didn't know where to begin. "Never mind. Let's take the child home and settle him down first." Just then my phone chimed. Lin Yi took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a friend request message from Su Qingwei. After he accepted the request, Su Qingwei immediately transferred 100,000 yuan and sent a voice message. "This money is for the child's living expenses. The child is indeed yours. If you don't believe me, you can get a paternity test done." After hearing this, Lin Yi was speechless. Did she think that because he was unemployed, he couldn't afford to raise his child? Lin Yi stood up, neither replying to the message nor accepting payment, but put away his phone and smiled at the two children, saying, Let's go home with Daddy." Chapter 2: Activating the Nanny System. Lin Yi threw the suitcase he had brought with him after resigning into a large trash can by the roadside, leaving only a few commonly used items, and then called a ride-hailing car. He lives in the suburbs, some distance from the city center, in an old residential building on the 6th floor without an elevator. After getting off the car, Lin Yi pulled two suitcases with one hand and his daughter Lin Wanwan with the other, while Lin Chen grabbed his clothes and followed behind them. Fortunately, the two suitcases weren't too heavy, and the two kids were very well behaved. Otherwise, climbing 6 floors would have been a huge challenge. After a difficult climb to the 6th floor, both children were panting heavily. Lin Wanwan hugged Lin Yi's leg, looked up at him with her little face and pouted, asking, "Daddy, climbing stairs is so tiring. Are we very poor? Our place doesn't even have an elevator." Even Lin Yichin couldn't maintain his cool demeanor anymore and looked at Lin Yi, his small eyes filled with great confusion. Having grown up in a wealthy family, the two children couldn't even understand how there could be no elevator on the sixth floor. Looking at his daughter's soft and cuddly appearance, Lin Yi felt a pang of sadness. He squatted down, pinched Lin Wanwan's little face, and rubbed Lin Yichin's head. His tone was full of guilt and tenderness. "Daddy doesn't have enough money to buy a big house right now, so we can only rent someone else's house. It's an old neighborhood without an elevator. My two little darlings are suffering. But Daddy will definitely earn lots and lots of money in the future, and then buy a big house with an elevator. I will never make my two little darlings suffer again, okay?" Hearing this, Lin Wanwan shook off her fatigue and grievances, clapping her chubby little hands. Okay. Daddy can definitely do it. The dads on TV are all superheroes." Lin Yichin, standing to the side, was even more puzzled. "But Mom's house is big, and we're a family, so why don't we just go back to Mom's house to live?" Lin Wanwan stopped clapping, her eyes instantly lighting up. "That's right, Dad. You don't need to earn a lot of money. Mom has a lot of money, a big villa, and 2 elevators." At this point, she suddenly became aggrieved again. Other people's parents live together, but why don't Wanwan's parents live together? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nearly choked on his own saliva. "I'd love to. The problem is, wouldn't your own mother kill me?" Children's words can be hurtful, and Lin Yi didn't know how to respond. So he quickly changed the subject. "Let's discuss this later. Let's go inside first." He took out his key, opened the door, and led the two little ones inside. The house has only 1 bedroom and 1 living room, so the space isn't big, but it's kept very clean. Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichin walked into the house hand in hand. The two little ones opened their eyes wide and looked around the room with great curiosity. After dragging the 2 small suitcases into the house, Lin Yi looked at the cramped 1-bedroom apartment, then glanced down at the 2 little ones, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. The house is ultimately too small. I didn't feel anything when I was all alone, but now that I suddenly have 2 children, the space suddenly feels cramped. The child used to live with his mother in a big villa, so he probably had never seen such a small house before. Looks like I need to hurry up and make money to buy a bigger house so that the kids can live more comfortably. When the time comes, each child will have their own bedroom, as well as a study and a playroom. The children will definitely be very happy. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly remembered the existence of the system. I haven't opened the system gift pack yet, so I don't know what it contains. Money, a house, or a car? Thinking of this, Lin Yi squatted down and said to the 2 little ones, "Babies, you play here for a while. Daddy will go tidy up the room." After pouring a glass of water for each of the 2 children, Lin Yi dragged 2 small suitcases into the room. There were only some spare clothes and some basic emergency medicines. Lin Yi could tell from this that the 2 children must have run away. These were probably spare clothes that Su Qingwei usually prepared for the children, and these emergency medicines were enough to prove that Su Qingwei was a qualified mother. After tidying up his things, Lin Yi finally had time to learn about the system. "System, open the newbie gift pack for me." "Okay." "Host, opening the newbie gift pack. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received 300,000 in cash. Please spend more time with the children to trigger daily rewards." "What? Only 300,000? Lin Yi scratched his head. Why were the rewards so different from those in the novels he read? Those novels rewarded people with mansions and luxury cars. Why was this system so stingy? The system detected the host's mental activity, and there was no explanation. "Host, this system is a fatherly system, not a super-rich system. All rewards are based on the host fulfilling their responsibilities as a father." Lin Yi simmied it. 2. Moreover, with 300,000 yuan in cash, you can rent a decent house, at least providing your child with a good living environment. As long as the system is still there, everything else will gradually come together. Thinking of this, Lin Yi stopped talking. At this moment, Su Qingwei suddenly sent a message. "Lin Yi, I've had someone send you information about Wanwan and Qinchin's eating habits, as well as their clothes, toys, milk powder, and some educational books they usually read." Seeing how thoughtful Su Qingwei was, Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth in his heart and replied, "Okay, thank you for your hard work," before continuing to pack the children's suitcases. After taking out all the clothes, I put the suitcase away. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded. The host tidies up the child's clothes, and the system rewards 100 points and a 200 square meter storage space. The host can use their mind to store items into the storage space, with a range of up to 5 meters. Points can be redeemed for items in the system shop. Can I redeem items with points? Lenny immediately opened the points mall, which had baby bottles, diapers, and even large houses and cars, as well as some valuable and magical pills. Points could also be used to expand storage space. After exiting the store, Lenny tried out how to use the storage space. With a thought, the 2 small suitcases in front of him vanished in an instant. With another thought, the suitcase reappeared. This is so convenient. Wouldn't we no longer need to carry so much stuff when we go out to play or travel in the future? Life is truly amazing. It's only been a short hour or two since I lost my job, yet I've gone from an unemployed youth to a stay-at-home dad. I just don't know what Su Qingwei's love life has been like over the years, whether she has married or dated other men. If she remarries or falls in love, then we need to have serious talk. Although Su Qingwei gave birth to the child on her own initiative, now that I know, I will never allow my child to call someone else dad. Of course, if she is still single, he would also like to give the child a complete family. Moreover, he had a crush on Su Qingwei many years ago, and after that one night of passion, he often dreamed of her. Delicate, captivating, alluring, shy. The same face, with different expressions, always lingered in his mind. He felt a surge of warmth and joy in his heart. But back in reality, thinking about the 2 children in the living room, Lin-E, as a new father, also felt somewhat lost. Chapter 3 Congratulations, host, for receiving system reward points. 2 children suddenly appeared in Lin-Yi's peaceful life. Lin-E himself accepted it well, but how was he going to explain it to his parents? If his parents found out he suddenly had such a big child, would they think he was a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children? Knowing my parents' personalities, if they found out that their grandchildren had been living away from home for 5 years, they would probably chase after me with a big knife. Thinking of this, Lenny couldn't help but feel worried. Forget it, that's all for the future. Right now, the most important thing is to get along well with my child first, and then find an opportunity to explain to my parents. For the sake of the child, they probably won't beat me too badly. If all else fails, I'll just have to win Su Qingwei over first. With a daughter-in-law and grandchildren around to keep things in check, I think I can escape this predicament. With this in mind, He made up his mind to find out Su Qingwei's current situation. He turned and walked out into the evening and saw the 2 little ones playing with their Lego. He smiled and walked over, asking in a low voice, "Wan, Chen, are you hungry?" The 2 little ones shook their heads at the same time. Chen shook his head and continued to focus on playing with Lego, his expression both cute and serious. Wan looked up at Lin-E with her round little face and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Daddy, we're not hungry. We're playing with Lego. Look, brother is so good at building it so high. You guys are awesome." Seeing how much the 2 children enjoyed playing with Lego and were having so much fun, Lin-E suddenly felt a warm feeling like that of a loving father. He walked into the kitchen with a smile, opened a refrigerator door, and found it empty. Looking at the empty refrigerator, Lin-E realized that lunch was still undecided. He couldn't let the child go hungry on the first day. Lin-E walked out of the kitchen, squatted down next to the 2 little ones, and said to them, "Chen, Wan, we're out of food at home, so Daddy can't make you lunch. How about we play for a while, and then go to the mall to buy some groceries and snacks, and Daddy will cook for you, okay?" Upon hearing that they were going to the mall, the 2 little ones, who were building Lego, immediately lit up. Wan immediately put down the building blocks in her hand, stood up abruptly, hugged Lin-E, and said in a soft, sweet voice, Okay. Wan wants to go to the mall to buy delicious food. It's clear that Wan is a big glutton. After Chen put the last block on, he turned to look at Lin-E and said, "Dad, I want to go too." Seeing the 2 children's well-behaved yet excited expressions, Lin-E couldn't help but pat their heads. "Okay, then you 2 pack up your Lego first, and then Dad will take you there." After saying that, he didn't just watch the child tidy up on his own. Lin-E also squatted down and tidied up with him. Just as he put the first block into the box, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Helping your child tidy up their toys earns you 100 points. He was stunned for a moment. "How about 100 points? It seems that as long as you take care of the child, no matter what method you use, the system will give you a reward." After the 3 of them tidied up the scattered building blocks, they went out together. As soon as she stepped out the door, Wan frowned and muttered, Daddy, Juan doesn't want to climb the stairs. Lin, he looked down at his soft, cuddly daughter, immediately squatted down, pinched her round little face, and said gently, if our little cutie Juan doesn't want to leave, how about Daddy carries you? As he spoke, he picked up Lin Juan, turned to Linny Chin, and asked, Chun Chun, do you want Daddy to hold you? Linny Chin raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying, I'm a man, I don't need my dad to carry me. Linny smiled and patted his little head. Chin Chun is such a good boy. He picked up Lin Juan with one hand and held the sensible Linny Chin's hand with the other and walked downstairs step by step. Once they reached the bottom of the stairs, Lin, he put his daughter down. After coming down, Lin Juan happily said, Dad, you're so good. After he finished speaking, the system in Lin Yi's mind beeped again. Congratulations, host. You have received a physical fitness boost. Exercising with your child will also improve their physical fitness. The maximum score is 100 points, and 80 points is the passing score. Your current physical fitness points are 81. Your children's physical fitness points are 75 for Chun Chun and 70 for Juan. Please keep up the good work and raise your children's physical fitness points to over 80 points as soon as possible. Really? Both kids failed their physical fitness tests? Won't they get sick easily? Lin E asked the system. System? Yes, host. Lin E thought to himself. It seems I need to improve the child's physical fitness as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if he gets sick. The supermarket isn't far from here. It's just 2 streets away. It's a little past 10 a.m. now, so it's not too hot yet. Lin E held the 2 little ones' hands and headed towards the supermarket together. We arrived at the supermarket entrance quickly. The supermarket's air conditioning was set very low, and a cool breeze greeted us as soon as we stepped inside. The 2 little ones seemed particularly curious about everything here, looking around with their little heads. Lenny looked at them and asked with a smile, Kids, do you rarely go to the supermarket? Lenny Chin nodded and said, We didn't live in China before, so we rarely went to supermarkets. Upon hearing this, Lin E immediately thought of Su Qingwei's studies abroad and asked, Did you go abroad to study with your mother? Lenny Chin nodded again and said, Yes, when we were in the U.S., we could talk to people of different colors every day. Lenny said, Then today Dad will take you shopping. Buy whatever you want. Lin Juan jumped up happily, yay. Daddy, you're so great. I want potato chips, I want juice. And I want to buy toys. The 2 little ones looked at the various items on the shelf, the colorful snacks, and kept saying they wanted this and that. Lin E pushed the shopping cart while watching the 2 children. The parent-child atmosphere was truly heartwarming. The 3 of them browsed around in the supermarket and soon filled their shopping cart to the brim. Fresh fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs, milk, toys, and more were neatly packed into 2 shopping carts. After paying, Lin E pushed 2 shopping carts out. With so much stuff and 2 kids with me, I guess I'll have to call a ride-hailing service. Ding! Shopping for groceries with the kids was a great experience, and you're rewarded with 200 points. Lin E was secretly delighted. He never expected that he could earn points while shopping at the supermarket with his child. When the ride-hailing car arrived, Lin E carried the 2 children into the car and then put the 2 large bags of items from the shopping cart into the trunk. Once downstairs, Lin E decided to carry the child upstairs first, then go back downstairs to get his things. Ding! 100 points awarded for daily parent-child activities. Host's physical fitness has increased to 82 points. Chinchin's physical fitness points have increased by 76 points, and Wan's physical fitness points have increased by 71 points. 100 points earned. I'm just too tired. No, I have to go see a house today. Chapter 4. Cooking for the Children, Gaining the God of Cookery Skills. Lin E first took the 2 children home, then went downstairs to get his things. After carrying all the shopping bags home, he was exhausted and felt completely drained. His physical condition is too weak right now. He could only walk up and down the 6th floor twice before he couldn't hold on any longer. It seems I need to improve my physical fitness as soon as possible. Lenny thought to himself. However, the system didn't indicate an increase in physical fitness during the previous trip, so it's basically certain that you'll only gain physical fitness points by exercising with your child. When Lenny got home, he saw his 2 children engrossed in playing with Lego. Looking around the room, besides Lego bricks, there really weren't any other toys suitable for children to play with. Luckily, I bought toys at the supermarket today, otherwise the 2 kids would have been so bored. The 2 little ones looked up and saw Lin E and immediately smiled happily. After spending several hours together, The two little ones had long since lost their initial distance from Lin Yi. Lin Wanwan ran up to him with her short legs, looked up at him with a smile, and her eyes crinkled, and asked, "Daddy, you're back. Can we play with our new toys?" Lin Yi immediately smiled and said, "Sure, Dad will get it for you right away." He used to not believe people who talked about being a doting father to their daughters. Now that I have my own daughter, such a well-behaved and sweet daughter, who wouldn't love her? His daughter's smile was enough to make him give his life for her. Looking at his daughter, Lin Yi's voice softened unconsciously. He rummaged through the shopping bags full of toys and put them all on the coffee table. The two little ones immediately surrounded them excitedly, their faces full of joy. At first, Lin Yi, the son, had a stern face, but when he saw the toy, his eyes lit up. Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, "You haven't played with these toys before?" Lin Wanwan was busy playing with her toys and didn't say anything. Lin Yi whispered, "We used to live with our mother abroad, and we only came home for Chinese New Year recently." The child's way of expressing himself might not be clear, but Lin Yi could understand the meaning behind his words. He wondered if Su Qingwei had secretly given birth abroad without telling her family, and then only returned home to reunite with her relatives during the Chinese New Year this year. This is a lot of information. How exactly has Su Qingwei managed all these years? Thinking of this, Lin Yi reached out and touched his son Lin Yi's head, whispering, "Don't worry, Dad will buy you lots and lots of toys in the future and fill the house with toys." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "Dad, no need. Your house is too small. If it's filled with toys, there won't be any room for you to sleep." Hearing his son's words, Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. Lin Wanwan exclaimed happily, "Great, Daddy. I want my bed to be piled high with all sorts of Barbie dolls. I want to dress them in the prettiest little dresses." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Wanwan, we can buy lots of toys, but we can't put them all on the bed. Daddy will give you a separate room to store your toys, okay?" The two little ones are playing with their toys now, and happily replied, "Okay, Daddy." Lin Wanwan hugged Lin Yi and kissed him, saying happily, "Daddy, I love you so much." Lin Yi's heart melted instantly when his daughter kissed him. He wanted to hug and kiss his daughter, but he was afraid of scaring her, so he reached out and pinched her round cheeks, saying, "Baby, be good. Daddy loves you too." Lin Yi, standing to the side, seemed a little jealous. "Does Daddy like Chin Chun?" Lin Yi reached out and touched Lin Yi's face, smiling. "Daddy likes Chin Chin too." Lin Yi scratched his head, his little face flushed, and said, "Mom said I can kiss you if I like you. Dad, I allow you to kiss me." Lin Wanwan tilted her little face up and said, "Daddy, I also allow you to kiss me." Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "Did your mother teach you that you need permission before you can kiss me?" Lin Yi said, "Yes, Mom said that you can be close to your relatives like Dad, maternal grandparents, and paternal grandparents, but not to others, Grandpa and Grandma." So Su Qingwei doesn't mind talking to her family about her two children. With this statement, he no longer needed to hide it from his family. However, he's not very close to the children yet. He'll wait until they've gotten to know him better and understand the situation before making any plans. Lin Yi held the children in his arms and kissed each of the two little darlings on the cheek, smiling as he said, "Thank you, my darlings, for letting Daddy kiss you. Daddy is so happy today. You guys play with your toys here first. Dad will go make you lunch." Su Qingwei had already written down the two little ones' preferences on note, and Lin Yi was now cooking the little one's favorite cola chicken wings and tomato and egg dishes. Perfect timing. Lin Yi also likes to eat these two dishes. The little guy doesn't like to eat vegetables, so Lin Yi only cooks what he likes. Once the recipe was finalized, he immediately got to work. The system's voice rang out the moment Lin Yi touched the rice cooker. The system detected that the host cooked for the child, rewarding the host with the culinary god skill. Currently, the host culinary god skill is at level 1. The host can improve the culinary god skill by increasing cooking time. The culinary god skill has a maximum level of 5. Please keep up the good work. Wow, has this triggered a system reward? Lin Yi, who was originally not confident in his cooking skills, is now full of confidence thanks to the system's rewards. Lin Yi quickly got busy in the kitchen. Normally, he would just eat whatever was available, but now he has children, and 2 at that. With 1 more person, there are more mouths to feed. Now that there are 2 more little cuties, he has to make sure every meal is the best he can. If you know your child doesn't like vegetables, then make the dishes look, smell, and taste delicious so that your child can try them more. An hour and a half later, Lin Yi finally finished cooking 3 dishes: cola chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried cucumber slices. The system has detected that the host has spent a full hour cooking for the child in the kitchen. The host's cooking skills have improved significantly. Cooking for 1 hour increases the progress by 10%. There is still 85% left to reach level 2. Please continue your efforts. Lin, he was overjoyed. If I spent about 4 hours a day in the kitchen, wouldn't I be able to level up in just 2 or 3 days? In less than a month, my culinary skills will reach the maximum level. Before long, Lin Yi's mind was flooded with cooking skills, experience, and recipes. He has been cooking for himself since he was 12 years old, and now he has more than 10 years of cooking experience. With the skill experience given by the system, he feels that he can open a restaurant. Dad, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Chapter 5, Are you going to move in with your mother? As soon as the dish was cooked, Lin Wanwan jogged over. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. It's stir-fried cucumber slices. Smell it. Does it taste good? He put down the plate he was holding and let Lin Wanwan smell it. Lin Wanwan actually leaned over and took a sniff, nodding repeatedly and saying, "It smells so good." Lin Yichen also came over, and when he saw the stir-fried cucumber slices on the plate, his eyes lit up. He asked, "Dad, can cucumber slices be cooked?" This question stumped Lin Yi. He frowned slightly and asked, "You guys have never eaten cooked cucumbers before?" Lin Yichen and Lin Wanwan shook their heads at the same time. Lin Wanwan said earnestly, "Mom only makes hamburgers for us, with lettuce, cucumber slices, meat, and ketchup inside." Lin Yichen added, "And salad dressing, but when Mom couldn't see us, we secretly threw the lettuce and cucumber into the trash can." Lin Wanwan quickly interjected, "Because the vegetables don't taste good." I see. Lin Yi could roughly guess that Su Qingwei was alone abroad taking care of 2 children, and cooking would definitely take a lot of time, plus it would be difficult to buy ingredients. Even if you hire a nanny to take care of her, she will only know how to cook foreign food. Thinking of this, he said to his 2 children, "You try it first. If you like it, Dad will make lots of delicious food for you in the future, so you can eat all the delicacies of China and grow up to be healthy and chubby." The 2 children clapped their hands and laughed, saying, "Great. Thank you, Dad. Dad, you've worked so hard." Lin Wanwan kissed Lin Yi on the cheek again. "Wow, my baby kissed me again. Does this mean that my baby already has feelings for me?" Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Dad isn't tired at all. He's cooking for you all. Let's go wash our hands and eat. The sink at home was too high for the 2 little ones to reach, so Lin Yi had to pick them up and wash their hands one by one. After washing his hands, Lin Yi carried the 2 little cuties back to the sofa. Lin Yi usually eats alone at the coffee table. There isn't even a proper dining table in the house. Lin Yi apologized. "I'm sorry, honey, we don't have a dining table at home, so you'll have to make do." Lin Wanwan shook her head and said earnestly, "It's okay, Dad. As long as I'm with you, that's enough." Lin Yichen looked at Lin Yi and said, "Dad, didn't you say you were going to buy us a big house? I believe you can do it. Don't be discouraged." Hearing his son's words, Lin Yi instantly became energized. "That's right. After we finish eating, we'll go look at houses, and whichever one we like, we'll rent it." "I'm sorry, honey. Daddy only has enough money to rent one house right now." During the meal, the 2 little ones didn't really like cucumber, but they still ate a few slices. Lin Yi knew that his cooking skills were only at the beginner level at the moment. Once his cooking skills improved, he would probably miss his own cooking every day. Thinking of this, Lin Yi pictured the 2 little ones chasing after him, wanting him to cook for them. After Lin Yi finished washing the dishes, the 2 little ones were still playing with their new toys with great enthusiasm. He walked over to them and found that they had only taken apart 1 toy. The other toys were left untouched. "Don't you like it?" I clearly saw that they really liked it. "So why didn't they tear it down?" Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, "Babies, why are you only playing with 1 toy? Don't you like the other 2? Lin Yichen picked up a building block tank and said, "Dad, this toy isn't finished yet. I don't want to play with other toys for now. Mom said I can only take apart 1 toy a day at most." While fiddling with the Barbie doll in her hands, Lin Wanwan said, "That's right. Every time Mom goes to the supermarket to buy toys, she only buys 1. Unpack 1 toy a day. Buy 1 toy at a time?" Lin Yi's mind raced. Is it because they're afraid their child will get bored with the old and crave the new? He couldn't understand it. So he took out his phone and took a picture of the 2 children playing with toys before saying, "Chun Chun, Wanwan, are you going to take a nap after lunch?" As a working man, he doesn't have the habit of taking a nap at noon. Both little ones shook their heads. Lin Wanwan said, "Dad, didn't you just say you were going to take us to see our new house? Let's go now." After saying that, she put the Barbie doll back into the box and said happily, "Daddy, let's go." Lin Yichen hurriedly said, I still have one minifigure to finish assembling. I'll leave after I finish it. Lin Yi smiled and said, no rush, Dad will wait for you. Lin Yi went over and watched Lin Yi-chen clumsily assemble the building blocks. It was clear that he rarely played with building blocks. Do you want Dad to help you put together? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi-chen shook his head and refused. No need. My mother said that I should do what I can do myself. Hearing his son's words, Lin Yi felt a deep sense of relief, like a father's heart. He smiled and said, Mom is right. Chen-chun is great. The little guy was overjoyed to receive his father's praise, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a smile. Soon, Lin Yi-chen finished assembling the minifigure, placed it on the tank, held the entire tank in his palm, and displayed it to Lin Yi. Dad, look, this is a block tank toy I made myself. Isn't it cool? Looking at Lin Yi-chen's innocent and adorable smiling face, Lin Yi gave him a thumbs up. Chen-chun, you're so great, so handsome. Seeing her brother being praised, Lin Wanwan also held up her Barbie doll, pouted, and said, Daddy, isn't mine the prettiest? Lin Yi touched her little face and said, yes, brother's tank is cool, and Wanwan's Barbie doll is the prettiest. Family activities, points plus 100. Family activities, points plus 100. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He hugged the two little ones and said with a smile, let's tidy up our toys together and then go look at houses. After helping the child tidy up the toys, Lin Yi received another 100 points as a system reward. However, after Lin Yi carried the child downstairs, he did not hear the system reward him with physical points, which he found strange. Lin Yi asked the system in his mind, System, didn't I just carry the child downstairs? Why wasn't I rewarded this time? System, the physical fitness point reward is 2 points on the first day and 1 point per day thereafter. So from now on, the daily limit will be 1 point per day. He thought there was no upper limit. Forget it. I should find a place to live first. Anyone who wants to climb these stairs on the 6th floor can climb them. Lin Yi was about to take out his phone to call a ride-hailing service, but then he thought for a moment, looked at the two little cuties and asked, Chen-chun, Wanwan, where does your mom live now? Lin Wanwan tilted her head, looking puzzled. Dad, are you moving in with Mom? Chapter 6, Moving House. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt as if his heart had been struck by a sudden blow. Do you live with Su Qingwei? Although he is the child's father, given his current status, he is only the child's father and is not qualified to live with her. Lin Yi-chen looked at Lin Yi and asked, Dad, other people's parents live together. Why don't you live with Mom? Is it because Mom's cooking is bad? Lin Yi quickly denied it, saying, no, it's not what you think. Even if Mom's cooking is terrible, I'll still eat it. After all, it's Mom's hard work, you know? Lin Wanwan smiled happily and said, Dad, from now on, you can eat the meals Mom makes. We won't fight with you for them. Good heavens. He had been wondering how to explain to them why he didn't live with Su Qingwei, but now it seemed he had fallen into a trap. However, being able to eat Su Qingwei's cooking seems pretty good. Lin Yi tapped the two little ones on the head and said, You two clever little devils, all right, tell me quickly, where do you live now? Lin Wanwan grabbed Lin Yi's large hand and said, Dad, Mom lives in Imperial Garden, number 8, 3rd Street. Imperial Garden? Isn't that the most expensive villa garden in all of Kyoto? It's not a place you can just live in if you have money. Lin Yi was just thinking about renting a house closer to Su Qingwei so that he could be in a good position to take care of the children in the future. Right now, the money in my pocket is probably only enough to rent a place in a neighborhood that's a 10-minute walk from Daijinyuan. Lin Yi had already made up his mind. He took out his phone and hailed a taxi to a residential area about 5 kilometers away from Daijinyuan, Cloud View Garden. While in the car, Lin Yi also checked out the neighborhood. Yunjing Garden is the closest residential community to the city center, and it has complete supporting facilities. Moreover, it is only a 10-minute drive from the Municipal People's Hospital and less than 10 minutes from the city center. In addition, the rent is 1/3 cheaper than in the city center. So many people choose to buy houses here, and the occupancy rate has reached 90%. Of course, the occupancy rate is lower than in the city center, but the price is also significantly lower. Although Lin Yi has 300,000 yuan given to him by the system, he is currently unemployed and cannot touch Su Qingwei's money, so the 300,000 yuan seems like a drop in the ocean. Lin Yi parked the car directly at the entrance of the residential area and noticed that there were quite a few real estate companies around. After getting out of the car with his two little ones in his arms, he walked into a real estate company called Didi Real Estate. The real estate agent introduced Lin Yi to nearby neighborhoods and showed him quite a few houses. Since Lin Yi lives with his family, The real estate agents try their best to introduce him to families with 3 or more bedrooms. A total of 5 houses were introduced, 2 of which were in Yunjin Garden. The agent has photos so Lin he can get a general idea of the house's condition, saving him the trouble of making a trip. Of these 5 houses, Lin Yi's favorite is in Yunjin Garden. Newly renovated, fully furnished, and with plenty of rooms. Lin Yi pointed to the house and asked, "I'd like to take a look at this house." Seeing that Lin Yi had taken a liking to the house at first glance, the real estate agent, Xiao Lu, greeted him warmly and even gave each of the 2 children a lollipop. When Lin Yi arrived at the house, he realized that it was indeed a huge single-level apartment. The apartment is 200 square meters, and after deducting the common area, there's still 190 square meters left, but it also comes with a huge balcony with 4 rooms. In addition to the 4 bedrooms, there is a kitchen, laundry room, and study, and the view is also first class. Most importantly, the living room is huge, estimated to be 60 square meters, which is bigger than his entire rented apartment. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the house, but his liking was not important. What mattered most was whether his 2 children liked it. Seeing Lin Yi's hesitation, the agent continued to introduce the property. "Sir, this house is really quite nice. To be honest, the owner of this house renovated it 2 years ago, intending to use it as his wedding home. Unfortunately, he was cheated on, so in a fit of anger, he decided to sell the house. But as you know, the real estate market is very sluggish lately, and there are far more people wanting to sell than wanting to buy. So, it's been listed for half a year without selling, and he entrusted me to rent it out first." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi thought to himself, it's not that they can't sell them, it's just that they're unwilling to sell them at a low price. It's worth noting that 3 years ago, the real estate business was booming. If the homeowner had renovated the house 2 years ago, they probably bought it at the peak of the real estate market. Selling now would result in a loss of at least a third, or even half. Lin Yi didn't answer the agent's question. Instead, he looked at the 2 adorable little girls with their big, round eyes and asked, "Chen Wanwan, do you like it here?" Lin Wanwan said happily, "Dad, this house is much bigger than the house you live in now. I like this house." Lin Yi nodded. "The houses here are the same size as my mother's house. I like them." Upon hearing this, the real estate agent, Xiao Lu, frowned slightly. Is this family a divorced family? Although he had doubts, he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't. Lin Yi looked at the real estate agent, Xiao Lu, and asked, "The rent is 22,000 yuan a month, which is a bit expensive. Can you lower the price?" Seeing that Lin Yi was genuinely interested in renting the house, the real estate agent, Xiao Lu, asked, "Mr. Lin, how long do you plan to rent it for? If you rent for a longer period, a lower rent is fine. But if you only rent it for 2 or 3 months, the price won't be low." Lin Yi said, "At least 5 months, and besides, isn't the homeowner trying to sell the house? If I'm comfortable living here, I can buy it. 5 months is enough time for him to earn enough to buy a house. Even if he can't pay in full, he can still afford to pay for a house." Upon hearing that Lin Yi wanted to buy a house, the real estate agent, Xiao Lu, was secretly delighted. A short while later, Xiao Lu returned after finishing his phone call. He smiled and said to Lin Yi, "Mr. Lin, the landlord has agreed." He also said that all the furniture was picked out by his ex-girlfriend, and the kids can build whatever they want. Plus, if you buy any more furniture, you can have it all for free. And the rent, we can lower it a bit to 20,000 yuan a month. If you really want to rent it, just sign a lease agreement with me. Soon, Lin Yi and his family of 3 returned to the real estate company with the agent, Xiao Lu, and immediately signed a lease agreement, paying a deposit and rent totaling 40,000 yuan. He also asked the real estate agent, Xiao Lu, to find a housekeeping company to clean the house again. Lin Yi looked at the 2 little ones with great joy and said with a smile, "Chen Wanwan, we're moving tomorrow." Chapter 7, Wanting to Live Off a Kept Man. Lin Yi took a taxi to the nearest large shopping mall to buy the bedding and other daily necessities he needed. Children's bath products, toothbrushes, and other similar items. Lin Yi also bought them small blankets. One of the siblings liked pink and the other liked green, so he bought them all. Lin Yi planned to give one of the apartments to Su Qingwei, so he needed to buy her daily necessities. He squatted down and asked the 2 little cuties, Chun Wanwan, what color is the blanket Mommy uses? Daughter Lin Wanwan immediately replied, "Dad, I know Mom likes pink just like me." Pink? He thought Su Qingwei liked cool colors, such as black and dark blue. I never expected that Su Qingwei, who has always been known as aloof and cold, would like such a cute color. Are you sure? What if mom gets angry if we buy the wrong thing? Lin, he was also undecided. Lin Yichin said with certainty, Dad, my sister is right. Mom really likes pink. All right, I believe you. Lin, he nodded heavily. And in the end, he really did buy a whole set of pink lace trim mattresses. As for the shower gel, Lin, he couldn't help but recall that night when he lay on top of Su Qingwei and smelled that sweet and refreshing peach scent. That fragrance, soft and alluring, kept him awake day and night. He browsed the entire daily necessities section twice, but in the end, he could only find one brand of shower gel that smelled like peach. By the time I got back from shopping, it was already dark. The two little ones played quietly with their toys by the coffee table while Lin Yi went to cook. This time, Lin Yi's cooking was significantly better than before, and he also gained experience points while cooking. Lin Yi was certain that each time he made it tasted better than the last. In addition, the two little ones had been very active today and were already hungry. They ate a lot of vegetables and finished off a whole bowl of rice. Lin Yi took a picture of the two little ones eating vegetables and said, Eat slowly, there's still some in the rice cooker. Inside a private room at the hotel. Wait, what's wrong? You seem troubled? Su Qingwei's best friend, Li Xiaoying, asked, Are you worried that Lin Yi won't be able to take care of the child? Or are you worried that Lin Yi will take the opportunity to rise in status and seize your family's property? Su Qingwei's family has assets worth approximately 10 billion yuan. As her best friend, Li Xiaoying's family is naturally not bad either. Their assets are not 10 billion yuan, but they're still worth over 100 million yuan. Both of them are only children, and their families never instilled in them any ideas about being wary of others, which is understandable. Su Qingwei looked into the distance and said, Was my decision to send the child to Lin Yi's side a mistake? Li Xiaoying said, Wrong. Utterly wrong. Didn't we agree that the father would leave and the son would stay? How could you be so foolish? But it's undeniable that Lin Yi is indeed handsome and academically excellent. It's just that his character isn't very good. Back then, he slept with you, and the next day, he was hugging another woman. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have torn him to pieces on the spot. Su Qingwei pressed her temples, her brows furrowed. But didn't you investigate later and find out they weren't together? Li Xiaoying's eyes widened in shock as she asked, Wei, you don't mean you want to be with that kid Lin Yi, do you? Although they didn't end up together, they were hugging at the time, and I saw it with my own eyes. There's no faking it. Perhaps things never mind. Let's not talk about it anymore. Su Qingwei was a little tired. What's done is done. After all, he's the child's father. Seeing her exhausted best friend, Li Xiaoying calmed down. The investigation into Lin Yi was initiated by Li Xiaoying herself. The information showed that Lin Yi later went to see Su Qingwei, and that no other woman had appeared in Lin Yi's life in the past few years. She thought about it carefully and said, You're right, maybe things really aren't what we think. Wei, I know what you felt about Lin Yi back then. Su Qingwei interrupted her. Let's not bring up the past anymore. The children are grown up now, they have their own thoughts, and I think they have the right to know who their father is. Li Xiaoying sighed and said, That's right. These two children are like little adults. They know everything. If they see other children with fathers, and they don't even know who their fathers are, they will definitely feel inferior and sad. Su Qingwei looked out the window and said, I wonder how these two little ones are getting along with their father. Li Xiaoying said with curiosity, Oh, you miss these two little ones? Why don't you give them a call and ask? Su Qingwei fiddled with her phone for a moment, then hesitated. If I ask them about the situation, won't Lin Yi think I don't trust him to take good care of the child? How could that be? You're the child's mother. It's perfectly normal for you to ask about the child's situation. As Li Xiaoying spoke, she gestured for Su Qingwei to turn on her phone. Let me tell you, when dealing with men, you have to be direct, otherwise they'll never know what you're thinking. You've already added each other as friends, right? If you have, just ask them directly. Su Qingwei opened her phone and looked at Lin Yi's chat box. She typed and deleted the word hello repeatedly. Su Qingwei was startled when she saw the words typing displayed at the top of the chat box. What is Lin Yi going to do to me? Li Xiaoying took a deep breath and moved closer to Su Qingwei. The next second, Lin Yi sent over several pictures and 2 videos. The note read, Mom, the 2 kids are very well behaved. They played quietly with Lego while I was cooking, and they were great today, eating a lot of vegetables. You don't need to worry. Oh, this was sent by the child's father? Li Xiaoying teased as she read the message. Su Qingwei smiled and typed a few words lightly. It's good that they didn't cause you any trouble. Thank you for taking care of them. You should still accept the 100,000 yuan. Lin Yi quickly sent a message. As the child's biological father, I have an obligation to raise the child. Don't worry, I can support the child. I'm moving with the children tomorrow. If you have time, you can come over and visit. Su Qingwei replied, Where are we moving to? Lin E. Yunjing Garden, Building 3, Unit 1201. Su Qingwei, okay. Li Xiaoying also saw the message and asked, Lin E is moving to Yunjing Garden? Can he, a lowly employee, afford the rent? As a resident of Kyoto, I naturally know about the property prices and rents in Unki Garden. Su Qingwei shook her head. I don't know either, and besides, he lost his job yesterday afternoon. What? An unemployed man actually dares to rent a large apartment in Yunjing Garden? Is he really crazy? Li Xiaoying said angrily. Is he trying to live off a woman? Chapter 8. Stealing mom's card for dad? Hearing her best friend's words, Su Qingwei quickly explained, but I transferred 100,000 yuan to him, and he didn't accept it. He even said that it was his duty to raise the child and that I didn't need to pay for it. Li Xiaoying tilted her head, looking at Su Qingwei thoughtfully. Su Qingwei touched her face and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Li Xiaoying shook her head and said, There's nothing dirty about you, but your face screams love-obsessed. You don't actually want to have something happen between you and Linny, do you? You're usually decisive and ruthless when it comes to company matters, but you act foolishly when it comes to Linny. Li Xiaoying analyzed. Even if Lin he didn't find other women later, it doesn't prove that he's a good man. We saw it with our own eyes, so we can't lie about it. Su Qingwei said helplessly, Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who's blinded by love. I have my own thoughts. Besides, back then if she hadn't seen Lin E being hugged by a girl back then, she wouldn't have gotten angry and gone to study abroad. Looking back now, it seems that Lin E was forcibly hugged by that girl. Li Xiaoying naturally knew about her best friend's feelings and knew that Su Qingwei was not someone who fell in love easily. But once she did, she was serious. She took Su Qingwei's hand and said solemnly, If you have the chance, you should ask Lin E for clarification. After all, you have a child together. Su Qingwei said, Yes, I will. Li Xiaoying said, Wei Wei, I hope you can be happy. Even if you really want to be with Lin E, I won't object. After all, he is the father of our child. If I have time, I will help you find out what really happened back then. Su Qingwei refused. No need. I want to hear it from his own mouth. At Lin Yi's home, Lin E finished his housework and received a 100-point reward from the system, which made him very happy. He sat down in front of the two little ones and asked, Chun Chun, Wan Wan, what do you usually do after you finish eating? I'll take a bath, and after the bath, I'll play with my toys for a while. Before bed, Mom will read us a storybook. Lin Wan Wan answered earnestly, fiddling with her Barbie doll. Linny Chin said, After I take a shower, I'll use my mom's phone to read the news for a while. You watch the news? What do you do watching the news? Lin E asked in surprise. He was genuinely curious that a 5-year-old child would be watching the news. Linny Chin said, Just read the news. When Mom buys stocks, I'll help her analyze them. Good heavens, Su Qingwei actually had a little kid help analyze stocks? Could it be that she wants to groom Chun Chun as her successor? Linny himself had bought stocks before, but he lost money on them all and never bought them again. He laughed and said, Then let's go take a shower first. Helping the two children bathe earns you 200 points. After taking a bath, he held the two soft, fragrant little cuties in his arms and asked, So now, do you want to play with your toys or go to sleep? Lin Wan Wan clapped her hands and said, Daddy, I want to drink milk. Lin E remembers that both children had a can of milk powder in their school bags. He smiled and said, Okay, Dad will make you some formula. How many milliliters of milk do you usually drink? Lin Wan Wan counted on her fingers and said, 400, no, 500. Lin E was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, Baby, you drink so much? But the baby bottle isn't that big, so I guess you'll need to make 2 bottles to make 500 milliliters. Linny Chin, acting like a little adult, said, Dad, we usually drink about 200 milliliters of milk before going to bed. After drinking it, we play for a while and then get ready to sleep. Lin E remembered that Su Qingwei had instructed him on a note to drink milk twice a day, morning and evening, and each time not to exceed 250 milliliters. But they ate so much tonight and drank so much water, maybe 200 milliliters is too much. If the child drinks too much and goes to sleep, he might have indigestion. Lin E discussed with the two children, Are you feeling full now? If you're too full, we'll drink less. Today, we'll only drink 150 milliliters of milk, okay? Otherwise, you'll wet the bed tonight. Bedwetting? No, I don't want to wet the bed. Lin Wanwan seemed to remember something and said with a guilty look. Lin Yichin asked, Dad, does my sister really wet the bed? Lin Yi feigned surprise and said, Oh, really? Lin Wanwan snorted and turned away, saying, Brother, I'm ignoring you. Looking at his soft little daughter, Lin Yi felt his heart melt. This little thing has a temper. Moreover, the way she gets angry is actually quite cute. I wonder if Su Qingwei's temper tantrums will be as adorable as my daughter's? Perhaps it's cuter. Realizing he had misunderstood, he immediately got back to the main point. Lin Yi coughed lightly before saying, Don't worry, baby, Daddy won't mind. You can pee on Daddy's bed as you like. Just wash it clean after you're done. You're a 5-year-old now, so bedwetting is normal. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan immediately hugged Lin Yi's neck and kissed him, saying, Dad, you're so good. Lin Yichin said, Mom didn't criticize you. Mom is very good too. Not wanting the two children to have a conflict, Lin Yi immediately said, Your father and mother both love you, so we will be good to you. He hugged and kissed his two babies, saying, Be good and wait here. Daddy will go make you some formula. After Lin Yi left, the two little ones huddled together. Lin Yichin glanced in Lin Yi's direction and said to Lin Wanwan, Little sister, do you want Mom and Dad to be together? Lin Wanwan followed her brother's example and whispered, Of course I want it. If Dad and Mom lived together, we could see them every day. Lin Yichin said, Dad is too poor. I saw on TV that girls all like domineering CEOs. Do you want to help Dad? How can we help? I don't know how to do anything. How about we steal Mom's card and give it to Dad? Lin Wanwan thought to herself, Anyway, Mom has so many cards, and she always buys so many things when she uses them. Lin Yichin slapped Lin Wanwan on the head and said speechlessly, Are you stupid? Mom's money is Mom's money, and children can't steal things. Knowing she was in the wrong, Lin Wanwan lowered her head and said, Oh, then how can we help Daddy? Let me think about it. Lin Yichin said, stroking his chin. Soon, Lin Yi came over with 2 bottles of prepared formula. Seeing the two little ones whispering to each other, he smiled and asked, Babies, what's wrong? Lin Wanwan waved her hand and said, It's nothing. We didn't want Mom and Dad to live together. Lin Yichin immediately made a shushing gesture with his finger, which startled Lin Wanwan so much that she covered her mouth. Lin Yi chuckled and said, Oh, I know. As he spoke, he handed the milk in his hand to the two children. Hurry up and drink your milk. Lin Yichin held the baby bottle, his eyes darting around mischievously. He suddenly looked at Lin Yi and asked, Dad, do you usually buy stocks? Chapter 9. What stocks do you buy, and what do you lose money on? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately recalled that his son had just said he would discuss stocks with Su Qingwei. Could it be that his son wanted to discuss stocks with him? No way. I'm just a newbie. I lose money on everything I buy. It's embarrassing to talk about this. Lin Yi thought for a moment before saying, I have bought stocks before, but Dad had to work and didn't have much time to research them. Lin Yichin nodded and said, Okay, Dad. Can I use your phone to read the news? Sure, but you can't watch for too long. Lin Yi took out his phone, turned it on, and placed it in Lin Yichin's hand. Lin Yichin opened his phone, entered handwriting mode, and searched for news. Lin Yichin handed Lin Yi a news article about stocks and said, Dad, Mom and I discussed this before. This stock has great potential. You can buy it. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired God-level stock investment skills. This skill can break the rules of reality, ensuring your steady profits and allowing you to predict future stock trends. Holy crap, this is a get-rich-quick scheme. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He glanced at the stock chart his son handed him, shook his head, and said, Chun, you can't buy this stock. Ding. The host has been teaching his son, Lin Yichin, and Lin Yichin has gained a God-level passive skill in stock investment. Lin Yi asked the system in his mind, What passive skill? The host knows the outcome, but Lin Yichin can deduce the process. Lin Yi himself only knew the result, but Lin Yichin could directly know why. Is this really that incredible? Lin Yi looked at Lin Yichin as if he were a gold nugget and said, Chun, take another look. Dad thinks we shouldn't buy this stock. Lin Yichin frowned slightly and said, Oh, I know. After saying that, he searched for something on his phone. After he finished searching, he said, I see. No, I have to tell my mom, otherwise she might buy this stock. Before Lin Yi could react, he took Lin Yi's phone and made a call to Su Qingwei. On the other end of the phone, Su Qingwei's heart skipped a beat when she saw Lin Yi's call. Li Xiaoying leaned closer and saw Lin Yi's name displayed on the phone. She asked, Why aren't you answering the phone? Could something have happened to the child? Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei was also startled and quickly answered the phone. Hello, Lin Yi, what happened? Lenny Chin laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. Mom, guess who I am? Hearing her son's laughter, Su Qingwei felt a little relieved and whispered to Li Xiaoying. It was Chun Chun who called me. She then said into the phone, let mommy guess, you're mommy's precious Chun Chun, aren't you? Lenny Chin said with a smile, Mom, you guessed right. Here's a kiss for you. As he spoke, Lenny Chin kissed his phone. Lin Yi, who was standing to the side, was completely stunned. So this kid's aloof persona was all an act? Furthermore, hearing Su Qingwei's sweet and soft voice calling him baby on the phone was completely different from the Su Qingwei he used to know. Su Qingwei asked with a smile, Chun Chun, why did you decide to call your mother? Is your little sister being disobedient? Hearing her brother call their mother, Lin Wanwan immediately rushed over, snatched Lenny Chin's phone, and protested, Mom, I'm very obedient, and I've eaten a lot of rice and vegetables, so I'll grow taller soon. Su Qingwei said softly, Okay, Wanwan, you have to grow tall. Remember to be a good girl and listen to your brother and daddy. Okay? Lin Wanwan patted her little chest and said, Mommy, I'll be good. Lenny Chin reached out to Lin Wanwan and said, Little sister, give your phone to your brother. I need to say a few words to Mom. Lin Wanwan obediently handed the phone to Lenny Chin. Brother, here you go. I'll be good. Okay? Lenny Chin gave a fake smile, very obedient. After taking the phone, he spoke at length into it, leaving Lin Yi, who was standing next to him, completely bewildered. Su Qingwei listened attentively to her son on the other end of the phone and nodded, saying, Chun Chun, your analysis is good. You've improved. Receiving his mother's praise, Lin Yi smiled and glanced at Lin Yi, who was playing with Lin Wanwan, before continuing, Mom, Dad reminded me of this. He said we shouldn't buy this stock. Huh? It was him who reminded you? Su Qingwei was taken aback for a moment before continuing. Then please thank Dad for reminding you on my behalf. I have something to do here, so I'll hang up now. After saying goodbye to her son and daughter, Su Qingwei hung up the phone. She placed her phone on the table, her expression unreadable. Li Xiaoying asked, What's wrong? Su Qingwei shook her head. It's nothing. But she was secretly thinking. Li Xiaoying's investigation report didn't say that Lin Yi knew how to trade stocks. On the contrary, all the stocks Lin Yi bought before lost money, with a loss of at least 200,000 yuan. So how did Lin Yi determine that a particular stock was not worth buying? Was it just a lucky guess? Su Qingwei preferred to believe that Lin Yi had stumbled upon the problem by chance, since it was really difficult to detect any shady dealings in the case of that stock earlier. On the other side, after handing the phone to Lin Yi said, Dad, it's 8:40 p.m. now. We have 20 minutes before we have to go to bed. Are you ready? Lin Yi was bewildered and asked, Huh? Sleeping? What do I need to prepare? Lin Yi said, Of course I'm getting ready to brush my teeth and go to bed. Oh, right. Brush your teeth and go to bed. Are you going to bed now? Lin Yi had never taken care of children before, so he naturally did whatever the children wanted to do. Lin Wanwan was the first to refuse. No, I want to play a little longer. Lin Yi, acting like a little adult, commanded, Play for another 20 minutes. Okay. Lin Wanwan readily agreed. Lin Yi said to Lin Yi as if imparting his experience, Dad, next time you're going to sleep, you have to tell your sister in advance. She has a procrastination problem and always has to play for a while before going to bed. Lin Yi glanced at Lin Wanwan and nodded in agreement. I see. You two play for a while. After saying that, Lin Yi sat on the sofa with them, and the system's points increased by another 200. Just as he was overjoyed, he spotted an early childhood education book for learning English piled up next to the toys. Lin Yi pointed to the early education book and asked, Babies, don't you like learning English? Lin Yi glanced at the early education book and said, Dad, the English in this book is too simple. We already learned it. Huh? You've learned it? Oh, right. You went abroad to study with your mother, so your English should be better than mine. Lin Yi didn't react for a moment. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the language master skill. Chapter 10 Go Dad. Language master skill? What kind of skill is that? Lin Yi asked. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly said, Dad, actually we can speak not only English but also other languages. However, we can communicate with people using English, but we only know a few words of the others. Lin Wanwan stood up, holding her doll, and said, Yes, Daddy, we know a lot of words. For example, hello is hello in English, konnichiwa in Japanese, and annyeonghaseyo in Korean. Lin Wanwan spoke more than a dozen greeting languages, and Lin Yi then went on to speak all the languages in the world. The system in Lin Yi's mind seemed to be about to explode, constantly making noises. Good heavens! So this is what a language master is like. Lin Yi knows everything that the children know. Moreover, as long as he learns, the children's language talents can also be improved. However, it's best to learn alongside the children so they can progress together. However, Lin Yi would not force them to learn. He would simply let them learn the language they liked. Seeing Lin Yi completely stunned, Lin Wanwan smiled and said, "Dad, don't you think I'm amazing?" Lin Yi snapped out of his daze and immediately praised, "Amazing. Chen Chen, Wanwan, you two are really amazing." The two little ones were overjoyed to see their father praising them. After playing for a while, the two little ones, who had played all day, finally got sleepy. Lin Yi's bed is a small bed of 1.2 meters, so the three of them have to squeeze together to sleep. Lin Yi originally only intended to sit by the bed and read stories to them, but the two little ones enthusiastically invited him to sleep in the bed with them, so he could only turn his side and sleep next to the children. Lin Yi slept next to Lin Chen, and the little guy was a bit unhappy about being squeezed in. "Dad, don't we have a bigger bed at home?" Lin Yi said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Chun Chun, Daddy used to live alone and didn't prepare a big bed. We're moving tomorrow, so we'll have a big bed to sleep in, okay?" Listening to Lin Yi's words and looking at the cramped room, Lin Chen nodded helplessly. "Okay, I'll research which stocks to buy tomorrow, and Dad will buy some too. Dad will definitely be able to afford a big house." Lin Yi looked at his eldest son, and it was the first time he had ever seen such a helpless and resigned expression on a child's face. He said, half laughing and half crying, "Babies, don't worry. Dad will definitely do his best." Lin Yi shook his head, opened the storybook his children had asked him to read, and began to read. Once upon a time, as soon as I started reading, the system's voice rang in my mind. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the writer skill. You are currently at level 0. This writer skill is divided into 5 levels: Silver, Gold, Diamond, Gold Series, and Hall of Fame. Please read a complete story to enter the Silver Writer stage." The host can improve by reading with their child or teaching them writing skills. Each 10 hours of reading will level you up. Please actively participate. Lin Yi asked telepathically, "System, what's this writer skill all about?" System: Host, at the Silver stage of the writer skill, you can fluently express a complete story using your own language or text. Reaching the Diamond stage allows you to earn money through writing, and at the Gold stage and above, your works are of publishable quality. Wow, if it's at the Palace level, wouldn't that be even more amazing? Lin Guang felt happy just thinking about it. The two little ones beside him immediately looked at Lin Yi when they saw that he had suddenly stopped moving. Lin Wanwan scratched her head and said to Lin Chen, "Brother, doesn't Dad know how to read?" Lin Chen touched Lin Yi's chin and asked, "Dad, why aren't you telling stories anymore?" Lin Yi snapped out of his daze and said with a smile, "Sweetie, Daddy will start telling the story now." After the story was finished, the two little ones were still not asleep, so they asked Lin Yi to tell them 2 more stories before they finally fell asleep. A silver-level writer has been made. After taking good care of the two little ones, Lin Yi got up to wash their clothes and pack their things, preparing to move the next day. He didn't have much stuff. His clothes could fit in one suitcase. After moving to the new house, there was no need to bring many things with him. It took Lin Yi a full hour to finish tidying up. I had just sat down on the sofa to rest when I heard a child crying in the room. "What? Daddy's gone." "Don't cry, little sister. We're at Daddy's house now. Daddy isn't missing." Hearing the two children's words, Lin Yi felt a pang of sadness. I wonder how these two children have managed these past few years. Have they been ridiculed by their peers for not having a father? Without a second thought, Lin Yi rushed into the room. Ignoring the fact that he hadn't showered yet, he immediately hugged the two little ones on the bed and gently comforted them. "Don't worry, Daddy won't disappear. Daddy will always be here, sweeties." Lin Wanwan threw herself into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Chen also hugged Lin Yi tightly, as if afraid that he would run away. He comforted them for a while before the two children finally fell asleep again. Seeing his children so frightened, Lin Yi was heartbroken and worried about the psychological trauma they might suffer. From that moment on, Lin Yi began to take his relationship with Su Qingwei seriously. Regardless of whether he and Su Qingwei end up together, when it comes to the child, everything must be done with the child first, and he cannot let the child be harmed. Early the next morning, Lin Yi was the first to wake up. He had to make do with sleeping in a computer chair last night and hadn't slept well. "The first thing I do after getting up is brush my teeth and wash my face before making breakfast for my baby." He had already decided what to have for breakfast last night. Each child received a 250 milliliters bottle of milk, a boiled egg, and corn. My two little ones love to eat corn. Lin, he had prepared breakfast, but the two little ones were still asleep. He tiptoed back into the room and looked at the two sleeping little ones. His heart melted. As the saying goes, a man's true maturity begins when he becomes a father. Lenny understands this sentence very well now, and he will definitely be a good father. Lenny Chin, the son, woke up at 8:30 sharp. When he opened his eyes and did not feel his father beside him, he sat up abruptly. When Lenny Chin saw Lin, he sitting by the bed looking at him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Dad, you're awake." Lin, he patted his head and said, "You're awake. I was afraid you'd wake up and cry if you didn't see me, so Daddy is sitting here watching you sleep." Hearing this, Lenny Chin blushed and said, "I didn't cry. It was my sister who cried." "Yes, I'm talking about my younger sister." Lin, he shook his head helplessly. Their conversation woke Lin Wanwan up. When Lin Wanwan woke up and opened her eyes, she saw Lin Yi. She immediately got up from the bed, walked over, and snuggled into Lin Yi's arms. "Daddy, I'm so happy to see you when I woke up." "Little one." Lin, he hugged her too. Lin Wanwan nuzzled Lin Yi's chin with her fluffy head. "If I could see both Dad and Mom every day when I wake up, I would be even happier." Chapter 11, Moving House. Hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Lin Yi's mind immediately went back to that night with Su Qingwei. If Su Qingwei really lived with him, I wonder if. But Lin, he dared not think any further. Sigh, once you've been single for a long time, all sorts of colorful thoughts can pop into your head at any moment. I just don't know why, but he's not attracted to other women. Indeed, when you're young, you shouldn't meet anyone too amazing, because then everyone else becomes unappealing. For a moment, Lin, he didn't know how to explain his relationship with Su Qingwei to the children. After thinking for a moment, Lin, he smiled and said, "All right, let's get up, brush our teeth, wash our faces, have breakfast, and then move." After saying that, he picked up the two children and got out of bed, heading towards the bathroom. Lin, he had already squeezed out the toothpaste, and the two little ones stood together, picking up their toothbrushes and brushing their teeth. Lin, he took out his phone and snapped a picture of the two little ones. He now truly understands those new parents who like to take photos and post them on social media. At this moment, Lin, he also wanted to share this photo with the whole world. Lin, he resisted the urge to post it on his WeChat moments, but couldn't resist the urge to send it to Su Qingwei. He sent the photo he had just posted to Su Qingwei with the message, "The kids are up. We're moving this morning to a bigger house. I'll send you the location later. You have to fight for your own happiness." Once Su Qingwei gets used to me sending her messages, she'll definitely remember me if I don't send her any messages for a day. After sending the message, Lin, he put his phone back in his pocket. After brushing their teeth and washing their mouthwash cups, the two little ones turned around and returned to Lin Yi's side. Lin Wanwan walked to Lin Yi's side, showing her teeth, and said, "Daddy, Wanwan has brushed all her teeth clean. Isn't Wanwan amazing?" Lin, he took her little hand and said with a smile, "Wanwan is the best." He looked at Lin Chin, who was looking up at him with an expectant expression, and said with a smile, "Chen Shun is amazing too." Su Qingwei is a good mother who does not spoil her children, having raised two children around 5 years old to be so independent. Lin, he led the two little ones to the dining table and ate breakfast with them. While eating corn, Lin Wanwan asked, "Dad, why is the corn you made sweeter than Mom's?" Lin, he replied with a smile, "Dad added salt to the water when he was boiling the corn." "Oh, I see. I like sweet corn. Dad is amazing." After Lin Wanwan finished speaking, she gave Lin a thumbs up. Lin also gave a thumbs up and smiled. "Wanwan is great too." Lin Chin was eating corn on the side, completely ignoring what the two were doing. After breakfast, Lin, he let the two little ones play in the living room while he took out his phone and booked a moving company online. After finishing, he returned to his bedroom, took out the red, white, and blue bags, tidied up the bedding on the bed, and put the things on the desk into a cardboard box. There wasn't much stuff to begin with, just 2 suitcases, a few boxes, and a few bags. That was all the belongings I had packed. Around 10 a.m., Lin, he finally finished moving. A big house is good. It doesn't feel so cramped. The two little ones ran to the sofa to play as soon as they entered the door, and Lin, he shook his head with a smile. Fortunately, Lin, he had someone come and clean up yesterday, otherwise today would have been very busy. It took him half an hour to sort out the things he had moved in and put all the bed sheets into the washing machine. Fortunately, the previous owner bought a super large washing machine, otherwise the family's bed sheets would not have been washed all at once. After finishing these tasks, it was already past 11 o'clock, and Lin, he went to make lunch. The system beeped while I was cooking. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the painting skill. This skill has 5 levels: Master, Celebrity, Legend, Miracle, and God. You have just reached the Master level. Please teach the children to draw more so they can improve their skills. Good heavens, what are these 2 little guys doing? As the saying goes, when a child is quiet, they're definitely up to no good. Thinking of this, Lin E, who was peeling carrots, took the knife and carrots and went out of the kitchen to find the 2 little ones. Chin Wan Wan, where are you? Lin E shouted as he walked. Sometimes, having a house that's too big isn't a good thing. Finally, Lin E found the 2 little ones in the study. The 2 little ones each held an oil paintbrush and were happily painting on a blank sheet of paper on the desk. Brother, you draw Dad, and I'll draw Mom. Okay, we'll draw ourselves in a bit. I want to draw a swing here because Mom likes it. The desk was just chest high to them, and the 2 furry heads huddled together, discussing something. The 2 little ones were having a great time drawing and had no idea that Lin E had already walked up to them. Lin E Chin was the first to notice Lin E standing at the door with a carrot, and he immediately tensed up. Dad. Lin Wan Wan looked up and saw Lin E and immediately called out to him, Dad, come here quickly, we're drawing Mom and Dad. Lin E concealed the knife behind his back and walked over with a smile. Come on, let Dad see how your drawings are. When he got closer, he also saw the painting. Yes, it's drawn very innocently and cutely. It's quite well painted. How come you use oil paints? Lin E asked. Lin Wan Wan said, when I was at my mother's school, I saw a lot of people drawing. My mother said they were sketching or something. Lin E said, oh, I see. I didn't see you playing in the living room, so I came to find you. You can draw first, and I'll go cook. After cooking, Lin E's culinary skills improved even further. Although it wasn't a very high-end meal, the 2 children were very cooperative and ate quite a bit of broccoli and carrots. Lin E used to dislike doing housework. You could even say he was a lazy person. Since having children and taking on responsibilities, he's willing to do these tasks even without a set system. Lin E cleaned up the dishes, and the bed sheets in the washing machine were dried. It took about half an hour to make the bed. Looking at the pink sheets and duvet cover, Lin E thought to himself, I hope Su Qingwei likes them. I'll buy her some daily necessities when I have time, like toothpaste, toothbrush, and bath towels. They should probably be pink too. Host does housework. Reward 100 points. I've been awarded points again. I wonder if there's anything I want to redeem in the points mall. After thinking it over, Lin E opened the points mall and saw that he already had 2,300 points. He redeemed some daily necessities for Su Qingwei, spending a total of 500 points. When he saw that there were books available for redemption to learn languages, he immediately redeemed the language books he wanted to learn. Chapter 12 Study. The products produced by the system must be the best. Lin E redeemed a total of 5 books, spending 1,000 points. The books were in English, French, German, Italian, and Arabic. He immediately opened one of the Arabic books, and the knowledge inside seemed to fly and instantly entered his mind. He didn't even need to understand. His brain automatically broke it down for him. That's amazing. That's an amazing memory. Lin E kept flipping through the book, and in less than 10 minutes, he finished reading the entire dictionary-thick book. Moreover, all the knowledge in the book was perfectly integrated into his mind. This is so awesome. Even top students aren't this good. Lin E then began to browse through the other books, taking a full half hour to finish reading all 5. He now feels he could be a diplomat. Dad, are you reading a book? Lin Wan Wan, holding the painting from before, came to Lin E. Lin E closed the book, pushed it aside, and said with a smile, Honey, what's wrong? Lin Wan Wan unfolded the painting and said, Dad, look, what do you think of the painting my brother and I painted together? This painting is just a very ordinary portrait of a family of 4, holding hands and playing on a green grass, except that the 2 adults in the painting are not holding hands. Lin E patted her head and smiled. Not bad. My daughter has the demeanor of a great lady. Lin Wan Wan pointed to the portrait of the little girl in the painting and said, Daddy, I want to have this hairstyle. I want to have braids. Lin E then realized that Lin Wan Wan had her hair in a bun yesterday, but he had washed it last night and let it down. He hadn't tied her hair up this morning. But Lin E, a grown man, had never done a girl's hair before, let alone such a difficult task as braiding her hair. Lin E chuckled and said, Baby, Daddy doesn't know how, but Daddy can learn. He immediately took out his phone, opened a search engine to find out how to braid his daughter's hair, and soon many instructional videos popped up. Lin Wan Wan watched from the side, fiddling with her hair. Lin E found the simplest video on it, then went to his room to get a hair tie and braided Lin Wanwan's hair like in the video. Lenny finished very quickly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of hair braiding. The host should braid their daughter's hair more often to improve their skills. Goodness, they can even give away skills like that. Looking at his daughter's hair, which looked like it had been chewed by a dog, He said softly to Lin Wanwan, "Baby, let daddy redo it for you, okay?" Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Lin Wanwan nodded emphatically. Yes, dad's weaving isn't as good as mom's. He took a deep breath and started braiding Lin Wanwan's hair again. Really? With the system skills, my hairstyling skills have improved a lot. By gradually improving my proficiency, I'm sure I'll be able to do even better in the future. Just then, Lin Chin poked his head out of the study. Dad, do you have a computer? Holding Lin Wanwan, asked, what do you need a computer for? Lin Chin said, I want to help my dad buy stocks, and I want to help my dad buy a big house. Lin walked to the study door and said solemnly, Chun, leave the matter of earning money to buy a big house to dad. You just focus on having fun, okay? Lin Chin shook his head and said, Dad, don't worry, I have money. I'll transfer the money to your card and use your account to buy it. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately perked up. You have money? Do you know how much it costs to buy stocks? Lin Chin seemed to feel looked down upon. So he looked up at Lin and said with some pride, I've already made over 1 million yuan with stocks. Although my mom was the initial capital, she gave me all the money she made. Moreover, I also know my mother's account password, and sometimes my mother lets me speculate and buy and sell stocks. He was shocked to hear this. If he didn't have the system, he would have lost all his money. Moreover, Lin Chin is so young, yet he actually made over 1 million yuan from stocks. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. However, now that he has the system, how could he let such a young child do things that involve making money? He said to Lin Chin, Chun, don't worry. Dad will make money. I believe we can buy our own home in less than 3 months. Really? Lin Chin asked, half believing it. After all, he had correctly pointed out that the stocks he and Su Qingwei favored had problems, and it might actually be true. Lin said, how about this? Dad has 200,000 yuan on hand right now. I'll transfer this 200,000 yuan to my stock account. If Dad can turn 200,000 yuan into 500,000 yuan within a week, then you won't have to worry about making money in the future. Okay? After listening to Lin Yi's words, Lin Chin thought for a while before saying, all right then, but if you don't reach that goal in a week, then you'll have to hand over your account to me. Lin Chin was already interested in stocks, and he felt that his understanding of stocks had improved dramatically recently, so he really wanted to practice with an account. The father and son made the decision happily. Lin carried Lin Wanwan and pulled Lin Chin along as they walked into the study. Babies, do you take a nap this afternoon? The two little ones were full of energy and shook their heads together. No, we still want to play. Lin Chin pointed to the pen holder on the bookshelf and said, Dad, I want to learn calligraphy. When I was abroad, I saw people writing on the ground, and I thought it was so cool. Lin looked at the 4 calligraphy brushes hanging on the brush holder and said, do you know that these are calligraphy brushes used in our country for writing? No. The two little ones spoke at the same time. Just then, Lin immediately began to teach them. A calligraphy brush can be used to write characters or to draw pictures. Huh? Really? Lin Chin asked in surprise. Lin Wanwan was also surprised. Isn't painting done with a paintbrush? Seeing that the two didn't believe him, Lin laughed and said, you don't believe me? Dad will draw it for you. After saying that, Lin found the tools on the bookshelf and began to grind the ink and arrange the paper. It's clear that the homeowner has a wide range of interests. Lin immediately demonstrated his painting skills, creating a picture of shrimp playing and a picture of a bamboo forest. The two little ones stared wide-eyed as they watched Lin create such a spirited painting with just a brush. Dad, you're amazing. I want to learn. Lin Wanwan was already interested in drawing, and now that she saw how good Lin was, she naturally wanted to learn too. Lin Chin nodded vigorously. Dad is so amazing. I want to learn too. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Lin holding a calligraphy brush, said to the two children, this is traditional Chinese painting. If you want to learn, you must first learn how to hold a calligraphy brush. Chapter 13, Buying Clothes for the Child. Fortunately, the lease agreement specified the time frame, meaning I can use everything in the house freely. Lin took the calligraphy brushes off the brush holder and gave them to the two little ones, personally teaching them how to hold the brushes. Holding a calligraphy brush is different from writing with a pencil. You should hold it like this with it suspended in the air. You mainly use your thumb, index finger, and middle finger to pinch the brush handle, making slight rotations and lifting and pressing motions. Keep your wrist basically still and only make small, minor adjustments. Lin E demonstrated the correct pen-holding posture while correcting the children's pen-holding posture. Yes, the babies are so smart. They learned it after Daddy taught them only once. Great job. Each of them will get a lollipop as a reward later. Lin Wanwan was overjoyed to hear that there was candy to eat. Thank you, Dad. You're so wonderful. Linny asked, You're this happy just because you can eat candy? Linny Chin nodded. That's right. Mom said that children shouldn't eat too much candy or they'll get cavities, so we can only eat candy once a week. Is Su Qingwei really that strict? Linny smiled and said, I think Mom is right, and we should strictly follow Mom's rules. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan worried that her father wouldn't give her candy and became anxious. Dad, Mom hasn't given us candy this week. I want candy. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Lin Chin, and he asked, Brother, did Mom give you any candy this week? Lin Chin glanced at Lin Wanwan, then looked at Lin Yi before saying, Mom didn't give any, but the secretary did, and each of us got 2 candies. Lin Wanwan said angrily, Brother, we won't have any candy to eat later. Humph. Watching the 2 little ones argue over a piece of candy, Lin Yi smiled and said, Daddy promised to give you candy, so I definitely will. As long as you behave, Daddy will give you candy. Thank you, Dad. I will definitely study hard. Lin Wanwan held the pen in a very serious manner. Imitating Lin Yi's style, I began to write. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, Look at Dad, his fingers are only responsible for holding the pen and keeping it steady. He doesn't actively exert force. He moves the pen by swinging, turning, lifting, and pressing the wrist. Lin Yi held a calligraphy brush and wrote dots, horizontal lines, vertical lines, left falling strokes, and right falling strokes on the paper, teaching the 2 little ones to write for half an hour. Then he taught the 2 little ones to draw with the calligraphy brush. Compared to writing with a brush, the 2 little ones are making much faster progress in drawing. An hour later, Lin Yi's painting skills had reached the level between master and celebrity, still 20% away. It would probably take another half hour for him to reach the celebrity level. However, an hour of studying is about enough. It's important to balance work and rest. Lin Yi glanced at the time and said to the 2 little ones, Babies, let's go to the supermarket to buy groceries. What are you planning to eat tonight? Lin Chin put down his pen and said, We'll eat whatever Dad makes. Lin Wanwan put down her pen, raised her little hand, and said, Yes, Daddy's cooking is so delicious. We all love it. Daddy, I want to eat curry beef. Upon hearing this, Lin Chin glanced at Lin Wanwan and said, Didn't you say you'd eat whatever Dad cooks? Lin Yi stroked Lin Wanwan's head and smiled. It's okay, baby. Just tell Daddy what you want to eat, and Daddy will make it for you. Lin Wanwan glanced at Lin Chin triumphantly, then immediately hugged Lin Yi and said, Daddy is so good. After tidying up the 2 little ones, Lin Yi noticed that they didn't have enough clothes, so he glanced at his wallet. After deducting the rent and the 200,000 yuan used for stock trading, I only have a little over 80,000 yuan left in my pocket. Lin Yi didn't have much money, but he still wanted to buy clothes for the children. To get to the nearby shopping mall, he needed to take a ride-hailing service. To make future travel more convenient, Lin Yi thought that he should have his own car once he started earning money. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the large shopping mall. Lin Yi carried Lin Wanwan and led Lin Chin into the mall, heading straight for the children's clothing section. Upon seeing the pretty dress, Lin Wanwan immediately became excited. Daddy, that dress is so pretty. Following the wind, Lin Yi saw the light blue dress displayed in the shop window and nodded, saying, If you like it, baby, Daddy will buy it for you. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy is so good. Lin Wanwan hugged Lin Yi and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Lin Yi didn't mind at all that his daughter's drool was on his face. He raised his hand and pinched her little cheek, his eyes full of doting affection. Lin Chin looked up, frowned, and said, Little sister, isn't a whole wardrobe full of your dresses enough for Mom? Lin Wanwan blinked her big eyes and said matter-of-factly, The ones at home were bought by Mom, but now Dad is buying them. They're different. Lin Yi chuckled, patted Lin Chin's head, and said gently, Chin Chun, Daddy will buy you new clothes too, okay? That's more like it. After saying that, Lin Chin's furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his lips. The 3 of them walked into the children's clothing store together. Although it was a small brand and each piece of clothing cost at least 100 yuan, the quality was really good. When the store employees saw Lin Yi and his two companions walk in and saw the two beautiful children, they immediately surrounded them. Welcome. The salesperson greeted warmly, offering fruits, cookies, and candies. Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichin secretly ate a lot of cookies and candies. When they saw Lin Yi watching them eat, they immediately hid the snacks behind their backs. Lin Yi felt helpless watching the brother and sister eat snacks like little mice. It's clear that Su Qingwei is very strict when it comes to controlling her children's snacking. He should give the child fewer snacks in the future, and he needs to stand on the same side as Su Qingwei when it comes to educating the child. Otherwise, the road to winning back his wife will only be long and endless. With the help of the shop assistants, Lin Yi felt that every outfit suited his two children. In addition, the shop assistants kept praising the two little ones, which made Lin Yi very happy. Lin Yi stayed in the store with his child for almost an hour. Before leaving, he bought all the dozen or so outfits that the sales assistant had put together for the child. Two children, 8 sets of clothes for each. The two little ones were very happy after buying the clothes. Lin Yi led them to the supermarket, bought the children's favorite dishes, and then went straight home. Back home, Lin Yi immediately threw the clothes he had bought into the washing machine. He followed the salesperson's advice. White clothes and colored clothes should be washed separately, and children's clothes, especially adults' underwear, should not be washed with adults' clothes. So, Lin Yi ordered 3 washer-dryer combos online and is waiting for them to be delivered. Next time he does laundry, he'll wash his clothes separately. Today, all 3 of them improved their physical fitness scores by 2 points, and they also received the system reward points. Just as Lin Yi was enjoying cooking in the kitchen, the 2 little ones in the living room called Su Qingwei. Chapter 14, Can Mom Live with Dad? After taking out his phone, Lin Yichin said to Lin Wanwan, "Little sister, let's call Mom and tell her that Dad bought us clothes today." Lin Wanwan happily came over. Okay, brother, hurry up and hit me." Lin Yichin took out his phone and dialed the number directly. On the other side, when Su Qingwei saw the incoming call, she immediately remembered the picture Lin Yi had sent her that morning. She didn't know how to reply to Lin Yi, so she simply didn't reply. Now she received another call from the children, and Su Qingwei answered it quickly. "Hey, Mommy, we're at Daddy's new house." "Mommy, we moved to a big house today, but it's still not big enough compared to my mommy's house." Hearing her 2 children's sweet, childlike voices coming from the phone, Su Qingwei's irritable mood eased somewhat. She said softly, "That's good. You must be good and listen to me. I'll miss you." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan's nose immediately turned red, and she exclaimed, "Mommy is lying. You don't miss us at all. If you missed us, why didn't you send a video to Daddy?" Su Qingwei said, "How could that be? Mommy's been quite busy lately." "You're always busy, humph." Lin Wanwan sniffled rapidly, looking like she was about to cry. Su Qingwei quickly reassured her, "Sweetie, Mommy will come to see you after I'm done with this busy period. Okay? Really?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan indeed stopped crying. Then it's settled. Su Qingwei said, "Yes, Mom doesn't lie." Lin Yichin then spoke up, "Mommy, Daddy took us to the mall to buy clothes today. My sister and I bought so many clothes that we can't wear them all in a week." "Huh?" Su Qingwei was somewhat shocked. After all, Lin Yi had just lost his job and probably didn't have much money, but he was willing to buy clothes for his children. And if you bought clothes for both children together, it would cost at least several thousand yuan in the mall. It seems that Lin Yi gets along well with the children and loves them. Lin Yichin continued, "Mommy, it's true. Daddy bought us everything, whether we liked it or not, saying we could wear them in rotation." Lin Wanwan said from the side, "Mommy, Daddy is really nice. When are you coming to live with us?" Su Qingwei said softly, "Let's talk about it when Mom has time. Mom is busy now, so you all need to be good." The brother and sister immediately replied, "Mom, we understand." After hanging up the phone with the children, Secretary Liana knocked on the door and came in. "President Su, the board meeting is in 3 days. We haven't reached an agreement with the partner yet. Will this have any impact? In addition, our company's translator only translated half of the contract sent by our partner, and many technical terms could not be translated." Su Qingwei took the document, her head starting to ache again. "Let me think of a way." Lin Yi's home. Lin Yichin put his phone away and said to Lin Wanwan, "Little sister, next time you must invite Mom to Dad's house so that Mom can spend more time with Dad." Lin Wanwan nodded. "Yes, I heard from other children that their parents got divorced because they had been separated for a long time." Lin Yichin said, "Dad and Mom, are they divorced? Why doesn't Mom live with Dad? And I don't remember Dad at all." Just then, Lenny came out carrying the dishes and saw that the two little ones weren't playing with their toys, but were whispering to each other. He smiled and asked, "What secrets are you two talking about that you can't let Daddy know?" Lin Wanwan turned her head and asked innocently, "Dad, you and Mom don't live together anymore. Is it because you got divorced? I saw other kids whose parents abandoned them after their divorces. Will you abandon me and my brother too?" Lenny Chin was also a little down. "Dad, other families all live together as a family. Why do we live separately?" Hearing this, Lin, he was completely bewildered and didn't know how to explain it to them. After all, he and Su Qingwei weren't even married, so how could there be a divorce? Lin, he took off his apron and came to the two little ones, saying, "Silly children, your father and mother are not divorced. It's just that your mother is too busy with work. Sometimes she comes home too late and is afraid of waking you up and affecting your rest. So she asked your father to take care of you. Mom will come and visit you when she's less busy." At this point, Lin Yi could only calm the child down first, and then go over the story with Su Qingwei later to avoid any problems with the child's mental health. After listening to Lin Yi's words, the two children seemed to have been fooled. But Lin Yi was skeptical. Lin Yi took out his phone and showed it to the children. "Look, Dad and Mom are talking on the phone and chatting, so you don't need to worry too much." Lin Yi glanced at it, and Lin Yi put the phone back. Lin Yi comforted him. "All right, kid, don't overthink it. Adults have their own way of life. Mom and I are doing fine. Come on, Dad has finished cooking. Let's go eat." Lin Yi said a lot of nice things before the two little ones agreed to go eat. Before going to bed, the two little ones pestered Lin Yi to tell them stories for a long time before they were willing to sleep. Lin Yi also gained a lot of experience. However, simply telling stories would be too slow for leveling up. Lin Yi felt that the child should have time to read during the day so that he could level up quickly and reach the diamond level, at which point he could write novels and earn money. After the children had all fallen asleep, Lin Yi quietly left the bedroom. After Lin Yi left, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He nudged Lin Wanwan beside him and said, "Little sister, I know you're not asleep yet. Get up quickly." Lin Wanwan immediately opened her eyes and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Are you afraid Dad will run away?" Lin Yi said, "Dad won't run away. I need to call Mom." As he spoke, he picked up his phone from the bedside table and dialed Su Qingwei's number. "Hey, Chun, do you miss Mommy?" Su Qingwei's tired voice came through the phone. Lin Yi asked worriedly, "Mom, are you still working?" Su Qingwei said, Mom is about to get off work. Why are you still up so late?" Lin Wanwan chimed in, "Mom, Wanwan isn't asleep yet either. Dad told us stories for an hour, and when we saw he was tired, we pretended to be asleep." Lin Yi reached out and covered Lin Wanwan's mouth, saying, "Mom, we're getting ready to sleep too, but there's something I've been thinking about for a long time and still can't figure out." Lin Wanwan struggled for a moment before leaning over to the earphones and listening quietly. Although Lin Yi is not yet 5 years old, he is more mature and composed than Lin Wanwan, and also more sensible. Su Qingwei asked, "What's wrong? What's keeping my precious son up at night?" Lin Yi asked, "Mom, did you and Dad get divorced?" Chapter 15. Did he hook up with a rich woman? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingwei's heart trembled slightly. As children grow up, they develop their own thoughts and judgment, and naturally, they become more difficult to fool. Seeing that there was no sound from the other end of the phone, Lin Yi got a little angry. "Mommy, you can't fool us with that studying abroad thing now. We're all grown up now. You can't fool us." Su Qingwei chuckled and said, Chun, Mom didn't mean to fool you. Mom has been really busy lately. I have to hold a board meeting in a couple of days. There's a tough battle ahead of me." Lin Yi naturally didn't understand what Su Qingwei wanted to do, but he knew that his biological mother was indeed very busy. Su Qingwei spoke again. "Mom and Dad didn't get divorced. I'm not lying to you." Lin Yi asked, "When are you coming to see us?" Lin Wanwan said from the side, "Other people's parents live together, and I also want my parents to live together, so I could see them every morning when I wake up." Su Qingwei lowered her eyes and said, "Once Mom is done with this busy period, Mom will definitely come to find you and Dad." Lin Wanwan happily said, "Okay, it's settled then. Mommy, I'll miss you." Su Qingwei said, "Mom will miss you too." I had just hung up the phone with the kids when the office door opened and my best friend, Li Xiaoying, walked in carrying 2 takeout orders. Wei Wei, I've come to see you. You must be so busy that you haven't even eaten yet. Come and eat with us," Li Xiaoying said with a smile. Su Qingwei said, "You seem to be in a pretty good mood." Li Xiaoying said mysteriously, "Wei Wei, I've dug up a huge scoop. An earth-shattering scoop. Come on, let's eat something first." As she opened the takeout menu, she called Su Qingwei over. 1 serving of crayfish, one serving of boiled fish. Su Qingwei was very satisfied with this late-night snack. She couldn't get this kind of food when she was abroad, so now that she was back in China, she naturally had to try it. She sat down on the sofa in the reception area and said, "What earth-shattering news is making you so happy?" Li Xiaoying said, "It's about you and Lin Yi, and it's a huge piece of gossip you'd never guess." Hearing her say that, Su Qingwei became interested. After Li Xiaoying had finished eating and drinking half a can of cola and let out a burp, she began to explain in detail. Wei Wei, I paid a lot of money to find out this information from someone else. You know, the woman who was hugging Lin Yi back then was Xiao Mimi. Su Qingwei nodded and said, I know. Back then, their relationship was quite a sensation. It was said that Lin Yi gave a lot of things to pursue her. Li Xiaoying leaned closer and said with a grin, back then, there was a rumor that Xiao Mimi didn't want to accept Lin Yi, so the two of them didn't end up together, right? Su Qingwei nodded. Hee hee. Li Xiaoying laughed. I found out everything. It was all orchestrated by Xiao Mimi herself. She personally delivered breakfast and gifts to Lin Yi, but he refused to accept them. So she asked Lin Yi to return them to her in person, creating the illusion that it was Lin Yi who delivered the gifts and breakfast to her. Who told you that? Su Qingwei asked in surprise. Li Xiaoying said, it's someone who works for Xiao Mimi. That's the person who helped deliver things back then. She suddenly said with a look of disgust, Xiao Mimi really has some tricks up her sleeve. That move made everyone in the school think that Lin Yi was pursuing her. For some reason, Su Qingwei felt a great weight lifted from her heart upon hearing this news. Back then, her relationship with Lin Yi was just an accident. She wanted to talk to him about what happened that night, wanting to ask him how he felt about her. But when she saw the two of them hugging, she realized she was a joke. Hearing the news that Li Xiaoying had gathered, Su Qingwei finally felt a little better. Seeing Su Qingwei's silence, Li Xiaoying asked, Wei Wei, what about him? Su Qingwei said, so many years have passed, and everyone has grown up. I only know that he is now the father of my child. We could talk about the rest later. Li Xiaoying asked, so, do you have any plans to get married? Su Qingwei shook her head. I have no plans at the moment. Company matters are already overwhelming me, and I don't have the mind to think about relationships. Li Xiaoying. Actually, if Lin Yi is a good person, he is also the child's father, and considering your feelings for him, I think he might not be a bad candidate. Let's not talk about that now, thank you. Su Qingwei picked up her Coke and clinked it against Li Xiaoying's. Li Xiaoying waved her hand and said, this is nothing, we're best friends. However, knowing your personality, you probably won't take the initiative. How about I scout ahead for you? Su Qingwei asked, scout the way? Scout what way? Li Xiaoying said, I haven't seen Qinshan and Wanwan for a long time, and I want to go see them. Lin Yi's home. After putting the two children to sleep, Lin Yi went to the study alone and turned on his laptop. He remembered the bet with his son. He couldn't take it lightly just because the child was young. Just as he was studying stocks, his phone beeped with a message. It was a message from my college friend, Song Zijia. Lin Yi, I heard you got fired? Lin Yi repeated, Song Zijia. Want to come out for a couple of drinks? Lin Yi replied, no, I have something to do. Song Zijia, it's my treat. Are you coming? Lin Yi, I'm not going. I'm busy looking for part-time jobs to earn money. Song Zijia, need some money? Wanted to give you a tip? Lin Yi, thank you for your meager offer, but I can earn it myself. Song Zijia immediately called. Oh, you look down on my meager earnings? I'm off tomorrow. I'll come and help you out. Lin Yi immediately stopped him. Hey, you don't need to come. I don't need your help. Besides, I've moved to a different place now. Song Zijia clicked his tongue twice and said, no way. You can't even afford the rent? Why don't you come and squeeze in with me and sleep in the living room? Lin Yi said irritably, I've moved to Yunjing Garden and it's not convenient for me to meet with you right now. What? Yunjing Garden? You mean the large apartments in Yunjing Garden with rents starting at 20,000? Song Zijia looked incredulous. You're unemployed and still renting such expensive apartments? You haven't hooked up with a rich woman, have you? Marrying a rich woman? It seems that's true. Lin Yi said, don't make wild guesses. I just found a part-time job that pays better than my regular job, so I moved to a different place. It's best not to tell him about the child for now, lest he blab about it everywhere and upset Su Qingwei. Song Zijia said, oh, I see. What kind of part-time job is it? And it's so lucrative? Without hesitation, Lin Yi replied, working as a translator and writing articles, my current life is pretty great. I don't have to go to work, receive visitors, or socialize. Song Zijia expressed his envy. Translation? I've never heard of you being a translator before. Lin Yi said, I can learn if I don't know how. Anyway, I'm free now. Chapter 16 Dad's cooking is delicious. After chatting with Song Zijia for a few minutes, Lin Yi hung up the phone and focused on studying stocks. Around 11 p.m., after Lin Yi finished showering and drying his hair, he picked up his phone from the coffee table and looked at Su Qingwei's chat interface. There were only messages he had sent, so he could only smile helplessly. He knew Su Qingwei was always aloof, and he wondered if she would become gentler when facing the child. Just like that night, speaking softly and gently, Lin Yi took a deep breath and rushed into the bathroom to take a cold shower. I guess it's been too long since I've had any meat. Just thinking about it makes me impulsive again. After taking a cold shower, Lin Yi didn't want to think about anything and went back to the room to sleep with the child. The next morning, Lin Yi was making breakfast when he received a message from Su Qingwei. My best friend said she's going to see the kids. Could you please send me the address? Upon seeing the message, Lin Yi sent his location and home address to her. After sending these messages, Lin Yi remembered what he had said to the children the night before and hesitated about whether he should conspire with her. However, these things will inevitably come to light between the two of them sooner or later. He sent Su Qingwei another message. When shall we talk together? After a long pause, Su Qingwei replied, let's talk about it after I'm done with this busy period. Lin Yi replied, okay, I'll wait for you. On the other side, Su Qingwei stared blankly at her phone. She knew that what Lin Yi wanted to talk about was definitely about the two children and also about her and him. Su Qingwei was in a daze for a while until her phone rang. Li Xiaoying called. Hey, Wei, why aren't you replying to my messages? I'm going to see Chunxian and Wan as soon as I'm done with my business. Send me the address quickly. Su Yingyi replied, I understand. When you go to Lin Yi's place, don't say anything you shouldn't. The thought of Li Xiaoying telling Lin Yi about marrying her made her face flush. All right, I know. The main reason I'm going there this time is to help you see if Lin Yi is a good father and whether he's abusing Chunxian and Wan. Li Xiaoying snorted. Su Qingwei said, what are you thinking? He sends me photos every day. He takes very good care of the child, even better than I, the biological mother, do. Li Xiaoying said, really? You're not even married yet, and you're already saying good things about him? Su Qingwei didn't want to say too much to Li Xiaoying and said, go and see for yourself. When Li Xiaoying saw the address Su Qingwei sent, she checked it on Angia.com and found that the rent there was not cheap. Lin Yi's home. After the children finished breakfast, they're ready for another energetic day. The two children were very happy to know that Li Xiaoying was coming. Lin Yi took the children for a walk around the neighborhood and discovered that the neighborhood actually had a basketball court and a soccer field for children under 12 years old. I kept receiving messages from Su Qingwei saying that Li Xiaoying had arrived at the entrance of the community and needed a gate card to enter. Lin Yi happened to be taking a walk, so he took the two children to pick up Li Xiaoying. At the entrance of the residential compound, Li Xiaoying also met Lin Yi and the other two. Lin Yi is handsome and can be recognized at a glance in a crowd. Li Xiaoying was very satisfied with Lin Yi's appearance. At least she felt he was a good match for Su Qingwei. Furthermore, upon learning that Lin Yi had not accepted Xiao Mimi and had not had any other women in his life over the years, she felt that Lin Yi was actually quite good. However, you can only know a person's true character by spending time with them. Auntie Xiaoying, I miss you so much. The two little ones immediately rushed over and surrounded Li Xiaoying. Li Xiaoying immediately squatted down, reached out and pinched the two little ones, and said, Annie missed you too, so I came to see you whenever I had time. She looked up at Lin Yi and handed him a cake. Chunxian and Wan like cake, so I bought some. Lin Yi took the cake and said, thank you for spending so much. Let's go home first. I'm home. Lin Yi opened the door and let Li Xiaoying and the child go in first, while he closed the door behind them. Li Xiaoying also found pictures of the house's interior online, and it has to be said that the room's decoration style is quite nice, with a mix of retro and modern elements. However, to her surprise, Lin Yi was able to afford such an expensive house without accepting Su Qingwei's financial assistance. Moreover, according to her investigation, Lin Yi's family was just an ordinary family. They could definitely afford the monthly rent, but they certainly couldn't afford to stay long-term. Lin Wan happily pulled Li Xiaoying in. Annie, welcome to my dad's house. Wan and my brother have a dad now. Knowing the grievances the two children had suffered, Li Xiaoying quickly hugged Lin Wan and said, silly children, don't listen to what others are saying. Everyone has parents, and you naturally have them too. Mom is usually busy with work, but she'll come to see you when she's done. Let Annie see what you usually do at Dad's house. Linny asked. Li Xiaoying, I'm going to the supermarket to buy groceries. Are you going to have lunch at home? Li Xiaoying pointed at Lin Yi, frowned, and asked, You cook? Is it even edible? Lin Yichen chimed in, Auntie Xiaoying, Daddy's cooking is amazing. I can finish a whole bowl of rice. Lin Wanwan, eager to prove herself, chimed in, I can testify that Dad's cooking is absolutely delicious. I can eat 2 bowls of rice. Listening to the 2 picky eaters, Li Xiaoying really wanted to try Lin Yi's cooking. She smiled and said, Since you've extended such a warm invitation, I'll have lunch here. Lin Yi said, Then you stay here and watch the child for me while I go buy groceries. Li Xiaoying waved her hand. Go ahead. After Lin Yi left, Li Xiaoying pulled the 2 little ones aside and asked, What do you think of this, Dad? Lin Wanwan hugged Li Xiaoying's neck and said, Annie, Dad is great. He not only cooks delicious food, but he also teaches us to draw and study. Oh, really? Li Xiaoying said with a smile. Lin Yichen said from the side, Really, we're going to start memorizing German words, reciting the sentences we learned yesterday, and practicing calligraphy and brush painting a little while. Huh, you're learning German? And calligraphy and painting too? Li Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. Dad taught you all these? But her investigation revealed that while it was one thing for Lin Yi to know how to use a calligraphy brush, he had never actually learned German. Li Xiaoying said, Quick, show it to your aunt. The 2 little ones pulled Li Xiaoying into the study and happily showed her the results of her studies over the past 2 days. When Li Xiaoying heard the 2 little ones recite a passage of German very fluently, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 17, just a casual drawing. When they were abroad, the 2 little ones could speak German. Could they be trying to fool her by saying nice things about Linny now? Li Xiaoying looked at the 2 little ones and asked, Are you sure your father taught you all this German? Lin Yichen nodded and said, Auntie Xiaoying, this really is what Dad taught us. We've already learned a lot, and it doesn't seem too difficult. We can learn it in no time. I can memorize the whole article. After he finished speaking, he actually memorized the entire page of German. Lin Wanwan also carried it on her back, and the 2 little ones' performance really shocked Li Xiaoying. She knows a few words of German, but even if you asked her to memorize the whole article, she couldn't do it. Li Xiaoying had only been away from these 2 little ones for a few days, and since they were born, even though they were abroad, she would fly over to see them several times a year. She knew exactly what they could and couldn't do. So, in just a few days, these 2 little guys actually learned so much German. Lin Yichen was eager to prove himself, so he pulled Li Xiaoying to the desk and said, Annie, look, this is a picture of shrimp that Daddy drew. Isn't it beautiful? Li Xiaoying looked at the painting on the desk with an incredulous expression in her eyes. She investigated Lin Yi, and there was no mention above that Lin Yi knew these things. Although Li Xiaoying had never seen the original, she had seen photos of it. The painting of shrimp playing in front of her was an exquisite imitation, with vivid brushstrokes and lively, lifelike shrimp. Even if it wasn't the original, it could still fetch a good price. Lin Yichen said, Annie, look, I'll draw a shrimp. This kid has been studying since yesterday, and his hands are itching to get started. He pulled out a sheet of white paper, picked up a brush, dipped it in some ink, and began to draw. With Li Xiaoying witnessing it firsthand, Lin Yichen drew a shrimp with just a few strokes. Although this shrimp is not as good as Lin Yi's painting, it still has a certain liveliness. Li Xiaoying nodded and said, That's right, your father is quite capable. Lin Wanwan said, Annie, I can draw too. I like drawing bamboo, leaves the most. To Li Xiaoying's astonishment, Lin Wanwan picked up the brush and made a few strokes on the paper, and a bamboo painting was completed. Great. I need to take videos and photos so your mothers can see them too. Li Xiaoying immediately took out her phone to record videos and take photos. When Su Qingwei received the message, she also found it very unbelievable. However, since Lin Yi is capable of teaching children, he has done his best. But what puzzled her was, when did Lin Yi learn these things? An hour later, after Lin Yi finished buying groceries and returned to the entrance of the residential area, he still had to walk inside. It took 20 minutes to get home and 10 minutes to get there, plus 10 minutes at the supermarket. I should have been able to get home in half an hour, but I waited for more than 10 minutes each time I took a taxi, which wasted a lot of time. I really need to earn money to buy a car as soon as possible. When they got home, they didn't see Li Xiaoying and the 2 little ones, but they could hear the children laughing and playing in the study. After bringing the groceries into the kitchen, Lin Yi began cooking. The 2 little ones were talking to Li Xiaoying in the study, and the three of them came out laughing together. Upon seeing Lin Yi return, the two little ones immediately ran to the kitchen doorway, peeked out, and said to Lin Yi, "Daddy, you're back." "Dad." Annie says, "You're really good at drawing." Li Xiaoying also came over. "Lin Yi, I really didn't expect you to be able to paint traditional Chinese paintings, and you even teach two children to paint. They're both very good at it." Lin Yi said, "It's just casual drawing in my spare time. Since both children like it, I'll teach them together." "So even a casual drawing can reach an art exhibition level?" Li Xiaoying nodded. "This means that the child gets along well with you. Don't worry, I will report everything to Wei Wei." Lin Yi smiled, but didn't respond to her words. Instead, he said, "You guys go play in the living room for a while. You can eat in an hour." Li Xiaoying took the two little ones' hands and said, "Chen Shun, Wan Wan, let's not disturb Daddy's cooking. Let's go play with our toys in the living room." In the living room, Li Xiaoying watched Lin Yi busy in the kitchen, took a picture and sent it to Su Qingwei, along with a message. "Look, your children's father is cooking now." The children said that Lin Yi has been cooking for the past few days, and even your two picky eaters say that the food is delicious. "Let me taste it first and then tell you." Actually, Lin Yi is not bad. He can cook, take care of children, and teach children. If his character is not problematic, he is a qualified marriage partner. Time to eat. After working in the kitchen for an hour, my cooking skills have improved considerably. Lin Yi was full of confidence in the food he prepared this time. After all, Li Xiaoying's arrival was to pave the way for Su Qingwei, and if she wasn't treated well, it would leave a bad impression on Su Qingwei. Upon hearing Lin Yi's call, the two little ones immediately grabbed Li Xiaoying and rushed to the restaurant. "Wow, Daddy, what's this? It looks so delicious." Lin Wanwan, the little glutton, sat in her chair, her mouth watering as she looked at the dishes on the table. Looking at the dish Lin Wanwan was pointing to, Li Xiaoying suddenly remembered. "Isn't this the popular dish lately? Gong Jin's exploding egg? I heard it's pretty delicious." Lin Yi said, "Then sit down and eat quickly. There are other dishes as well. We don't have much time, so they're simple. Don't mind. Stir-fried beef with garlic sprouts, braised pork belly, and cola chicken wings. The food is pretty good." Li Xiaoying was satisfied with Lin Yi's cooking. After saying that, she didn't stand on ceremony and picked up her chopsticks to start eating. Li Xiaoying ate Gong Jin's scrambled eggs first. She thought it would be very oily and salty, but when she ate the eggs, she only found them to be sweet and sour, which was delicious. I never expected Lin Yi's cooking skills to be so good, almost the same as those of private chefs. She also tried stir-fried beef with garlic sprouts, braised pork, cola chicken wings, and a green vegetable dish. Every dish was delicious. I don't know if it was because of the sweet and sour dishes, but she actually ate an extra bowl of rice. After the two little ones finished their meal, they watched Li Xiaoying eat with smiles. "Auntie Xiaoying, isn't Daddy's cooking delicious? Isn't it even tastier than Mom's cooking?" Lin Wanwan rested her chin on her hand and asked with a smile. Li Xiaoying put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a tissue. In her heart, she thought that Lin Yi's cooking skills were so good that it was no wonder that the two little ones would even eat vegetables. Now, they had even corrected their picky eating habits. Compared to that, even the food cooked by her nanny didn't taste good. Li Xiaoying softly hummed in agreement and praised without reservation. "Your father's cooking is indeed very delicious." Lin, he said to the two little ones, "Chun Chun, Wan Wan, go play in the living room. Daddy and Annie have something to talk about." Chapter 18, You Return by Lin Yi. The two little ones glanced at their father, then at Li Xiaoying, before holding hands and walking toward the living room. While playing with their toys, the two little ones would occasionally peek their heads in this direction. Lin, he was a little nervous, but it would be better for both of them to ask questions sooner rather than later. He pursed his lips and said, "You should know everything about what happened between Qingwei and me, right?" As Su Qingwei's best friend, Li Xiaoying must know about his relationship with Su Qingwei. Li Xiaoying nodded and said, "Of course I know. You don't know, when I found out she was pregnant, I even called you a scumbag." Lin Yi said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a scumbag. If I had known she was pregnant back then, I would definitely have taken responsibility." Li Xiaoying said, "This isn't entirely your fault." Lin Yi pressed further, "Why didn't she come back to me? What was she worried about? Or did she never intend for me to take responsibility?" Li Xiaoying said, "I won't go into other things. Actually, Wei Wei didn't plan to go abroad back then. She wanted to talk to you, but when we went to find you, we saw you hugging another woman. She was heartbroken, so she went abroad." Lin Yi was completely confused and asked, "Hugging another woman? I didn't." For so many years, Qingwei has been my only woman. After her, I haven't dated anyone else. Li Xiaoying sighed, rubbed her stomach, and said, I'll tell you for the sake of this meal. Do you still remember Xiao Mimi? Lin Yi frowned. Xiao Mimi? What does it have to do with her? How can it not be her fault? Li Xiaoying retorted angrily. Back then, it was seeing you hugging her that made Wei Wei so angry that she left. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi thought for a while before he remembered. He said excitedly, I remember now. A couple of days after that night, Xiao Mimi came to confess her feelings to me again, but I rejected her. Then she asked me to hug her, but I refused again. Then she forcibly hugged me and tried to kiss me. I struggled for a while before I was able to shake her off. I never expected that you guys would witness this. Li Xiaoying chuckled and said, that Xiao Mimi is really something so annoying. She caused her best friend to miss out on so many years with Lin Yi. Lin Yi said, Li Xiaoying, please explain to Qingwei that when I met Xiao Mimi, I wanted to make things clear to her face to face. Moreover, I had never been with her before that. Apart from that hug, Xiao Mimi and I are truly innocent. Li Xiaoying said, tell her yourself. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, that's right. In the end, it's best for the two people involved to talk things out. I'll explain it to Qingwei after she's done with her work. He gritted his teeth and asked, I wonder has Qingwei had anyone by her side all these years? Or rather, has she ever liked anyone? Li Xiaoying rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and said, you want to ask if Wei Wei has been with other men, right? Lin Yi smiled and looked at Li Xiaoying with expectant eyes. Li Xiaoying shook her head helplessly and said, as her best friend, I really want to see Wei Wei happy. She pointed at Lin Yi, took a deep breath, and said, over the years, she's been busy enough taking care of 2 children on her own. How could she have the time or energy to look for a man? However, she does have someone she has liked for many years. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. So, was it my appearance that broke them up? Lin Yi said apologetically, well, I'm sorry to have bothered you. Li Xiaoying chuckled and said, Lin Yi, why don't you ask who Wei Wei has liked for so many years? Lin Yi remained silent. Li Xiaoying said, fine, I won't tease you anymore, you straight man. Actually, Wei Wei had feelings for you back then, and I think she felt different towards you. But whether she likes you now, I don't know. But don't tell her that I told you this secret. Anyway, if you two get together, I want to sit at the head table. What did you say? Upon hearing Li Xiaoying's words, Lin Yi was completely petrified. Did Su Qingwei have a crush on me back then? That damn Xiao Mimi. If only I had dumped Xiao Mimi back then, or never seen her again. Then I won't miss out on Su Qingwei. After 5 years, does Su Qingwei still have feelings for him? However, upon hearing this news, Lin Yi was secretly overjoyed. He said gratefully, Li Xiaoying, thank you. You can come to my house for dinner anytime from now on. Just tell me what you want to eat. Lin Yi's cooking was so delicious that Li Xiaoying was stuffed. Li Xiaoying said, let's talk about dinner later. I heard you're unemployed now. She glanced at the house before saying, why are you renting such an expensive place? Where do you get your money? Lin Yi said, you don't need to worry about that. I have my own way of making money. Li Xiaoying knew that Lin Yi hadn't taken the money Su Qingwei gave him, so Lin Yi probably really did have other ways to make money. She nodded and said, let me tell you, Wei Wei doesn't like gigolos. Lin Yi laughed and said, don't worry, I don't like it either. Li Xiaoying nodded and said, okay. She said goodbye to the children and then left. Back in her car, Li Xiaoying immediately called Su Qingwei. The call was answered quickly. Ying, what's wrong? Su Qingwei's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Xiaoying teased, nothing, I just wanted to tell you that your husband's cooking is really good. I'm so full. What husband? He's not my husband. Su Qingwei's face flushed slightly. Li Xiaoying smiled and said, yes, he's the child's father. However, Wei Wei, I think there might be something wrong with that document investigating Lin Yi. It doesn't say that Lin Yi can draw or speak German. You saw the video too. Your 2 kids memorized that whole page of German so smoothly. The person who taught them must have been very skilled. Su Qingwei said, I don't know either. Maybe he was hiding his true abilities? Moreover, the results of her father's investigation, which involved hiring the country's top private investigators, were the same as those found by Li Xiaoying. Li Xiaoying said, perhaps what you're thinking is true. Su Qingwei said, he's renting a house in Yunjing Garden now, so he probably doesn't have enough money on him. I'll transfer another 100,000 to him later. Li Xiaoying said, I just asked him, and he said he has a way to make money, but he's unwilling to tell me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei immediately recalled her son's phone call earlier, in which he said Lin Yi had told her not to buy that stock, and sure enough, the stock later hit its daily limit down. Could it be that the way Lin Yi was talking about to make money was by buying stocks? Before Su Qingwei could speak, Li Xiaoying's voice came through the phone. Oh, I really want to go to Lin Yi's house for dinner again tonight. It's just ordinary food, but why does it taste so good? Su Qingwei said irritably. Hey, Li Xiaoying, you didn't just get turned by Lin Yi after one meal, did you? Chapter 19. This is all the help I can offer. Li Xiaoying laughed and said, how could I possibly be turned? You'll always be my best friend. I'm just helping you vet the best. However, Lin Yi is indeed quite good. Su Qingwei didn't want to say anything more. All right, I have something to do. I'll hang up now. For some reason, Su Qingwei wanted to avoid the topic of Lin Yi. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoying touched her round belly, shook her head, and muttered to herself, that's all I can do to help you two. Whether it works or not depends on those two little ones. Lin Yi's home. After Li Xiaoying left, the two little ones pestered Lin Yi to start learning German and English. Previously, when they were abroad, they only learned the basics. After being taught by Lin Yi, they became more interested in languages. More than an hour has passed, and the two little ones don't seem tired at all. Lin Yi said, Chun Chun, Wan Wan, Daddy thinks you should take a nap at noon. Daddy will sleep with you for a while, and after you wake up, we'll go downstairs for some exercise, okay? All right. Lin Wan Wan was somewhat reluctant. She wanted to spend more time with her father because she wouldn't be able to see him if she fell asleep. Lin Yi didn't care. After Lin Yi took them to brush their teeth and wash their faces, he went to bed. Actually, Lin Yi's main goal was to read storybooks to the children. He has now discovered that reading storybooks to children at noon doubles his experience points. Lin Yi decided to let the children take a nap every noon, and even if they didn't nap, he would read them storybooks for a while. At 1:30 p.m., both children fell asleep. Lin Yi went to the study, opened his laptop, and used 200,000 yuan to buy the stock with the highest return among the stocks he had previously researched. He doesn't have enough assets right now, so he can't even leverage his investment by 1x. I made that bet with my son a little hastily. However, if I could teach my son how to trade stocks, and then I could make money while lying down, that would be great too. After buying the lottery ticket, Lin Yi looked at the tens of thousands of yuan in his card and started thinking about how to make money. Li Xiaoying is right. Su Qingwei's family is rich, so he can live off his wife and children. However, this would put him in a passive position. Even if Su Qingwei had feelings for him 5 years ago, several years have passed, and he would probably only have those feelings because he was the father of her child. If he doesn't strive for self-improvement, his identity will forever remain just that of a child's father. But Lin Yi wants to do more than just be a child's father. He wants the child, and he wants the child's mother too. Adults don't make choices. They want it all. With that in mind, he started reading and practicing calligraphy again to increase his experience points, hoping to make money with these skills as soon as possible. However, Lin Yi felt that the system was very laid back, and had to trigger the doubling of experience points himself rather than having the system automatically notify him. But Lin Yi also figured out reading storybooks at noon could double the experience gained, probably because they hoped the child would develop the habit of taking a nap. After all, children need to sleep a lot to develop their brains. Lin Yi opened his phone and found a part-time job group he used to work for. There were many college students who needed part-time jobs, as well as delivery job bosses and so on. He thought he should see if there were any part-time jobs that would suit him. Upon opening the message, I saw someone posting a message looking for a German-speaking translator. They had a document that needed translating, and the price was 8,000 yuan per document. Lin Yi wanted to test his strength, so he immediately added that person as a friend and accepted the call. The person who posted the part-time job ad was surnamed Chun and named Chunwen. He quickly inquired about Lin Yi. Chunwen, are you free to translate now? It's extremely urgent. Around 10,000 words, 8,000 yuan. Are you interested? Lin Yi answered. He translated a contract of about 10,000 words in just over half an hour. This document contains many technical terms that Lin Yi had encountered and consulted while still working, so he was able to translate it quickly. Chunwen was shocked when he received the document. Half an hour had passed, and he hadn't even finished reading it. Yet Lin Yi had already translated it. Without thinking twice, he immediately opened the document and began to review it word by word. It took him about an hour to finish comparing them, and they were exactly the same. In contrast, the translation team that the company previously collaborated with translated some professional terms in a mediocre manner, but the sentence structure was somewhat stiff. Many business clauses were expressed too bluntly, lacking the rigor and formality that a contract document should have. In some places, there were even problems with semantic ambiguity and omissions of details. Lin Yi's translations are precise in terminology, logically rigorous, and fluent. Even some easily error-prone disclaimers and clauses defining rights and responsibilities are translated flawlessly by Lin Yi, with every detail handled perfectly, making it almost impossible to find fault with them. Chun Wen was secretly amazed. Which translation master has taken on private projects? I must maintain a good relationship with such a master in the future. Such a rare talent. If we can cooperate in the long term, will definitely be a great help to me. Thinking of this, he immediately transferred the money and said, "Hey boss, if I need help later, could you prioritize translating for me?" Lin Yi, no problem. After closing his laptop, Lin Yi spent another half hour reading and practicing calligraphy. An hour and a half had passed before we knew it. Lin Yi only put away his calligraphy brush when he heard people calling Dad from outside the door. The two little ones walked in one after the other. Lin Wanwan walked in pouting. "Daddy's bad." Lin Yi-chin didn't seem to mind, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi laughed and asked, "Wanwan, what's wrong? Did Daddy make you angry?" Lin Wanwan said angrily, "Daddy doesn't sleep with us. Daddy is bad." Lin Yi said, "Dad has something to do. You just want to earn some money so we can buy a big house soon." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan was no longer angry. "How much money has Daddy earned?" Lin Yi said, "Half a month's rent." Lin Wanwan naturally had no concept of how much money it cost. She just kept praising, "Wow, Daddy is so amazing." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi-chin's eyes immediately lit up, and he asked, "Dad, you bought stocks?" "Which one?" Lin Yi shook his head, then nodded. "I did buy stocks, but I didn't make money from buying stocks. I made a little money by translating for others." "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Dad will cook for you." The two little ones have been living abroad, so they naturally don't know much about Chinese recipes. Lin Wanwan said happily, "Daddy's cooking is so delicious. We'll eat whatever Daddy makes." Lin Yi-chin also said, "Dad, we'll eat anything you make." Lin Yi nodded. "Okay, let's get ready and go downstairs to play for an hour. I haven't gained any more energy points today. I need to play with the kids for a while first." Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a message from Chun Wen. Chapter 20. Tenfold Experience Return. Lin Yi opened the message and saw it. It was from Chun Wen. "Boss, I'm in urgent need of help. Our scheduled German translator has fallen ill and can't make it. I have a foreign trade meeting tomorrow morning and urgently need someone. Are you free? If it's convenient, could you fill in for me? Don't worry about the pay. It's 300 yuan per hour, and if the deal goes through, there'll be an additional commission. Just to add, it'll be from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. tomorrow at the Trade City. Boss, it only takes about half an hour. You can wander around the rest of the time." This additional sentence really appealed to Lin Yi. The two little ones could practice their German and English with international friends. Lin Yi replied, "Okay, but don't call me Big Boss. I'm just a stay-at-home dad with kids. Just call me Lin Yi." When Chun Wen saw the reply, a huge weight was finally lifted from his heart. He replied, "Okay, Mr. Lin Yi, I'll send you the location and contact information first. Contact me when you arrive tomorrow." Lin Yi put away his phone and said to the two little ones who were looking at him with curious eyes, "Babies, can you come with Daddy tomorrow? Daddy wants to earn some money." Lin Wanwan raised her little hand and nodded, saying, "Dad, my brother, and I will support you." Lin Yi-chin said, "Dad, let's go together. We got to work with Mom before." Lin Yi laughed and said, "It's settled then. Let's go downstairs and have some fun now." While studying, it's also important to balance work and rest. Children should ideally have 2 hours of outdoor activity every day. 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour to play after their afternoon nap is a perfect schedule. Their physical fitness points also increased, and their points also increased significantly while taking care of the children. When I got downstairs, there were quite a few children playing in the neighborhood. Lin Yi came down with 2 children, and all the mothers and elderly people looked at the 3 of them. After all, there aren't many men here who are as handsome as Lin Yi when it comes to taking care of children. Among the children who came to play today, some brought basketballs. Lin Yi-chin pointed to the basketball court and said to Lin Yi, "Dad, I want to play basketball." Lin Wanwan pointed to the sand pile over the slide and said, "Dad, I don't want to play basketball. I want to build a sandcastle over there." Lin Yi said, "Then how about this, Chun Chun? you go play basketball with the other kids, and Daddy will take one to play in the sand over there. Okay? Lin Yichin glanced at Lin Wanwan and nodded, saying, okay, I'll come and meet you guys after I finish playing basketball. Just then, someone kicked a basketball over from the other side of the basketball court, and Lin Yichin caught it with practiced ease. The moment he caught the basketball, Lin Yi's system beeped. Congratulations, host. You have acquired basketball skills. Please accompany your child to play basketball to gain experience. Basketball skills are divided into 5 levels: beginner, skilled player, elite player, ace player, and grandmaster. The host has basketball experience and has already been matched with skilled players. Trigger daily task. Accompany your child to exercise at the community basketball court for 1 hour. Mission reward. Basketball skill will be directly upgraded from proficient player to elite player. After upgrading to elite player, you can unlock crossover dribbling and pull-up jump shot. When leading a team, you can coordinate perfectly. Looking at the words on the system panel, Lin Yi was overjoyed. Before Lin Yi could react, Lin Yichin had already dribbled the ball over and started playing basketball with the other children. Lin Yi looked at his daughter, Lin Wanwan, and said, Wanwan, would you like to learn to play basketball? Lin Wanwan hesitated, then looked at Lin Yi and asked, Dad, do you want to play basketball? Lin Yi nodded. Lin Wanwan shrugged and said, actually, we don't have any tools to play in the sand. Let's go play basketball with some other people. Lin Yi said, how about Dad buys it for you next time? Great. Lin Wanwan was so happy, she almost jumped for joy upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi, along with Lin Wanwan, told Lin Yichin that they were going home to get a basketball. A short while later, Lin Yi came downstairs with Lin Wanwan, carrying 2 smaller basketballs that he had redeemed from the system. Seeing his father come down, Lin Yichin greeted him with a smile. Dad, I'm here. When Lin Yi went upstairs, there were only 4 children left on the basketball court. Shin, Daddy's going to teach Wanwan how to play basketball. Do you want to play by yourself? Or do you want to learn with Daddy? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yichin glanced at Lin Wanwan and shook his head, saying, Dad, you play with your sister. I'll play with these older brothers. Lin Yi took a handkerchief from the bag in his hand and said, come here, let Dad wipe your sweat. He noticed that the other children had towels hanging on their backs, so he took 2 extra when he went upstairs, 1 for each of the siblings. Lin Yi took Lin Wanwan to another basketball court and began teaching her how to play. An hour later, Lin Wanwan had learned simple shooting and dribbling, and Lin Yi had successfully advanced to the elite player level. At that moment, he felt his mind flooded with basketball knowledge and skills, and his physical energy became abundant. This is great. Playing basketball not only increases your stamina points and earns you points, but also boosts your basketball experience. It's a win-win-win situation. How about we set up an indoor basketball hoop at home? After thinking it over, Lin Yi actually went online to shop after returning home. Before going to bed that night, Lin Yi suddenly had a brilliant idea to write a story and then read it to the children. He wondered if he would get an extra reward for doing so. Since his writing skills improved, Lin Yi's desire to write has reached its peak. Lin Yi said to the 2 little ones, babies, are you tired of hearing these stories from books? How about Daddy writes a story for you? If you like it, Daddy will read it to you. If you don't like it, Daddy will change it. Okay? Upon hearing that Lin Yi could actually write stories himself, the 2 little ones immediately became interested. Dad, you can write stories? You're so amazing. Lin Wanwan was overjoyed. Lin Yichin said, Dad, you go ahead and write. My sister and I will just read some books. Half an hour later, Lin Yi finished writing it. It was over 4,000 words long. He wrote it on a computer. From the moment he wrote the first word, the keyboard never stopped, as if his inspiration was bursting forth. This was the first time Lin Yi had ever known that he could write 4,000 words in half an hour, and his fingers were still aching slightly. The story he wrote was about elephants and ants, and it was written very vividly and interestingly. Dad, read it to us quickly. The 2 little ones lay on the bed, looking at Lin Yi with great anticipation. Lin Yi took the computer and read it to them word by word. After reading it, Lin Yi's system beeped. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 times the experience points. The host's writing skill has now reached diamond level, allowing them to earn money through writing. Chapter 21, How did they get here? Hearing the system's words, Lin Yi was overjoyed. This system is a real piece of work. If I hadn't had that sudden inspiration, I would have foolishly accumulated 30 hours to level up. They're all over 5 years old now, and they've been listening to these storybooks over and over again. I bet they're already tired of them. It seems I should write more stories for children in the future, so they can hear something different. Looking at the two little ones sleeping soundly on the bed, he felt an itch in his head, as if something was about to come out. He immediately grabbed his laptop and ran to the study. Using both his hands and his brain, he wrote out the outline, detailed outline, character relationship diagram, and so on for a novel in just over 10 minutes. After writing all that, he spent another 2 hours writing the first 20,000 words of the novel. He searched online and found that the most suitable platform for new novel authors was Tomato Novels, so he immediately verified his novel account, which he used to read novels as a novel author. Once the review was approved, he published his novel without hesitation and applied for a contract. The signed contract would probably be sent to his email in a couple of days, so Lenny quickly went to take a shower, brush his teeth, and go to bed with the children. The next morning, after having breakfast with the children, he took a taxi to the trade city. They arrived at Chunwin's company, the headquarters of Honghu Group, and found Chunwin there. "Excuse me, does your company have a person named Chunwin?" Upon hearing this, the security guard at the entrance asked suspiciously, "Who are you? What do you want with our sales manager?" He asked, "I arranged to meet your manager here at 9 o'clock this morning. Has he arrived yet? Who are you? What do you want with our manager?" The security guard asked, looking incredulous. He just thought the man in front of him was a bit strange. After all, this was a workplace, and who would come to the door with 2 children? Besides, everyone Manager Chunwin received was dressed in a suit and tie. Thinking of this, the security guard stood in front of Yi, preventing him from moving forward. He didn't want to waste any more words with him, so he simply took out his phone and made a call to Chunwin. About 2 minutes later, Chunwin came out from inside to personally greet Lenny. Chunwin recognized the man at the door immediately. He said he would bring his child today, so the man with the child at the door must be him. He glanced at the security guard, then looked at Chunwin behind the guard and said, "Manager Chun, hello." Upon seeing the security guard blocking people, Chunwin immediately sensed something was wrong and said to the guard, "Xiao Lu, this is the distinguished guest I invited today." Xiao Lu then realized that the man named Yi in front of her was actually looking for Chunwin. He smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, "Manager, so this is the person you invited. I'm so sorry." After saying that, he said to "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I really didn't know." He simply waved his hand. "It's nothing. It's my fault for not telling Manager Chen in advance before I came." Chunwin quickly stepped forward, pushed the security guard aside, and warmly shook Yi's hand. While leading Yi and the 3 children inside, he said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. I didn't explain things clearly to the people below, and you've been wronged." After saying that, he turned around, glared at the security guard Xiao Lu, and said, "Next time, no matter who it is, if they come to see me, invite them in first. I hope they won't cause any more trouble." Security guard Xiao Lu quickly bowed and nodded. Yes, Manager Chun, I've got it all." Tsai didn't have time to watch him lecture people and pulled the 2 little ones inside. Chun Wunla, a father himself, couldn't help but think of his own children when he saw Yi's 2 children. His gaze softened immediately as he looked at the children, a smile spreading across his face as he said softly, "Brother Yi, your 2 children are quite handsome." Lin Wanwan smiled and said to Chunwin, "Thank you, uncle. You have excellent taste." Yi glanced at Lin Wanwan and said with a smile, "Call me uncle quickly." Lin Chen then spoke up, calling out, "Uncle, good boy. Mr. Lin, please come to my office. I have already made tea. Please come in with me." Lin nodded and said in a calm tone, "Manager Chun, you're too kind." The 4 walked through the company lobby, and Chunwin very politely invited Lenny in. The little incident at the door did not affect the cooperation between the 2. Chunwin said to Yi, "Boss Yi, please wait here for a moment. I'll go outside and see if the company's reception staff have brought the person back." Yi nodded. "President Chun, please proceed." Only after Chunwin left did the 2 little ones dare to let go. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Lin Wanwan reached out and took a candy, quickly unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. Lenny Chen had 1 pill in his mouth and secretly slipped another into his pocket. Lenny pretended not to see it and replied, "Dad is here to be a translator. If Dad has to go and get busy, you all stay here obediently, understand?" Lenny Chen said, "I understand, Dad." Lin Wanwan asked, "Dad, can we call you when we miss you?" Lenny nodded. "Of course you can, but if you need anything or feel unwell, you could go to the older brothers and sisters in the office." Both little ones nodded. A moment later, Chunwin walked in from outside and said to Mr. Lenny, please come with me. We will be visiting our company headquarters and factory later. You will need to accompany me throughout the visit, which will take about an hour. Lenny said, okay then. After instructing his staff to look after the child, Chun-Wen left the office with Lin Yi. After Lin Yi and the others left, Lin Yi-Chen said to Lin Wanwan, little sister, you can't cry. Dad will be back soon. Lin Wanwan pouted and snorted, I know, I won't cry. Daddy won't leave us. Daddy want to earn money to buy us a big house. Lin Yi-Chen patted his head and said helplessly, you're right. After a while, the two little ones couldn't stay in the office any longer. They also left the office and headed towards the lobby. The employees who had received Chun-Wen's instructions immediately went over and brought out a lot of toys and snacks to treat them. On the other side, Su Qingwei, carrying a briefcase, walked past the Honghu Group office with her secretary, Liana. As she hurried past, the familiar figure made Su Qingwei stop in her tracks. Chen Wanwan? Su Qingwei's face showed shock. What are they doing here? Annalie also saw it. What's going on? Seeing that the two children were wearing clothes that didn't look like hers, and considering that they were quite far apart, Su Qingwei felt a little uncertain. She picked up her phone and called her child. Chapter 22, Do You Speak German? Just as Su Qingwei made the call, Lin Yi-Chen's cell phone, which was hanging around his neck in the lobby, rang. Without thinking, Lin Yi-Chen answered the call, Mommy. He had barely finished speaking when Su Qingwei's voice came through the microphone. Chen, where are you and Wanwan now? As soon as Lin Wanwan heard her brother call from Mommy into the phone, she immediately came over and asked, Mommy, are you looking for us? Lin Yi-Chen simply turned on the speakerphone and said into the phone, Mommy, we came out with Daddy. Su Qingwei's expression darkened slightly as she asked, Where are you now? Lin Yi-Chen said, in the trading city. When he came before, he heard Lin Yi mention coming to the trade city, so he told Su Qingwei directly. I see you. Look towards the door, Su Qingwei said, barely suppressing her anger. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi-Chen and Lin Wanwan both looked toward the door. Sure enough, Su Qingwei was standing at the door. The two little ones immediately jumped off the chairs and called out toward the door, Mommy, are you here to pick us up? When the staff member and security guard Xiao Lu heard that the parents had come looking for them, they naturally felt embarrassed to stop them and let them rush out the door. Lin Yi-Chen called out, Mommy, you're here. Mommy, you finally have time to come see us? Lin Wanwan's eyes were slightly red as she spoke. Seeing this, Su Qingwei, who was originally filled with anger, instantly fell silent and swallowed back the blame that was on the tip of her tongue. She knelt down, hugged the two little ones, and said, What are you doing here? Where's your dad? Lin Yi-Chen said, Dad is here to do translation work. It will take about an hour. He asked my sister and me to wait for him here and asked the older brothers and sisters here to take care of us. They're all very kind. Lin Wanwan hugged Su Qingwei's neck and laughed. Yes, we were very well behaved and didn't run around. Su Qingwei nodded. I'll guide you for the next hour or so. After all, she wouldn't feel comfortable leaving her child with a stranger. Honestly, she wouldn't feel at ease if Lin Yi weren't the child's father. Liana quickly came to Su Qingwei's side and said, President Su, then we'll talk to our partners. Let's put the cooperation aside for now. It'll only be a little over an hour, and they certainly won't be there that quickly. Besides, even if they come, I don't mind bringing my child to see them. After saying that, Su Qingwei took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Yi, informing him that she was bringing the child with her. On the other side, Lin Yi and Chun-Wen rode in the company car to pick up someone from the head office. At the head office, their staff explained the company's business and plans, which Lin Yi translated. After these discussions, both parties expressed their intention to cooperate and sign a contract. After Chun-Wen and Lin Yi led their partners on a tour of the head office, they then took them to the company's factory. Finally, the German representative, Nicholas Braun, said he was going to the trading city to find his wife, and happened to be traveling the same way as Chun-Wen and Lin Yi. After separating from his team, Mr. Braun traveled to the trade city with Chun-Wen and Lin Yi. Once seated in the car, Lin Yi finally had time to check his phone. Upon seeing the message from Su Qingwei, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Does Su Qingwei feel that it's irresponsible of her to leave her child in someone else's company? Lin Yi quickly explained, Qingwei, translation is my job. The child is safe at Honghu Company. You won't blame me, will you? Su Qingwei was slightly taken aback when she received the message and replied, It's okay. I'm not angry, and I don't blame you. She was indeed angry at first, but her child suddenly running to him caused him a lot of trouble. She was in the wrong first, so she didn't blame Lin Yi. Besides, she also misses having children. Lin Yichen glanced at Su Qingwei and asked, Mommy, is that Daddy? Su Qingwei patted Lin Yichen's head and said, are you hungry? Mom will buy you something to eat. She's not in a hurry right now. The translator she hired hasn't arrived yet, so naturally she won't be looking for business partners to discuss cooperation. Upon hearing that there was food, Lin Wanwan immediately raised her chubby little hand and said, Mommy, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Su Qingwei held Lin Wanwan's little hand and said, Little glutton, I'll ask Aunt Anna to buy it for you. She turned to Liana and instructed her to go to the nearby food street and buy some snacks and drinks that children like. There wasn't much to see in the trade city, so Su Qingwei had no choice but to take the children to rest in the lounge. Lin Wanwan was held by Su Qingwei the whole time, while Lin Yichen was looking at something on his phone. Su Qingwei asked, Chun, you've been looking at your phone for a long time. What are you looking at? Lin Yichen frowned and said, I checked Dad's stock account today. He bought this stock with 200,000 yuan. I thought I'd help Dad take a look so he wouldn't get trapped. Oh, Su Qingwei said, Come here, let me see which stock he bought. Lin Yichen walked over and handed his phone to Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei frowned and asked, Did he say why he wanted to buy it? Lin Yichen shook his head and said, He didn't say, but I took a look and I feel that Dad made the right choice. This stock will definitely go up. Su Qingwei smiled and said, It's only 200,000 anyway, so it's not a big deal even if we lose money. Lin Yichen wanted to talk about the bet with his father, but he held back the words. If Mom finds out about the bet, she'll definitely be angry, so it's better not to tell her. Lin Yichen had something on his mind and didn't say anything. A short while later, an elderly but well-dressed foreign middle-aged woman walked into the lounge. The middle-aged woman walked in and found seat. Su Qingwei's eyes lit up instantly when she saw her. Isn't that Ms. Schmidt, the business partner from Rome that she's been looking for? How'd she end up here? Su Qingwei knew Schmidt because she had met her online via video before. Su Qingwei said to the two little ones, Chun, Wanwan, Mommy ran into a friend and wants to go say hello. Do you want to come with me? Leaving the child alone would definitely seem inappropriate. Lin Wanwan immediately clung to Su Qingwei. Wherever Mommy goes, Wanwan will go too. Lin Yichen had no choice but to say, I'll go too. Su Qingwei led her two children toward Miss Schmidt and greeted her in English. Hello, Miss Schmidt. I didn't expect to meet you here. Sophia Schmidt was also surprised to see Su Qingwei and replied in English, Hello, Miss Su. She pointed to the two little ones beside Su Qingwei and asked, Are these your children? Lin Yichen asked in German, Aunt Schmidt, are you from Rome? Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei was completely stunned. You speak German? Chapter 23 is a bit tense. Su Qingwei only knew that they could recite it, but she didn't know that they could actually communicate with people in German. Lin Wanwan chimed in, Mom, I could do that too. After saying that, she looked at the foreigner and introduced herself. Hello, Annie. My name is Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan introduced Su Qingwei. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my mother. Sophia Schmidt smiled at the little girl in front of her and said happily in German, It's nice to meet you. I'm friends with your mother. Lin Wanwan smiled at Su Qingwei and said, Mom, she said you were her friend. Su Qingwei hadn't recovered from the shock yet. When they were abroad, the two little ones had learned quite a few languages from foreigners, but they could only communicate in English. When did they learn German? And how did they learn it so well that they can even have a conversation with others? Lin Yichen seemed to notice Su Qingwei's confusion and quickly explained, Mom, Dad taught us all of this, and he speaks it even better than we do. Today, Dad is here to be the German interpreter. Hearing her son's words, Su Qingwei was even more astonished. When did Lin Yi learn German? The investigation clearly showed that he didn't know German at all. However, seeing how well her two children speak German, it doesn't seem like she's faking it. Could it be that Lin Yi taught himself? Soon, Annalie returned with lots of food and drinks. Su Qingwei doesn't allow her children to drink too many beverages. Each child is only allowed a small sip. Sophia Schmidt, standing nearby, smiled and said to Su Qingwei in English, Eating candy can make people happy. Children are at a happy age right now, so why not let them feel the happiness that this age should have? Hearing this, Su Qingwei smiled and shook her head, saying, Your aunt has pleaded for you, so you can have your own drinks and snacks today. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan immediately clapped her hands and exclaimed, Yay! Long live Mommy! Long live Annie! While drinking his beverage, Lin Yichen thanked Sophia Schmidt, saying, Annie, thank you. Sophia Schmidt talked a lot with Su Qingwei about children and also showed Su Qingwei photos of her own children when they were young and when they grew up. It's clear that Sophia Schmidt is a big fan of children, and she gets along very well with the two little ones. On the other side, Lin Yi and Chun Won, along with their partner Nicholas Braun, returned to the trading city to complete the formalities. After everything was settled, Nicholas Braun contacted the company from his post. Chun Won saw Lin Yi to the gate, immediately transferred the translation fee to him, and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you so much today. Without you, this project wouldn't have been possible." Lin Yi simply smiled and said, "I'm just doing this for money. No need to thank me. Mr. Chun, I need to go find my wife and children, so I'll be leaving now." Chun Won said, "Okay, I'll transfer your commission to you after the company's procedures are completed." Lin Yi didn't know how much commission he would receive. All he knew was that he was going to meet Su Qingwei soon. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little nervous. This was the first time the two had met since that night. It seems a little awkward. And another thing I'm looking forward to. Just as Lin Yi was about to step into the lounge, he rubbed his hands together and was about to walk in when a familiar yet annoying voice called out to him. "Oh, isn't this Lin Yi?" Upon hearing the voice, I knew it was Manager Liu from my former company, the one who had fired me. Lin Yi turned his head helplessly, glanced at him quietly, and said nothing. Manager Liu chuckled and said, "Lin Yi, you're here looking for a job, aren't you?" Lin Yi said speechlessly, "I'm not." Manager Liu's eyes were full of disbelief. "Lin Yi, don't try to be stubborn. Actually, if you hadn't made me lose face back then, I wouldn't have really fired you." Lin Yi remained silent. He had indeed been asleep at the time, but he had taken a morning off. He returned to the company early in the morning to submit the proposal, and the afternoon was his official workday. But when that man surnamed Liu came back and saw him sleeping, he dismissed Lin Yi without asking any questions, which made Lin Yi feel very unhappy. Seeing that Lin Yi remained silent, Manager Liu snorted. "Now you know how hard it is to find a job outside, right? As long as you apologize to me now, I'll have the HR department process your onboarding this afternoon. How about it?" He knew that Lin Yi was a capable person and that many of the company's project plans were created by Lin Yi. Now that Lin Yi is gone, there's only one person who can do that job, and that person is barely qualified. So, he started to regret it. They should have just deducted his salary instead of firing him. Lin Yi almost burst out laughing. "Although we have absolutely no relationship now, I'm a person who respects the elderly and cares for the young, so I will respectfully address you as Manager Liu." "Manager Liu, are you begging me now?" Upon hearing this, Manager Liu's expression stiffened, but he still maintained a disdainful look. "Lin Yi, what are you saying? I'm just giving you a way out. Good jobs are so hard to find these days. Come back to the company, and your salary will remain the same. Isn't that better?" Lin Yi laughed angrily. "Good benefits? Working overtime every day without pay, is that what you call good benefits? Besides, there probably aren't many people in the company who can independently complete project planning proposals these days, right? Now, you're remembering how good I was and wanting to come back to work? You have the nerve to say that making me apologize is giving me a way out? Why are you dreaming during the day?" Manager Liu was so angry that his face turned pale and then red. He never expected that his subordinate, who had been completely under his control just a few days ago, would now betray him on the spot. Enraged, he pointed at Lin Yi and roared, "Lin Yi, don't push your luck. Believe me or not, I'll make sure you can't make a living in this industry." Lin Yi chuckled softly. "Are you trying to blacklist me?" Manager Liu said smugly. "Scared now? If you're scared, then hurry up and apologize to me, and then come back to the company with me." Lin Yi said speechlessly, "You think you have the right to blacklist me? You're not worthy." Seeing that Lin Yi wouldn't budge, Manager Liu became furious. "Lin Yi, you just wait and see. You can forget about finding a job." Just then, Chan Wen's voice came from behind him. "Who's talking so arrogantly?" Manager Liu was furious and turned around, about to unleash a stern attack, when he saw Chen Wan, the manager of Honghu Company, whom he wanted to discuss cooperation with, standing in front of him. He had no choice but to suppress his anger and immediately put on a fawning expression. "Oh, it's General Manager Chun. I was just reprimanding a former subordinate. I apologize for the embarrassing situation." Chen Wan glanced at Manager Liu, then at Lin Yi, before realizing Lin Yi was your former subordinate. Chapter 24, Mom's Bed is Big. Manager Liu immediately smiled and said, "Yes, Lenny was fired because he was sleeping during working hours, so he's unhappy with me. We just had a little argument. Chinwen wasn't listening to him at all and asked, I remember the cooperation proposal your company submitted a few days ago was written by someone named Lenny? Could it be him? Upon hearing this, Manager Liu immediately remembered that he had written a proposal before leaving the company. Because of the pressure, he submitted it directly without having time to change his name. He was too embarrassed to say no, so he could only say, yes, it was Lenny who wrote it. However, he's not the only person in our company who can write cooperation proposals. It's just that he was the one who wrote the proposal just now. As someone who had been in the business world for many years, Chunwen naturally knew what Manager Liu was up to. He just smiled and said, oh, that's well written. Manager Liu was overjoyed. If Lin Yi's proposal was approved, his performance this month would be guaranteed. He quickly said, Mr. Chun, when can we sit down and discuss cooperation? Before Chun could refuse, the voices of two little ones came from the direction of the lounge. Dad, why are you standing at the door and not coming in? Dad, you're here? Lin Chin said, looking at Manager Liu warily. He had just seen it. The way Manager Liu looked at his father was very unkind. He must be a bad person. Lin Yi's displeasure vanished instantly upon seeing the child. He reached out his hand to the child and said, I ran into a friend at the door and chatted for a bit. What's wrong? Missing your dad? When Manager Liu turned around and saw Liana behind Su Qingwei, he was completely stunned. Chen is just a manager of a company worth a few $100 million, but Liana is the president's secretary in a company worth tens of billions. He had only seen him twice from afar when he went to discuss cooperation with a subsidiary of the Su Group, but now he recognized him at a glance. Although their statuses are worlds apart, he can't afford to offend either of them. He immediately approached Liana like a lackey, still with a fawning expression, and said, Secretary Li, hello, I'm from Ming Yang Company. Liana waved her hand and said, Sir, it's not convenient for me to talk to you right now. After saying that, she turned to Su Qingwei and said, President Su, I don't know him. Su Qingwei said, after the child goes back, take the signed contract with you and go back to the company for the board meeting. Liana immediately replied respectfully, Yes, President Su. Manager Liu was about to speak when he swallowed his words back. He had lost face repeatedly and felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. When Chunwen saw his wife, Sophia Schmidt, come out of the lounge, Nicholas Braun, who was standing behind him, immediately went over to her happily and said in German, Darling, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Sophia Schmidt laughed and said, It's okay, I met two little cuties. They're keeping me company. I'm very happy. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Chin and Lin Wanwan and greeted them with a smile. This is my husband. You can call him Uncle Braun. The two little ones called out to people with great joy. Manager Liu, who was standing to the side, was completely shocked. Chinwen was completely dumbfounded. He stumbled upon a shocking piece of gossip by accident. But Chinwen must remain calm and not panic. The President Su that Liana just called out is the biological mother of the two children, while the two children were calling Lin Yi dad. Therefore, Lin Yi's true identity is the husband of the president of the Su Group. Furthermore, Lin Yi actually knew Chunwen. Although Chunwen is just a small manager, he's not someone a manager of a lousy company like him can afford to offend. He just threatened to blacklist Lin Yi. But if Lin Yi's wife wanted to blacklist him, it would only take a word. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Manager Liu slunk away. Lin Yi saw him, but regarded him as a clown and did not take him seriously. The group chatted for a while in the lounge before dispersing. The Bronze were very satisfied with the trip and expressed their intention to choose them again for future collaborations in China. After everyone left, only Lin Yi and his family of four remained in the lounge. Su Qingwei had been stealing glances at Lin Yi, but after Lin Yi caught her red-handed, she stopped daring to look. Lin Yi never expected that, more than 5 years later, Su Qingwei would become even more beautiful and have an even better figure. Moreover, judging from the way Su Qingwei looked at him, he was sure he had a chance. Before the two of them could speak, the two little ones spoke first. Mom and Dad, Uncle Braun, and Aunt Schmidt are such a perfect match. After finishing her drink, Lin Wanwan said to the two of them. Su Qingwei picked Lin Wanwan up and laughed. How did you know? Lin Wanwan said, Of course I know. They're not like you. You two don't seem to know each other very well. You don't kiss or talk to each other when you meet. One sentence made Su Qingwei blush instantly. Lin Yi said with a smile, Wanwan, Mom and I just don't want to be all lovey-dovey in front of so many people, and it's also inconvenient to talk with so many people around. Mom and I are actually conservatives. Yes, we are quite conservative. Lin Wanwan smiled and said, so, when Mom and Dad are home alone, they kiss each other? Hearing this, Su Qingwei blushed. Lin immediately changed the subject. Qingwei, are you going back to the company later? Su Qingwei nodded. Yes, I just finalized a cooperation agreement with Ms. Schmidt, and we'll be holding a board meeting this afternoon. Linny said, then you should go back first. I'll take care of the child. Oh, okay then. Su Qingwei hurriedly packed her things. Li Anna stared at Lin Yi for a while before immediately going over to help Su Qingwei tidy up. She had only been with Su Qingwei for a few months, but she had never seen Su Qingwei so nervous. After packing her things, Su Qingwei said to Lin Yi, I'll have the driver come and take you home. Lin Yi asked, and what about you? Liana said, let's take a taxi back. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, you guys go first. I'll take the kids to play around nearby for a while before going back. Lin Wanwan said, yes, there's a big park nearby. Dad said he'd take my brother and me there to play after he's made some money. Su Qingwei said, all right then. After telling the two children to behave, Su Qingwei left with Liana. Seeing the two children reluctantly watching Su Qingwei's departing figure, Lin Yi quickly comforted them. Chen, Wanwan, Mom said that she will come to visit you after she finishes these 2 days of work. Lin Wanwan looked at Lin Yi and asked, so, will Mom be living with us? Lin Yi's expression froze. He couldn't make the decision for Su Qingwei on this matter. He could only say, Wanwan, Dad doesn't know if Mom will come, but she will definitely have time to be with you. Lin Chen said, Dad, if it's inconvenient for Mom, you can go to Mom's house. Mom's house is very big, and Mom's bed is also very big. All 4 of us can sleep at the same time. Chapter 25, Shocking News. Do I have to sleep in the same bed with Su Qingwei? Has it developed that fast? If that's the case, it's not entirely impossible to move there. But reason told him he couldn't. Linny smiled and said, well, I'll have to ask Mom. Okay, let's go to the park. After saying that, he packed his things and led the 2 little ones toward the nearby park. On the bus, Su Qingwei fastened her seatbelt and asked Liana in a cold tone, has our company ever cooperated with Mingyang Company? Liana shook her head and said, Mingyang Company is a company that has only emerged in the last 2 years. Its assets are just over 100 million yuan, so it is not qualified to cooperate with our company. However, that man surnamed Liu did come to our subsidiary. Su Qingwei said calmly, none of our companies are allowed to discuss cooperation with that man surnamed Liu. Su Qingwei's words were undoubtedly a form of subtle blacklisting. Liana adjusted her glasses and replied, okay, President Su. After saying that, she picked up her phone and sent a message to the group chat of general managers of various companies. After returning to the company, Su Qingwei sat alone in her office chair, motionless. She immediately called Li Xiaoying. Hey, Wei, what made you think of calling me? Have you eaten yet? Li Xiaoying's voice came through the phone. Su Qingwei said, not yet. Bring it over so we can eat together. Li Xiaoying holds a sinecure position at her father's company, so she has a lot of free time. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoying immediately replied, okay, I'll come find you in a bit. What would you like to eat today? Su Qingwei said, let's eat something light today. I have something I want to tell you. Okay, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoying picked up her bag, got up, and left the office. After Li Xiaoying opened the takeout, she pulled Su Qingwei over and said, come on, let's eat and chat at the same time. Su Qingwei nodded. Li Xiaoying asked expectantly, what do you want to say? Su Qingwei said, today I met with Lin Yi. I went to the trade city to discuss business, and then I ran into him and the children by chance. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoying's eyes lit up, and she asked, what do you think of him? Su Qingwei asked, when did he learn German? German? I don't know when he learned German. Li Xiaoying looked completely bewildered. Su Qingwei took out her phone and showed Li Xiaoying the video she had taken of the 2 little ones speaking German that day. Li Xiaoying wasn't surprised at all. I told you before, they speak German. Su Qingwei said, but I thought they were just reciting from memory. I never imagined their spoken English would be so good. Li Xiaoying said, if it really was Lin Yi who taught, then Lin Yi's German must be very good too. Su Qingwei nodded and said, indeed, Lin Yi is working as a translator today. Oh, really? I never expected that. He didn't study it systematically in school, and I didn't know that Lin Yi's German was so good. Li Xiaoying couldn't understand. Since his German is so good, he could easily go to a big company. So why is he still stuck in that small company? Su Qingwei couldn't understand it either. Li Xiaoying, however, thought in another direction. Wei, It might not be a bad thing that Lin Yi knows German. If you two really get together, he can help you. Su Qingwei's face flushed slightly, and she said, "What are you saying?" Li Xiaoying laughed and said, "You're blushing." She leaned closer and continued, "You met Lin Yi today. Didn't you think he's even more handsome and manly than before?" Su Qingwei nodded, blushing. Li Xiaoying said, "Have you ever thought about this? What will you do if Lin Yi marries another woman in the future?" Su Qingwei's face turned cold, and she said, "What else can we do? From now on, we'll all go our separate ways." "What about the child? Didn't you tell them that you and your husband are together?" "Lin Yi is in his prime now. It's impossible for him not to have women. He can endure it for 5 years, but can he endure it for a lifetime?" Su Qingwei hadn't expected the questions Li Xiaoying posed in succession. Su Qingwei is decisive and efficient in handling company matters, but now she has to deal with emotional issues. Li Xiaoying continued, "Think about it. If Lin Yi really brings a woman home, what will the children think? Will they think there's a problem in your relationship? That dad doesn't love mom anymore? Won't this leave a shadow on the children's emotional lives?" Su Qingwei pursed her lips and said, "Well, there are so many people getting divorced these days, and they don't seem to have any problems." Li Xiaoying said, "Others are others, but you are you. You have to think about your own child, right? Look at them now. Lin Yi is so good to them. Given their blood relationship, they will definitely develop a deeper bond in time. What will you do then?" Li Xiaoying hugged Su Qingwei and said, "I know you don't plan to find a man to marry right now, but that doesn't mean you can't find a father for your child first. What if you really develop feelings for Lin Yi after spending time together? Besides, you're not without feelings for Lin Yi. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been with her back then. Besides, having that piece of paper is like putting a lock on Lin Yi. If he wants to go out and find women, he'll have to consider your feelings." Su Qingwei asked, "What if he says he wants to have marital relations?" Li Xiaoying laughed and said, "Are you silly? You two are still getting to know each other after getting married, so you definitely won't have sex right away. Besides, Lin Yi is handsome, and judging from his physique, he should have a good body too. Besides, haven't you already tried Lin Yi in that area? After all these years, don't you want to?" "Hey, stop talking." Su Qingwei's face burned with embarrassment at the thought of that night. Lin Yi is indeed quite good in that area. After thinking for a while, Su Qingwei said solemnly, "I will give your suggestion a good consideration." Li Xiaoying's words made a good point. Lin Yi was, after all, a young and impetuous man. If he were to bring a woman home one day and the children caught them, he would be finished. In addition, Lin Yi is indeed good to the children. Therefore, she will consider it carefully. Li Xiaobao took a deep breath and looked at Su Qingwei, thinking to herself, she was clearly shy when Lin Yi was mentioned earlier, which proves that Wei Wei still has feelings for Lin Yi. Now that things have come to this point, it's up to fate for the two of them. Honghu Group Company's on-site presence. After seeing the Braun couple off, Chunwen immediately went over the details of today's shocking revelation. Chapter 26, Buying a Car. Lin Yi is actually the husband of Su Qingwei, the current president of the Su Group. They even had 2 children, and Lin Yi actually took on a part-time job, and it was even for their company. Even sons-in-law of wealthy families have to take on side jobs. It's definitely not an easy job. However, even though Lin Yi is the son-in-law, we can't neglect him. Besides, Lin Yi is truly a very capable person. If we need translation in the future, we should prioritize contacting him and establish a good working relationship. Thinking of this, he quickly contacted the finance department, explained the situation, and immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to Lin Yi. Upon receiving the transfer at home, Lin Yi immediately called Chunwen back. "Mr. Chun, what does this mean?" Chunwen said, "Brother Lin Yi, this is your commission. Didn't you say there would be a process? How come it's so fast?" Lin Yi asked. Chunwen laughed and said, "Don't worry, Boss Lin. Once we get the contract, the process is complete, and this money is what you deserve." Lin Yi had worked before, so he knew that company procedures couldn't be completed in just a few hours. He guessed that it must be because Chunwen knew he was Su Qingwei's husband that he expedited the process. "It seems we really owe this to Su Qingwei." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Chunwen said, "You're welcome, it's only right. I just wonder if Boss Lin will still be taking orders in the future. I now have several 100,000 yuan in my account, which is enough for my living expenses for the time being. In addition, I have started buying stocks, and I will soon be able to earn enough for my living expenses. It would be too much trouble to take my child with me when I go out to do translation work. Moreover, Judging from Su Qingwei's expression today, she doesn't seem to like bringing her child to work. Thinking of this, Lin Yi politely declined Chun Wen's offer. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry, it's not convenient for me to be with my child. I can accept a few orders that don't require me to go out in the future. Upon hearing this, Chun Wen felt embarrassed to insist. After all, wealthy families have their own rules, and they naturally cannot tolerate their son-in-law having to go out and earn hard-earned money. After thinking it over, he smiled and said, "All right then, let's cooperate again in the future." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Looking at the more than 200,000 yuan on his phone, Lin Yi's desire to buy a car reached its peak. You can't buy a nice car for 200,000 yuan, but you can afford to maintain a car for 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Moreover, this is just a transition. Once I earn more money in the future, I will buy a better and more expensive car. Lin Yi put down his phone and happily announced, "Chen Wanwan, how about we go buy a car after our afternoon nap today?" Lin Wanwan said, "Dad, you don't need to buy a car. Mom has lots of cars at home." Lin Yichen also said, "My maternal grandfather's house has a whole row of cars." Lin Yi felt ashamed. Even if Su Qingwei's family had many cars, he wouldn't dare ask her for one. Moreover, even if Su Qingwei offered it to him, he wouldn't take it. He wants to buy a car and a house on his own. Lin Yi patiently said to the two children, "Chun, Wanwan, Daddy wants to buy a car with our own abilities. That way, Daddy will feel proud of himself, you know?" Lin Wanwan nodded, seemingly understanding. "Yes, Dad, I understand." Lin Yichen nodded in agreement. "Dad, I understand. I will work hard to earn money." Lin, he shook his head helplessly. "You're still young. We can talk about making money when you're an adult." Lin Yichen didn't think so. "Dad, since we're all making money, why should we differentiate by age?" Lin Yi said, "Anyway, I can't reason with you now. Just remember that your mom and dad will protect you and won't let you suffer. Just go and have fun in peace. Dad will cook. How about I make your favorite curry chicken today?" "Good." The two little ones were immediately drawn to the food. Lin Yi's cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds, reaching level 2 and about to advance to level 3. Before, the children might have finished their meals because their father cooked them, but now, his cooking skills are truly impressive. This morning, the children ate half a bowl more than the amount of plain noodles he made. If Lin Yi weren't worried about them having indigestion, he would have liked them to eat more. Now, at meal times, the children eagerly wash their hands and sit at the table, waiting for Lin Yi to bring the food. Afternoon. After Lin Yi finished reading the storybook and the two children fell asleep, he received a message on his phone. An email message. Lin Yi opened it and saw that it was a signing message from Tomato Novels. He quickly opened his computer, completed the signing, and then published another 4,000 words. The children woke up right after it was published. The first thing Lin Wanwan did after waking up was to pester Lin Yi to take her to buy a car. "Daddy, I'm awake. Let's go buy a new car." Lin Yi said, "Okay, let's go now." When children go out, you need to bring a lot of things such as water bottles, towels, and clothes, so you still need to buy a small car. After packing the two little ones' things, he took a taxi to the Wuling 4S store. Lin Yi had already checked online. For electric cars around 50,000 yuan, the Wuling would be quite suitable. Charging stations are everywhere now, so charging is quite convenient. The car buying process went very smoothly. We bought the Bingo, which the kids all love, for a total of over 80,000 yuan. The car was a popular model, so it was in stock. After paying, I received a temporary license plate and drove it away immediately. Lin Yi also bought 2 car seats to put in the back seat of the car, so that the children would be safer when riding in the car. Congratulations, host, on acquiring top-tier driving skills. These skills are divided into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, professional, and legendary. You are currently at the beginner level. You'll receive a promotion for every hour you drive. Keep it up, host. Lin Yi, who was driving, was completely stunned when he heard this. After getting his driver's license, he barely even touched a car. To gain experience points, Lin Yi said to the children, "Chun, Wanwan, shall we go for a drive?" To be honest, he was a little nervous. If the salesman hadn't taught him how to drive, he would have almost forgotten the steps. Lin Wanwan raised her little hand and laughed. "Great. Wanwan has never ridden in such a cute car before. This is wonderful." Lin Yichen nodded and asked, "Dad, where shall we go for a drive?" Lin Yi said, "Don't ask, just sit down." After running for an hour, the system beeped again. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the intermediate level. Keep up the good work." Before long, Lin Yi felt his whole body filled with energy. Looking at the car in front of him, he no longer felt the tension he had at the beginning. A wealth of driving knowledge kept flowing into my mind as if it had always been there. System, what are the differences between these levels? Chapter 27, The Showdown. System, intermediate driving skill, reaching speeds of up to 250 kilometers per hour on the road and capable of drifting. Driving for 2 hours will advance you to advanced level, which is the professional track where speeds reach 400 kilometers per hour, allowing for extreme control. The system means that you will be able to advance to advanced driving skills in 2 hours. However, Lin Yi felt that his driving skills were still acceptable, and as for advancing in rank, he would leave it to fate. Lin Yi drove the car directly to the supermarket entrance and said to the two little ones, Chun Chun, Wan Wan, what do you want to eat tonight? Or we can go out to eat and celebrate our new car purchase. Lin Wan Wan and Lin Yi Chin both shook their heads at the same time. Dad, Mom took us out to eat before, but none of the restaurants outside can cook as well as you. Lin Yi Chin nodded in agreement, saying, my sister is right. Dad's cooking is the best. We should eat whatever Dad makes. Hearing that the children enjoyed his cooking so much, Lin Yi was overjoyed. He laughed and said, okay, from now on, Dad will cook for you every day. Lin Yi's phone rang just as he returned home from grocery shopping. It was a call from her biological mother, Li Yumei. As soon as the call connected, Li Yumei's loud shout came through the phone. You brat, what are you doing moving? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's mind went blank. Mom, how did you know I moved? Li Yumei said, I came to see you, but your neighbor said you moved away? Lin Yi was completely stunned. Mom, you were perfectly fine at home. What are you doing in Kyoto? He hasn't had a chance to tell his biological mother yet. If she comes to his door now and sees Chun Chun and Wan Wan, she'll be terrified. Such a big thing happened, and you didn't even discuss it with us. If we hadn't come knocking on your door, how long were you planning to keep it from us? Lin Jiangwo, the biological father, shouted loudly from his side. Did Mom and Dad find out? However, since they already know, there's no need to hide it anymore. Lin Yi said, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I've moved. I'll come pick you up. Okay, we'll wait for you at the intersection. After Lin Yi hung up the phone, Lin Yi Chin rested his chin on his hand and asked, Dad, was that Grandpa and Grandma? Lin Yi nodded. Yes, Dad is going to pick up Grandpa and Grandma now. You all stay home and be good, okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Wan Wan skipped over happily. Grandpa and Grandma are coming. That's wonderful. I'll go prepare a gift for them. After saying that, Lin Wan Wan skipped and hopped back to her room. Lin Yi Chin also said, Dad, don't worry. Go pick up Grandpa and Grandma. My sister and I will be good at home. If it were any other child, Lin Yi really wouldn't feel comfortable leaving the two children alone at home. But Lin Yi Chin and Lin Wan Wan are two well-behaved children, so he is very at ease. Lin Yi took out toys and books and let them play in the living room. Lin Yi drove back to the intersection where his previous rented house was located and saw his biological father and mother. After Lin Yi got out of the car, he immediately helped carry the things. Mom and Dad, you're here. Why did you bring so much stuff? Li Yumei said, we've sold all the chickens at home, and there are only some eggs left. It's been half a year since we've seen you, so your dad and I came to visit you. Lin's father, Lin Jiangwo, simply helped carry the things into the car without saying a word. Li Yumei continued, we didn't know you had such a big problem. These eggs will last us for a while. Lin, he didn't speak. With two children suddenly appearing, he didn't know what to say. After getting into the car, Lin Jiangwo suddenly asked, whose car is this? Lin Yi smiled and said, Dad, I bought this car. It's more convenient to get around with a car. Li Yumei said, why buy a car? It's so convenient to take a taxi now. Lin Jiangwo said, you don't even have a proper job right now, yet you dare to buy a car? You can't even support yourself, let alone a car. Lin Yi knew his parents were just worried about him not having enough money. So he said, Dad, Mom, the place I'm renting now isn't convenient. It will be more convenient to buy my own car. The money I spend on taxis every day can add up to enough to pay for the car in installments each month. Lin Jiangwo took out his phone and asked Lin Yi what car model he had bought, then looked it up online himself. After the couple learned that the car wasn't expensive, they didn't say anything more. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi drove back to the residential area. Lin Jiangwo and his wife were carrying things as they walked along the road in the residential area, looking left and right. Li Yumei said, Xiao Yi, this neighborhood looks quite upscale. Will the rent be very expensive? Lin Yi said, Mom and Dad, your son can earn money now. Let's go upstairs quickly. Although I feel at ease with the two little ones at home, I still worry. The three of them took the elevator together to their front door. When Lin Yi opened the front door, The two little ones in the house were not playing in the living room. Just as she was about to call for the two little ones, Liu Mei asked, Xiao Yi, what's going on? When did you get the money to rent such a big place? Liu Mei didn't know how much the rent was, but in Kyoto, a place with this kind of decoration and size would definitely be very expensive. Of course, she didn't believe Lin Yi could afford it either. Lin Yi said, Dad, I have money. After saying that, he ignored his parents and called out, Chun, Wan, Grandpa and Grandma are here. What? Grandpa and Grandma? Liu Mei and Lin Jiangwo were stunned. Before they could react, the two children jumped out of the study excitedly. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. The two little ones' sweet, childlike voices left Lin Jiangwo and his wife completely bewildered. Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, Didn't you already know? I only kept it from you for a few days before you received the news, so I'm coming clean now. They're my children. Grandpa, my name is Lin Wan. You can call me Wan. Lin Wan said sweetly. Lin Yi also said, Grandpa and Grandma, my name is Lin Yi. You can call me Chun. Liu Mei and Lin Jiangwo stood there dumbfounded. Seeing that the two elders did not react, Lin Wan turned to Lin Yi and asked, Dad, do Grandpa and Grandma not like me? Lin Yi finally realized that what his parents had been hiding from them was not about having a child. Lin Yi said, Dad, Mom, this really is my child. Liu Mei then realized, Chun, Wan, Grandma doesn't dislike it. She's just too surprised. Lin Jiangwo was also a little at a loss and said, Grandpa too, haha. Chapter 28, Two Great-Grandsons? Lin Yi said to Lin Wan and Lin Yi, you two go play there first, and Dad will explain to Grandpa and Grandma. The two little ones looked a little disappointed, but they still obediently went to play in the living room. Lin Jiangwo and his wife pulled Lin Yi to the balcony and interrogated him. Tell me honestly, what's going on here? Did you take advantage of that girl and then abandon her? Lin Yi was truly at a loss. So, what was that thing you were talking about earlier? The thing you were keeping from you? Liu Mei said angrily, Your father and I both know about your unemployment. Lin Yi said speechlessly, Who told you that? It's your college roommate, Song Zijia. He's close to you. He called us and said you've lost your job and asked us to keep an eye on you and stop you from fantasizing about hooking up with a rich woman. Liu Mei said. Lin Jiangwo said angrily, You brat, living in such a big house, did you really hook up with a rich woman and become her stepfather? Lin Yi was speechless. As expected, it was Song Zijia, that big mouth. He explained, Dad, Mom, please don't be angry. The child really is mine. Lin Yi told his parents everything that happened back then, so that they wouldn't have to worry about it unnecessarily. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Jiangwo and his wife immediately looked worried. The child's mother is a wealthy heiress with a net worth of billions, while Lin Yi is just a poor boy. The gap between the two is too great, and the chance of them being together is almost zero. Even if the two of them want to be together, their parents probably wouldn't agree, right? Liu Mei asked helplessly. So what do you plan to do now? Lin Yi said, Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, I'm the child's father, and that's something I can't change. Moreover, I heard from Su Qingwei's best friend that she also has feelings for me, so I want to try to win her over. Lin Jiangwo tapped Lin Yi on the head and said, If you want to fight for it, you'd better find a job quickly. Even if it doesn't pay much, it'll be respectable, so people won't say you're a gigolo. Our Lin family would never do anything like being a gigolo. Lin Yi said helplessly, Dad, Su Qingwei's family has a net worth of tens of billions. No matter what kind of job I take, everyone will still say that I'm a gigolo. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo and his wife lowered their heads. Lin Yi said, Let's not talk about these long-term things. You guys wanted me to go back to my hometown to find a husband and get married. Now look, I have two wonderful grandchildren. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you surprised? You're not surprised at all. After Lin Jiangwo finished speaking, he gently tapped Lin Yi on the forehead. But when he turned around, he saw his two beloved grandsons staring intently at him. Lin Jiangwo immediately reached out and patted Lin Yi's head like he was petting a puppy. When he looked at his two beloved grandsons, his face was full of wrinkles from smiling. Lin Yi quickly pulled Lin Jiangwo's hand away and said, I didn't want to either. I didn't know about this. If the two children hadn't come to me, I wouldn't have known I was a father. Liu Mei sighed and said, All right, hurry up and go see your two precious grandchildren, or they'll think we don't like them anymore. Honestly, the sudden appearance of two adorable grandchildren really startled them. Lin Jiangwo and his wife walked somewhat helplessly to their two children. Chun, Wan, Grandma didn't react in time, and it was Grandma's fault. Li Yumei said cautiously, Grandma didn't know you were home, so she didn't buy you any snacks. Lin Jiangwo said, after we eat, Grandpa and Grandma will take you to the mall to shop, okay? Lin Wanwan shook her head, took a stick out of her pocket, and handed it to Li Yumei, saying, Grandma, Dad took us to the mall today and bought a lot of snacks. This is my gift to you. After saying that, she took out a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Lin Jiangwo. Grandpa, you have one too. Lin Yichin quickly took out 2 lollipops and handed them to Lin Jiangwo and his wife. Grandpa and Grandma, these are for you. The 4 of them quickly became friends, and the 2 little ones even took them to visit the study, sharing their calligraphy, paintings, and Lego sets. Lin, he was cooking in the kitchen. He happened to have some eggs, so he made a sweet and sour dish called Gongjin's fried eggs. Dinner's ready. Lin, he shouted in the restaurant. Lin Jiangwo and his wife each carried a small child as they walked out of the study. Wow, our Chunchan Wanwan is so amazing. Grandpa and Grandma, we also speak English and German. Really? Let's eat first, and then you can teach Grandpa and Grandma, okay? Okay. The grandfather and his grandson walked over, laughing. Li Yumei looked at the dishes on the table and was immediately surprised. Xiao Yi, did you make this? Lin, he took off his apron and said smugly, besides you guys, is there a 6th person here? Lin Jiangwo nodded and said, not bad. He started to look like a father. Upon seeing Gongjin pop the egg, Lin Wanwan immediately exclaimed happily, Grandpa and Grandma, Daddy's cooking is so delicious. I want to eat 3 bowls of rice. Lin Yichin immediately broke free and said, I want to eat 3 bowls of rice too. To encourage the 2 little ones to eat, Lin, he now divides 1 bowl of rice into 3 bowls when serving them rice, which is why they think it's impressive that they can eat 3 bowls of rice. The family sat down to eat. Lin Jiangwo and his wife assumed that Lin, he had started learning to cook after he found out he had become a father. But when they actually put it in their mouths, they found that it was really delicious. Son, how did your cooking skills become so good? Li Yumei said while eating. Lin laughed and said, you can learn. Besides, if my cooking skills are bad, your 2 precious grandsons won't eat a single bite. Don't talk, hurry up and eat. Lin Jiangwo put a piece of egg on Lin Wanwan's and Lin Yichin's plates and said, these are eggs from the chickens that Grandpa and Grandma raised themselves. They're very nutritious. Lin Wanwan said sweetly, thank you, Grandpa. I love eggs the most. Lin Yichin took a bite, and with his greasy lips, he said, Grandpa, the egg is so delicious. Hearing their 2 beloved grandchildren praising them, Lin Jiangwo and his wife were overjoyed. After dinner, the grandfather and his grandsons huddled together and played. Lin, he also went back to his study to write his novel. He wrote 8,000 words today and uploaded it without even looking at it after finishing. The grandfather and grandchildren played until almost 10 o'clock before the 2 little ones finally decided to go to sleep. While Lin, he was reading stories to the child to lull him to sleep, Lin Jiangwo and his wife went to take a shower. After the 2 finished showering, they sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for Lin Yi to come out. Lin, he stepped out of the room, only to be caught again by Lin Jiangwo and his wife. Li Yumei said with a worried look on her face, I've discussed it with your father and will transfer 150,000 yuan to you in a bit. This money is from selling chickens. When we get back, your father and I will expand the chicken farm and raise more chickens. Lin, he waved his hand and said, Dad, really there's no need. I have money, and I also do part-time jobs. I earn more and more money than you do. Chapter 29 Mommy's here. Lin Yi's parents are both from rural areas, and subconsciously they believe that having a stable job is better than anything else. When Lin Yi mentioned taking on a part-time job, they were not very optimistic. Li Yumei said, how much money can you earn from part-time jobs? Although Qingwei's family is wealthy, you can't just not work. Lin Jiangwo said, why don't you stay here to take care of the 2 little ones, and you go out to work and earn money? I'll raise chickens in the countryside, and that way we can earn more money. Lin, he had no other choice but to take out his phone and show his parents the money he had received that day. Dad, Mom, take a look for yourselves and see how much money I can earn in a day for my part-time job. Li Yumei and Lin Jiangwo came over and saw that Lin Yi's latest payment information was actually 200,000. Can you earn 200,000 a day with a part-time job? 200,000? What illegal thing did you do? Neither of my parents believed it. Lin, he simply laid out his chat history with Chunwan, saying, look, your son works as a translator, not doing anything illegal or criminal. Besides, people get a commission for every deal they close. Only after seeing the chat history did Lin Jiangwo and his wife believe it. I never expected to earn 200,000 yuan a day. Lin Jiangwo exclaimed. We can only earn 300,000 yuan a year at most by raising chickens. If the chickens get sick, the losses will be huge. Linny said, Mom and Dad, can you rest assured now? Your son really can earn money, and there's absolutely no way the child will go hungry. As for Qingwei, I will try my best. I may not be able to catch up with her now, but in the future, no one knows what will happen. Lin Jiangwo said, when it comes to husband and wife, the original spouse is still the best. If there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. You should love your own children. I don't want anyone in our Lin family to call someone else dad. Li Yumei sighed and said, Qingwei's family is so rich now, but our family situation is still difficult. After all, the distance between the two was simply too vast, like heaven and earth. Lin naturally didn't want his child to call someone else's father, so he nodded and said, I will try my best. With the system at his disposal, making money is only a matter of time. Pursuing Su Qingwei is important, but right now the most important thing is to be able to stay with my child for the long term. In this way, system tasks or skills can be triggered more effectively. The next morning, Lin had already prepared breakfast before Lin Jiangwo and his wife even got out of bed. Li Yumei got up and saw Lin busy in the kitchen. She exclaimed to Lin Jiangwo, Xiao, he usually sleeps until noon before eating at home, but now he's already made breakfast before 8 o'clock. Our son has really grown up and can take care of people. It's good that they've grown up. Otherwise, how will I take care of my two precious grandchildren? Lin Jiangwo looked towards the kitchen and said, Lin, he came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of fried noodles with eggs. When he saw his parents, he said, Mom and Dad, come and have breakfast. The elderly couple sat down, took a bite, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xiao Yi, your fried noodles are so delicious. It tastes even better than yesterday's. Linny said, you two grandsons are very picky eaters. If I cook something bad, they simply won't eat it. There's nothing I can do but study my cooking skills. Lin Jiangwo said, that's a good thing. Linny asked, Mom and Dad, how long do you plan to stay here? Li Yumei said, we have to leave after one more day. Lin Jiangwo said, the day after tomorrow is market day in Qingshi. We need to go to the farmer's market there to buy a batch of chicks wholesale. Li Yumei said, I might not see my dear grandson again until the Mid-Autumn Festival or the Chinese New Year. She asked, by the way, are you bringing the kids back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin Yi said, Qingwei said that I will only take care of the child for a period of time. I don't know if she will let me take the child back to the village for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The thought of this made Li Yumei feel sad. Son, keep trying. See if you can manage to bring your wife and kids home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. That way, we can have some peace of mind. Lin Jiangwo put down his chopsticks and said, all right, our son is under a lot of pressure too, so don't talk to him anymore. It's good enough that he was able to bring the child back. Soon, the two little ones woke up as well. With his parents helping taking care of the two little ones by brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and eating breakfast, Lin, he was happy to have some free time. While Lin Jiangwo and his wife took their child downstairs to play, Lin, he went back to his study and worked for 2 hours, writing an 8,000-word novel. When Lin Jiangwo and his wife returned, they also bought vegetables from some vendors outside the community, both for lunch and dinner. Lin, he didn't want his parents to do these things, but they really loved their grandson, so he let them do it. Lin Wanwan has a sweet tongue and often makes the elderly couple laugh heartily. Although Lin Yichin was a bit quiet, the bond between grandparents and grandchildren was genuine. He really liked his grandparents and naturally wanted to be close to them. The next afternoon, Lin Jiangwo and Li Yumei were to take the high-speed train to Qing City, which was next door. Lin drove the elderly couple and their 2 children to the high-speed rail station. Congratulations, host! Your driving skills have reached the advanced level, including professional track driving, speed less than or equal to 400 kilometers per hour, and extreme handling. Wow, I finally got a promotion after driving my parents around for the past few days. The God of Cookery skill is already at level 3. His drawing skills have reached legendary level. The novel almost got a primetime anime adaptation. Their physical fitness points also increased. Lin Yi reached 89, Lin Yichin 83, and Lin Wanwan 79. If it weren't for her parents helping to take care of the child, Lin Wanwan would have already scored 80 points, passing the physical fitness test. After seeing Lin Jiangwo and his wife off, Lin Yi took the child to the supermarket to buy groceries. Lin Wanwan asked Lin Yi, Dad, why doesn't Grandma go to the supermarket to buy groceries? Lin Yi said, because Dad doesn't know how to bargain. When he goes to the supermarket, he just takes the item as it costs and doesn't need to bargain with anyone. He went to the supermarket to buy groceries solely to gain experience points. Otherwise, since I usually stay at home, I don't have time to specifically grind for experience points. Lin Wanwan raised her little hand excitedly and said, Daddy, Wanwan knows how to bargain. Grandma taught me how to bargain when she took me grocery shopping. Linny said, Okay, you can negotiate the price next time. Lin Wanwan was very happy. Yes, you can bargain when buying clothes. She patted her clothes. Grandma bought this dress. It originally cost 50 yuan, but Grandma bargained it down to 20 yuan. Grandma said, if you're going to bargain, just cut the price in half. Linny chuckled and said, Then do you know what half of 50 yuan is? Lin Wanwan said confidently, 20 yuan. Linny Chen, who was standing to the side, glanced at Lin Wanwan and corrected her. Little sister, you're wrong. Half of 50 yuan is 25 yuan. Lin Wanwan pouted and said, No, it's 20. The brother and sister started arguing. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. Lin Yi looked at the message and saw that it was from Su Qingwei. She's coming. Don't you like chapter 30? Su Qingwei sent me a message. I'm going to your house tonight to discuss something with you. Upon seeing the message, Lin Yi was overjoyed. But at the same time, he was also very frustrated. What did Su Qingwei want to talk to him about? Could it be something to do with the children? If it's about the child, then I'd like to have a good talk with her. I hope Su Qingwei can let me take care of the child, since a nanny can't take as good a caregiver as the biological father. Linny replied, Okay, what time do you get off work? The community has a gate control system, so I'll wait for you at the entrance and register your license plate. Su Qingwei replied, I get off work at 6, and I'll be in the neighborhood around 6:30. After reading the message, Lin Yi immediately put his phone away. Seeing the two children arguing fiercely, Lin Yi immediately stepped in to smooth things over, saying, All right, stop arguing. Wanwan, your brother is right. However, you haven't studied math before, so it's normal that you don't understand. Take your time. When we have time later, Dad will teach you math, okay? Lin Wanwan nodded and said, Okay, Dad, then you can teach me when you get home tonight. Linny laughed and said, It might not work tonight. Lin Wanwan said, Why? I want to learn tonight. Linny smiled and said, Because Mom is coming to see you tonight, so you should all be good and stop fighting. The two little ones were overjoyed when they heard their mother was coming. Lin Wanji said, Yay, Mom's finally here at Dad's house. She suddenly said very seriously, Dad, actually you can also go to Mom's house to see her. Lin, he scratched his head and said, We'll talk about this later. You tell me what Mom likes to eat, and Dad will cook it for her when we get back. Good. The three of them held hands and walked towards the vegetable and fresh produce section. Lin, he returned to the residential area at 6 o'clock, parked his car near the entrance, and waited there with the two little ones. It was past 6:30, and Su Qingwei still hadn't arrived. Lin Yi checked the time and estimated that there would definitely be some traffic congestion during this period. He sent Su Qingwei a message. There might be traffic on the road. Be careful and drive carefully. Su Qingwei was indeed stuck in traffic when she received Lin Yi's message. 15 minutes later, Su Qingwei's car arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Just as Su Qingwei was about to call Lin Yi, she heard someone shout, Mommy, we're here. She looked up and saw a handsome and tall man wearing a white t-shirt and jeans leading Lin Wanwan and Linny Chen toward her. Mommy, we're here. When Lin Yi saw Su Qingwei clearly, he was completely stunned. She is still so beautiful. Even when she's wearing a suit and not wearing makeup, it doesn't diminish Su Qingwei's beauty. Su Qingwei smiled and greeted him first. Lin Yi, long time no see. Lin Yi smiled slightly and nodded. Su Qingwei, long time no see. The two hadn't seen each other for almost 6 years after that night, and they were both a little awkward when they met for the first time. Lin Yi said, Let the child get in the car. I'll go register the license plate for you. Su Qingwei softly hummed in agreement and unlocked the car. After Lin Yi arranged for the two children to get into the car, he went to the security booth to record the license plate. After everything was settled, Su Qingwei slowly drove her car into the residential area and parked it on the side of the road to wait for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, get in the car. Su Qingwei's cold voice rang out. Lin Yi pointed to his car and said, I have a car. Wait for me a moment. I'll lead the way to the underground parking lot. Su Qingwei noticed that Lin Yi's car still had a temporary license plate, indicating that it was a newly purchased car. She didn't say anything, but rolled up the car window. Sitting in the car, Lin Wanwan happily exclaimed, Mommy, Grandpa and Grandma have come to see us. My grandparents are very good to us. They not only buy us delicious food, but also clothes. Wanwan likes him very much. Grandpa and Grandma. Did Lin Yi tell his parents about the child? However, Lin Yi can't be blamed. This is indeed a big deal. Lin Chin added from the side, Mommy, I like Daddy and I also like Grandpa and Grandma. Su Qingwei said, Yes, I'm glad you like it. Mommy, when will you and Daddy live together? Lin Wanwan asked earnestly. Lin Chin said, Mom, the other kids in the neighborhood often ask us if our parents are divorced and why we don't see them taking care of us. Su Qingwei said, Mom has been busy lately, but she will try to come and see you when she has time. Lin Wanwan looked a little disappointed and asked, Mom, can't you come and stay with us? Su Qingwei shook her head. At the moment, it's not possible. She felt helpless. When she was with her, other children would ask her if she didn't have a father. Now, things have really turned around. After entering the elevator, Lin Yi and Su Qingwei did not speak again, and only the two children played. Back home, Lin Yi opened the door and immediately handed Su Qingwei a pair of slippers, saying, Chunshan said you were size 38. Here you go. Su Qingwei looked at the pink slippers, reached out and took them, and whispered, Thank you. She glanced at the house. It was quite large, and the rent must be quite expensive. Lin Yi had only been working part-time for over 2 years since graduation, and she didn't know if he could afford such a high rent. After all, the place Lin Yi used to rent was just an old house of a few dozen square meters. Could he have taken out an online loan for the sake of his 2 children? Thinking of this, Su Qingwei remembered that Lin Yi hadn't accepted her money. After Su Qingwei came in, she didn't say much and just kept observing. Lin Yi asked, Are you staying here tonight? Su Qingwei glanced at Lin Yi warily. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand and explained, I didn't mean anything by it. Don't misunderstand. I reserve a room for you. If you have time, you can come and stay here. I have my own room. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan excitedly pulled Su Qingwei and said, Mommy, Daddy has been sleeping with us lately, and he decorated a super pretty room for you, all in your favorite pink. Lots and lots of pink. Mommy, I'll take you to see it. Before Su Qingwei could react, the 2 little ones had already dragged her to see the room. Upon opening the door, Su Qingwei saw that apart from the wardrobe and dressing table, everything else in the room was pink. The thought that Lin Yi had prepared the room for her made her face inexplicably flush. Mommy, aren't they beautiful? We and Daddy chose them together. Lin Wanwan was very satisfied. Su Qingwei touched her brow, her face full of helplessness. Now Lin Yi knows about it. In public, she is a cold and aloof CEO. At home, however, she has a girlish heart that loves pink. What? Don't you like it? Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out behind them, startling Su Qingwei. Chapter 31 Time to Eat. Seeing that Su Qingwei was a little embarrassed, Lin Yi smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. You guys go ahead with your work. I'll go cook. Su Qingwei nadif. Lin Yi left the room and went straight into the kitchen to start cooking. Currently, his God of Cookery skill is at level 3 and he is aiming for level 4. Although he is not yet at level 4, his cooking skills may already be comparable to those of a 5-star chef. Su Qingwei came to visit the children today, probably to see if he was taking good care of them, so he had to make sure he prepared a good meal. Su Qingwei, accompanied by the 2 little ones, toured the house. Lin Wanwan hugged Su Qingwei's neck, sat on the pink bed, and kept rubbing against her, saying, Mommy, will you sleep with me tonight? Lin Chin said, I'm a man. I want to sleep with my dad. The stories my dad writes are really good. Su Qingwei was unaware that Lin Yi, besides being fluent in German and a great cook, could also write storybooks. She couldn't help but ask curiously, You can write stories? Lin Wanwan nodded repeatedly. Mommy, yes, Daddy's storybooks are really interesting. Lin Chin nodded and said, Mom, it's true. Dad writes well. If you don't believe me, we can show you the storybooks Dad wrote. After saying that, he ran off in a flash. When he returned, Lin Chin had a piece of paper in his hand, which was the story about elephants and ants that Lin Yi had written a few days ago. Mommy, this is a story that Daddy wrote, and we think it's really interesting. Lin Chin handed it to Su Qingwei. Let me see just how interesting it is. Su Qingwei took the paper and began to read it carefully. A few minutes later, Su Qingwei finished reading the story, which was several thousand words long. Honestly, she used to think the stories she read to children were mindless and childish. But Lin Yi's story gave people a different feeling. Even adults can enjoy it. It's not mindless at all, and its meaning is simple yet profound. Su Qingwei nodded. Yes, Dad wrote it, it's really good. Lin Wanwan and Lin Chin exchanged a glance, and the 2 little ones nodded gently. Lin Chin said, My dad taught us foreign languages and wrote stories for us. He also taught us how to write and draw with a calligraphy brush. Writing and drawing with a calligraphy brush? Really? Can you learn it? Su Qingwei was genuinely skeptical. Moreover, even though Li Xiaowei had taken photos and sent pictures before, Lin Yi and the two children's handwriting at that time was probably too good to be true, having seen many master-level works. Lin Wanwan felt that her own mother didn't believe her, so she immediately patted her chest and said, "Mom, Wanwan is not lying to you. I really can write." Su Qingwei smiled and said, "Then, Wanwan, could you write a few words from embassy?" Lin Wanwan immediately jumped off the bed, put on her shoes, and pulled Su Qingwei towards the study. Lin Yichen followed closely behind the two. The three of them walked into the study together. Lin Wanwan immediately ran to her desk, prepared ink, and began to write. Su Qing walked in and was immediately drawn to a painting of shrimp playing on the desk. This painting of shrimp playing surprisingly has some of the charm of Qi Baishi's style. The signature above is unique and very well written. Lin Yi actually has such abilities? Why did Li Xiaoying's investigation portray Lin Yi as so unremarkable? It's one thing if they can't find out about these hobbies, but it's impossible that they can't even find out that Lin Yi can speak German. While Su Qingwei was staring at the words and drawings written by Lin Yi and the two little ones, Lin Yichen had already opened Lin Yi's laptop and was checking Lin Yi's stock account. "You won't believe it until you see it," Lin Yichen exclaimed. "Mommy, come and see." Su Qingwei immediately put down the calligraphy and painting and came up behind Lin Yichen. "What's wrong?" Lin Yichen pointed at the computer screen and exclaimed in surprise, "Dad's stock account has almost doubled in value without using leverage. And judging from the gains, it'll go up again tomorrow." Before buying stocks, Dad had already taken a look at a few. Before I could even figure out why he chose these stocks, Dad had already invested all his money, and he bought them precisely at the lowest point. Su Qingwei looked at the screen and nodded. "Your analysis is good. Have you figured out these past few days why Lin Yi Dad bought this stock?" Lin Yichen shook his head and said, "Mom, I've been busy playing lately and haven't paid attention." Looking at the data on the screen, Su Qingwei's expression changed. Lin Yi's precise strike was definitely not due to luck. It's like being able to predict that this stock will definitely rise. Lin Yi seems to be hiding something quite well. Lin Yi sighed and said, "It's a pity that Dad's account can't use leverage, otherwise he could have earned more." Su Qingwei said, "The new account doesn't meet the requirements, so we can't use leverage." She reached for the mouse and began to examine Lin Yi's transaction history. However, what she couldn't understand was that Lin Yi's previous trading records were all losses, and this was the only time he made money. Could it be that she was mistaken? Before Su Qingwei could figure it out, Lin Wanwan grabbed her hand and said, "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma bought me lots of toys, lots of Barbie dolls. I love them so much. I'll take you to see them." Lin Wanwan wasn't interested in stocks. She just wanted to play around. So when she saw Lin Yichen and Su Qingwei looking at the computer while she was left out, she immediately became unhappy. Su Qingwei had no choice but to put down the mouse and said with a smile, "Okay, Mom will go see Barbie dolls with you." Lin Yichen was also attracted by the toys. "Mom, I want you to play with Lego with me." Su Qingwei was led out of the study by the two little ones, one on each side, and into the toy area of the living room. Looking at the toys scattered all over the floor, Su Qingwei could feel the love that Lin Yi's family had for their child. Just as Su Qingwei was smiling as she watched the two little ones playing with their toys, she inadvertently looked up and saw Lin Yi stir-frying vegetables with a spatula. Watching Lin Yi's busy figure, Su Qingwei felt a warm current rise in her heart. For people in one house, 3 meals a day for seasons. Perhaps this is what peace and happiness are all about. At that moment, she realized that all she had ever wanted in her life was this. Su Qingwei pursed her lips, her face slightly flushed. "Mommy, come play." Hearing the children calling out, Su Qingwei smiled and said, "Mommy's here." In the kitchen, Lin Yi carried the food out and saw Su Qingwei playing with the children, laughing happily with them. He felt a slight jolt in his heart, then smiled warmly and said, "Time to eat." Chapter 32, Do Mom and Dad Sleep Together? Hearing Lin Yi's call, Su Qingwei and the children went to the bathroom to wash their hands. After the three of them washed their hands and came out, Lin Yi had already prepared the food and was waiting for them. Su Qingwei nodded to him. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Try it and see if it's good." Su Qingwei looked at the food on the table, 3 dishes and a soup, 2 of which were her favorites. It was clear that Lin Yi had indeed put thought into her. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and tasted it. Suddenly, Su Qingwei's eyes lit up. She didn't believe Li Xiaoying when she told her that Lin Yi was a good cook. But now that I've actually tasted it, I realize that Lin Yi's cooking is exceptionally delicious. This tastes just as good as what five-star chef would make. Naturally, when Li Xiaoying arrived, Lin Yi had not yet reached level 3, so his cooking skills were not as good as they are now. Seeing the somewhat enjoyable expression on Su Qingwei's face, Lin Yi knew that he had won this round. He asked softly, "These are all dishes the children told me you like to eat. How are they? Are they good?" After swallowing, Su Qingwei replied to Lin Yi, "Yes, it tastes even better than my housekeeper's." Lin Yi smiled and picked up a piece for her, saying, "If you like it, eat more." Realizing he was using his own chopsticks, he quickly explained, "I'm sorry, I used my chopsticks to serve you this." Su Qingwei said, "It's all right, we're all family." After she finished speaking, her face inexplicably felt hot. Lin Yi said, "Then let's eat quickly, so we don't go hungry. I did cook a little late today." Under Lin Yi's guidance, the two little ones have slowly learned to use chopsticks, and they are constantly shoveling rice into their mouths. Su Qingwei served food to the two children, and watching them wolf it down, she couldn't help but say, "Eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you." Lin Wanwan wiped her mouth before saying, "Mom, Dad's cooking is so delicious. I feel like I could eat 2 bowls of vegetables." Su Qingwei then realized that her two children were no longer picky eaters. Moreover, it wasn't that she hadn't taken her two children to 5-star hotels before, but the children weren't particularly interested in the food there. Is it because Lin Yi is their father that they ate it? However, the two little ones are very stubborn. If it's not delicious, they really won't eat it. During this meal, Su Qingwei ate half a bowl more rice and drank 2 bowls of soup. It must be said that Lin Yi's cooking is truly delicious. There's a feeling that I want to eat his cooking every day. Su Qingwei was startled by her own thought. After the meal, Lin Yi said, "I'll wash the dishes. You spend more time with the kids. They miss you." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he went to clear the dishes. As Su Qingwei watched Lin Yi's actions, an inexplicable restlessness welled up inside her. After washing the dishes, Lin Yi saw that the children were having so much fun with Su Qingwei, so he went into his study and started writing an update to his novel. An hour and a half later, Lin Yi finished writing the novel and also wrote a short story for the children. He pushed open the study door, only to hear Su Qingwei taking the child back to the room. Lin Yi knocked on the door, and Su Qingwei opened it. Su Qingwei's face suddenly appeared in front of him, which startled him. He stammered, Qingwei, it's time for the children to take a bath and go to bed." Su Qingwei nodded, then turned to the two little ones and said, "Daddy wants you to take a bath and go to bed." Lin Yi said, "I'll bathe the children. You can go take a bath too. There are new pajamas in your closet. They're already washed, and the bathroom has everything you need." Su Qingran had originally planned to go back after putting the children to bed, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to have even prepared pajamas, so she agreed. She also wanted to spend quality time with her two children. After Su Qingwei finished washing up, the two children had already taken a bath and returned to bed, where Lin Yi was telling them a story. Seeing that Su Qingwei had arrived, Lin Yi finished telling the story and said to the two little ones, "Mommy's here. Would you like to sleep with Mommy tonight?" Lin Wanwan nodded, then shook her head. "I originally wanted to sleep with my mom, but other people's parents sleep in the same bed, so I can't let my mom and dad sleep separately." Lin Yi nodded, "Yes, Mom and Dad, you can go back to sleep. We can sleep by ourselves." Hearing what the two little ones said, Lin Yi and Su Qingwei were both extremely embarrassed. Lin Yi stepped in to defuse the situation, saying, "Then let's sleep together after you've all fallen asleep. Okay?" Su Qingwei looked at Lin Yi with gratitude, and Lin Yi smiled at her. Su Qingwei immediately looked away. Lin Wanwan and Lin Yi exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Lin Yi said, "Then I'll go take a shower. You stay and put the child to sleep." Su Qingwei blushed and softly hummed in agreement. After Lin Yi left, the two little ones pestered Su Qingwei to tell them another story before they finally fell asleep peacefully. After the children fell asleep, Su Qingwei got up and went out. She hadn't forgotten that she came today to have a good talk with Lin Yi. After Su Qingwei closed the door, the two little ones suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. Lin Wanwan asked softly, "Brother, do you think Mom and Dad sleep together?" Lin Yi shook his head. "I don't know, I'll ask them tomorrow." On the other side, as soon as Su Qingwei closed the door and turned around, her gaze unexpectedly met Lin Yi, who had just finished taking a shower. He was only wearing a bath towel, his firm chest muscles were clearly defined, and he was holding a towel in his hand, wiping his slightly damp hair as he walked. Su Qingwei's face flushed red, and her heart skipped a beat. When Lin Yi turned around, he was clearly startled. Realizing he wasn't wearing any clothes, he immediately covered himself with the towel in his hand and apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you came out of the room so quickly. Su Qingwei turned around immediately, as if she had been caught red-handed. "It's none of your business, you should put your clothes on." "Okay." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he immediately opened his room door and went inside. When he came out again, he was already dressed in his pajamas. The pajamas were a matching set with Su Qingwei's. Lin Yi walked up to Su Qingwei and explained, "These are the pajamas the children chose. They originally wanted to choose pink, but it would be a bit girly for a grown man like me to wear pink pajamas, so I chose blue instead. You don't mind, do you?" Su Qingwei chuckled and said, "That does sound like something they would do." After he finished speaking, the two fell silent. The two never saw each other again after that night. Aside from in-depth exchanges, there have been no other interactions, so we don't know each other well. Shall we talk? Shall we talk? The two spoke at the same time. Chapter 33, Let's Get Married. Neither Su Qingwei nor Lin Yi expected that they would speak at the same time. However, this is the first time the child and Lin Yi have met since they recognized each other, and the two really should have a good talk. Lin Yi said, "Then you go first." Su Qingwei was silent for a moment before asking, "Do you have someone you like?" "Yes," Lin Yi replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingwei's eyes darkened. Before Su Qingwei could feel down, Lin Yi continued, "I had a good impression of you the first time I saw you at school. After that incident back then, I don't know why you disappeared, but I looked for you for a long time before I found out that you went abroad. It wasn't until your best friend, Li Xiaoying, came to visit the children a few days ago that I realized there was a misunderstanding between us. I swear, I have absolutely nothing to do with that woman. I've even forgotten her name." Lin Yi poured out his heart, wanting to avoid a repeat of the misunderstanding from 5 years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei's eyes flickered. She wasn't a very sensitive person when it came to relationships, and Lin Yi's straightforward personality complemented her perfectly. However, to Su Qingwei's surprise, Lin Yi had feelings for her? That makes things much easier. Su Qingwei coughed softly and asked, "So, do you have any plans to get married?" Lin Yi answered truthfully, "My family is quite traditional. I will definitely get married. If possible, it would be best to marry the mother of my child. But if that's not possible, I can only follow my parents' arrangements and go on blind dates." Blind date? He actually dared to go on a blind date. When Su Qingwei heard Lin Yi say he was going on a blind date, she felt inexplicably anxious. She pursed her lips and said, "If you marry another woman, how do you plan to explain it to the children?" Lin Yi said, "I won't talk about my marriage plans yet, and I won't go on blind dates to get married at this time. What I want to ask is, what about you? Don't you have any plans to get married?" Su Qingwei is rich, so finding someone to marry would be easy for her. "What should I do?" After Lin Yi finished speaking, Su Qingwei immediately said, "I only need 2 children. I won't get married again." Lin Yi asked, "Is it possible that your family is so rich?" Su Qingwei said, "Why not? My successor will be chosen from Chunchun and Wanwan." Lin Yi was also dumbfounded by Su Qingwei's words. He asked, "But they all share the surname Lin." Su Qingwei said, "No matter what their surname is, they're my children and have the right to inherit everything from me. The reason you let your child take your surname, Lin, is simply to avoid a lot of trouble." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but Su Qingwei said, "Let's get married." "Huh?" Lin Yi was stunned. He never expected that these words would come out of Su Qingwei's mouth. He originally intended to trick Su Qingwei into getting married first, so that he could use the marriage certificate to shut his parents up. Moreover, the couple already has a child, and their parents and themselves will no longer pressure them to have more. Even if he couldn't win Su Qingwei's heart, at least their relationship was legal, and their child was legal too. Su Qingwei said, "Let's get married first. It will be more convenient for the children to go to kindergarten later. Besides, I just took over my father's company, and the company will not allow someone with a messy private life to be the president. Otherwise, it will cause the company's stock to fall. The board meeting was just a few days ago, and they asked me to resolve this matter as soon as possible." Su Qingwei turned around and continued, "I believe that marriage is the best way to resolve this issue. So, will you marry me?" Lin Yi should have realized that Su Qingwei's marriage to him was definitely not simply for the purpose of marrying him. However, he also knew that Su Qingwei used to have feelings for him, but now, probably not a trace of those feelings remained. He thought for a moment, looked at Su Qingwei's back, and said, Of course I'm willing. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingwei visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Yi would refuse. This really made her lose face. She nodded and said, however, there are conditions for marrying me. Go ahead, Lin Yi said. Su Qingwei said, first, we need to sign an agreement. How long do you think our marriage can last before it can be dissolved? Lin Yi said, I don't care. Su Qingwei thought for a moment and said, I don't want a third party to be involved in our marriage. So if either of us meet someone we like, we can end the marriage. What do you think? Lin Yi, I have no objection. Su Qingwei, also, regarding property, if we divorce, I will give you half of my assets as compensation. In addition, both of us should try our best to deal with our parents, as I don't want them to worry about my marital situation. Lin Yi said, your property is yours. We are independent of each other. Everything else is fine. Su Qingwei nodded. Okay, let's sign the contract then. After saying that, she went to the coffee table, took out a printed document from her briefcase, and said, I prepared 2 contracts. Since you have chosen to be financially independent, I have already signed this one. Seeing Su Qingwei hand over the document that already had her name signed, Lin Yi took it, picked up the pen, and signed his name. Su Qingwei took the document and said, tomorrow morning, I'll go home to get my household registration booklet, and then I'll go get the marriage certificate in the afternoon. Lin Yi nodded. I'm going to put the child to bed. You should get some rest too. Su Qingwei suddenly asked, by the way, why didn't you accept the money I transferred to you? Right now, the most important thing is for you to take care of the child. You won't earn much money if you're taking care of the child. You should just accept it. As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened it, and said, I'll transfer the money to you now. You must accept it. Lin Yi immediately reached out and blocked Su Qingwei's phone, feeling a warmth on his palm. He immediately withdrew his hand and said, Qingwei, don't assume I don't work just because I stay home to take care of the kids. Actually, I can still make money. Besides making some from stocks, I can also earn quite a bit from translation work. You don't need to worry about me not making money. As he spoke, Lin Yi handed the payment notification on his phone to Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei looked at the text message from Lin Yi confirming the receipt of 200,000 yuan, then nodded and said, it can indeed make money, but this money is for the child. You should. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, that won't do. I won't accept you unless you live with us. After saying that, Lin Yi felt his face getting hot. He could only explain, if we get married, we will naturally live together. Otherwise, neither of our parents will believe it. If news of our separation spreads, it will probably affect the stock of the Su Corporation. Chapter 34, Let's Get Married First. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei was speechless for a moment, especially Lin Yi's statement that he would only charge her if she moved in with him. Forget it. Let's get married first. Otherwise, my marriage might be in trouble after my parents return to China. Su Qing could only nod and say, we'll talk about it later. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, then you should get some rest. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the child's room. After returning to his room, Lin Yi took several deep breaths. Good heavens, the goddess and school beauty from back then is actually going to get married to me. Moreover, it was Su Qingwei who took the initiative to marry him. Getting married would make things much easier. Even if Su Qingwei attracts unwanted attention in the future, she would have a suitable identity to drive them away. However, Lin Yi had no intention of becoming a monk after marrying Su Qingwei. Once the two people are of one mind, some things will naturally fall into place. On the other side, Su Qingwei returned to her room with the documents, leaning against the wall, her heart pounding wildly. The reason she turned away just now was because she was afraid Lin Yi would see the expression on her face. Moreover, she didn't expect Lin Yi to agree so readily and even make the request for financial independence. This also shows that Lin Yi had no designs on the Su family's property. Actually, she had only prepared one document. Her words just now were merely a test of Lin Yi, but she got the results she wanted. Looking at the signature above, Su Qingwei smiled slightly as she looked at the room's decor. I hope everything goes well. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for living with Lin Yi in the future. The next morning, Lin Yi got up early to make breakfast. He was in a particularly good mood today and even hummed a little tune while making breakfast. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the last fried egg, which he placed on a plate. Just as he put down the spatula, his phone rang. After he answered the phone, Chen Wen's voice came through. Boss Lin Yi, help me. Lin Yi asked, what's wrong? Chen Wen Dao. This morning, one of our French translators suffered from food poisoning. The company delegation from France has arrived, and my staff has gone to the airport to pick them up. We can't find any translators right now. I sent a message in the part-time job group, and 30 minutes have passed without anyone answering. I was just wondering if your friend or a Mr. Suicide, do you have any talent in this area that you could lend to me? You could take a look. Don't worry, the pay will be good, 10,000 per hour. French? Lenny asked casually, what if a contract is signed? Upon hearing this, Chinwen thought, there's hope. He quickly said, this is their delegation coming to inspect. Whether or not to sign a contract depends on their president's approval. However, our proposal has already been submitted, and they are very satisfied with it. If they are satisfied after this inspection, they will definitely sign it. After hearing Chan Wen's words, Lenny smiled and said, I speak French. Send me the time and place. Chen Wen asked in surprise, wow. Lin Yi, how many languages do you know? Lin Yi said calmly, besides German and French, I also speak English, Italian, and Arabic. Wow, you're a true master. You speak 5 foreign languages. Chen Wen simply couldn't believe his ears. For an ordinary person, learning 1 or 2 foreign languages is already quite impressive, but Lin Yi knows 5. What else could he be but a top-tier expert? Chen Wen was completely impressed by Lin Yi. No wonder he's the man behind Su Qingwei, the president of the Su Group with a net worth of billions. He's truly extraordinary. Chen Wen excitedly continued, Brother Lin Yi, I'll send you the time and location in a bit. Thank you, brother. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi took off his apron and walked out of the kitchen. Su Qingwei and the 2 children were already up. Lin Yi said, good morning. Su Qingwei responded, good morning. Lin Yi said, come over here and have breakfast. The 2 little ones immediately rushed over. Great. Daddy made breakfast. It's so delicious. Lin Wanwan immediately pulled Su Qingwei along and said, Mom, come quick. Dad's breakfast is delicious. Su Qingwei smiled and shook her head, saying, what? Is Mom's breakfast not good? Lin Wanwan stuck out her little tongue and laughed. No, Mom and Dad's breakfasts are both delicious. But Dad's breakfasts are delicious now. Su Qingwei was well aware of her own cooking skills, so she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her youngest daughter. Lin Yichen had already rushed over. When he saw the breakfast on the table, his eyes lit up, and he said happily, Mom, today's fried eggs are heart-shaped. Lin Wanwan rushed over immediately and exclaimed excitedly, really? Daddy, did you make the heart-shaped fried egg for Mommy? Lin Yi said apologetically, everyone needs a fried egg, so eat up. Su Qingwei blushed slightly and said, hurry up and eat. The 2 little ones happily picked up their spoons and started eating. Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a message from Chen Wen. After reading it, he said to Su Qingwei sitting opposite him, Qingwei, Manager Chen sent a message asking me to help out. They need a translator, so they wanted to go over there. Su Qingwei nodded and said, okay, then I'll drive you there in a bit. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, no need, I have my own car. Su Qingwei said, let's ride in my car. It's on my way home anyway. Since his wife had spoken, Lin Yi had no choice but to nod and say, all right then. After the family finished their meal, they all got into Su Qingwei's van and headed to the trade city. Chen Wen was already waiting for Lin Yi at the entrance of the trade city. When he saw Lin Yi get out of a $1 million minivan, his gaze involuntarily turned to the driver's seat. It turned out that Su Qingwei personally drove Lin Yi here. Lin Yi is really enjoying his life as a son-in-law of a wealthy family. When Lin Yi got out of the car, he said to Su Qingwei, I'll send you a message, then you can come over. The kids miss you terribly. Since you're free today, why don't you take the kids out to play? Su Qingwei nodded slightly. Okay, I'll wait for your call. The 2 little ones waved to Lin Yi, saying goodbye, Daddy. Dad, we'll come pick you up later. Lin Yi smiled and waved to them. Bye-bye. Be a good girl and listen to your mother, okay? Okay, Dad. The 2 little ones blew kisses at Lin Yi. Seeing how harmonious the family was, Chen Wen was envious. Being rich, good-looking, with children, and talented, this is truly a life like that of a god. After seeing his wife and children off, Lin Yi's smile faded, and he turned to Chen Wen, saying, Manager Chen, let's go. Chapter 35, Happy Wedding. 2 hours later, Lin Yi's side is finally coming to an end. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Qingwei. Qingwei, I'll be done here in half an hour. I'm at the trade city now. Su Qingwei's home. After receiving the message, Su Qingwei immediately replied, okay. She is at home now, and her 2 little ones are writing and drawing. Su Qingwei's father enjoys calligraphy, so the family study is always stocked with calligraphy brushes and paper. As soon as the 2 little ones get home, They play with their toys for a while before heading straight to the study. I was surprised to see how well my two children wrote and drew. Their handwriting and drawings seemed to be a little better than before. How is that possible? Su Qingwei would not have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. The calligraphy and paintings that Li Xiaoying showed me before are incomparable to what I have now. She has made great progress. Su Qingwei exclaimed in surprise. Wanwan, Chun Chun, your handwriting is quite beautiful, and your drawing is also very good. When you have some free time, you too can write a piece of calligraphy for Mommy. Mommy wants to hang in her office. Okay. Lin Wanwan rested her chin on her hand and asked in confusion, Mom, Dad's handwriting and drawings are so much better than ours. Why don't you let Dad write for you? Su Qingwei said, I just want my two little darlings to keep you company. Isn't that nice? Lin Chin nodded. Mom, if my sister doesn't want to write, I'll write it for you. My sweetheart. Thank you, Mommy. Su Qingwei kissed Lin Chin on the cheek. Lin Wanwan pouted and said, No, Mom told us to write it together. Why did you write it by yourself? Lin Chin said, If you're not going to write it, then I'll have to write it for Mom. Lin Wanwan snorted and said, I don't care, I'm going to write it too. The two little ones often quarrel over trivial matters, which Su Qingwei has long been used to. She laughed and said, Okay, let's write together. But now I need to pick up Dad. Let's go. Upon hearing that they were going to pick up their father, the two little ones were overjoyed and immediately put down their calligraphy brushes. Mom, let's go. Su Qingwei helped them pack their things, put the household registration booklet into her handbag, and set off for the trade city with the children. Upon arriving at the trade city and parking the car, the two little ones couldn't wait to drag Su Qingwei to Chen Wen's post. Upon reaching the entrance, one can clearly see the situation inside through the glass. Lin Yi and Chen Wen stood together, while a dozen or so foreigners stood opposite them. Su Qingwei immediately recognized that among the dozen or so foreigners, there were people from several different countries, and the person chatting with Lin Yi and Chen Wen was actually from France. Could it be that Lin Yi also speaks French? Without having time to think it through, Su Qingwei was pulled inside by the two little ones. Just as the two little ones were about to shout Lin Yi's name, Su Qingwei stopped them. Wanwan, Chun Chun, don't talk, Daddy's working. Upon hearing this, the two little ones looked up and saw Lin Yi chatting with foreigners. They immediately covered their mouths with their little hands. Lin Wanwan whispered, Mom, let's not talk. Su Qingwei led the two little ones to the sofa in the living room and sat down to wait for Lin Yi. Watching Lin Yi speak French fluently, the two chatted happily. Lin Yi's relaxed and cheerful demeanor only deepened Su Qingwei's doubts. Lin Yi also noticed Su Qingwei and her two children. A dozen minutes later, those people finally left. After everyone left, Lin Yi ignored Chen Wen and strode towards Su Qingwei. It's finally over, we can go now. Su Qingwei asked, They'll probably stay here a while longer, right? Are you coming back tomorrow? Lin Yi shook his head and said, No need, their translation team will be discharged tomorrow. I'm just doing this as an emergency. Chen Wen walked over at this moment and extended his right hand to Su Qingwei. President Su, hello. Su Qingwei stood up and shook hands with Chen Wenqing. Hello, Manager Chen. Chen Wen said, I'm so sorry to have taken up Lin Yi's time. I'm returning him to President Su now. Su Qingwei said calmly, Your company's translation team isn't very good. There have been 2 accidents in just a few days. Hearing Su Qingwei's words, Chen Wen was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. President Su is right. Lin Yi stepped in to defuse the situation, saying, Qingwei, this is a perfect opportunity for me to take advantage of. The two little ones immediately hugged Lin Yi when they saw him. Su Qingwei said, Manager Chen, there's no need to be so nervous. I just wanted to say that I have a good translation team to introduce to you. If you need it, or if any special circumstances arise, you can contact them. They might be able to help you. Chen Wen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Thank you, President Su. It seems we really did take up their family's time today. Su Qingwei took out a business card from her bag and said, This is my friend. You can mention my name when you contact her. Chen Wen accepted the business card and said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Su. Lin Yi laughed and said, Qingwei, you've stolen my thunder. Su Qingwei smiled and said, If you're really free, you can come to my company. Lin Yi surrendered. I think I'll just stay home and take care of the kids. As he spoke, he looked at the two little ones clinging to his legs and said, Don't you agree? Seeing how sweet this family of 4 was, Chen Wen felt like he was superfluous. Soon, Lin Yi and his family of 4 said goodbye to Chen Wen, and Lin Yi drove them back. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Lin Yi glanced at the time and said, I'm going to buy groceries. I'll cook when I get back. Lin Yi drove Su Qingwei's car to the supermarket to buy groceries. When they passed the flower shop, he glanced at it a couple of times and then got out of the car. When I got back into the car, I had a bouquet of flowers in my hand. In the afternoon, after lunch, Su Qingwei called Li Xiaoying and asked her to come and see the child, as she and Lin Yi had to go out for a while. Li Xiaoying arrived after lunch, and the two little ones were sleeping when she came. Lin Yi drove Su Qingwei's car directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. There wasn't a single person getting married at the Civil Affairs Bureau, but there were more than a dozen people in line to get divorced. The two applied for registration with their identification documents, had their photos taken, signed, and had their seals affixed. Apart from waiting for the photos, the entire process took only about 10 minutes. Lin Yi and Su Qingwei walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with their marriage certificates in hand, both feeling a little unsteady on their feet. Su Qingwei said, "I hope we can hold off on announcing our marriage for now, until we have no choice but to. As for the family, you can decide what to do." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Okay." The two walked towards a car together. Lin Yi opened the trunk, took out a bouquet of flowers, and said solemnly, "This is for you. Happy wedding." Chapter 36, A Once-in-a-Lifetime Marriage. Su Qingwei looked at the flowers in Lin Yi's hand. Her eyes brightened slightly, and she finally accepted them. As she accepted the bouquet, Su Qingwei's fingers gently brushed against Lin Yi's hand. Upon feeling the cool touch, Lin Yi immediately released his grip. A faint blush rose to Su Qingwei's ears, and she lowered her head to softly thank her. "Thank you." Lin Yi generously said, "Want to go in and take some photos? I've seen on other people's social media that they take photos on the stage in the lobby when they get married, as a keepsake." Su Qingwei asked, "Do you want to take a picture?" Lin Yi said, "Of course. After all, you only get married once in your life." Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei, holding the bouquet, suddenly looked at Lin Yi. "Does Lin Yi want to be with me for life?" Thinking of this, Su Qingwei nodded. "Then let's go take the picture together." The two, carrying bouquets, walked back into the Civil Affairs Bureau lobby and took a few selfies with their phones. At this moment, the staff noticed the two and came over very enthusiastically, saying, "Gentlemen, we can take photos for you for free. We will mail the photos to your home, and you will only need to pay for the postage." Lin Yi glanced at Su Qingwei, and seeing her nod, he replied, "Thank you." Under the guidance of the staff, the couple completed a series of standard poses for their wedding photos. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Back in the car, Lin Yi asked Su Qingwei, "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook it for you." Su Qingwei felt her face burning at the thought of marrying Lin Yi, and she even lost focus when Lin Yi asked her question. "Qingwei, what are you thinking about?" After Lin Yi asked twice, Su Qingwei finally reacted. "Tu wasn't thinking anything." "What did you just say?" Lin Yi spoke up again, asking, "So what are we having for dinner tonight? How about something nice to celebrate?" Su Qingwei said, "I don't plan to tell Ying about the marriage yet. I'll tell her when I find a good time. You're not allowed to tell her when we get home. Also, anything is fine for dinner." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Okay, I won't say anything. Let's go to the market to buy groceries together." He had heard Li Xiaoying mention before that Su Qingwei liked seafood and crayfish, and that he would go to the market to buy ingredients to cook crayfish and seafood. Upon arriving at the market, Lin Yi asked, "The market might be a bit dirty. Do you want to go down there? Or should I buy it myself? I'll take pictures for you, and if you like it, I'll buy it." Su Qingwei glanced in the direction of the vegetable market before saying, "Let's go together." This was the first time she had ever been to a farmer's market in her entire life. For some reason, she wanted to go with Lin Yi. Along the way, Lin Yi talked about what the children liked to eat and what they didn't like to eat. When they saw something new, he would ask Su Qingwei if she liked it, always respecting Su Qingwei's opinion. The market floor was covered in sewage and smelled unpleasant. Su Qingwei covered her nose and followed behind Lin Yi, taking small steps. Lin Yi turned around and said with a smile, "That's how the market is. From now on, leave the grocery shopping to me." Just then, Su Qingwei slipped and fell backward. Just when things were at their most critical, Lin Yi dropped the vegetables he was holding, quickly stepped forward, and steadily pulled her into his arms. Their warm chests were pressed tightly together, their breaths mingling. Su Qingwei was still in shock when she looked at Lin Yi's face, and her cheeks flushed red. Lin Yi asked anxiously, Are you all right?" Su Qingwei immediately realized what was happening and said, I'm fine. Help me up." Lin Yi helped her up and said, "Stand still." After saying that, He squatted down and started picking up the vegetables that had fallen on the ground, but his gaze fell on Su Bengwai's reddened ankle and asked, "Your foot is injured. I'll put some medicine on it when we get back, otherwise your ankle will hurt tomorrow." Su Qingwei waved her hand and said, "No need, it's just a minor strain, it's nothing serious." He shook his head and said, "No, I can't allow you to get injured on our first day of getting our marriage certificate." Hearing Lin Yi's stubborn words, Su Qingwei had no choice but to give up. "Then let's go back first and talk about it later." Lin Yi, carrying the groceries, said, "Wait for me a moment, I'm going to buy some crayfish, I'll be right back." He carried the groceries and walked in another direction. Less than 10 minutes later, Lin Yi returned carrying a bag of crayfish. He said to Su Qingwei, "I've bought all the materials, let's go home." Lin Yi reached out to help Su Qingwei out of the market, afraid that she would fall again. Lin Yi's home. Lin Yi walked in from outside, supporting Su Qingwei with one hand and carrying nearly 30 pounds of vegetables in the other. Seeing Su Qingwei holding a cup of tea and noticing how intimate Lin Yi and Su Qingwei were, Li Xiaoying couldn't help but tease, "Oh, so you went on a romantic getaway with the child behind my back? You even bought flowers?" Su Qingwei let go of Lin Yi's hand and walked towards Li Xiaoying, saying, "All right, stop making fun of me." Li Xiaoying gestured for herself to shut up. After carrying the groceries into the kitchen, Lin Yi went into a guest room. When he came out of the guest room, he was holding a bottle of medicinal wine. Lin Yi walked up to Su Qingwei and said, "Let me wipe your feet for you." Su Qingwei initially refused, but under Lin Yi's gaze, she finally lifted her foot and let Lin Yi apply the medicinal wine to her. Lin Yi knelt down on one knee, poured the medicinal wine into his palm, gently supported her ankle, and carefully and gently wiped her ankle with very tender movements. Li Xiaoying stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with confusion. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Yi explained, "Qingwei twisted her ankle when we went to the market just now." "Oh, I see." After Lin Yi finished wiping, he stood up and said, "After wiping, it won't hurt as much tomorrow. You guys chat, I'm going to cook." After saying that, he picked up the medicinal wine and left. Su Qingwei's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi. As he stood up, her gaze followed him. Li Xiaoying waved her hand in front of Su Qingwei's eyes and said, "Don't look." She still didn't understand. "You two, is something going on? Or have you secretly done something behind my back? Quick, answer the truth." Su Qingwei looked at her ankles, which were slightly red from being rubbed, and said, "Don't ask. You won't tell me even if you do." Li Xiaoying knew that Su Qingwei wouldn't lie to her, so Su Qingwei must be hiding something from her. She had no choice but to give up. "Forget it. I'll tell you when you're ready. I'm tired, I don't want to guess." "You two couldn't have secretly gone to get married just now, could you? That's impossible, absolutely impossible." Su Qingwei was slightly startled, but she still tried to remain calm and said, "Don't make wild guesses." Chapter 37. Anyone with the surname Lin is absolutely out of the question. Lin Yi prepared a large dinner with chicken, fish, crayfish, lobster, crab, and other seafood. While eating, Li Xiaoying kept praising Lin Yi's cooking skills. After dinner, Li Xiaoying and Su Qingwei sat together and chatted. She patted her round belly and said to Su Qingwei, "Wei, I had people investigate Lin Yi countless times, and even went to his hometown to investigate, but I couldn't find out that Lin Yi's cooking is so delicious. Honestly, if he opened a restaurant with his cooking skills, it would be packed every day, and I would definitely eat his cooking every day." Su Qingwei said, "Don't even mention you. My dad couldn't find any of this even if he investigated. And he gave me a big surprise today." Li Xiaoying immediately became interested. "What big surprise?" Su Qingwei said, "Besides English and German, he also speaks French, Italian, and Arabic, 5 foreign languages in total. A few days ago, I witnessed his ability to do simultaneous interpretation in German. And today I witnessed it again. He can even do simultaneous interpretation in French." Upon hearing this, even Li Xiaoying was shocked. "Wow, that's amazing. Could it be that he can also do simultaneous interpretation in the other 3 foreign languages? If that's the case, then he really is a language genius." Su Qingwei shook her head. "I don't know about the others, but I did witness these 2 foreign languages firsthand. Let's not talk about these things for now." Li Xiaoying whispered, Wei, your dad also traced it back to Lin Yi, so your uncle and parents know about your affair?" Su Qingwei nodded. "My parents know. Do they agree?" Su Qingwei shook her head. "They definitely won't agree." Her gaze fell on the phone, which was already switched off, and she pursed her lips. Li Xiaoying said helplessly, "Then what do you plan to do? Go meet the blind date your uncle arranged?" Su Qingwei shook her head again. "Of course not. Let's take it one step at a time." Li Xiaoying walked over, hugged Su Qingwei's arm, and said coquettishly, "Wei Wei, please don't. I think Lin Yi is great. He's handsome, good at taking care of kids, can cook, and is good at foreign languages." Su Qingwei said speechlessly, "I knew it. You've been won over by Lin Yi's cooking skills. He's won you over after just a few meals." Li Xiaoying disagreed. "Of course not. I think Lin Yi is really a good person. Look at you, a career woman. You certainly wouldn't be like a housewife, always taking care of the family. Perfect timing. Lin Yi is willing to be a stay-at-home dad and take care of the kids. You two really complement each other. Moreover, Lin Yi has a good personality and puts his family first in everything. He's a great father, and I believe he'll definitely be a good husband too." Su Qingwei poked her head. "Okay, I know," Li Xiaoying asked with a smile. "So did your date go well today?" She didn't know that Su Qingwei and Lin Yi were already married. When she saw Su Qingwei come back with a bouquet of flowers, she thought the two were going on a date. Seeing that Lin Yi knew to buy flowers for a girl on their first date, Li Xiaoying secretly gave Lin Yi extra points. Su Qingwei's eyes darted around as she replied, It's all right, quite enjoyable." Li Xiaoying thought Su Qingwei was shy and laughed. "Once you do it the first time, you'll do it again. You'll get used to it eventually." Su Qingwei glanced at her and said speechlessly, "You talk as if you've ever been in a relationship." Li Xiaoying laughed and said, "Haven't you ever seen a pig run? Haven't you ever eaten pork?" Just then, two children ran over with toys in their hands. "Annie Ying Ying, Mom and Dad slept together last night," Lin Wanwan said happily. "Huh?" Li Xiaoying was dumbfounded, her gaze falling on Su Qingwei. She quickly pressed, "How did you know?" Lin Wanwan smiled and said, "Actually, last night, when Mom and Dad went out, we hadn't fallen asleep yet. By the time we fell asleep, Mom and Dad still hadn't come back to sleep with us. When we woke up this morning, Mom and Dad were nowhere to be seen either. So, there's only one way to confirm the truth. Mom and Dad slept together last night," Lin Yichen concluded. Su Qingwei didn't want to expose the child on the spot, so she pulled Li Xiaoying aside and said, "We didn't sleep together last night." Li Xiaoying chuckled and said, "You'd better explain to the kids quickly, otherwise they might go around telling everyone that you two slept together." Su Qingwei took a deep breath and said, "What can I say? Should I say that I don't sleep with my dad? They would definitely ask, why do other people's parents sleep together, but we don't?" Li Xiaoying laughed and said, "That's hilarious." Lin Wanwan asked with a questioning look, "Annie, Mom, what are you laughing at?" Li Xiaoying quickly stopped smiling. "No, we weren't laughing, we just said a few words." "Is it funny that Mom and Dad sleep together?" Lin Wanwan really couldn't understand. Li Xiaoying said, "No, I really didn't laugh." The two little ones' faces clearly said, "See if I believe you." After finishing their meal, Su Qingwei and Li Xiaoying prepared to leave. Before leaving, Su Qingwei turned on her phone, but the phone kept ringing. The two little ones were reluctant to part with her, but there was nothing they could do. Su Qingwei's phone kept ringing. It seemed that something was wrong at the company. Li Xiaoying accompanied Su Qingwei to the underground parking lot. Seeing that Su Qingwei's phone kept ringing, she couldn't help but ask, "Who is it?" Su Qingwei said, "My dad. Your dad was looking for you. So why didn't you answer?" Li Xiaoying asked. Su Qingwei said, "I don't want to pick them up at Lin Yi's house." Li Xiaoying nodded. "Then I'll be going now." Su Qingwei answered the phone after Li Xiaoying left. The first thing Su Hongmin, Su's father, said when the call was connected was a reproachful tone. "Xiaowei, what's wrong? I can't get through to you on the phone." Su Qingwei didn't answer, but asked, "Dad, what do you want to see me about?" Su Hongmin took a deep breath on the other end of the phone before asking, "Xiaowei, this morning, the housekeeper called and said you brought Wan and Chun Chun back, and then left with the household registration book. Did you take the household registration book? What did you need it for?" Su Qingwei said, "I took it." Su Hongmin's voice became urgent. "What are you going to do with the household registration?" Su Qingwei said, "We're married." "What?" The worst fears came true. Su Hongmin was furious on the phone. "Didn't I tell you? In the Su family, we only marry people of equal social standing. That Lin guy is absolutely out of the question." Chapter 38. My daughter is a love-struck fool. Su Qingwei knew in advance that her father was coming back, which is why she came up with the idea of secretly getting a marriage certificate with Lin Yi. Seeing that Su Qingwei remained silent, Su Hongmin's anger intensified. "What? Have you become mute?" Su Qingwei then said, Dad, you had the housekeeper investigate Linny, right? Su Hongmin said, Don't interrupt me. I'm telling you about our secret marriage. Su Qingwei said, Answer my question first. Su Hongmin said, If anyone dares to bully my daughter, I will definitely have them thoroughly investigated. I really don't know how you could have fallen for that kid back then. Apart from being a little good-looking, he's worthless. Su Qingwei chuckled and said, Dad, you might need to reevaluate Lin Yi. I only realized today that Lin Yi is actually quite outstanding. What did you say? Su Hongmin was furious. You say that kid surnamed Lin is outstanding? What's so outstanding about him? He has no money and no ability. Su Qingwei said, Dad, I don't think so. I saw it with my own eyes. He can translate in German and French and can do simultaneous interpretation. In addition, he takes excellent care of both children. He is an excellent cook, and the children are no longer picky eaters after eating his food. Chen Chen and Wan Wan both really like Lin Yi. He's a good father. Su Hongmin was angry on the other end of the phone, saying, Wei Wei, are you trying to put in a good word for Lin Yi? How could Lin Yi, a man who has nothing, possibly give his precious daughter happiness? Unfortunately, his daughter is a hopeless romantic, and the two, who had been separated for more than 5 years, still got back together. Now her precious daughter has actually registered her marriage with Lin Yi. He shouldn't have let his daughter return to China to help manage the company, which gave the two of them a chance to get to know each other. Su Qingwei said, Dad, I'm not saying nice things about Lin Yi, but because Lin Yi is a really good person. He's also very good to Chen Chen and Wan Wan. And Lin Yi isn't just an ordinary person on the surface. He is fluent in 5 foreign languages, has good calligraphy and painting skills, and can also trade stocks. He makes more than 200,000 yuan a week trading stocks. In addition, his cooking skills are also top-notch. Su Hongmin wouldn't listen at all. Stop talking. I won't believe anything you say now. We'll talk about everything when I get back with your mother. Su Qingwei asked, What was Mom's reaction after she found out about this? If you really care about your mother, you shouldn't have secretly gotten a marriage certificate with Lin Yi. Su Hongmin took a deep breath and said, I haven't told your mother yet. You can tell her yourself later. Su Qingwei asked, Are you coming back in 2 days? Su Hongmin said, 1 day earlier. We'll go back tomorrow. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Qingwei looked at the phone that had been hung up, chuckled, and said, Luckily, I secretly got our marriage certificate a day early. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have been in big trouble. No matter what, Su Hongmin would probably not beat Lin Yi too badly because Lin Yi is the child's father. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Su Hongmin made a call to his housekeeper, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, go and investigate that kid surnamed Lin again. Start investigating from the time he was born, and make sure you investigate thoroughly. Uncle Fu sounded a bit puzzled on the other end of the phone. The previous investigation had been very thorough, starting from Lin Yi's hometown and going all the way to Kyoto, without missing a single detail. Now, they want to check it again? What's going on? However, since the master of the house has requested an investigation, he is just a butler. Uncle Fu immediately agreed. Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Su Hongmin stood by the window and sighed deeply. Why are you sighing? The sudden sound of his wife, Huang Yun's voice behind him startled Su Hongmin so much that he almost dropped his cigarette. He turned around, smiling, and said, Honey, what's wrong? Weren't you watching a show? After scrutinizing him for a moment, Huang Yun asked, What are you investigating? Su Hongmin said, Who else can we investigate? Investigate that kid surnamed Lin. Huang Yun said, I know that Wei Wei and Lin Yi got married. What? Wei Wei told you? Su Hongmin asked in surprise. Huang Yun snorted and said, You were speaking so loudly just now that I could hear you clearly even through the door. Tell me quickly, what happened? Faced with Huang Yun's interrogation, Su Hongmin immediately confessed. Wife, our precious daughter got married to that Lin guy in a flash. I'm so angry. The flower I've carefully nurtured for over 20 years has been eaten by a pig. Huang Yun said they got married? That's great. Su Hongmin, wife, are you all right? What's so great about their marriage? That Lin guy is completely unworthy of our precious daughter. Huang Yun said, It's none of your business to interfere in what's going on between the young couple. Besides, Lin Yi is the biological father of their 2 children. They are each other's first wife, so why can't they get married? My daughter finally got married, and she'll have a companion for the rest of her life. Isn't that good? Don't you remember? She was very firm in saying she was against marriage before, but now that she's able to get married, isn't that great? Su Hongmin snorted and said, You don't know, our daughter is decisive in business, but when it comes to relationships, She's a hopeless romantic. She can actually fall for someone like Lin Yi. Huang Yin said, "You old fool. Even if our family is rich, Wei Wei has given birth before. Who would really treat her child as their own? As the saying goes, a stepmother is like a stepfather. You don't want your two precious grandchildren, Chun Chun and Wan Wan, to be bullied, do you?" Su Hongmin was in a state of confusion. He waved his hand and said, "Anyway, I don't agree right now. If he wants me to agree, he has to satisfy me first." Huang Yin pushed him and said, "What's the point of making you happy? The young couple is living their own lives, not with you. Wife, didn't you used to be on my side? Why are you speaking up for that Lin kid now?" Su Hongmin said angrily. He also said he wanted to find a handsome man who would love his wife and a top student or something. "What's going on?" Huang Yun said, "Now both children are married, and Lin Yi is quite handsome. Most importantly, Lin Yi is the children's father, and he really loves his children. I can't be bothered with you." Su Hong stormed out of the room. Huang Yin shook his head helplessly. All she wanted was for her daughter to be happy. If Lin Yi is her daughter's last choice, then she will definitely stand by her daughter's side. Otherwise, getting a divorce right after getting married would be bad for the daughter, Chun Chun, and Wan Wan. Hopefully, Lin Yi can live up to expectations and perform better. Chapter 39, Dad's earning speed is too slow. Early the next morning, Lin Yi should have received the transfer from Chun Wan, totaling 100,000 yuan. The two little ones also got up on time. Every morning, when they woke up, they looked forward to the breakfast that Lin Yi made. Lin Wan Wan used to be grumpy when she woke up, but after coming to Lin Yi's place, she has completely changed. Every day when she opens her eyes and wakes up, she immediately kicks off the covers and gets up to brush her teeth. "Dad, what did you make for breakfast today?" Lin Wan Wan, with her hair a mess, skipped and hopped to the dining table and asked happily. Lin Yi and Lin Chen were already eating breakfast. When he saw Lin Wan Wan's messy hair, he immediately said, "Wan Wan, wait a minute. Let Daddy fix your hair first." Ding! 100 points awarded. These days, I've been accumulating thousands of points every day. Lin Wan Wan sat in the chair, looked at the pasta in front of her, and said, "Wow, the pasta Dad made looks delicious." Linny smiled and said, "If you like it, Dad will make it again next time." Lin Wan Wan let Lin Yi tie her hair, and her little mouth couldn't wait to start eating. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Chen pushed his bowl aside and said to Lin Yi with a serious expression, "Dad, you won the bet we made before." "Oh, you're admitting defeat just like that?" Lin Yi tied her hair up and sat down next to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and said, "Yes, yesterday my mother and I saw your stock account." "You won?" Lin Yi asked. "You watched it with your mother? Did she say anything?" "No, they didn't say anything." Lin Chen shook his head. Lin Yi said, "All right, since you lost, then you should focus on your studies and worry less about money." Lin Chen pouted and said, "But I want to do my part for the big house, and besides, I think Dad's earning speed is too slow." "Huh?" Lin Yi's eyes widened. This kid actually dares to say I'm making money too slowly? Is it because he's been with Su Qingwei for so long that he thinks money is so easy to make? However, it's undeniable that Su Qingwei earns money much faster than I do. Lin Chen said, "Dad, why don't you use Mom's account to trade stocks? Mom's account can use leverage, so you can earn more that way." Lin Yi asked, "Will this work?" Lin Chen said, "Sure, transfer all of Mom's money, and then you can use your own money to make money." "Dad, I believe in you." Lin Yi scratched his head and said, "Let Dad think about it. This son really thinks of his old father. I can't let my son down. I need to make some money quickly and buy a house." Lin Yi had a full schedule for the day. When evening came and it was time for dinner, Lin Wan Wan just couldn't muster any energy. "Dad, I feel a little unwell." Lin Wan Wan lay on the dining table, her little face flushed, looking listless. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was startled and quickly went over, touching Lin Wan Wan's head and asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Can you tell Daddy?" Lin Wan Wan pointed at her eyes and said, "My eyes hurt, my mouth hurts, my head hurts, I feel terrible." This was Lin Yi's first time taking care of a child, but he had carefully studied how to do so. He reached out and touched Lin Wanji's forehead and was immediately startled. "Wan Wan, you have a fever." Lin Chen also came over, reached out his little hand and touched Lin Wan Wan's forehead, saying, "Little sister really has a fever, but don't worry. Mom has prepared medicine for us. I'll go get it now." Lin Yi said, "Chun Chun, put the medicine on the table. I'll take my sister to take a bath first to lower her fever." "Okay, Dad." Lin Chen, with his short legs, walked towards the room. Lin Yi picked up Lin Wan Wan and headed straight for the bathroom. After soaking in warm water for 15 minutes, Lin Wanwan was noticeably less hot. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine Healer skill. Oh, a Divine Healer skill? Doesn't it require experience points to level up? Not used by the host. Lin, he was overjoyed. This was wonderful. The Divine Healer skill, which he could use immediately, had come at the perfect time. After helping Lin Wanwan get dressed, Lin, he immediately began to examine her. It turned out to be a sore throat. These are clearly symptoms of internal heat. The food I've been cooking lately has all been fried. Children naturally have a lot of yang energy, making them prone to internal heat, which is why this has caused inflammation. The first priority now is to lower Lin Wanwan's temperature and reduce her fever. Taking your temperature right after showering is inaccurate, so you have to wait a while before taking it. Wanwan, can you eat now? Lin Wanwan looked haggard and said, Dad, I'm hungry. Her behavior clearly indicated that the temperature had dropped. Lenny nodded and said, then go eat first. Eat as much as you can. Dad will take your temperature in a bit. While Lin Wanwan was eating, Lin quickly opened his phone, ordered the necessary medicine, and gave her a 100 yuan tip. With a generous tip, Lin Wanwan had just finished her meal when the medicine was delivered. Looking at the medicine that had been delivered, Lin said, Wanwan, let Daddy take your temperature. He disassembled an ear thermometer and placed it in Lin Wanji's ear to take a temperature. 38.6 degrees Celsius. That's quite a high temperature. Let's give her fever-reducing medicine first, and then put on an ice pack. Upon hearing that she had to take medicine, Lin Wanwan immediately covered her nose, frowned, and protested. No, Wanwan doesn't want to take medicine. It's very bitter. Linny smiled and said, Wanwan, don't worry. The medicine is sweet, not bitter at all. Really? Why were all the medicines I took before bitter? Lin Wanwan asked, frowning. This is medicine that your father bought, so it's naturally not bitter. Well, has your father ever lied to you? Lin, he said patiently. Lin, he bought only the instant brew type, which has a slightly sweet taste after being brewed. Lin Wanwan stared at Lin for a moment before nodding. Then, I believe, Dad. Lin personally prepared the medicine for Lin Wanwan, fed her a little with a spoon, and asked, how is it? Not bitter, right? Lin Wanwan nodded. Yes, the medicine really isn't bitter, it's sweet. She picked up the bowl and drank all the medicine as if it were sugar water. Lin poured another 4 milliliters of fever-reducing medicine onto the spoon and said, this is sweet too. Lin Wanwan immediately pulled Lin Yi's hand to her mouth, biting down on the entire spoon and swallowing all the medicine. It's so sweet, Dad, I want more. Lin took the spoon back and said, this is medicine, not sugar water. You can't drink too much of it, understand? Oh, okay. Lin Wanwan had no choice but to give up. Lin Chin laughed from his side. When my younger sister was sick before, she especially loved to drink this sweet soup. Every time she wanted to drink more, her mother would spank her bottom, and she would cry every time. Lin said, Mom did the right thing. This is medicine. If you drink too much, you might get sick or even die. You can't take medicine haphazardly in the future. Don't treat medicine like candy, understand? Okay. Okay, Dad. The two little ones obediently agreed. Just then, Su Qingwei called. Chapter 40, Sleep With Me. Lin immediately answered the phone. Su Qingwei's anxious voice came through the phone. Lin, I was busy just now. How is Wanwan now? Has she seen a doctor? Has she taken any medicine? Lin said, I haven't seen a doctor yet. I tried to lower Wanwan's temperature with physical methods, but it didn't come down. She just took some fever reducer and some medicine to clear heat and detoxify. If her fever goes up again later, I'll take her to see a doctor. Su Qingwei expressed disbelief. Can this really work? When Wanwan was sick before, she would have a high fever for 2 or 3 days before she recovered. You should pay attention and see if she has a recurring fever. Lin could tell from the other end of the phone that Su Qingwei was genuinely worried about the child. He quickly reassured her, don't worry, Wanwan is fine now. Her fever has gone down. She's eaten, and Chun Chun is playing with her. She's all right. Su Qingwei took a deep breath and said, I'm going there now. After saying that, she hung up the phone immediately. Lin didn't expect her to hang up the phone so quickly. Before the children fell asleep, Lin told them that his mother would be coming over later. Su Qingwei's home. Su Qingwei packed her clothes, put them in a bag, and went downstairs. Su Hongmin and Huang Yun returned from their trip this afternoon. They have just finished eating and are sitting in the living room digesting their food before planning to go for a walk later. Seeing Su Qingwei carrying a bag of clothes out the door, Su Hongmin immediately called out to her, Wei Wei, where are you going? He was already very angry when he learned that Su Qingwei was getting married to Lin Yi. But when he got home and saw that Su Qingwei was staying at home instead of with Lin Yi, he felt a little better and was preparing to teach her a lesson later. But now, seeing Su Qingwei carrying clothes out the door, he had a bad feeling. Su Qingwei said, Wanwan is sick. I'll go take care of her. What? Sick? How did that Lin brat take care of my precious grandson? If he can't take good care of him, send the child back. Our Su family can still afford to raise 2 children. Su Qingwei said anxiously, Dad, now is not the time to talk about this. I'm leaving. Huang Yun said from the side. Wanwan is sick, so you should go and take care of her. When a child is sick, what she needs most is her mother. Go quickly. Okay, Mom, I'm leaving. Su Qingwei said, picking up her bag and leaving. You come back here right now. Su Hongmin shouted at Su Qingwei's retreating figure. Huang Yun immediately pulled Su Hongmin back. At your age, you still have such a fiery temper. Aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? Don't pull me. Su Hongmin was furious. It's all your fault for spoiling him. Huang Yun disagreed with this. It's all my fault for spoiling her. I think it's clearly you who spoiled her. From childhood to adulthood, you've given Wei Wei whatever she wanted. And now look what's happened. She's developed this love-struck mindset. Just like you. Su Hongmin snorted and said, How can that be the same? You and I are childhood sweethearts. A perfect match. Our Wei Wei has never met anyone good enough. That's why she likes that brat. Come on, our daughter has been with us since she was little. She's seen all kinds of boys, but she's only interested in that guy, surnamed Lin. Huang Yin shook his head and said, Just relax and let Wei Wei choose for herself. Su Hongmin said, Do you think I'm only doing this for Wei Wei's marriage? In the past 2 years, the company's development has also encountered a bottleneck. I think it's not wrong for Wei Wei to find an excellent man to marry. At least our son-in-law is outstanding and can help our company develop sustainably, instead of some country boy who can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Huang Yin said, Honey, why think so much? If you keep thinking, you'll go bald. How about this? While the company is still valuable, let's sell it and put in a trust or something. That money will be enough for us to live on for several lifetimes. Su Hongmin stared wide-eyed at Huang Yun and said, Wife, are you running a fever? Selling the company? That's definitely not an option. As he spoke, he took out his phone and said, I'll ask Shin Jixin to come out and talk tomorrow. I heard his son has also returned from studying abroad, and I heard it's some kind of MBA program. He'll definitely be taking over the family business in the future. I'll let Wei Wei meet his son then. Huang Yun said speechlessly, Don't meddle in your daughter's affairs, or you'll only make things worse. Su Hongmin left without looking back. Although she didn't agree with her daughter being with Lin Yi, now that her daughter and Lin Yi were married, she definitely couldn't do anything reckless. Okay, let's talk to Wei Wei first and give her some mental preparation. Lin Yi's home. Su Qingwei arrived at Lin Yi's house, only to find that she didn't have a key, so she had to ring the doorbell. As soon as the doorbell rang, Lin Yi knew it was Su Qingwei. After all, not many people usually go home. Lin Yi opened the door and saw Su Qingwei standing anxiously at the door. He smiled and said, Qingwei, come in. Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichen immediately stood up from the pile of toys and shouted loudly at her. Mom, you're here. Mom, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Qingwei quickly changed her shoes and rushed towards Lin Wanwan. However, seeing that Lin Wanwan was in good spirits, she felt relieved. Wanwan, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling better? Su Qingwei hugged Lin Wanwan and asked gently. Lin Yichen ran over and hugged Su Qingwei's arm, saying, Mom, my sister is much better. She had a fever just now, and her whole face was red as an apple. Su Qingwei touched Lin Jichen's little face and smiled. Really? Chen Chen is so amazing. He's already learned to take care of his little sister. Lin Yichen shook his head and said, No, it's Mom. It's Dad who's taking care of my sister. Lin Wanwan nodded in agreement. Yes, Dad is very worried about me. Lin Yi also came over and said, All right, Wanwan is fine now. You can rest assured, right? Su Qingwei said, That won't do. Wanwan's fever keeps recurring. I'll stay here with her tonight. Lin Yi said, All right then. He couldn't stop Su Qingwei from visiting the child, and he also wanted Su Qingwei to stay so that everyone could spend more time together. After thinking it over, Lin Yi said to Su Qingwei, Qingwei, let me register your fingerprint so you can open the door directly next time you come. Su Qingwei responded, Oh, okay. After Lin Yi helped Su Qingwei register her fingerprints, Lin Wanwan pestered Su Qingwei for a hug. Mom, Can you and Dad sleep with me tonight? Lenny said somewhat awkwardly, Wan Wan, that won't do. Your brother needs someone to sleep with him too. How about this? You sleep with Mommy, and I'll sleep with my brother, okay? Not good. Chapter 41 Go Sleep with Mom. Lenny Chen looked at his sister and Su Qingwei, then at Lin Yi, and shook his head, saying, Dad, my sister is sick and needs someone to take care of her. You go and sleep with Mom and my sister. I can sleep by myself. I'm a brave man. What brave man? You're still too young. Su Qingwei was amused by her son's words. Lenny said, Chen Chen, Daddy will sleep with you and read you storybooks, okay? Lenny Chen glanced at Lin Wanwan and shook his head. Lin Wanwan immediately exclaimed, No, I want Daddy to tell me a story, and my brother can sleep alone. Lin, he looked at Lenny Chen and asked, Chen Chen, are you sure you really don't want to sleep with Daddy? Don't you want Daddy to tell you stories? Lenny Chen gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. Dad, I really don't need it. I can sleep well by myself. Lin Wanwan hugged Su Qingwei's neck and said coquettishly, Mom, my brother has already agreed, so you can sleep with me and Dad. Su Qingwei looked at Lin Yi, signaling him to speak. Lin Yi coughed lightly and said, Since you're willing, brother, then I'll sleep with Wan Wan tonight. Su Qingwei stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi. She wanted Lin Yi to refuse, but she didn't expect him to agree so readily. Lin Yi had just received a subtle signal from the two little ones, and that's when he realized that they were on his side. Of course, no child wants their parents to have a bad relationship, which is why the two little ones are trying to ease the tension between him and Su Qingwei. Do they know something? Or have they misunderstood something? However, none of that matters now. The important thing is that tonight, he will be lying in the same bed as Su Qingwei. Seeing Su Qingwei's face turn completely red, Lin Yi quickly said, Qingwei, go take a shower first. I'll help the kids brush their teeth, and then I'll tell Chen Chen a story so he can go to sleep. He looked at Lin Wanwan and said, Wanwan, after you brush your teeth, wait for me on Mom's bed. I'll be there in a bit. Lin Wanwan immediately asked Lin Yi for a hug. Daddy, hug me. Lin Yi picked Lin Wanwan up, and Lin Wanwan immediately kissed Lin Yi on the cheek. Su Qingwei said, Then, I'll go take a shower first. Lin Yi nodded, hugged Lin Wanwan, and pulled Lenny Chen, saying, Come on, let's go brush our teeth, wash our faces, and go to bed. Watching Lin Yi and the other two's retreating figures, Su Qingwei blinked. They seemed pretty good too. She returned to her room and saw pajamas on the bed. She walked over, picked them up, and smelled them. Lin Yi actually washed his clothes for him. Su Qingwei smiled and took the clothes into the bathroom. On the other side, Lin Yi looked at Lenny Chen lying obediently on the bed and secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I took a shower beforehand. He looked at Lenny Chen and asked, Little guy, you and your sister did this on purpose, right? Lenny Chen chuckled and said, Other people's parents sleep in the same bed, but you two sleep separately. I don't think that's good. You and Mom should sleep in the same bed. Lenny said, I haven't seen your mother for a long time, so of course we have to take it slow. Don't try to be strong and sleep alone next time, understand? Lenny Chen shook his head and said, Dad, no, Chen Chen is really not afraid. You just need to leave the nightlight on. He pointed with his little finger to the nightlight next to the bedside table. Lin, he touched his little face and said, still being stubborn, If you're not afraid, why did you turn on the nightlight? Lenny Chen said, Anyway, I'm not afraid. Lin, he was helpless as Lenny Chen refused to admit it. Oh well, kids have their own stubbornness. Lenny asked, Then, shall we continue the story from yesterday? Lenny Chen waved his hand and said, Dad, no need. I'll listen with my sister after she gets better. You go to Mom's room and sleep with her. Lenny said, All right, I'm off. He stood up, turned on the nightlight, took a few steps toward the door, then turned back and said, Dad is really gone. Lenny Chen pulled the blanket over his head and said, Okay, you can go now. Chen Chen, don't cover your head with the blanket, Lenny said. After seeing Lenny Chen put the blanket down, Lin Yi turned off the main light in the room and left. He walked directly towards Su Qingwei's room. I opened the room door, but heard the sound of the shower running from the bathroom. The thought of his newlywed wife taking a shower in the bathroom made Lin Yi feel restless. He suppressed the thought, secretly thinking, Damn, I really can't go too long without a woman. I can even get aroused by the sound of someone showering. It took him a while to recover. Lin Wanwan was playing with Su Qingwei's phone when she turned around and saw Lin Yi standing motionless at the door. She immediately shouted, Dad, are you peeking at Mom taking a bath? Her words startled Lin Yi. He quickly walked towards Lin Wanwan and said, Wanwan, don't talk nonsense. Dad just came in and didn't peek. Lin Wanwan nodded, not taking the matter to heart. About 10 minutes later, Su Qingwei finally finished showering and came out. She held a pink towel in her hand. Tilting her head to dry her hair, she said, "Wan Wan, don't look at mommy's phone. It's time to get ready for bed." After speaking, Su Qingwei looked up and met Lin Yi's gaze, and her hand froze for a moment. Lin Yi said, "Chun Chan said he's fine sleeping alone, so I came over." Su Qingwei softly said, "Oh," then looked away, dried her hair, and sat down at the dressing table. Lin Wan Wan whispered to Lin Yi, "Dad, are you staring at Mom because she's pretty?" Lin Yi quickly covered Lin Wan Wan's mouth and said, "Wan Wan, don't talk nonsense." Although Lin Wan Wan spoke softly in the room, Su Qingwei still heard her. She glanced at Lin Yi in the mirror out of the corner of her eye, thinking to herself, "Does Lin Yi think I'm pretty?" Su Qingwei touched her face, took out skincare products from the bag, and began to apply them. She knew she was pretty, of course, and she'd heard from Lin Yi that he had feelings for her. So, did Lin Yi staring at her mean he was in love with her? Lin Wan Wan laughed and said, "Mom, you don't need to look in the mirror anymore. Mom is the most beautiful mom in the world. Come and sleep with me." Su Qingwei replied, "Okay, Mom's here." Lin Yi lay on the bed. Although Su Qingwei had only slept with him once, the sheets were already stained with her scent. Although it's just a faint fragrance, it still makes people's hearts flutter. Chapter 42. I slept very soundly. As soon as Su Qingwei came over, Lin Wan Wan hugged her neck and said, "Mom, Dad was just peeking at you taking a bath." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was completely stunned. Su Qingwei stopped touching Lin Wan Wan and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was startled and quickly explained, "Qingwei, I really didn't peek. I just heard you taking a shower when I came in, so I stopped for a moment and didn't know if I should come in." Su Qingwei nodded and said, "Oh, I understand. That's it." Lin Yi was also worried that Su Qingwei would misunderstand him. Lin Wan Wan gave Su Qingwei a playful kiss on the cheek and asked, "Mommy, why does Daddy call you by your name instead of wife?" One sentence made both Su Qingwei and Lin Yi blush. Lin Yi almost choked on his own saliva. He glanced at Su Qingwei, who seemed to be frightened as well, then looked at Lin Wan Wan and explained, "Wan Wan, this is how I address my mother." Lin Wan Wan shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and said, "I saw in a video that couples who call each other husband and wife have the best relationship. Dad, why don't you call me wife and let Mom hear it?" Lin Yi looked at Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei blushed and said, "Wan Wan, you're still sick. You need to go to sleep early so you'll have the strength to fight the virus. Shall we go to sleep now?" Lin Wan Wan hummed twice. No, Mom and Dad. Call each other husband and wife and let me hear it." Seeing that the two didn't speak, Lin Wan Wan started to act up. "Mom and Dad, if you don't call me, I won't go to sleep." Humph. After saying that, she turned her head away, looking angry. Su Qingwei stroked her head and said, "Why are you angry? Your lips are pouting like that. You could hang an oil lamp on them." Lin Wan Wan snorted and turned her face away. Lin Yi said, "Wan Wan, you." Before he could finish speaking, Su Qingwei blushed and said, "Husband." Lin Yi's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Su Qingwei with a look of astonishment. Su Qingwei, a cold and aloof school beauty who captivated countless young men, is now lying in the same bed with me and calling me husband? Lin Wan Wan's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Su Qingwei's words. "Yay, Mom called me husband," she said, looking at Lin Yi and asking Dad, "It's your turn, why aren't you calling me wife?" Since Su Qingwei had already asked, Lin Yi had no choice but to reciprocate. He looked at Su Qingwei and said gently, "Wife." Hearing Lin Yi's voice, Su Qingwei's face turned even redder. Lin Yi turned his gaze away from Su Qingwei and looked at Lin Wan's own, saying, "All right, can we go to sleep now?" Lin Wan Wan said happily, "Then you should call each other husband and wife from now on. Otherwise, if the uncles and aunts outside hear us, they'll think we're not a family anymore." Lin Yi silently gave Lin Wan Wan a thumbs up in his heart. Indeed, daughters are the true confidants of their parents. Lin Yi laughed and said, "All right, I promise you. You should get some rest now." Su Qingwei was surprised that Lin Yi would agree. The thought of Lin Yi calling her wife in front of others made her heart beat faster for no reason. Lin Yi took the ear thermometer from the bedside table, tested Lin Wan Wan's ear, and said, 36.8 degrees Celsius. No fever. You can go to sleep now. Do you want Daddy to tell you a story?" Lin Wan Wan shook her head and said, "No, I want to talk to my brother again. Now that Mom and Dad are with me to sleep, I'll fall asleep soon." Su Qingwei helped her cover herself with a blanket and said, Then you should go to sleep quickly. Mom is turning off the light. She had just finished speaking and was about to get up when Lin Yi had already gotten up and walked towards the door. Su Qingwei watched him turn off the light, then lay down to sleep with Lin Wanwan. After turning off the lights, Lin Yi returned to bed, thinking to himself, in my future home, I'll make sure it's fully smart. I'll just need to say something to turn off the lights. After 2 or 3 minutes, the room fell silent. Lin Wanwan clung to Su Qingwei's arm and murmured, Mommy, you haven't sung for me in so long. Can you sing me a song to lull me to sleep? Su Qingwei stroked Lin Wanwan's back while gently humming a lullaby. Lin Yi had never seen Su Qingwei like this before. He stared at her blankly in the light of the night lamp. Perhaps because of her illness, Lin Wanwan quickly fell asleep to Su Qingwei's singing. Lin Yi glanced at Lin Wanwan and whispered, Wanwan is asleep. Are you going to sleep here tonight? Su Qingwei said, of course. Wanwan is sick. I'll take care of her tonight. What do you want to do? Lin Yi quickly said, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to suggest that you go and sleep with Chenshin. I saw him hiding under the covers in fear and even had to turn on the nightlight. Su Qingwei was still worried, but Wanwan, she, and me, I don't have to work tomorrow, so it's fine if I stay up all night. But you, if you have to work tomorrow, you won't be in good shape if you don't get enough rest. If you have a day off tomorrow, then you need to rest even more. Su Qingwei was at a loss for words, so she could only silently reply, okay. She slowly pulled her hand away from Lin Wanwan's embrace, got up, and walked toward the door. After opening the door, Su Qingwei said again, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, she closed the door and left. As Su Qingwei walked down the corridor, she felt her face burning hot. She went to Lin Yichen's room and saw him sleeping with the blanket over his head, so she immediately pulled the blanket off. As a mother, Su Qingwei had never known that Lin Yichen was afraid of the dark. She had never noticed this when Lin Yichen and Lin Wanwan were alone in the dormitory. Therefore, Lin Yichen was just afraid of being alone, not actually afraid of the dark. Thinking of this, Su Qingwei walked over, turned off the bedside lamp, and sat in the spot where Lin Yi had slept before. Sleeping here feels like being held tightly in Lin Yi's arms. Thinking of this, Su Qingwei immediately slapped her head, thinking to herself, how could I have thought that? She quickly cleared her mind of all distractions and closed her eyes to sleep. As soon as she lay down, smelling Lin Yi's scent, Su Qingwei's mind kept replaying that night. She slapped her face hard, warning herself, Su Qingwei, what are you thinking? Is it because she hasn't had a man around for too long? Su Qingwei quickly pulled Lin Yichen into her arms, clearing her mind of all distractions before slowly falling asleep. Su Qingwei was usually very particular about her bed, but for some reason, smelling Lin Yi's scent, she slept very soundly all night. That night, Lin Wanwan did not experience a recurring fever. Chapter 43, A Kiss of Love. When Su Qingwei woke up early in the morning, she felt refreshed and invigorated. She used to have sleepless nights because her daughter was sick, but now she sleeps so well. Perhaps having someone else around to share the burden of caring for the child makes things less tiring. Before the child woke up, she quietly got up and went to the room to brush her teeth and wash her face. When she came out of the room, she heard a sound coming from the kitchen. Judging from the sound, Lin Yi had already gotten up to make breakfast. Su Qingwei couldn't help but recall when she was abroad, taking care of 2 children by herself, especially when she was sick. Both children were sick at the same time, and during that period she really wished that someone could help her like Lin Yi did. Perhaps things are all right as they are now. Su Qingwei silently returned to her room, and when she came out again, Lin Wanwan was already awake. Lin Wanwan rubbed her eyes and asked Su Qingwei, Mom, why are you up so early? Where's Dad? Su Qingwei said, Dad is going to make breakfast. Mom will take you to brush your teeth. After Su Qingwei finished brushing her teeth with the 2 children, Lin Yi had already prepared breakfast. Lin Yi carried out a pot of porridge and came face to face with Su Qingwei and her 2 children. He called out to them, breakfast is ready, come and eat. Su Qingwei led the child over and saw the small steamed buns and millet porridge on the dining table. It seems Lin Yi didn't sleep well. Otherwise, why would he get up so early to cook porridge? Millet porridge takes at least an hour to cook to this consistency. It must be said that Lin Yi truly cared for the child. He is definitely a good father. Thinking of this, Su Qingwei said softly to Lin Yi, thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi looked up at Su Qingwei, smiled, and said, you don't need to thank me. I'm a child's father, and this is what I should do. Good. Su Qingwei pursed her lips and sat down with the children. Lin said, because Wanwan is sick, we'll eat something light today. We'll make other breakfasts when Wanwan feels better. The two children reluctantly accepted reality. To their surprise, the porridge Lin cooked was also incredibly delicious. Seeing the mother and her two children enjoying their meal so much, Lin felt happy too. He had already timed it perfectly, and after the porridge was cooked, he let it sit for another half hour, so it's just ready to eat now. After finishing her bowl of porridge, Su Qingwei wiped her mouth with a tissue before asking Lin, did Wanwan have a fever last night? After saying that, she reached out and touched Lin Wanwan's forehead. The temperature sensor was normal. Lin Wanwan said happily, Mom, I'm all better now. Last night, when I wasn't feeling well, I couldn't even eat. Now I feel like I can eat 3 bowls of porridge. Really? Su Qingwei also laughed and said, if you can't eat, don't eat, or your stomach will get bloated. Lin Wanwan rubbed her chin and said with a grin, Mom, I can't. Thinking about it, she suddenly asked, resting her chin on her hand, by the way, Mom, didn't you promise me last night that you would call Dad husband? After saying that, Lin Wanwan looked at Lin and asked, Dad, why don't you call Mom wife? Were you lying to me last night? Su Qingwei glanced at Lin before saying, of course not. We just haven't gotten used to it yet. We'll call you that next time. Lin Chin's eyes lit up, and he said, Mom and Dad, then call me that now. I've never heard you call each other husband and wife before. As they spoke, the two little ones exchanged a knowing glance with a smile. Su Qingwei and Lin were looking at each other at that moment, unaware of the glint in the eyes of those two rascals. Lin felt that as a man, he should take the initiative, so he spoke first. Wife. Su Qingwei blushed and said, husband. Wow, great. Mom and Dad will call each other that from now on. It'll show how much we love each other. Su Qingwei was truly at her wit's end with these two little devils. She laughed but said in an angry tone, all right, you little devils. Do you even know what love is? Honestly, Lin Wanwan raised her chubby little hand and said, I know. When we were abroad, my neighbor's aunt would kiss him every morning when he left the house. She said it was a kiss of love. Dad, when Mom goes to work later, you should kiss her too. It's a kiss of love. Hearing this, Su Qingwei was almost scared to death. She said urgently, Wanwan, who told you to learn these things? After saying that, Su Qingwei rushed to her room to change her clothes. Lin sat down next to his daughter and said, Wanwan, Mom and Dad's relationship isn't as warm as the neighbors. We don't like to kiss in front of others, especially children. Lin Wanwan giggled and said, Mama's gone back to her room now. You can go kiss her. We won't see. Upon hearing this, Lin Chin looked at Lin expectantly. Dad, hurry up and go. Lin reluctantly got up and walked towards Su Qingwei's room. Fortunately, the corridor was at the corner and not visible, so Lin had no choice but to stand at the door of the room and wait. Su Qingwei changed her clothes, opened the door, and was startled to see Lin. What are you doing here? Lin took a deep breath, scratched his head, and whispered. The child said, he wanted me to give you a loving kiss. Look at this. Just then, the two little ones stood in the corner, peeking out their heads and whispering and laughing. Look, Mom and Dad are here. Daddy quickly kissed Mommy. Su Qingwei said awkwardly, then let's use a camera trick. As she spoke, Su Qingwei reached out and gently hooked her arm around Lin Yi's neck. Just like that night, their breaths instantly intertwined. Su Qingwei slowly moved closer to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi subconsciously turned his head and accidentally kissed Su Qingwei's cheek. Su Qingwei was completely stunned. Lin Yi was also petrified. It seems he kissed Su Qingwei. This was the most formal kiss the two of them had since that night, and it came so unexpectedly. Yay! Daddy kissed Mommy. The two little ones hopped and skipped toward the two of them. The two quickly and awkwardly separated, both feeling somewhat at a loss. I'm going to work now. Su Qingwei picked up her bag, left a sentence, and ran away. Lin Yi watched Su Qingwei's retreating figure and smiled helplessly. The door closed, and the two little ones stared at Lin Yi. Dad, what are you grinning about? Lin Yi Chin asked. Lin Yi stroked his chin, looked at the two little ones, and said, you two planned this, didn't you? Lin Wanwan said with a grin, no, that's exactly what our neighbors used to do. Lin Yi had no evidence, so he could only say, are you full? If you're full, you need to take your medicine. Chapter 44, Dad, I'm going to grow mushrooms. On the other side, Su Qingwei returned to the company and sat in her office, her heart still pounding. She pushed all the files aside, sat in her office chair in silence for a long while, and then muttered to herself, it's not like we haven't kissed before. What am I panicking about? Thinking of this, Su Qingwei went to the sofa in the office and rested for a while before she could calm herself down. After regaining her senses, she began to numb herself with work. Lin Yi's home. After the two little ones took their medicine, Lin Yi let them rest on their own. Lin Yi used his phone to order a children's basketball hoop online, intending to place it on the large balcony for the children's indoor activities. While large apartments are nice, they are not as convenient as villas. In the future, when I buy a house, I want to buy a big villa with a yard, preferably one with a basketball court. In Kyoto now, a large villa with a yard would cost at least tens of millions, and a larger one would cost over 100 million. Given his current financial situation, he still couldn't afford one. Lin Yi opened the system interface and checked his skill levels. Except for his driving skill, all other skills have been upgraded to the maximum level. However, the children are sick now and can't go out and run around. So for the next few days, the two little ones will have to stay at home. Although Lin Wanwan was sick, she is almost recovered after taking medicine and is now lively and energetic again. Lin Yi opened the app, bought Chinese medicine to treat Lin Wanwan's illness, and also used Chinese medicine to regulate the spleen and stomach of the two little ones. The Chinese medicine was delivered to his door quickly, and Lin Yi picked it up outside the entrance of the residential area. Lin Yi frowned as he looked at the Chinese herbal porridge in front of him. "Dad, do I want to eat this too?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Congratulations, you guessed right." Lin Yi clearly didn't want to eat. "I don't want to." Lin Yi said, "It's fine for my sister to eat this when she's sick. If you're not sick, eating this can prevent you from getting sick, just like a vaccination." Lin Yi said helplessly, "All right then." Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan had already started eating. Her eyes lit up after taking the first bite. "Brother, the porridge is so delicious." Lin Yi hesitated to make a move until he heard Lin Wanwan's words, at which point he finally took action. His reaction after taking the first bite was the same as Lin Wanwan's. "Dad, this is delicious. I want to eat this whenever I'm sick." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he ate several more bites. Lin Yi smiled and said, "You don't have to be sick to eat this. Eating this medicinal porridge regularly can also help prevent illness. If you like it, Dad will make it for you every now and then, or you can ask Dad to make it whenever you want. Okay?" Okay. The two little ones were enjoying their food and didn't pay any more attention to Lin Yi. Lin Yi and the two little ones rested at home for 3 days. If the basketball hoop hadn't been delivered, they probably would have gone crazy. But in those 3 days, Su Qingwei didn't come again except for phone calls and video chats. Lin Yi sometimes wondered if it was because he kissed her that day that he made her feel awkward. 3 days have passed, and with the increase in physical strength points, Lin Wanwan's body has fully recovered. Lin Yi made hundreds of thousands of yuan in the stock market during those 3 days, which was much easier than making money as a translator. However, the two little ones were also getting restless. Lin Yi sat on the sofa and complained, "Dad, I feel like I'm going to get moldy." Lin Wanwan lay listlessly on the sofa. "Daddy, I'm going to grow mushrooms." Lin Yi sat between the two, patted the two little ones on the head, and said with a smile, "Let me see if there's any mold or mushrooms growing on them." "Dad, can we go out and play today?" Lin Wanwan let Lin Yi pluck her hair. Lin Yi hugged the two little ones and said, "Okay, where do you want to go?" Lin Wanwan immediately jumped up and said happily, "Yay, we can finally go out and play. We want to go to the mall. There's a ball pit and slides there." Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Chin, what about you?" Lin Yi said, "Listen to your sister. Let's go to the mall." Half an hour later, Lin Yi drove to a shopping mall near Su Qingwei's office building. There seemed to be some kind of event going on in the mall's lobby, but they didn't have time to think about it and went straight to the children's playground on the 5th floor. After buying their tickets, the two little ones headed straight for the ball pit. Lin Yi didn't go in. He waited outside, typing on his phone. The book I started reading on tomato novels has also entered its recommendation period, and the results have been quite good, with several thousand people reading it. He watched some tutorial videos from bloggers online and felt that his book would definitely have a debut, so he is now preparing to update 2 chapters first. After finishing the novel, Lin Yi looked towards the ball pit, but the two little ones still hadn't come out. Probably because it was a Saturday afternoon, many parents brought their children here to play after having lunch, so the ball pit was almost full of people. At that moment, several young girls who looked like students were distributing flyers. "Hello. Our shopping mall is currently holding a parent-child calligraphy and painting competition. This is the first time our mall has held such a competition, and the prizes are very generous. If you're interested, you can take a look at our flyer." A little girl handed me a flyer. Lin Yi politely accepted it. He glanced up and saw that the calligraphy master invited to be the judge was none other than Li Changma, the president of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association. The other two judges were Zhao Chunlan and Wang Wenjie, vice presidents of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association. I never expected that the owner of this shopping mall would be so willing to spend so much money to invite so many important people. Lenny put the flyer aside and continued typing. Half an hour later, the two little ones walked out of the ball pit one after the other. Lenny watched them put on their shoes while holding his phone and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is the ball pit not fun anymore? Were you tired of the slide?" Lenny Chin shook his head and said neither. Lin Wanwan shrugged and continued, "Because there are just too many kids. I'm really tired." Lenny put away his phone and asked, "Okay, my little princess and little prince, where are we going next?" Lenny Chin said, "Let's just wander around aimlessly. It's really not very interesting. We might as well go home and practice our calligraphy." Lin Wanwan shook her head and said, "I don't want to go back. I want to play in a mall for a while longer." Lenny Chin said, "Destroy it. Let's go." He led the two little ones to the elevator. Lenny Chin looked up at the mall through the transparent railing and saw a crowd gathered in the lobby below. He asked Lenny, "Dad, what are those people doing down there?" Lin Wanwan also came over. "Are so many people fighting over eggs?" These two little ones have been to the market with Lin too many times, and when they see a lot of people, they think they're fighting over eggs. He almost burst out laughing, but thankfully he managed to hold it in. He handed the flyer to the two children and said, "There's a calligraphy competition going on now, and quite a few people have signed up. Do you want to go?" "What?" Lenny Chin immediately took the flyer and looked at it. "You can draw or write, and the rewards are so high." "What? There's a cash reward for winning?" "I want to go." Lin Wanwan raised her little hand and looked at Lenny. "Wait a minute." He squatted down and asked, "Do you want to demonstrate your skills, or do you want money?" Lin Wanwan blurted out, "Of course I want money." Chapter 45, We Didn't Lie. Lenny Chin hurriedly raised his hand to cover Lin Wanwan's mouth, his eyes darting away, and whispered, "Dad, of course we're going on stage to show off our talents." "No lying." Lin Yi's gaze darkened, and his tone became serious. Lenny Chin slowly released his hand from his sister's and stammered, "Okay, I also want to get the bonus." Lin Wanwan clung to Lin Yi's arm, tilting her little face up and explaining earnestly, "Daddy, aren't you saving money to buy a big house? Let's win the prize money to help Daddy raise the money." Lin Yi's tense lips instantly softened into a smile as he patted the two children's heads. "From now on, tell Dad the truth if anything happens. There's nothing shameful about earning money through your own abilities. Since you both want the bonus, let's work together as a family to win it." "Okay." Lenny Chin clenched his small fist, his tone exceptionally firm. He glanced at the registration countdown on the wall of the arena. There were only a dozen minutes left. He immediately grabbed the two little ones and hurried out. "Hurry up. The registration is about to close." Just 3 minutes before registration closed, the three of them managed to register for the competition. Just as I finished filling out the form and handed it back, a familiar female voice suddenly came from behind me. "Lin Yi." Turned around and saw Su Qingwei standing not far away, dressed in a smart business suit and carrying a briefcase, clearly not there to go shopping. "Mommy! Mommy!" The two children's eyes lit up, and they broke free from Lin Yi's hand and rushed towards Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei bent down to catch the two little ones, her brows furrowing as she looked up at Lin Yi. "What are you doing here?" "I just finished discussing a collaboration with a client in the upstairs coffee shop, and I saw you as soon as I came downstairs." Lin Yi stepped forward and explained in a casual tone, "The kids were bored at home, so I brought them out for a stroll. We happened to catch a parent-child calligraphy and painting competition at the mall, so we just joined in the fun." A parent-child calligraphy and painting competition? Su Qingwei was stunned for a moment, then realized, no wonder I saw a stage set up downstairs earlier. "By the way, I heard from others that Chairman Li and his team from the Kyoto Calligraphy Association would be here as judges today. I didn't expect it to be this competition." She looked down at the two children in her arms, her tone softening slightly. "You want to participate in the competition?" Lin Wanwan nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mommy. My brother, Daddy, and I will draw together and win the prize money to buy Daddy a big house." Su Qingwei was amused by her daughter and reached out to gently pinch her little nose. "You're such a little devil." She looked up at Lin Yi and asked softly, "Then I'll stay and keep you company and cheer you on. I don't have any other plans this afternoon anyway." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Okay." After registering, the next step is to prepare for the competition. A total of 23 families participated in this parent-child calligraphy and painting competition. The rules require the whole family to work together to complete a complete painting. Su Qingwei wasn't there when she registered, so she could only sit in the audience by the competition venue and watch Lin Yi take his two children to the competition table, feeling a little worried. Draw? Does Lin Yi know how to draw? How come she never knew? In Su Qingwei's memory, Lin Yi used to be an ordinary man with no special skills or talents. But now he can actually draw? The more Su Qingwei thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. After the host finished the opening ceremony, the 1-hour timed art competition officially began. 3 judges sat on the stage, quietly watching the families below create their artwork. Lin Yi turned to look at Lin Yichen beside him and softly suggested, "Chen Chen, how about we draw a picture of shrimp playing?" Is it too difficult? Lin Yichen had only been learning ink shrimp painting from Lin Yi for a week, and he was unsure of himself, showing a timid expression. Lin Yi looked at his son with firm eyes and encouraged him, "You drew exceptionally well when you practiced at home. Today, just let loose and draw. Dad believes in you. Besides, Dad will help you too." Encouraged by his father, Lin Yichen's eyes instantly lit up with courage, and he nodded vigorously. "Okay, leave it to me." Lin Wanwan, who was standing to the side, tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve and asked, "Daddy, what is Wanwan doing?" "You're in charge of drawing the aquatic plants in the water." The little girl obediently agreed, then asked, "What about Daddy? What will Daddy draw?" Lin Yi chuckled. "I'll write a poem for the painting, and then the 3 of us can sign it together, okay?" "Good. I'll do whatever Dad decides." The 3 of them divided the work properly and began to write. In the audience, Su Qingwei stared intently at Lin Yi and his 2 sons. Lin Yi's pen-holding technique was very skillful, not at all like it was his first time holding a pen. More than half an hour later, Lin Yi and the other 2 had finished drawing. They were the first to finish and submit their work. When submitting their paintings, Lin Yi glanced at the other participating families. Most of the parents were engrossed in their paintings, while the children were either playing around or making messy scribbles, resulting in a chaotic mess of paintings. The chief judge for this competition was Li Changma, president of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association. Each participant's work was first reviewed by other colleagues before being sent to the chief judge. Li Changma had just seen the chaotic scene below the stage and shook his head as he watched, feeling quite disappointed. When the MC presented the painting of Lin Yi's family to him, he looked up, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" The line bent like a jade bow, its whiskers moving like a gust of wind, is exquisite in its imagery. The shrimp on the paper are lively and vivid, reminiscent of the style of the late Mr. Qi Baishe. Upon hearing this, the 2 vice presidents immediately stepped forward. Zhao Chunlan examined the painting repeatedly, nodding in admiration. "It is indeed rare, especially the calligraphy in this painting. The brushstrokes are unique and full of charm." Li Changma lightly tapped the 2 characters Lin Yi at the bottom of the signature and praised them highly. Vice President Zhao is right. Just look at the 2 characters. The calligraphy is unique, and the more you look at them, the more you appreciate them. He glanced around the arena and waved to the MC waiting nearby. The MC quickly stepped forward and respectfully asked, "President Li, what are your instructions? Please invite the family who painted this painting backstage. I have a few words I'd like to say to them." "I understand, Chairman." The MC immediately approached Lin Yi's family and politely said, "Hello, sir. Our Chairman Li would like to invite you and your child to the backstage area for a chat. Please follow me." "Okay, please lead the way." Lin Yi held one child in each hand, and Su Qingwei was stunned for 2 seconds before she quickly got up and followed him. She was feeling very uneasy. "Chairman Li, the president of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association wants to see them just because of a painting?" Su Qingwei couldn't understand it any more and more. In the backstage lounge, Li Changma exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Yi before getting down to business. "Mr. Lin, I really like this painting that you 3 collaborated on. I'd like to ask who did the shrimp, the aquatic plants, and the inscription/signature?" Lin Wanwan eagerly raised her little hand and answered truthfully in her childish voice, "Grandpa, the shrimp was drawn by my brother, the water plants were drawn by Wanwan, and we each signed our names." Lin Yichen quickly added, "The whole painting was completed by our family working together." Looking at the 2 honest and well-behaved children, Li Changma's eyes were full of affection. He smiled and asked, "So it was a family effort that you accomplished this?" Lin Wanwan puffed out her little chest and earnestly assured him, Grandpa, Wanwan didn't lie. On the way, Lin Yi had told the two children to tell the truth no matter what their elders asked. And now the two children were afraid that their elders would misunderstand them and think they were lying. Lin Yichin quickly added, I didn't lie. You can check the security footage if you don't believe me. Chapter 46 was actually politely declined. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood what the two children were thinking. They assumed that Li Changma suspected them of cheating. Li Changma quickly waved his hand, gently reassuring, Don't be nervous, kids. Grandpa called you over not because he's suspicious, but because he likes your paintings. He looked at Lin Yichin and asked again, Did you draw the shrimp in the picture? Lin Yichin nodded vigorously. Yes, I drew it. At less than 6 years old, their calligraphy skills are already so solid, and their small signature is neat and pleasing to the eye. They're truly a rare talent. Li Changma exclaimed, then turned to Lin Yi and asked, Mr. Lin Yi, I wonder if the two children have taken on any formal training in calligraphy and painting? Lin Yichin took a small step forward, straightened his back, and proudly replied, Grandpa, Dad taught us how to draw and write. Dad is our teacher. What? Li Changma stared at Lin Yi in shock and disbelief. Su Qingwei, who was standing to the side, was also completely bewildered by these words. Lin Yi taught the child to draw and write. She knew the two children liked to draw, but now even Chairman Li said they drew well, and that the two children had learned from Lin Yi. Is that correct? Su Qingwei's gaze towards Lin Yi had shifted from surprise to shock, and even a hint of doubt. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said humbly, President Li, you flatter me. I just do some drawing and painting in my spare time and casually teach the children. He knew in his heart that Lin Yi's signature just now was clearly restrained, just to match the children's level, and did not show his true level. If you could teach a child to draw so well just by casually writing and drawing, then you're also very impressive. Li Changma looked at Lin Yichin with a kind expression, gently stroking his stubble, and then turned to Lin Yi with a serious expression. Mr. Lin Yi, your son is a promising talent in calligraphy and painting. I wonder if you would be willing to let your child become my student? As the president of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association, he took the initiative to accept apprentices, and no one would refuse. Li Changma was confident that the other party would agree immediately. Become an apprentice? Su Qingwei gasped in surprise and instinctively covered her mouth. President Li Changma wants to take Chun Chun as his apprentice. Did she mishear? That's Li Changma, the president of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association, a titan in the world of calligraphy and painting. One of his calligraphy works can easily fetch hundreds of thousands of yuan at auction, and countless people are desperate to become his students but can't get a chance. Now he's actually offering to take Chun Chun as his apprentice. Su Qingwei felt her heart pounding, and her hands were trembling with excitement. This is fantastic news. If Chun Chun could become Chairman Li's apprentice, his future would be limitless. She glanced at Lin Yi instinctively, her eyes full of urging. Such a great opportunity. What are you waiting for? Just say yes. However, Lin Yi did not answer immediately. He glanced down at Lin Yichin beside him and saw the child's lips move as if he had something to say. So he replied, Sir, calligraphy and painting are just the child's hobbies. It would be more appropriate for us to discuss such an important matter with the family. Discuss? Su Qingwei was stunned. What's there to discuss about this? Anyone else would have kowtowed and become a disciple long ago. Li Changma frowned slightly, but still nodded. That makes sense. Taking on a master is no small matter. It is indeed something that should be discussed with family. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Su Qingwei beside him, and he suddenly paused. And who is this? Su Qingwei quickly stepped forward, suppressing her excitement, and bowed politely. Hello, Chairman Li. I am the children's mother, Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei? Li Changma squinted at her for a moment, then suddenly realized Su Hongmin's daughter from the Su group? It is indeed my father, Su Qingwei replied gently. So it's Hongmin's daughter. Li Changma's face lit up with a smile. No wonder she looked familiar. I used to hold you when you were little. You've grown up so much in the blink of an eye, and your child is already so big. He was secretly surprised. In his previous casual conversations with Su Hongmin, he had never heard the other party mention that his daughter was married and had children. However, this was a private matter, and he did not feel comfortable asking. Since Su Qingwei was also present, Li Changma decided to be frank. Qingwei, I'll be blunt then. Your son has an exceptionally high talent in calligraphy and painting, a talent that comes along only once in a century. I'd like to take him on as my last disciple. What do you and your husband think about that? Su Qingwei's heart skipped a beat again. Closed-door disciple. Chairman Li actually wants to take Chun Chun as his last disciple. This is the highest honor. She took a deep breath, about to speak up and agree on behalf of the child, when she saw Lin Yichen tug at Lin Yi's clothes first. Dad! Lin Yichen looked up at his father, his eyes filled with determination. Lin Yi squatted down to be at eye level with his son. Chun Chun, what do you think? Lin Yichen pursed his lips, looked at Li Changma seriously, and said in a childish but exceptionally clear voice, Grandpa, thank you for liking my painting, but I don't want to become an apprentice. What? Li Changma was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Su Qingwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't want to become an apprentice? Chun Chun actually, he said, he didn't want to become an apprentice. That's Chairman Li Changma, an opportunity that so many people would kill for, and he actually said he didn't want it? Su Qingwei felt like her mind was a little foggy. What is this child thinking? It took Li Changma a long time to come to his senses before he asked, both amused and exasperated. Why? Isn't it good to learn from Grandpa? Because Dad is the best teacher, Lin Yichen said matter-of-factly. I'm happy with what I'm learning from Dad. I don't want anyone else to teach me. Li Changma, he had lived most of his life, and this was the first time he had been rejected by a child who was not even 6 years old. It's still because she feels he's not as good as the child's father. Li Changma was both amused and annoyed. He pointed at Lin Yi and said, Little friend, your father's skills are only good enough to teach you the basics. If you want to learn something more difficult, he can't teach you. Grandpa is much better than your father. If you learn from Grandpa, you could become a great calligrapher in the future. Lin Yichen shook his head vigorously, his little face full of seriousness. No, my dad is amazing. He could do everything. I think my dad is even better than my grandpa. Li Changma was amused by him and turned to look at Lin. Mr. Lin, listen to this child. He thought Lin Yi would take the opportunity to agree to become his disciple, but Lin Yi just smiled faintly. President Li, the child's wishes are the most important. Lin Yi's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable certainty. Since he only wants to learn from me, then I will teach him myself. There's no need to trouble you. Su Qingwei, who was listening nearby, almost jumped up. No need for you to trouble yourself. Does Lin Yi even know what he's saying? That's Li Changma. She tried to signal Lin Yi with her eyes, urging him to stop talking nonsense and quickly agree. But Lin Yi acted as if he didn't see it, remaining calm and showing no intention of changing his mind. Li Changma was also stunned. He initially thought the child was just being unreasonable and that the adults would surely agree. But to his surprise, even the child's father had the same attitude. What's wrong with this family? On the stage, the remaining 2 vice presidents looked towards the backstage area and discussed in hushed tones. Chapter 47 Parents Holding Hands. Zhao Chunlan lowered her voice and chuckled. Old Li has taken a liking to that kid at first sight. Our president is probably going to take on another exceptionally talented apprentice. Wang Wen shook his head helplessly. The chairman has personally spoken, so there's definitely no chance for the 2 of us. We can only watch. The atmosphere in the backstage dressing room was somewhat subtle. Li Changma paused for a long time before giving himself a way out. I'll give you some more time to think about it. You can go down and discuss it first. Su Qingwei stood to the side, her feelings incredibly complicated. On one hand, she felt it was such a pity that such a good opportunity had been missed. But on the other hand, looking at her son's determined expression and Lin Yi's confident demeanor, she had a vague feeling that perhaps things weren't as simple as she thought. Lin Yi, holding the 2 children's hands, bowed slightly to Li Changma. Sir, let's go back to our seats and wait for the results. Go on, go on. Li Changma waved his hand, watching the family of 3 leave, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This young man, surnamed Lin, is no ordinary person. After saying goodbye to Li Changma, Lin Yi led the 2 little ones back to their competition table and sat down, with Su Qingwei following suit. As soon as she settled in, Su Qingwei couldn't help but lower her voice and ask Lin Yi, Are you crazy? Chairman Li is offering to take you on as a disciple. How can you refuse? Lin Yi turned his head to look at her, a smile in his eyes. Why can't I refuse? That's Li Changma. Su Qingwei was extremely anxious. A leading figure in the world of calligraphy and painting. An opportunity that so many people would kill for. Do you know how regrettable it would be to miss it? I know, Lin Yi said calmly. But Chun Chun doesn't want to go, and I respect his choice. What does a little kid like him know? Suking Wei du Sigarif. These kinds of things should be decided by adults. Ching Wei. Lin Yi interrupted her, his gaze serious. Although Chun Chun is young, he has his own ideas. Learning calligraphy and painting is his own business. Whether he likes it or not, only he knows best. If you force him to learn, he will definitely hate it. Su Qingwei opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. She suddenly realized that what Lin Yi said seemed to make sense. This person seems to be really different when it comes to educating children. At least, they are better than me at reasoning. Su Qingwei looked up at Lin Yi's profile, and her heart inexplicably beat faster. Lin Yichen looked up at Su Qingwei with his little face and said seriously, "Mom, don't underestimate Dad. Dad is super awesome. If I learn from Dad, I will definitely be no worse than if I learn from that grandpa." Looking at her son's confident expression and then at Lin Yi's calm demeanor beside her, Su Qingwei suddenly felt less anxious. Maybe we can really trust them just this once? She sighed and ruffled her son's hair helplessly. "Fine, you've made your decision. What can I say?" Lin Yichen immediately smiled and said, "Mom is the best." Lin Wanwan immediately clung to Lin Yi's arm, swaying her body and acting sweetly. Wanwan wants Daddy to teach her too. "Daddy, teach me to write and draw." Lin Yi chuckled, hugged the cuddly child, and said, "No problem. Daddy will teach you all together. From now on, you have to be good and listen to me when you practice calligraphy and painting. Okay?" The two little ones nodded vigorously in unison. "We know, Dad." Su Qingwei sat beside him, watching the father and his two daughters enjoying each other's company, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. She suddenly realized that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. With just over 10 minutes left in the competition, the other families were still engrossed in their creations. Lin Wanwan couldn't sit still, so she lay on the table swinging her short legs and turning her head to look at Su Qingwei every now and then. "Mommy, aren't you going to work today? Once you finish your work this afternoon, you don't need to go back to the company." Su Qingwei reached out and brushed a stray hair from her daughter's forehead. "After your competition, Mom will take you out for something delicious, okay?" "Great." Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up. Lin Yichen perked up. "Mom, I want to eat the strawberry cake from that shop last time." "Okay, whatever you say." Su Qingwei agreed with a smile. Lin Yi watched the mother and her two children talking, a gentle smile in his eyes. Su Qingwei's gaze would occasionally drift towards Lin Yi. She suddenly realized that she had never really understood this man. 15 minutes later, the competition time was up, and all families submitted their entries at the same time. The three judges reviewed the case for about 20 minutes before finally reaching a conclusion. On stage, the female MC picked up the microphone, her clear voice resounding throughout the venue. "The three judges have completed their final evaluation, and the list of the top 3 winners is in my hands. I'm sure everyone is eagerly anticipating it. The third-place winner of this competition is Zhang Yui, whose prize is a 20,000 yuan no minimum spend gift card for this shopping mall, which can be used in all shops in the mall." A cheer erupted from the audience, and Zhang Yu and his family quickly went up on stage to receive their award. Second place goes to Linda's family. The prize is a lifetime 20% off VIP membership card at the mall. The MC paused briefly, then raised his voice and announced loudly, "Finally, the Lin Yi family has won first place in this parent-child calligraphy and painting competition. A prize of 100,000 yuan plus a 20,000 yuan shopping mall gift card. Please welcome the Lin Yi family to the stage to receive their award." Listening to the driver's words, Lin Yi was puzzled as to why the bonus had suddenly increased by so much. Su Qingwei sat in the audience. Although she had already witnessed Lin Yi and the child's strength, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she heard that her family had won first place. Her eyes were full of surprise. They really got first place. A prize of 100,000 yuan. Su Qingwei felt a little unreal. My own child's painting won first place. Moreover, both children were raised by Lin Yi. Lin Yi gently tugged at her sleeve. "It's our turn to go on stage." Su Qingwei snapped out of her daze and quickly nodded. "Okay." She picked up Lin Wanwan, and Lin Yi held Lin Yichen's hand. The family of 4 walked hand in hand onto the stage. Lin Wanwan walked briskly, her little face beaming with undisguised joy. "Daddy can buy a big house now." Su Qingwei nodded helplessly to Lin Wanwan. "I was still thinking about buying a big house." As soon as the 4 stepped onto the stage, the MC couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed sincerely, "My goodness, your family of 4 is so good-looking." Your children are also very beautiful. How did you manage to have two such good-looking children? The audience burst into laughter. Lin Yi and Su Qingwei were both adults, so they could naturally hear the teasing tone in the words. Su Qingwei's cheeks instantly flushed red, and Lin Yi's ear tips also turned slightly red. The MC handed the microphone to Lin Yi, who calmly took it and said lightly, "The child is beautiful because the mother is beautiful." One sentence made Su Qingwei's cheeks flush red, and her heart pounded wildly. The MC jokingly said, "It's clear this gentleman adores his wife. Now that your family's collaborative painting has won first prize, what are your thoughts?" Lin Yi answered calmly, said a few words of thanks to the organizers and judges, received the prize money and gifts, and the family of four walked off the stage hand in hand. Lin Wanwan, who was walking in the middle, rolled her eyes and suddenly reached out her small hand to clasp Lin Yi and Su Qingwei's hands together. The little one called out in a clear voice, "Daddy and Mommy, hold hands." The moment their fingertips touched, a subtle, tingling sensation spread from their palms throughout their bodies. Su Qingwei instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Wanwan held it firmly down. "Mommy, other kids' parents hold hands when they walk. Why don't you?" After saying that, she jogged over to Su Qingwei's other side and obediently took her mother's right hand. "I'll hold Mom's right hand, and the four of us will walk hand in hand, all of us together." Lin Yi silently gave his youngest daughter a thumbs up in his heart and mustered up his courage to gently hold Su Qingwei's hand. Su Qingwei no longer resisted, letting him hold her hand, her fingertips slightly burning. She secretly glanced at Lin Yi's profile, and her heart raced even faster. This person seems to be getting more and more unfathomable. But it was precisely this inability to see through her that inexplicably made her feel a sense of anticipation. As soon as the group stepped out of the competition area, a staff member quickly caught up with them, bowed, and said, "Hello, Chairman Lee would like to invite you four to the backstage area for a chat. He says he has some things he would like to discuss with Mr. Lin." A knowing glint flashed in Su Qingwei's eyes. It seems that Li Changma has not given up and wants to persuade Chun Shun to become an apprentice again. Lin Yi thanked him calmly and said, "Please lead the way." The family of four followed the staff backstage. Su Qingwei lowered her voice and asked Lin, "Do you think Chairman Li will bring up the matter of taking on apprentices again?" "Highly likely," Lin Yi said calmly. "But Chun Shun has made up her mind, and no amount of persuasion will change it." Su Qingwei glanced at her son, who was bouncing around, and said with a mix of helplessness and amusement, "This child is just as stubborn as you." Lin Yi tightened his grip on her hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Isn't it good that she takes after me?" Su Qingwei's cheeks flushed, and she didn't reply, but her ears turned red. Before long, the staff led the four to the backstage lounge, where Li Changma was sitting on the sofa with a teacup in his hand, waiting for them. Vice Presidents Zhao, Chunlan, and Wang Wenjie were also there. President Li, Vice President Zhao, Vice President Wang. Su Qingwei greeted them one by one. "Qingwei is here. Please have a seat." Li Changma greeted her with a smile, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Yichen, clearly still preoccupied with the matter of taking on a disciple. After everyone was seated, Li Changma naturally returned to the main topic. "Mr. Lin, Qingwei, I'll say it again. Chun Shan is a child with exceptional talent, and it would be a real shame to let his talent go to waste like this." Li Changma said earnestly, "I know you love your child and don't want to force him, but when it comes to learning calligraphy and painting, having a famous teacher to guide you and figuring it out on your own are two completely different things." Zhao Chunlan chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Lin, it's been so many years since our old Li has taken on a disciple. This kid has truly caught his eye." Wang Wenjin nodded in agreement. "So many people are desperate to become Lao Li's apprentices, but don't have the chance. You shouldn't miss out." Lin Yichen sat next to Lin Yi, his brows furrowed, and said, "But I really only want to learn from Dad." Li Changma looked at him and patiently coaxed, "Little friend, your father is a good teacher, but your grandfather is an even better one. If you learn from your grandfather, you'll be able to stand on a bigger stage in the future." Lin Yichen pursed his lips and shook his head repeatedly. Looking at her son's determined expression, Su Qingwei finally spoke. "President Li, thank you for valuing Chun Shun so much. However, regarding this matter, we will respect the child's own choice." Chapter 48. The system finally dropped gold coins. Upon hearing this, Li Changma's beard twitched in surprise. His gaze fell on Su Qingwei, his face filled with confusion. Didn't Sue's niece explain her situation to the little child? Although I really wanted to take this little kid as my apprentice, this was the second time I had been rejected. If word got out, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Seeing that Li Changma's face had darkened, Lin Yichin explained, I already said before that I want my dad to continue teaching me, and I think my dad is a pretty good teacher. Li Changma suppressed his anger and said, Are you saying that your father's calligraphy is better than mine? Lin Yichin smiled and took Lin Yi's hand, saying, Yes, my dad writes very well. I'll have him write a few words for you to see. Li Changma took a deep breath and said, Fine. I'd like to see if there's anyone in the entire capital who can write better than me. He then looked at Lin Yi and said, Mr. Lin Yi, what do you think? Before Lin Yi could finish speaking, Lin Yichin immediately agreed. I've agreed on behalf of my dad. Li Changma said emphatically, All right, someone come here. He then gave a few instructions to the staff, who nodded and left. Lin Yi squatted down and said helplessly to Lin Yichin, You brat, is this how you rip off your dad? Lin Yichin said, Dad, are you scared? Lin Yi said, I'll write it then. Who's afraid of who? Su Qingwei also squatted down and whispered, You guys are really courting death. He's the president of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association. How dare you challenge him? She looked at Lin Yichin and said, Chun Chun, this grandfather is one of the top calligraphers in Beijing. Even in the whole country, he is well known. If you just reject him like this, you might regret it later. Don't you want to reconsider? Lin Yichin waved his hand firmly. Mom, take a look at Dad's handwriting first. The father and son practiced calligraphy together every day, so they naturally knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. However, Lin Yichin simply thought that Lin Yi's handwriting was good. Su Qingwei was truly defeated by this father and son. She shook her head, her expression somewhat speechless. Lin Wanwan said, Mom, don't worry, Dad is very capable. All right, another loyal fan has arrived. Thinking of this, Su Qingwei looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, it doesn't matter if you lose. Chairman Li shouldn't make things difficult for you. Lin Yi patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I won't lose. Su Qingwei was even more speechless. She finally realized that the two children's confidence was probably inherited from Lin Yi. A short while later, several staff members carried over a large table. A sheet of paper was laid out on the large table. This sheet of paper was clearly different from the paper we had just used for drawing. It was a thicker sheet of Xian paper. Lin Yi couldn't figure out what the old man was trying to do. The table was set up, and the other two vice presidents followed, standing behind Li Changma. Zhao Chunlan whispered to Li Changma, What? The little one doesn't want to? Li Changma didn't want to say it, but since the person was there, he had no choice but to explain. This little kid rejected me, insisting that my calligraphy is not as good as his father's, and that his father should be his teacher. It's outrageous. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yi and said, I want to see just how powerful his father really is. Lin Yi got goosebumps from being stared at. He whispered to Lin Yichin, You brat, look what you've done. Lin Yichin said, Dad, I really don't want to be the president's apprentice. Lin Yi said, All right, for your sake, your own father has no choice but to show off in front of others. Fortunately, his painting skills included calligraphy. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stand here now. Li Changma looked at Lin Yi and said, Mr. Lin, please. Lin Yi said, Is this giving me free rein? Li Changma said, Yes, you can write whatever you like. While the two were talking, the staff had already ground the ink and gestured for Lin Yi to come up. Lin Yi wasn't intimidated. He walked to the table, picked up a calligraphy brush, and went over. A few minutes later, Lin Yi finally finished writing the 4 characters of O. As he finished writing, he said, What fine paper! It would be perfect if made into a plaque. It just so happens that my study is missing a plaque. While Lin Yi was writing, Li Changma, Zhao Chunlan, and Wang Wenjie behind him were completely stunned. I thought Lin Yi had only learned a little bit, but I didn't expect his calligraphy to be so fluent. Li Changma used such fine Xian paper to write calligraphy for Lin Yi, intending to mock Lin Yi's calligraphy, saying it was unworthy of such good paper. Now it's all good. This calligraphy is absolutely superb. Li Changma walked over excitedly, followed by his 2 henchmen. Zhao Chunlan was the first to speak, praising, with strong strokes and elegant lines, it fully displays the spirit of calligraphy. Truly excellent. Wang Wenjie exclaimed, The ink is just right, and the characters are elegant and flowing. Old Li, this young man's calligraphy is indeed comparable to yours. Li Changma had to admit defeat. Your calligraphy is powerful and well-written. I am impressed. Lin Yi cupped his hands in greeting to the 3 of them and said, Thank you for your compliments. Li Changma had to admit, your calligraphy skills are superior to mine. Although my calligraphy is considered good in Kyoto, I cannot compare to you. Seeing three of Kyoto's top calligraphers praising Lin Yi's calligraphy, Su Qingwei was shocked. The investigation didn't mention that Lin Yi was also skilled in calligraphy. Moreover, Lin Yi's calligraphy was so good that even Chairman Li Changma had to admit he was inferior. Isn't this going a bit too far? Just as Su Qingwei was wondering, Lin Yichen stepped forward and said, "See, my dad is that amazing. And he's also incredibly skilled at calligraphy. The shrimp I just drew was taught to me by my dad." "Oh, really?" Li Changma and the other two were taken aback. Lin Yichen laughed and said, "Of course, or can you ask my dad to draw another shrimp for you to see?" Li Changma quickly instructed his staff. "Quickly, bring another sheet of Xian paper the same size as the one used in the competition." Before Lin Yi could even refuse, Li Changma had already made arrangements. The two little ones looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of admiration. Lin Yi looked at the two little ones and couldn't help but sigh softly. Oh well, as long as the child is happy. However, the way Su Qingwei was looking at him seemed a little strange. "Congratulations, host. You have gained the adoration of two children. As a reward, the system offers you a villa. You can choose the villa, and the system will cover the bill." Holy crap, the system finally released gold coins. They actually gave us a villa as a gift. I'm taking the kids to see the villa tomorrow. Great, I finally have a home of my own. Chapter 49, Give Me a Kiss. Seeing Lin Yi grinning foolishly to the side, Su Qingwei reached out and pulled him aside, asking softly, "Lin Yi, are you sure you really know how? Or, to put it another way, are you sure you can draw well?" Lin Yi slowly approached and whispered, "Don't you trust me?" Su Qingwei whispered, "He's Chairman Li Changma, the president of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association. His calligraphy is extremely rare in Kyoto and even throughout China. Even if you've practiced since you were a child, you still can't compare to him." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi curled the corners of his lips and said, "Then how about we make a bet?" "Huh? What kind of bet?" Su Qingwei said, somewhat annoyed. "At a time like this, you're still in the mood for jokes." "I'm not joking, and I'm not betting on whether I can beat Chairman Li." Lin Yi paused for a moment before continuing in a low voice, "If I can gain Chairman Li's favor, then will you let me kiss you?" "What are you kissing?" Su Qingwei finally realized what was happening and immediately glared at Lin Yi. What are you going to do?" Lin Yi chuckled and said, "Then why are you stopping me from painting?" Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Su Qingwei said, "Fine, let's gamble. But what if you lose?" Lin Yi said, "Do whatever you want, okay?" Su Qingwei glanced at Lin Yi and said, "You're going to bark like a dog if I tell you to?" "Okay." Lin Yi repeated. Su Qingwei really didn't expect Lin Yi to agree so readily, making her feel like she had been tricked by him. However, how could Lin Yi so easily gain the favor of someone like Chairman Li Changma? Thinking of this, Su Qingwei glanced at Lin Yi again and said, "Humph, shout louder then." Lin Yi simply smiled and didn't say anything more. "The staff have already set up the tools here." Li Changma walked towards Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, please." Lin Yi nodded to Li Changma, walked to the desk, and picked up a pen. As he finished writing, Li Changma raised an eyebrow. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Yi had finished the entire painting, a picture of shrimp playing, which he had conceived himself. Lin Yi put down his brush, looked at Li Changma, and said, "President Li, please." Li Changma had been watching Lin Yi paint, and the amazement in his eyes was already evident. However, he pretended to be calm. Although Su Qingwei is not a member of the calligraphy world, she has some insights into calligraphy. She found Lin Yi's shrimp painting to be very lifelike and well done. Seeing that Li Changma was staring intently, Zhao Chunlan and Wang Wenjie, who had been chatting idly to the side, also came over. Zhao Chunlan walked to Li Changma's side and said, "What are you looking at so intently?" After she finished speaking, her gaze fell on Lin Yi's painting. Wang Wenjie was also stunned. "This is truly brilliant." Zhao Chunlan praised it highly, saying, "The brushstrokes are lively and the shrimp's posture is lifelike. With just a few strokes, the shrimp's agility is fully captured." Li Changma sighed and said, "I have lost." Lin Yi cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Chairman Li. I was just lucky." Zhao Chunlan and Wang Wenjie looked at Lin Yi with admiration, but their gazes eventually fell on Li Changma. Li Changma's face darkened. After all, he had just made fun of Lin Yi and lost a Lin Yi in front of his two friends, so he was naturally unhappy. However, It is undeniable that Lin Yi's skill level is indeed higher than his own. Li Changma took a deep breath and said, Mr. Lin Yi, I would like to discuss this with two of my friends. Lin Yi smiled and said, please do as you wish. Upon hearing Li Changma's words, Su Qingwei's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself, what the heck, you're just giving up like that. Shouldn't you have just casually drawn a couple of shrimp and crushed Lin Yi? This isn't how the script is supposed to go. Li Changma has admitted defeat. So does that mean I've lost? Lin Yi just made a bet with me. And if I lose, Lin Yi will kiss me. The thought of Lin Yi kissing her made Su Qingwei's ears turn red instantly. Thinking of this, Su Qingwei turned to look at Lin Yi beside her, but Lin Yi suddenly turned his head away. Their eyes met, and Su Qingwei subconsciously turned her face away, her face instantly turning red. Li Changma and the other two were discussing something on the side. Lin Yi and Su Qingwei waited for quite a while before the three of them finished their discussion. Lin Yi asked, what were you discussing just now? Li Changma and the others felt a little embarrassed. Li Changma walked up to Lin Yi and said with unusual respect, Mr. Lin Yi, we just discussed it. Lin Yi said, please speak. Li Changma glanced at his two friends before saying, are you selling this painting? Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei looked at Li Changma in shock. Is Chairman Li out of his mind? He actually bought a painting from Lin Yi? Su Qingwei wasn't an expert and really couldn't understand it. Finally, her gaze fell on Lin Yi. After Li Changma finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yi with clear eyes. Zhao Chunlan and Wang Wenjie also looked at Lin Yi with expectant expressions. Lin Yi was also taken aback by Li Changma's words. After all, he wasn't a famous master, and he wasn't well known in the calligraphy and painting world. Why would Li Changma buy his paintings? Seeing that Lin Yi remained silent, Li Changma immediately said, of course, if I say I'm buying your painting, I certainly won't let you paint it for free. I'll offer 200,000. I wonder if you'll sell? Sell. Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. It was just a casual drawing, yet some sucker was willing to spend 200,000 yuan to buy it. They really made a fortune. Seeing Lin Yi's prompt agreement, Li Changma waved his hand and said, all right, I'll transfer the money right now. Seeing that the two were already holding their phones and ready to transfer money, Su Qingwei hadn't reacted yet. Lin Yi spent less than 20 minutes painting this picture and actually sold for 200,000. So, why did Lin Yi stay at a small company after graduation, earning less than 10,000 yuan a month? Did he really love working? Su Qingwei looked at Lin Yi with disbelief. The two little ones standing to the side cheered, yay. Daddy made money. We can buy a big house now. Su Qingwei stroked the heads of the two little ones and said, what are you saying? 200,000 can't even buy a house. The two little ones looked at Lin Yi with smiles and said, Daddy said we're going to save money to buy our own big house. Su Qingwei glanced at her two children, then looked at Lin Yi again. Lin Yi looked at the payment notification on his phone with satisfaction and said to Li Changma, thank you, Chairman Li. Li Changma chuckled and said, young friend Lin, actually, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Huh? Lin Yi asked in confusion, what is it? Chapter 50 Mom and Dad want to kiss. Li Changma said, I would like to ask you to paint a picture for me. Lin Yi glanced at Li Changma and the other two and asked, painting? What kind of painting? Su Qingwei stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi, Li Changma, and the other two. Chairman Li is a well-known and respected figure in the calligraphy and painting circles, so why would he ask Lin Yi to paint for him? Moreover, this was something that Li Changma and the other two had just discussed. Is this scientifically sound? This is not scientific. Lin Yi remained quite calm. After all, his painting skills had already reached the legendary level, and he was just a little short of reaching the miraculous level. If he wasn't mistaken, the three people in front of him, Li Changma and his companions, were probably only at the legendary level, which was why they were so surprised to see him display such skill. Li Changma smiled, cleared his throat, and said, the association has a new exhibition in Shanghai, and I would like to ask you to paint a picture for the exhibition. A 20-meter long and approximately 1-meter high scroll of Along the River during the Qingming Festival, and you can rest assured that the compensation will absolutely satisfy you. Oh, how much? Lin Yi was curious. Why would a big city like Shanghai, with such an important exhibition, send someone as unknown as him to do such a big thing? It seems that Li Changma was truly amazed by his own painting. Li Changma smiled and said, how about 5 million? Lin Yi thought for a moment and asked the system, if I draw for others and bring along children, will I gain experience points? System, yes, it's possible. Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly as he thought to himself, this painting is so long. It must take many days to finish. Even if it takes 2 or 3 hours a day, once I finish this painting, my painting skills will probably reach the highest level, the godlike level. Thinking of this, he said, okay, when do we start drawing? Li Changma breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mr. Lin Yi, I have prepared the paper. It's at the association, and we can start working on it tomorrow. All right, I'll go tomorrow, but I have to bring the kids with me. You'll need to prepare drawing tools for them, so they can practice too, Lin Yi said. Li Changma didn't expect Lin Yi to agree so readily, and immediately decided, okay, I'll transfer 3 million to you first, and I'll transfer the rest after the painting is finished. After saying that, he picked up the phone and had the association transfer 3 million to Lin Yi. After receiving the money, Lin Yi said, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Li Changma and the others, Lin Yi led Su Qingwei and her 2 children out of the mall. Su Qingwei took a deep breath and said, I'll go back to the company first, and I'll come to your place for dinner tonight. Lin Yi smiled and said, okay, I'll wait for you. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingwei blushed instantly. She bit her lip and said, I'll have the driver take you back. Lin Yi did not refuse. Okay. After the driver took Su Qingwei back to the company, he then took Lin Yi and the children home. Back home, Lin Yi sat on the sofa with his 2 children in his arms, feeling extremely happy. Taking your child out for a trip not only won you a prize of 100,000 yuan for first place in calligraphy and painting and a shopping mall gift card worth 20,000 yuan, but also a huge sum of 3.2 million yuan. Wrong. There's also a villa as a system reward. This is so awesome. Once the painting of Along the River during the Qingming Festival is finished, I'll go pick out a villa. I'm using all the money I have to buy stocks, making money work for me. The 2 little ones went out for a walk and were covered in sweat, so they immediately took a shower and went to sleep for a while. When they woke up again, it was already 6:30 in the afternoon. At this time, Su Qingwei had already left work. When Su Qingwei came home for get off work and opened the door, the house was dark and quiet. If it weren't for the sound of stir-frying coming from the kitchen, she would have thought Lin Yi had taken the child out. She turned on the main light in the room and put her bag away. Hearing the noise from the kitchen, Lin Yi immediately called out towards the living room. You're back? Su Qingwei put down her bag and walked toward the kitchen, replying, yes, where are the children? I was so tired from playing at the mall today. I took a shower when I got back and went to bed, Lin Yi replied while tossing the wok. Su Qingwei nodded. I'll go wake them up. After saying that, she turned and left. Watching Lin Yi cook and wait for her to come home, Su Qingwei actually felt a sense of home. Perhaps marrying Lin Yi wouldn't be such a bad thing. The 2 little ones had already woken up in the room and were waiting for Lin Yi to come and wake them. The 2 little ones were overjoyed to see Su Qingwei open the door and come in. Mom, you're here. Mom, are you sleeping here again tonight? Seeing the child's expectant gaze, Su Qingwei nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this, the 2 little ones hugged Su Qingwei tightly, one in front and one behind. Yay, Mom's coming to sleep at home. Lin Yi, wearing an apron, stood at the doorway of the room, looking at them with a smile, and said, all right, little ones, get up and eat. Su Qingwei carried Lin Wanwan, while Lin Yichen put on his slippers, jogged over to Lin Yi's side, took Lin Yi's hand, and left. The family finished their dinner in harmony and happiness. Su Qingwei felt that Lin Yi's cooking skills seemed to have improved a lot, and he was making the same dish better and better. Seeing Su Qingwei with the child, Lin Yi asked, are you going to play with the child today? Su Qingwei nodded. Okay, I'll stay here tonight. Lin Yi said, all right, I'll go to the study and get busy for a while. Su Qingwei nodded. Lin Yi hadn't updated his novel on Tomato Publishing yet, but Su Qingwei arrived just in time, so he could focus on writing without any distractions. After Lin Yi closed the study door, Su Qingwei asked the 2 little ones, Chen Shan Wanwan, what is Daddy doing in the book? Lin Yichen scratched his head and said, Dad is probably writing a novel. Su Qingwei was incredibly curious. The reason she came here today was to ask Lin Yi why he had so many questions. Moreover, she didn't find out any of these things. After putting her 2 children to sleep, she went back to her room to take a shower. However, after Su Qingwei closed the door, the 2 little ones suddenly opened their big, round eyes. Lin Wanwan said somewhat angrily, Brother, I want to sleep with Mom. Lin Yichen said, if you sleep with Mom, what about Dad? I heard from adults in the video that couples need to sleep together for their relationship to be strong. Lin Wanwan was still unconvinced, I only sleep in such a tiny space. It won't bother them. Lin Yichin rolled his eyes at her and said, "Are you stupid? Dad already said that he and Mom would never kiss in front of other people. How can they kiss when you're sleeping between them?" Hearing this, Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. Today at the mall, Dad said he wanted to kiss Mom. Let's sneak a peek. Chapter 51, I will accommodate your needs. Kyoto Calligraphy Association Headquarters. Li Changma, Zhao Chunlan, and Wang Wenjie were busy in a large exhibition hall on the second floor. Li Changma was directing the workers. After you've arranged all these things, you can go home. Thank you all for your hard work today. Zhao Chunlan and Wang Wenjie walked over from the workbench. Zhao Chunlan said to Li Changma, "Old Li, I really didn't expect you to ask Lin Yi to paint the Qingming scroll. I always thought you would paint it yourself, or invite a master painter from Shanghai to paint it." Wang Wenjie chimed in, "Yes, after all, that's meant to impress the exhibition. How can an unknown nobody like Lin Yi shoulder such a heavy responsibility?" After glancing at the two of them, Li Changma said, "As you have seen today, Lin Yi's calligraphy and painting skills are superior to mine. If I can paint, then he can naturally paint too. But he's not very famous, and many important people are coming to the exhibition in Shanghai this time. We can't afford to make any mistakes," Zhao Chunlan advised. Li Changmo remained silent for a long time, then took a deep breath before saying, "As you all know, how long has it been since we have any new talents in the calligraphy and painting world? Moreover, Lin Yi's son is a promising talent, and given time, he will surely achieve great things." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunlan and Wang Wenjie also fell silent. Zhao Chunlan said, "Old Li is right. Lin Yi's skills are above the three of us. This opportunity should indeed be given to a newcomer." Wang Wenjie nodded in agreement, saying, "However, I hope Lin Yi doesn't mess this up. After all, it takes about a month to paint a Qingming scroll." Li Changma said, "I believe in that kid Lin Yi, and the woman standing next to him should be his wife. Don't you really remember who that woman is?" "Huh? Who is it?" Zhao Chunlan and Wang Wenjie were both dumbfounded. Li Changma said, "She is the current head of the Su group. Old Su brought her out to meet me once before." "What? He's Su Hongmin's daughter?" Zhao Chunlan asked in surprise. Wang Wenjie was also shocked, but judging from their behavior today, they seem like a married couple, yet we haven't seen any news about the Su group announcing their marriage. Li Changma said, "Didn't you see they already have a child? This must be a secret, or maybe they just want to live an ordinary life." Zhao Chunlan nodded. "That makes sense. The Su group is a company worth tens of billions, so naturally they wouldn't want their personal lives to be under special scrutiny." Li Changma nodded. "Therefore, Lin Yi is trustworthy." Hearing Li Changma's words, Zhao Chunlan and Wang Wenjie no longer objected. After all, for a wealthy family like this with billions in assets, even if he were a son-in-law, he wouldn't be short of 5 million. Moreover, Lin Yi is a truly capable person. Lin Yi's home. Seeing that Su Qingwei was putting the child to sleep, Lin Yi went to take a shower first. While taking a shower, he was puzzled. The prize money for this calligraphy and painting competition was not that much, so why did they suddenly give him 100,000 yuan? Even if the painting isn't returned to him, it's not worth 100,000 yuan, is it? Could it be that Chairman Li really wanted to take Chun Chun as his apprentice, which is why he gave so much money? Lin Yi really didn't want to think about those convoluted things. After he finished showering, he walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair with a towel and bumped into Su Qingwei coming out of the children's room. Lin Yi was only loosely wrapped in a bath towel around his waist, and he was not wearing anything on his body. Water droplets from his hair were slowly dripping onto his body, gradually seeping into the towel. Su Qingwei turned around after closing the door and happened to bump into him. Her gaze froze for a moment, her steps faltered, and her face quickly turned red. Lin Yi generously asked, "Would you like to take a shower first? Take a bath?" "What bath?" Su Qingwei was stunned. Could it be that he's thinking about that tonight? "I only agreed to kiss him once. I didn't say anything about doing that." Thinking of this, Su Qingwei immediately recalled that night, and her face unconsciously flushed red when she thought about what happened that night. Seeing her face growing redder and redder, Lin Yi decided to tease her a little more. "So you don't want to admit to today's bet? However, you certainly won't deny it. After all, you are Chairman Su of the Su Group. How could you not even acknowledge this?" In one sentence, he effectively shut down any attempts by Su Qingwei to refuse. Su Qingwei blushed and said, "I admit it. I didn't say I didn't admit it." But if we're going to kiss, why bother with taking a bath? Lin, he spread his hands and said generously, "This is our first kiss since we got married. Doesn't it deserve your attention and a nice, fragrant bath?" Su Qingwei bit her lip and said, "Fine, you just wait." After saying that, she fled back to her room. Lin Yi watched Su Qingwei's retreating figure, smiled, and said, "Then I'll wait for you in the living room." After saying that, he went back to his room, dried his hair, and put on his pajamas. Su Qingwei lingered in the bathroom for more than half an hour before finally finishing her shower and coming out. She also brushed her teeth. When Su Qingwei walked into the living room, she saw Lin Yi looking at his phone. He appeared to be watching financial news. Hearing a noise behind him, Lin Yi immediately turned around, saw Su Qingwei, smiled, and asked, "Are you done washing?" Su Qingwei nodded and softly hummed in agreement. She sat down directly next to Lin Yi, sitting upright like a primary school student. Lin Yi curled his lips and said, "Relax, we're a normal married couple." Su Qingwei nodded and sat there, not daring to move. Honestly, she had been drinking that night, which is why she was so proactive. But now, with two people sitting here, so alert and knowing what to do next, who wouldn't be nervous? Lin Yi glanced at her and decided to make things clear today. He took a deep breath and said, "We're married now, but there are some things I still need to tell you again." Su Qingwei said, "Go ahead." Lin Yi said, "I'm a traditional man. Now that we are married, we must act as a real couple, instead of a fake couple who treat each other with polite formalities. Do you understand what I mean?" When Lin Yi said they were to be a real couple, didn't he mean they had to fulfill their marital obligations? Thinking of this, Su Qingwei nervously clenched her hands. Lin Yi continued, "As an adult, I know that everyone has those needs. I hope you can talk to your husband openly and not suppress yourself. I will definitely cooperate with you." Su Qingwei gritted her teeth and looked up at Lin Yi. She blushed and asked, "Do you need anything right now?" Chapter 52, let's start with a kiss. Lin Yi didn't expect Su Qingwei to be so straightforward. It seems she can accept this way of getting along. He coughed softly before saying, "I don't need it right now for the time being. Let's talk about it when we're more familiar with each other." Su Qingwei nodded and said, "Then I." Lin Yi continued her words, saying, "Then let's start with kissing." "Kiss?" Su Qingwei muttered to herself. After they finished speaking, the entire living room became eerily quiet, with only the sound of their breathing audible. Lin Yi suddenly moved closer to Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei froze, her breath caught in her throat, and her eyes widened involuntarily, filled with helplessness and panic. A blush crept on her face. She subconsciously shrank to the other side, but could still feel the warm breath emanating from Lin Yi. Su Qingwei glanced at Lin Yi, whose deep features were right in front of her. Seeing that she dodged, Lin Yi did not rush to approach her. Instead, he leaned forward slightly and looked at her with tenderness in his eyes. Seeing Su Qingwei's flustered state, he tried his best to control himself. "Are you scared?" Lin Yi asked softly, his voice very gentle. Su Qingwei rubbed her hands together, her heart pounding. She turned her face away, not daring to meet Lin Yi's burning gaze, and could only nod slightly and softly same. Su Qingwei's voice carried a girlish shyness. Seeing the blush on Su Qingwei's face, Lin Yi's eyes were full of smiles. He slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on Su Qingwei's shoulder, causing Su Qingwei to tremble slightly. "Then I will begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned over and slowly approached. Their warm breaths mingled together. Lin Yi's movements were warm and restrained, carefully easing her tension and unease. Su Qingwei's body was still very stiff, and her heart was pounding so hard that Lin Yi could hear it. However, she slowly closed her eyes, giving Lin Yi a silent response. As Lin Yi's breath drew closer, her heart pounded even faster. Lin Yi smiled slightly and finally placed a kiss on Su Qingwei's forehead. After Lin Yi finished kissing her, Su Qingwei's tense body gradually relaxed. She originally thought Lin Yi would hug and kiss her, but to her surprise, he only kissed her forehead. "Are you done kissing?" Su Qingwei asked tentatively in a soft voice. Lin Yi released Su Qingwei and was about to speak when he heard the cheers of the two little ones behind him. "Yay, Mom and Dad kissed. We're going to have a little brother or sister." The two little ones startled Lin Yi and Su Qingwei, who quickly separated. Su Qingwei immediately moved 2 or 3 meters away to the side. She hastily tidied her hair and clothes before turning to look at the two excited little rascals and said in a serious voice, "Why aren't you two asleep yet?" Lin Yichin pointed at Lin Wanwan and said, "My little sister said she wants to see mom and dad kiss." Lin, he took a deep breath and said to Su Qingwei, "You have to go to work tomorrow. Go to sleep first. Leave these two troublemakers to me." Su Qingwei nodded. "Okay. You all need to be good and listen to me. Staying up so late will stun your growth. Go back to sleep now." After saying that, she got up and went back to her room. Back in her room, Su Qingwei pressed her back against the door, her heart pounding. She raised her hand and touched the spot where Lin Yi had just kissed her. The warmth of his lips still seemed to linger there. Su Qingwei smiled and said, "Marriage first, love later? That doesn't sound bad." Her heart was still pounding like a deer's, and with a flutter in her heart, she slowly lay back down on the bed and wrapped herself up in the blanket. Living room. After Su Qingwei closed the door, Lin Yi turned to look at the two little ones. He looked at the two little ones and shook his head, saying, "So, when are you planning to go to sleep?" Lin Wanwan immediately came over and hugged Lin, saying, "Daddy, you and Mommy finally kissed." Lin Yichin didn't finish speaking, but simply sat silently on the other side of Lin Yi. Lin Yi asked, "When you go to sleep?" He had just wanted to take advantage of Su Qingwei's relaxed state to give her a kiss, but he never expected these two little ones to suddenly appear. Fortunately, the two little ones came out early, otherwise they would definitely have seen something inappropriate for children. While other couples can enjoy time together after getting married, they didn't even have a wedding night. As expected, one should not overspend in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Yi said to the two little ones, "Come on, Daddy will tell you a story, and you two should go to sleep. Okay?" Lin Wanwan shook her head and said, "Dad, Wanwan doesn't want to sleep right now." Lin Yi asked, "Will Dad sleep with you?" Lin Wanwan objected, "No need. You sleep with Mom, your husband and wife." The AI said that couples should sleep together more often for their relationship to be good. Lin Yi said, "Then you guys should go to sleep." Lin Yichin held Wanwan's hand and said, "Little sister, if you don't sleep, how can Mom and Dad sleep together? Come on, let your brother sleep with you." Lin Wanwan nodded obediently. "Daddy, don't worry, you can sleep with Mommy. We'll be very good." Back in her room, Lin Yi tucked them in and whispered, "Good night, little ones." "Good night, Dad. Good night, Dad." Lin Yi helped them cover themselves with blankets, turned off the lights, and then left the room. He stood at the door of Su Qingwei's room, thinking to himself, Wanwan's AI is right. Couples should sleep together more often so that their relationship can progress. If Su Qingwei isn't asleep yet, then go in. If she is asleep, then we'll discuss sleeping together when she wakes up. After all, they are husband and wife. However, some things have to be done step by step. Lin Yi knocked on the door and called softly, "Qingwei, are you asleep?" A moment later, the door opened. Su Qingwei asked in confusion, "Is something the matter?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "We're already married. Since we're husband and wife, it's perfectly reasonable for us to sleep together, right?" Su Qingwei was stunned for a moment and didn't react immediately. Lin Yi said, "Since we're not a fake couple, I think it's necessary for us to sleep together. Let's take it slow and wait for you to accept me. Otherwise, like just now, even when we wanted to kiss, it was so awkward. But don't worry, we're just sleeping in the same bed. I won't do anything to you without your permission. Of course, if you want to do something to me, I certainly won't refuse." Lin Yi naturally didn't say these words aloud. He looked at Su Qingwei seriously and said, "What do you think of this?" Su Qingwei looked up at Lin Yi and met his deep eyes. She said softly, "Come in." Chapter 53, I Have a Friend. Su Qingwei lay back on the bed, pondering her relationship with Lin Yi. Since they had agreed to be husband and wife, some intimate interactions were unavoidable. Lin Yi didn't expect her to be so agreeable, letting him into her room to sleep together. Su Qingwei shifted her pillow to the side, making room for half the bed, and said with a slightly uncomfortable tone, "Let's make it clear beforehand, we can't do anything tonight." Lin Yi nodded. "If you disagree, I will absolutely not overstep my bounds. I keep my word." He lay down on the bed properly, his body ramrod straight. "Go to sleep, you have to go to work tomorrow." The bedroom was dark, the lights were off. As soon as Lin Yi lay down, Su Qingwei felt a warm touch next to her, and all she could hear was his steady breathing. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. After listening to his steady breathing for a while, she slowly became sleepy. In her drowsy state, she vaguely heard the sound of the shower head coming from the bathroom. The next morning, soft sunlight streamed in through the gauze window. Su Qingwei opened her eyes groggily and instinctively snuggled closer to the warm spot beside her, wrapping her arms tightly around it and draping her legs over it as well. The next second, a deep groan came from beside her. A firm and warm touch pressed against her, and a faint, light male scent wafted over her. Su Qingwei instantly woke up. She froze. All sleepiness vanished instantly, and she hurriedly moved away, looking at Lin Yi, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, with a lingering sense of shock. It took me several seconds to remember that I was the one who had agreed to let him sleep in the same bed with me last night. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had slept with Lin Yi in her arms all night? Before going to sleep, the two of them were each occupying one side of the bed. How come they woke up in such an ambiguous position? Moreover, it was she who was holding Lin Yi while sleeping, and Lin Yi didn't move at all. Seeing that Lin Yi was still asleep, she breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lin Yi hadn't seen her, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. As she thought about it, her face turned bright red, and her heart pounded wildly. Su Qingwei took a deep breath to calm her panic and carefully pulled the blanket up. As the blanket moved, Lin Yi, who was pretending to be asleep, also let out a low groan. Su Qingwei was so frightened that she immediately closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. In fact, Lin Yi had already woken up when she hugged him, but he pretended to be asleep for fear of embarrassing her. Hearing the woman's subtle movements beside him, Lin Yi decided to take the opportunity to wake up. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was Su Qingwei facing away from me, her hand still clutching the blanket. Even looking at her back, I could tell she was feeling guilty. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently draped the blanket over Su Qingwei's shoulders, and got out of bed. Lin Yi slept in the same bed with Su Qingwei last night and stayed up all night. He ran to the bathroom 3 times in the middle of the night to take a cold shower, staying for half an hour each time. He yawned, went to wash up and brush his teeth, and then went into the kitchen to make breakfast. After Lin Yi got up, only Su Qingwei was left on the bed. The blankets were full of his scent. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, and a hard place in his heart seemed to soften a little. But less than 2 seconds later, she forcibly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and returned to her usual aloof demeanor. Su Qingwei muttered to herself, "Why do I look a bit like a young girl adoring her sweetheart right now?" She quickly dismissed the thought, believing it must be her imagination. After she calmed down, she got up to wash and get ready. As soon as I stepped out of the room, the 2 little ones got up too. "Mommy, good morning, Mommy." The 2 children rushed to her side, and Su Qingwei gently patted their heads. "Good boy/girl, go brush your teeth." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi, who was wearing an apron, heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. Su Qingwei turned to meet his gaze, her eyes instinctively darting away, and greeted him softly, "Good morning." Lin Yi smiled generously and said, "Good morning, wife." Lin Yi's way of addressing her startled Su Qingwei. Lin Wanwan grabbed her hand and teased her with a grin. "Dad calls you wife. Why don't you call him husband?" Su Qingwei was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Yi in embarrassment, hoping that he would help her out of the predicament. However, he just smiled at her and had no intention of helping her at all. Wanwan shook her hand and urged, "Mommy, call her name quickly." Su Qingwei gritted her teeth and whispered 2 words, "Husband." After calling her, she immediately changed the subject, urging the 2 children, "Go brush your teeth." Lin Yi looked at the mother and her 2 children and said gently, "I made egg pancakes and soy milk today. Come and eat after you brush your teeth." Lin Yi obediently replied, "Okay, thank you, Dad." After Su Qingwei finished brushing her teeth with the 2 children, she went back to her room to change her clothes and came out to find Lin Yi already sitting at the dining table with the little one. The air was filled with the delicious aroma of egg pancakes and soy milk. Lin Yi waved to her, "Wife, come and have breakfast." Su Qingwei picked up her briefcase. "Something came up at the company. I have to go now." After she finished speaking, she turned to leave, but Lin Yi quickly called out to her, "Wait a minute." Su Qingwei stopped and turned around to see him walk into the kitchen. Not long after, Lin Yi came out carrying a lunchbox and soy milk and handed them to her. "No matter how busy you are, you have to eat breakfast. I packed it for you." Holding the warm lunchbox, Su Qingwei felt a surge of warmth in her heart and whispered, "Thank you." After saying that, she quickly left home. Su Qingwei's office. Sitting in her office, Su Qingwei's mind was filled with the scene of the 2 of them sleeping together last night, and the way Lin Yi addressed her this morning. She couldn't concentrate on her work at all. There was a knock on the office door, and Leanna walked in carrying documents, placing them in front of her. President Su, these need your signature. Su Chingwei picked up the pen and stared blankly for a long time before slowly signing her name. Leanna stood to the side, clearly noticing that her boss was in a bad mood and acting strangely, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. After signing the documents, Leanna took them and was about to leave when Su Chingwei immediately called out to her, "Anna, come back." Leanna turned around in confusion. "President Su, is there anything else you need?" Su Chingwei hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Anna Lee raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of curiosity. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Su Chingwei hurriedly made an excuse to cover up her feelings. "It's a friend of mine. She came to ask me about some relationship troubles that she doesn't understand, and I really don't know how to answer her." "Oh, so you're friends?" Leanna's tone held a hint of knowing, but not saying anything. "So what problem did your friend talk to you about?" Su Chingwei sensed the playfulness in Leanna's words and quickly explained, "She really is my friend, not me." She paused for a moment before speaking. "My friend asked me if it's normal for a girl to sleep in the same bed with her boyfriend for the first time without doing anything." Chapter 54, I want something to happen with him. Upon hearing this, Leanna couldn't help but think to herself, usually, if someone says they have a friend, wouldn't that mean it's just her? Could it be that she slept in the same bed with that Mr. Lin and nothing happened? Seeing that Leanna didn't speak, Su Chingwei asked, "So, you've never been in a relationship?" Leanna smiled and said, "President Su, I have talked to her, but how long has that friend you mentioned been dating her boyfriend?" Su Chingwei, puzzled, asked, "Does this matter?" Anna Lee said, "Of course it's related. If your friend hasn't been with her boyfriend for long and they're sleeping in the same bed, if your friend doesn't take the initiative, the guy probably won't either. However, if your friend and her boyfriend have been together for a while, and you both implicitly agreed that sleeping together would mean doing something, but in the end you didn't do anything, then there's definitely a problem. Is that so?" Su Chingwei's mind raced. She said, "What if they've already registered their marriage?" Leanna was startled and said, "If you're married and sleeping together, then it's legal to do whatever you want, right? That man must be abnormal." Hearing Leanna's words, Su Chingwei's mind became even more confused. She waved her hand and said, "You can go out now." "Okay." Leanna didn't dare to ask any more questions. As she left Su Chingwei's office, she muttered to herself, "Could it be that President Su and Mr. Lin have registered their marriage? But they already have a child, so it's normal for them to register. It's just that Lin, he looks tall and strong, but I didn't expect him to be all looks and no substance." She shook her head with a sigh, then walked back to her workstation with the documents in her hands. Inside the office, after Leanna left, Su Chingwei immediately called her best friend Li Xiaoying. Li Xiaoying answered the phone quickly. "My dear lady, what brings you to call me today?" Su Chingwei said, "I have something to tell you since you've come to my company." 15 minutes later, Li Xiaoying arrived. Li Xiaoying came in and plopped down on the sofa. "My dear lady, can't we talk about this on the phone?" Su Chingwei said, "Lin and I got our marriage certificate. I was the one who suggested it." "No, what does your marriage registration have to do with me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xiaoying jumped up and loudly questioned, "What did you say? You and Lin got your marriage certificate? Or did you bring it up? When did this happen? Why are you only telling me now?" Su Chingwei said, "It was yesterday, I think." Li Xiaoying said angrily, "As your best friend, I actually found out about your marriage registration a day later than everyone else. Is that normal?" Su Chingwei continued, "We got our marriage certificate, we kissed, and we even slept together." "What?" This news was a complete shock to Li Xiaoying. She immediately rushed up to Su Chingwei and demanded, "How's his work going these days? What kind of work is it?" After saying this, Su Chingwei, belatedly realizing her mistake, blushed instantly. Li Xiaoying said, "You two have already kissed and slept together. Haven't I been direct enough in asking?" Su Chingwei said, "He kissed my forehead, and we just slept in the same bed. Nothing else happened." "No way. With such a beautiful woman like you sleeping next to him, how could he resist doing nothing?" Li Xiaoying asked incredulously. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at Li Xiaoying and said, We've never been together. Isn't that normal? But you're married, you even have a child, two physiologically normal men and women sleeping in the same bed, and you just slept together? That's definitely not normal." Su Qingwei said, "Lin said that he wouldn't act recklessly if I disagreed, and he would respect my decision." "What's there to respect? Someone as good-looking and with decent character as Lin, just go for it. It's a good thing you got your marriage certificate with him first. Otherwise, if Lin Yi were still circulating in a market, someone would have snatched him up very quickly, Li Xiaoying said. Su Qingwei looked at Li Xiaoying and said, Ying, I feel like there's something off about you two. You were saying bad things about Lin Yi before. How come you think he's a good person today? You weren't won over by his meal, were you? Li Xiaoying chuckled and said, What are you talking about turning him into a foe? I genuinely think Lin Yi is a very good person. Su Qingwei looked at Li Xiaoying with a skeptical gaze and said, Why don't I believe it? Li Xiaoying changed the subject. By the way, since you slept in the same bed, did he do anything unusual? Su Qingwei thought for a moment and asked, What's unusual? Li Xiaoying gave an example. Does he have trouble sleeping or toss and turn in bed? Him? Couldn't sleep? Su Qingwei thought for a while and shook her head. No, I don't think so. Besides, I fell asleep very quickly. I don't know what he did. No way, such a handsome guy is sleeping next to you. How can you actually sleep? Li Xiaoying was completely stunned. I don't know whether to call you slow-witted or naive. Su Qingwei said, I don't know why, but when he was lying next to me, I felt, and he also said he wouldn't touch me, so I felt very safe. I relaxed and fell asleep quickly. Su Qingwei naturally wouldn't tell Li Xiaoying that she thought Lin Yi smelled very nice and was particularly hypnotic, and that she fell asleep after smelling it for a short while. Li Xiaoying sighed. I think you're an even straighter woman than a straight man. It's a good thing you brought up the idea of getting a marriage certificate with Lin Yi. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'd end up alone. Su Qingwei rolled her eyes at her and said, How could that be? I still have my two precious babies. However, I heard Lin Yi say that he is a traditional man and that he will go on blind dates and get married when he reaches a certain age. It was when I heard him say these things that I impulsively said that I wanted to get a marriage certificate with him. Oh, you don't want to see him get a marriage certificate with another woman? Li Xiaoying looked at Su Qingwei with interest. Su Qingwei said, I don't really mean it. I just felt that the father of my child couldn't possibly get a marriage certificate with another woman. So that's how it ended. Li Xiaoying said, You're in love but don't realize it, aren't you? Su Qingwei said, What do you mean I don't know? Of course I know whether I love you or not. I called you here not to interrogate me, but to ask you something. You just said that Lin Yi slept in the same bed with me and nothing happened. So he's abnormal? Li Xiaoying asked with a smile. So you want something to happen between you and him, but nothing has happened yet, which is why you're asking this now. Chapter 55 looks good, but is useless? Su Qingwei quickly said, What are you saying? I just want to know. Li Xiaoying didn't expose her, but asked, The relationship between the two of you is indeed a bit abnormal, but you've been separated for so long. You do need some time. She continued, Lin Yi told you that he wanted to develop a relationship with you gradually? Su Qingwei nodded. Yes, that's what he said. Li Xiaoying said, Then why did you say they weren't good enough? Take it slow. Su Qingwei looked somewhat troubled, but finally said, But last night, even though I fell asleep, I knew he got up several times. Do you think he might really have a problem in that area? What? You got up several times during the night? Li Xiaoying was also stunned. He's weak? That's terrible. No wonder he didn't react when he slept with you. But didn't you say before that he was very good in that area? How come he's not good anymore after only a few years? Su Qingwei covered her face and said, Hey, don't ask. How would I know? Could it be that he's been without a woman all these years and has made himself weak? Li Xiaoying guessed. Su Qingwei took a deep breath. Forget it. This is fine too. I don't have to worry about him going out and messing around. If the two of us treat each other with respect, it's all right. Li Xiaoying shook her head helplessly. Luckily he can cook. Otherwise, this man would really be unacceptable. Su Qingwei also understood and said, You only think about his excellent cooking skills. Li Xiaoying laughed and said, What else can we do? He's already like that. This is all he has to offer. Su Qingwei said, So it makes sense that he hasn't dated any women all these years. Li Xiaoying said, Maybe then you don't need to worry about what he might do to you when you're sleeping in bed together. Su Qingwei nodded and said, Yes, thinking about it that way, it'll be easier to sleep in the same bed as him. Li Xiaoying said with a regretful look, It's such a pity. Such a handsome guy with such a great figure, but he's not good enough. Just then, Su Qingwei's phone rang. It was a call from Su Hongmin. Wei Wei, why didn't you come home last night? Where did you go? Su Hongmin sounded very angry on the phone, but Su Qingwei was not afraid. Su Qingwei said, Wan Wan and Chunxin missed me, so I want to keep them company. Su Hongmin's furious voice came through the phone. I miss them. You better bring Wan Wan and Chunxin back right now. They're our Su family's grandsons. We can afford to raise them. Su Qingwei said, Dad, stop being unreasonable. I'm hanging up. Su Hongmin said angrily, You think you're all grown up now? Put the kids aside for now. I made an appointment with my friend for dinner tonight. You're coming with me. I'll send you the address later. Su Chingwei said helplessly, Dad, I just took over the company, and I'm really busy. Su Hongmin insisted, I know, but this time you have to come. Su Chingwei knew that Su Hongmin often introduced him to people through his network, so she agreed. Okay, I understand. After Su Chingwei hung up the phone, Li Xiaoying immediately came over and said, Your dad doesn't approve of you being with Lenny? Su Chingwei nodded. Yes, but he'll have to accept reality sooner or later. Li Xiaoying asked, Does he know you've registered your marriage? Su Chingwei said, I know, but he just won't agree. Li Xiaoying said, There's nothing I can do. Your uncle just wants you to marry well. But Lin Yi isn't bad either. He's a good cook, speaks several foreign languages, and, judging from the survey results, he's also good at business at the company. That's right, their family background is a bit lacking. At this point, Li Xiaoying suddenly thought of something. Lin Yi is a good cook. Why don't you open a restaurant for him? Or a private chef, or something? Su Chingwei shook her head and said, That's something he needs to consider. I think he definitely wouldn't like me interfering too much in his life. Li Xiaoying sighed and said, Forget it. You guys do whatever you want. I just think it's a bit of a pity that Lin Yi is all looks and no substance. Achoo! Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the Kyoto Calligraphy Association headquarters building with the two little ones and sneezed unexpectedly. He pulled a tissue from his bag, wiped his face, and muttered, Who's talking about me behind my back? Lin Yichen asked with concern, Dad, are you sick? Lin Wanwan also said with concern, Dad, you should wear more clothes. Wear more clothes? In the sweltering summer heat, with temperatures in Kyoto nearing 40 degrees Celsius, Lin Yi felt like wearing nothing but shorts when walking in places without air conditioning. Lin Yi said, Dad isn't cold. I'll call Uncle first. Less than 3 minutes after the call ended, staff members came out of the building entrance and welcomed Lin Yi and his group into the exhibition hall. Inside the exhibition hall, Li Changma was already waiting. Mr. Lin Yi, you've arrived. Li Changma walked towards them and greeted Lin Yichen and Lin Wanwan warmly, saying, Hello, kids. Lin Yi said, Chun Wanwan, this is Uncle Li, quickly greet Uncle Li. Li Changma laughed and said, I could be your grandfather. Just call me grandfather. Ayu, Grandpa Li. Ayu, Grandpa Li. The two little ones also happily greeted Li Changma. After Li Changma led the people into the office, he asked his assistant to let the two children play on the side and bought them snacks. After settling the children, Li Changma took out the Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll and said, Mr. Lin Yi, this is the Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll, which is also the one you need to copy this time. Lin Yi nodded, took the scroll, and said, President Li is an elder. Just call me Lin Yi. May I ask if this Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll is authentic? Li Changma smiled and said, This one is naturally not the real thing. It's an imitation I made years ago, and it's barely passable. Lin Yi said, Chairman Li's paintings are naturally masterpieces. After saying that, he unrolled the scroll, saw a corner of it, and continued with a smile. President Li, when can we begin? Li Changma was surprised. Young friend Lin Yi, you don't mean you want to start now, do you? Lin Yi said, President Li, as you can see, I have 2 children at home. If the painting could be finished sooner, that would be the best. Li Changma nodded and said, Don't worry, everything is ready on our side. You can start whenever you want. Lin Yi said, Okay, then we can begin after I finish reading it. Huh? Just one look? Aren't you going to study it properly? Li Changmo exclaimed, in surprise. He himself also painted the Along the River during the Qingming Festival scroll, and he studied it for more than 10 days before putting pen to paper. Half an hour? What can it do? Chapter 56, Earning Money to Buy a Big House. Li Changma was filled with doubt, and now he was starting to worry. I feel like I made a hasty decision back then. Hearing Li Changma's words, Lin Yi smiled and said, If Chairman Li doesn't believe me, then let me draw a short section first, shall I? Upon hearing this, Li Changma nodded and said, All right, then please go ahead. I have a meeting to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. If you need anything or if there's anything else, you can contact my assistant. Lin Yi nodded, Okay. After Li Changma left, Lin Yi unrolled the scroll and called out to the 2 little ones, Chen Wanwan, come here, let's look at it together. Lin Yichen and Lin Wanwan walked over together, their brows furrowing as they looked at the painting. Lin Wanwan asked, Dad, did that grandpa ask you to draw for him? Lin Yi said, Yes, he spent a lot of money, probably the price of a big house. The 2 little ones' eyes widened when they heard that. Lin Yichen asked, Dad, Do you mean that after you finish painting this picture, you can buy a big house? Lenny nodded. Yes, we can buy the house we live in now. Do you like the house you live in now? Lenny Chin said, I like my mom's house. There's a garden there where we can watch the little ants. Lin Wanwan chimed in. Yes, there's also a huge garden there with lots of beautiful flowers. Lenny nodded and said, okay. Then Dad will buy a house with a big garden, and you can watch the ants and plant some beautiful flowers. He pointed to the scroll that was spread out on one side and said, you can learn from it too. Dad might ask you to help with color mixing later. Hearing Lin Yi say that they could buy a big house after finishing this painting, the two little ones were full of motivation. Lin Wanwan immediately raised her hand. Dad, I'll help you adjust the colors. Lin Yi nodded and said, Dad, I'll learn how to draw it, and then I'll help you draw it. Lin Yi said, okay, let's work hard together and earn money to buy a big house. Lin Yi pulled the children to look at the painting together, teaching them step by step how to draw the difficult parts and how to draw the simple parts. Although the two little ones haven't reached Lin Yi's level yet, by learning like this and finishing this painting, they will be able to reach the legendary level. By then, they will be able to independently complete a Qingming scroll, and it will be no worse than Li Changma's. However, to Lin Yi's surprise, he actually memorized the Qingming scroll after looking at it a few times. If he had a pen now, he could draw it immediately. Lin Yi took the drawing and walked outside the hall, where there were very few staff members. He was holding a painting scroll and leading two little ones out of the office. Mr. Lin, please come this way with me. Li Changma's assistant immediately led him to the new scroll. Lin Yi looked at the 3-meter-long workbench in front of the new painting and expressed great satisfaction. To paint the Qingming scroll, one would not only use ordinary brushes, but would also use different brushes depending on the lines, coloring, and details, as well as supporting tools and pigments. Clearly, Li Changma was very well prepared. Lin Yi laid the painting out to the side and said to the two little ones, Wan, Chun, mix all the colors used in the painting for me. Receive. Okay, Dad. The two little ones were more enthusiastic than anyone else when they thought that drawing could help their dad buy a big house. After Lin Yi mixed the first color, Lin Yi immediately picked up a pen and drew an outline. 2 hours later, Lin Yi had already drawn a painting that was nearly a meter long. After putting down his brush, he glanced at the time. It was almost midnight, time to go home for dinner and rest. After saying goodbye to Li Changma's assistant, Lin Yi took the two little ones home. Li Changma finished his meeting and learned from his assistant that Lin Yi had gone home, so he went to the lobby to see if Lin Yi had started writing. When he walked into the hall and saw the meter-long painting that Lin Yi had drawn, he was completely astonished. The original painting of Along the River during the Qingming Festival is quite small. To enlarge it proportionally to the original, it would require careful study. The painting he is currently creating along the river during the Qingming Festival is simply a comparison with the original painting, so there is naturally no need to study these details. After watching for half an hour, Lin Yi actually started drawing right away. Looking at the effect Lin Yi drew, it was exactly the same as the original image enlarged proportionally. In just over 2 hours, he had already drawn a meter long, which is quite efficient. This also proves that I've found the right person. Li Changma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi took the child home, ate dinner, and then put the child to bed. The two children were busy passing around color palettes and mixing colorants all day, and they were exhausted. I slept until 4:30 in the afternoon, at which point it was impossible to paint anymore. After the two little ones had afternoon tea, Lin Yi took them downstairs to play basketball. I played for an hour, and that's about all the exercise I needed for the day. Lin Wanwan's physical strength points have finally reached 80, and she will no longer get sick from common colds and viruses. Lin Yi handed the two little ones their water cups and told them to rest for a while before going home. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was a message from Su Qingwei. I have a dinner party tonight, so I won't be home for dinner. Looking at the message on his phone, Lin Yi smiled and replied, okay, received. I took the two kids to the art association this morning, and after their afternoon nap, they went downstairs to play basketball. After sending the message, Lin Yi sent Su Qingwei all the photos he had taken of the two little ones while painting that day, as well as photos of them resting and drinking water. Lin Yi called the two little ones over, took a group photo of the three of them, and sent it all to her. On the other side, Su Qingwei looked at the message Lin Yi sent and didn't know how to reply for a moment. When she sent that message, she only thought that Lin Yi would reply like he did with the first message, but she never expected that Lin Yi would be so enthusiastic. Looking at the messages Lin Yi sent about the children and his interactions with them, Su Qingwei's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. These little things hidden in life may be the unique sweetness in the daily lives of couples. It is these little things that piece together a stable life. Su Qingwei replied, "I'll go home early." Lin Yi received the reply, looked at the message, and a smile appeared on his lips. If Su Qingwei comes back tonight, then they can sleep together again. However, this time, I must restrain myself and not take a cold shower again. 7 p.m. Jinkai 5-star Hotel. Su Qingwei entered the hotel based on the location sent by her biological father, Su Hongmin. Led by a hotel staff member, she entered room number 1088. However, when she saw the people sitting there, she felt a strange sense of disgust. Chapter 57 Blind Date. The private room was luxurious and spacious, and the food was already laid out, filling the entire room with the aroma of food. Su Qingwei's father, Su Hongmin, sat in the main seat, chatting and laughing with the two people beside him. One of the men sitting next to Su Hongmin was Shun Jixin, a longtime friend of his. The other man, a seat away, was a tall, well-dressed young man, who was Shun Jixin's son, Shun Haojie. The two families were old friends, and Su Qingwei recognized Shun Haojie at a glance. Su Hongmin had mentioned Shun Haojie to Su Qingwei more than once before, so Su Qingwei still had some impression of Shun Haojie. The moment Su Qingwei saw the scene clearly, she realized that it wasn't a meal with elders at all, but a prearranged blind date. When Su Hongmin saw her push the door open and come in, he immediately waved to her warmly. "Wei Wei is here. Come and sit next to Daddy." The empty seat he was pointing to was right between him and Shun Haojie. Su Qingwei's expression darkened, and she slowly walked over. Upon seeing Su Qingwei, Shun Jixin immediately smiled and said in a warm and polite tone, "Qingwei is here. Please sit down. I just heard your father mention you. Now that I see you, you've indeed grown more and more beautiful." Shun Haojie, who was standing next to her, also stood up and looked Su Qingwei up and down with a direct gaze. He then pulled out a chair for her and said, "Miss Su, please sit down." Su Qingwei paused, not going over immediately. Su Hongmin quickly smoothed things over. "What are you standing there for? You know Uncle Shun and Haojie, right? Sit down quickly." She forced a polite smile. "Uncle Shun, it's been a long time." He walked up to Shun Haojie and said simply, "Thank you." Su Hongmin was very satisfied with her sensible appearance, and everyone present felt that the blind date was a sure thing. "Let's all start eating. After we finish, let the two young people have a private chat," Su Hongmin said. Throughout the meal, Shun Haojie kept putting food on Su Qingwei's plate, but she only whispered thank you each time without touching it. Throughout the meal, she only managed to eat a few bites of vegetables. The dishes were clearly made by a 5-star chef, but they didn't taste nearly as good as Lin Yi's home-cooked meals. Su Qingwei was only able to sit here and finish this meal because of her own father, Su Hongmin. Although the Shun family's assets are not as great as her own, the existing cooperation between the two families is there, and she cannot turn against them on the spot and embarrass her father. After the dinner ended, Su Hongmin looked at the two men, then turned to Shun Jixin and said, "Old Shun, let's go first and leave the two young men here to have a good talk." Shun Jixin immediately chimed in, "Yes, I played a game of chess with someone last night, and I still haven't figured out how to break the deadlock. Come on, let's go to my house. We need to play a proper game." Su Qingwei stood quietly to the side, coldly watching Su Hongmin and Shun Jixin put on their act. After the elders left, only the two of them remained in the private room. Shun Haojie spoke first. "Qingwei, it's been a long time. I heard you returned from studying abroad at the beginning of the year. Knowing you've been free recently, I troubled Uncle Su to arrange this dinner. Don't overthink it." Su Qingwei couldn't stand his pretentious act any longer and said coldly, "You and I both know what the purpose of this meal is. Let me be clear with you. I'm already married and have 2 children. You don't need to waste your time on me." Shun Haojie remained unmoved. As a fellow heir to a wealthy family, he could clearly distinguish the pros and cons of a marriage alliance. "I know, so what? The Shun family can easily support 2 children. What I value is you as a person. I don't care about anything else." The tone shifted abruptly, becoming somewhat contemptuous. "As for the father of your child, he's utterly worthless. Besides, marriage can end in divorce. Are you really going to stick with a man who can't even afford a wedding ring?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei subconsciously touched her fingers, feeling inexplicably uneasy. She and Lin Yi got their marriage certificate in a rush. They didn't even prepare a wedding ring, let alone a wedding ceremony. She looked directly at him, her tone firm. So what? I love Lin Yi as a person, not material possessions. The wedding ring is just something I haven't bought yet. It doesn't mean I won't have one in the future. Shun Haojia scoffed. By marrying into my family, the Shun Group, with its current assets of several billion, could double in size if we secure the Lianda project, which is worth hundreds of billions. A powerful alliance between Shun and Su would greatly benefit your control of the Su Group. He was certain that Su Qingwei would prioritize the company's interests and would never give up the marriage alliance and cooperation between the two families for an ordinary person with no background. Su Qingwei found it laughable. Our Su family is also trying our best to win this Lianda project. The Lianda executives are not stupid. Why would they choose your Shun family instead of the stronger Su family? These words left Shun Haojia speechless, his face turning ashen instantly. He snorted coldly and said, Qingwei, don't be so absolute. Although our Shun family can't compare to your Su family in terms of wealth, our Shun family's research on this project is no less than your Su family's. Su Qingwei stood up and replied with a slight smile. Then let's see how it goes and see what happens. After saying that, she got up and left without even glancing at Shun Haojia. Shun Haojia's face was grim, and he was furious, but he still suppressed his anger and pleaded, Qingwei, can't you reconsider? Our marriage would be a win-win situation for both of our companies. In the future, we can work together to operate this project, achieve mutual benefit and win-win results, and grow our two companies' businesses together. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei stopped in her tracks without turning around and said in a cold voice, the Su family is fully capable of taking over this project on its own. There's no need to share it with others. She slowly turned her head, glancing at Shun Haojia out of the corner of her eye, and said, if you want to cooperate, there is never only one way, marriage. Relying solely on this relationship to bind the two families together is inherently an unstable time bomb. Aren't our Su and Shun families currently cooperating? Or do you want to change the cooperation model? Su Qingwei's tone carried a hidden warning, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Seeing that Shun Haojia's face turned as red as a pig's liver from anger at her words, she chuckled and said, the future of the Su family is naturally up to me to decide, so there's no need for young Master Shun to worry about it. After saying that, Su Qingwei left the private room without looking back. Inside the private room, Shun Haojia was seething with anger. He raised his hand and swept the table, smashing all the food on the floor. The sound of the bowls and plates shattering was deafening. I'm so angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, staring intently at the tightly closed door of the private room. The Lianda project was still a long way off, but the Yi Group deal was a different story. Shun Haojia was seething with anger. He refused to believe that Su Qingwei could have everything go smoothly forever. He secretly made a plan in his heart, determined to make Su Qingwei pay the price for what she had done today. Chapter 58, Enjoying the Feeling of Making Money. Shun Haojia gritted his teeth and growled in anger. He never imagined that Su Qingwei would reject him so decisively and so mercilessly. Shun Haojia took out his phone and made a call to Shun Jixin. Shun Jixin answered the phone quickly. Son, how did it go? Did Qingwei agree? Upon hearing this, Shun Haojia's face twitched, and he said unhappily, no, and he clearly rejected me. Shun Jixin's disdainful voice came through the phone. You don't mind that she had children out of wedlock, and you're willing to raise her two children as your own. What else could she possibly be dissatisfied with? Shun Haojia said, she said she got a marriage certificate with the child's father. Did you know that? Shun Jixin said, I know, so what? You can get married and then divorced. Only the relationship between the Su and Shun families will not change. Shun Haojia sneered and said, Dad, the marriage alliance needs to be considered carefully. Right now, her mind is on the child and that man, so we can't rush it. Transfer $5 million to me first. I've been back in China for so long, and I haven't had a chance to go out and have fun yet. Shun Jixin is quite frugal with money. Although his family has billions in assets, he doesn't give his children much money. At most, he transfers a few $100,000 from the family trust fund each month for living expenses. As for the rest, we'll have to ask him. Shun Jixin said, I'll transfer you $2 million. Remember not to go too far, and don't bring any women home. Shun Haojia's earlier displeasure vanished, and he smiled. I understand, Dad. Shun Jixin said, Qingwei, you should also work hard. As long as you demonstrate your value, As the family heir, she will definitely recognize your worth. When you give birth to your 2 children, the Su family's assets will all become our Shun family's. Shun Haojie replied dismissively, I know, Dad. When Su Qingwei got home, it was already 8:30 p.m. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Yi smelled the alcohol. The 2 little ones were playing with building blocks when they saw Su Qingwei return and immediately ran over and hugged her legs. Mommy, I miss you so much. Mommy, you're finally back. Su Qingwei said, Mommy is dirty. Should go take a shower first and then come back to keep you company. Okay? Lin Wanwan pouted, let go of Su Qingwei, and said, Okay then, Mom, hurry up and take a shower. Lin Yichen also let go of Su Qingwei and said, Mommy, you go take a shower. My sister and I have already showered and brushed our teeth. You're all so good. Mommy gives you kisses. Su Qingwei was very pleased with the 2 children. After kissing them, she went to take a bath. Lin Yi watched them from the side and asked, Qingwei, did you drink tonight? Would you like some hangover soup? Su Qingwei shook her head. I only drank a little. It's nothing. Lin Yi nodded and asked, You guys probably didn't eat enough at the dinner party, right? How about I cook you a bowl of noodles? Su Qingwei hadn't eaten much tonight, so she softly hummed in agreement and said, Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi waved his hand. Don't mention it. You should go take a shower. You can eat after you take a shower. Su Qingwei nodded, greeted the 2 little ones, and then headed towards her room. Lin Yi took out his phone, sent a message to Li Changma, and then went into the kitchen. He knew that Su Qingwei would take at least 20 minutes to shower, so he timed his cooking with noodles accordingly. Just 1 minute before Su Qingwei came out of the shower, Lin Yi had already cooked the noodles. Just as Su Qingwei came out, Lin Yi was also carrying a bowl out of the kitchen. Qingwei, the noodles are ready. Come and eat. Su Qingwei nodded and sat down next to Lin Yi. Lin Yi pushed the bowl in front of Su Qingwei and said, Are you hungry? Eat up. Lin Yi knew that if it was a business dinner, there would definitely be nothing to eat, so there would usually be a second round after the first one ended. Judging from the current time, it's clear that Su Qingwei went straight home after the event. After Su Qingwei finished eating her noodles, Lin Yi said to her, Qingwei, I want to go to the Calligraphy Association to paint tonight. Huh? Going out so late? Su Qingwei asked in surprise. Lin Yi nodded. Yes, I want to finish the painting as soon as possible and get paid sooner. Su Qingwei asked, Are you short of money? Lin Yi shook his head. I don't lack money, but I enjoy the feeling of making money. Su Qingwei chuckled and said, Then go ahead. Okay, honey. Lin Yi happily stood up and said goodbye to the 2 little ones. Wanwan, Chun, Daddy is going to paint tonight to earn a lot of money. You 2 have to be good and listen to Mommy, okay? Okay, Dad. Lin Wanwan immediately hugged Lin Yi's face and kissed him happily. Dad, I will be good. Lin Yichen nodded obediently in response. Lin Yi picked up his car keys, said goodbye to Su Qingwei and the children, and left. After Lin Yi left, Su Qingwei pulled the 2 children aside and asked, Did you draw with your father today? Lin Wanwan raised her little hand and said, Yes, Mom, my brother, and I helped mix the colors and pass the palettes. Dad is really amazing. His painting is so beautiful. Su Qingwei only realized how amazing Lin Yichen's drawing skills were after seeing the pictures he sent her. It seems that the investigation results from both her best friend, Li Xiaoying, and her biological father, Su Hongmin, are problematic. Just then, Su Qingwei's phone rang. It was Su Hongmin calling. Su Qingwei naturally knew why Su Hongmin was calling, but she had no choice but to answer the phone, because there are many things that need to be clarified. After the call connected, Su Hongmin's scolding voice came through the phone. Wei Wei, why did you reject her? You're both the same age. Can't you 2 get along well? Su Qingwei was speechless. Dad, I've already registered my marriage with Lin, so please stop interfering in our affairs, okay? Su Hongmin retorted angrily. You still dare talk back. I just want you to think this through carefully. That kid surnamed Lin has nothing and is not good enough for you at all. Su Qingwei said, Whether I am worthy or not, only I know. Besides, Lin Yi is really a good person. Furthermore, I think you should have the housekeeper investigate thoroughly. I found that the investigation results you gave me were completely wrong except for his age, gender, and school registration. He didn't even know how many foreign languages he could speak. Hearing his daughter's voice, Su Hongmin was about to get angry, but he was silenced by the childlike voice on the phone. Grandpa, it's me, Wanwan. Grandpa, it's me, Chun. Su Qingwei didn't hide from the 2 little ones when she answered the phone. The 2 little ones were overjoyed to hear their grandfather's voice. Su Hongmin swallowed back the words he was about to say. His tone instantly softened. It's Wan and Chunshan, huh? Have you missed your grandpa? On the other side, when Lin Yi arrived at the Calligraphy Association building, Li Changma personally returned to open the door for him. Chapter 59. You also think Lin Yi is good? Lin Yi was also surprised that Li Changma was still at the association so late, and even came downstairs to take him there personally. When Li Changma came downstairs, the security guard downstairs immediately helped him open the door. When Li Changma saw Lin Yi, he immediately went over to him, grabbed him, and said, Lin, it's so late. What are you doing here? Lin Yi said, I just wanted to finish the painting as soon as possible so I could feel more at ease. Li Changma nodded and said, I'm going home now. How long do you plan to stay here? I'll let the security guard know. Lin Yi said, it's almost 8 o'clock now. Let's leave around 12 o'clock. Li Changma sighed. Honestly, if all young people today were as hardworking as you, that would be great. Lin Yi just smiled and said, everyone has their own ambitions. I have a wife and children to support now, so naturally I have to be more diligent. Lin Yi originally wanted to say that if he didn't have a wife and children and was unemployed, he would definitely choose to go back to his hometown and retire. Li Changma's eyebrows twitched upon hearing Lin Yi's words. He thought to himself, the Su Group is a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Even if there's a huge disparity in strength between them and the woman, surely they wouldn't be lacking in food and clothing. Thinking of this, Li Changma patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, your wife is so capable, it doesn't matter if you don't work, right? Lin Yi said, let's not talk about that. I'd better get back to work. Li Changma nodded. That makes sense. After all, if the difference between the man and woman is too great, problems are bound to arise in the future. He pulled Lin Yi to the security room and said to the security guard, Uncle Security Guard, this is our colleague. He will come to work if he has time in the evening. Please take care of him. The security guard naturally knew who Li Changma was and quickly replied, yes, Chairman Li. Thank you, security guard. After saying goodbye to the security guard, Li Changma said to Lin Yi, I'll be going now. Don't work too late. After all, you have children at home. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Su Qingwei taking care of the children at home. He nodded. Okay, I understand. After Li Changma left, Lin Yi stepped into the building. Upon reaching the painting, Lin Yi set his alarm for midnight and began working. He sent Su Qingwei a message. Wife, I'll be home around 1 a.m. Don't lock the door. After sending the message, Lin Yi started drawing. Lin Yi's home. After receiving the message, Su Qingwei showed it to the two little ones and said, Daddy will be home very late today. You two need to go to bed nicely tonight, okay? Lin Yichen and Lin Wanwan immediately came over, took Su Qingwei's phone, and read the information on it. Lin Yichen sat on the sofa and sighed, saying, Mom, Dad works so hard to earn money to buy a house. Su Qingwei gently tapped Lin Yichen's head and smiled. The adult world is always this tough. Mom just hopes you can grow up healthy and happy. After she finished speaking, she immediately hugged the two little ones. Lin Wanwan stood next to Su Qingwei, pouting, and said, Mom, I don't want to grow up. I want to stay a child forever. Su Qingwei kissed Lin Wanwan's forehead and smiled. In Mommy's eyes, you and your brother will always be little children, always Mommy's little darlings. The two little ones leaned against Su Qingwei and wanted to kiss her. After Su Qingwei put the two little ones to sleep, she returned to her room. She lay in bed staring at the ceiling, her mind a little foggy. Su Qingwei felt as if she were truly living with Lin Yi, just like an ordinary couple. Lin Yi has to work overtime, so she stays home to take care of the child and has to leave the door open for him. Thinking of this, her mood was no longer as hesitant as before, but rather as if something had fallen heavily to her. Su Qingwei made a phone call to Li Xiaoying. Li Xiaoying answered quickly. Miss Su, what can I do for you? Before Su Qingwei could speak, Li Xiaoying spoke again. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you say you're going to Lin Yi's house tonight? It's almost 10 o'clock now. What are you trying to do by calling? Su Qingwei said, I didn't intend to do anything. Didn't I tell you before that, Lin, you went to help someone with their painting and wanted to finish it as soon as possible, so you went to work overtime tonight. Li Xiaoying said, oh, I see. So you're all alone now? Su Qingwei said, I called you because I have something to ask you, not to hear you laugh at me. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Li Xiaoying said with a smile. Su Qingwei said, tonight, my dad arranged for me to go on a blind date with Shen Haojia. Shen Haojia? He's not bad looking, but he's a womanizer. Everyone in Kyoto knows he loves to play around, Li Xiaoying said with some disdain. She was a little confused, but why would your dad arrange a blind date with such a womanizer? Su Qingwei analyzed. Think about it. How could I, a divorced woman with a child, find a young master from an upper-class family to marry in Kyoto? So, he had no choice but to settle for someone like Shun Haojia. Li Xiaoying was speechless. As for Shun Haojia, I don't even want to talk about him. I think Lin Yi is pretty good. He's family-oriented and loves his kids. Most importantly, he's a good cook. If you two spark something and develop feelings for each other, then it will be perfect. Su Qingwei murmured, "You also think Lin Yi is good? The main thing is that he's a good cook and doesn't cheat on his wife." After Li Xiaoying finished speaking, she immediately realized that there was something wrong with what Su Qingwei had just said. She quickly pressed on, Wei, you just said you also think Lin Yi is good, so who else thinks Lin Yi is good? Is it you? Hearing this, Su Qingwei blushed and said, I've been coming to Lin Yi's house these past few days, and I've seen everything he's done. He's even working overtime, so late to earn money. He's a hard-working person. Actually, he's a pretty good person. Li Xiaoying clicked her tongue twice and said, Oh, you didn't actually get slept with by him, did you? No, don't talk nonsense. Don't change the subject. I wanted to ask you something. Shun Haojia knows my current situation, but he still keeps pursuing me. How can I make him give up on me? After saying that, Su Qingwei sighed and said, It would be very difficult for my father to give up. Li Xiaoying said, Actually, there's a way that can satisfy both sides. Su Qingwei is not good at solving emotional problems, so when she encounters these problems, she immediately thinks of Li Xiaoying. Su Qingwei pressed further, Oh, what method is it? Li Xiaoying asked, Do you ever tell your dad that Lin Yi is a good person, or that he's actually quite outstanding? Su Qingwei said, Yes, I told him that both your investigation and his findings were problematic, but he didn't believe me. Let's just make it official in Chapter 60. Li Xiaoying said, Sai, look at yourself. You have such a useful brain, but when it comes to feelings, you're a blank slate. Look at me. At first, I was prejudiced against Lin Yi, but after meeting him and witnessing his excellence, don't I now stand on your side? Li Xiaoying's words made Su Qingwei understand completely. She said excitedly, So, we want them all to know how outstanding Lin Yi is? Li Xiaoying said, That's right, it will make Shun Haojia back down. Even if he doesn't back down, it will leave him with no way to make a move. Also, if your dad knew how outstanding Lin Yi was, he would definitely accept him. Besides, your family is so rich, he probably wouldn't think of using marriage to tie you down, right? Even if Lin Yi isn't as rich as your family, your dad is still your dad, and he definitely wants you to have a good life. His actions now are simply because he doesn't want you to be deceived. After all, you've already made a mistake by having a child out of wedlock, and he's just worried about you. Su Qingwei nodded and said, You're right, so I've always been very accommodating to my dad. Even when he asked me to go on blind dates, I didn't refuse. Li Xiaoying said, Are you stupid? Didn't you already marry Lin Yi? You plan to develop your relationship slowly in the future, so why don't you just go public with it? That way, your dad and Shun Haojia won't be so blatant. That's right. I'll just show my hand. Su Qingwei exclaimed in surprise. However, the thought of revealing Lin Yi's identity made her feel somewhat embarrassed. She whispered, I wonder if Lin Yi would be willing? Li Xiaoying said, Don't worry. Lin Yi said he has feelings for you. So that means he likes you, right? Just act naturally. Ask him to bring you food or pick you up from get off work so that everyone knows Lin Yi exists. The best way is for you to just post your marriage certificate on your WeChat moments and officially announce it. Su Qingwei nodded. Your method seems feasible, but I need to discuss it with Lin Yi. Li Xiaoying said, Well, you guys decide for yourselves. I need to get my beauty sleep. I've been too tired lately. Su Qingwei asked, What have you been doing? Why are you tired? Li Xiaoying chuckled and said, I recently got my eye on a fitness coach. I take private lessons with him every day, and I get to see his 8-pack abs every day. It's really great. By the way, you've all slept with him. Does Lin Yi have 8-pack abs? If not, 6 will do. Upon hearing what Li Xiaoying said, Su Qingwei couldn't help but think of Lin Yi's 8-pack abs. She seems to want to touch it. Su Qingwei took a deep breath and said, Okay, I'm hanging up. After saying that, she hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingwei lay in bed thinking about how to get Lin Yi into her world and introduce him to her relatives and friends. After all, she had never had a boyfriend before and didn't know how to introduce her husband. She was holding her phone when she drifted off to sleep. 1 o'clock in the morning. When Lin Yi returned home and opened the front door, he saw that Su Qingwei had left a small night light on in the entryway. The dim night light illuminated Lin Yi's way home and warmed his heart. After changing his shoes, Lin Yi went to check on the children's room. Seeing that both children were fast asleep, he closed the door. As he passed by Su Qingwei's room, he noticed that the door was not closed tightly, but rather a crack was visible. A strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. It seems like she's slowly accepting me. After taking a shower and drying his hair, he went straight back to Su Qingwei's bed and lay down. The next morning, Su Qingwei slowly opened her eyes, and her hand suddenly touched something warm. She quickly realized that she had touched Lin Yi again. Su Qingwei suddenly woke up and found that her hand had indeed touched Lin Yi's abs. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that Lin Yi was only wearing pajama bottoms and not pajamas. She froze completely. Looking at the part of Lin Yi's body that was exposed, her heart was pounding and she dared not move. Lin Yi was also woken up by her. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Su Qingwei half lying on the bed looking at him. He asked lazily, "What's wrong?" Su Qingwei pointed at his body and stammered, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Lin Yi immediately pulled the blanket over himself before replying, "You set the air conditioner too high. I'm quite hot sleeping in my pajamas." After saying that, he immediately added, "If you mind, I'll wear pajamas from now on." Su Qingwei glanced at Lin Yi's abs, which were faintly visible under the thin blanket, bit her lip, and said, "Whatever you like is fine. If you think it's too hot, we can lower the temperature by 1 degree. Lin Yi said, "Then let's forget it. If you can accept me sleeping like this, I have no objection." Su Qingwei blushed and said, "You like it, right?" After saying that, she got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Yi scratched the back of his head, puzzled, and asked, "Does she want me to sleep without clothes on?" He glanced at the time. It was only 6:30. "What's she doing up so early?" "Never mind, I'll just sleep a little longer." After Su Qingwei finished washing up, she saw that Lin Yi had fallen asleep again. She didn't wake him, but walked directly out of the room and headed towards the kitchen. When Lin Yi woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. He walked out of the living room and saw his 2 children sitting obediently in the dining room, eating hamburgers. The 2 little ones saw Lin Yi and immediately jumped off their seats and rushed towards him. "Daddy, Mommy made hamburgers. They're so delicious. You should have some too." "Dad, you're awake." Lin Yi squatted down, smiling as he coaxed the 2 little ones, saying, "Sweetie, Daddy hasn't brushed his teeth yet. I'll brush my teeth first and then come eat with you, okay?" Su Qingwei came out of the kitchen with a food box in her hand. When she saw Lin Yi, she said, "There's still a hamburger left in the kitchen for you. I have to go work now." Lin Yi said, "Okay, thanks for breakfast, wife." Su Qingwei blushed and left with her lunchbox. After brushing his teeth, Lin Yi came out, holding the hamburger that Su Qingwei had made herself, and couldn't help but take out his phone to take a picture. This was the first time Su Qingwei had made a hamburger for him, so naturally she had to take a picture of it. Su Qingwei had just returned to the company when Su Hongmin called. Wei Wei, why haven't you been coming home lately?" Su Hongmin pressed. Su Qingwei said, "I went to Lin Yi's place to see the children. From now on, I will shift my focus to Lin Yi's home and go back to your place less often." Su Hongmin exclaimed excitedly, "Qingwei, you've really grown up now, haven't you? You actually want to find that brat." Su Qingwei said, "Dad, Lin Yi is my legal husband, and Wan Wan and Chun Chun are my children. This is my family, and I hope you will respect my choice." Chapter 61, How could they just leave like that? "I disagree," she shouted angrily, her temper flaring. "That guy has nothing. What do you see in him? When it comes to marriage, you have to consider the other person's abilities. He's been out of school for years and is still stuck in a small company as an ordinary employee. What kind of future can he have?" Su Qingwei said calmly, "Dad, the information you had someone investigate is inaccurate. I advise you to check it carefully again." Su Hongmin didn't want to listen to her explanation at all. "Don't talk to me about anything else. Break up with that Ling guy as soon as possible and try to get along with that Shin kid. My ideal son-in-law is just like him." Su Qingwei said speechlessly, "Then why don't you investigate Shun Haojia properly? Haojia just likes to have fun. Getting photographed when he goes out for social events is common in the industry. It's no big deal," Su Hongmin said dismissively. Su Qingwei earnestly advised, "Dad, if you really care about me, then investigate privately. Don't believe everything you hear. Uncle Shun will definitely speak well of his own son. Be careful not to be kept in the dark and end up harming me." Upon hearing Su Qingwei's words, Su Hongmin remained silent for a while. He took a deep breath before relenting and saying, "Fine, I'll have Uncle Fu investigate. If the results are fine, you must obediently divorce Lin Yi." Su Qingwei said, "You should go and investigate Shun Haojia right away. Don't let Uncle Fu do it. Find a reliable private investigator outside and do it discreetly so that the Shun family doesn't find out that you are investigating him. Hearing Su Qingwei's words, Su Hongmin frowned. What do you mean by that? Do you think the investigation results could be false? Su Qingwei said, yes, you should go check first. I have things to take care of at the company, so I won't talk to you anymore. After saying that, Su Qingwei didn't bother to explain further and hung up the phone. She looked at the documents on the desktop and rubbed her temples. Hopefully, this time, my father can find out the truth and see Shun Haojia's true colors. After attending 2 meetings in a row, Su Qingwei was exhausted. She picked up her phone and looked at the photos Lin had sent. He had taken the 2 children to the Calligraphy Association to paint again this morning. Just then, Anna Li, holding a bouquet of flowers, knocked on the door and entered the office. Ms. Su, a Mr. Shun came to the front desk to give you flowers. Upon hearing that the person's surname was Shun, Su Qingwei frowned and asked, the flowers are gone. Are they? Has he left yet? Before Liana could reply, a message popped up on Su Qingwei's phone. It was from Shun Haojia. Qingwei, I'm coming over to have lunch with you. Uncle Su specifically told me to spend more time with you. After reading the message, Su Qingwei was furious. Seeing her pale face, Liana quickly said, that Mr. Shun arrived an hour ago. He heard you were in a meeting and said he would wait for you. He's sitting at the front desk in the lobby having tea now. The receptionist saw that he came to deliver flowers to you and didn't dare to neglect him. He's still here. Su Qingwei didn't know what to do for a moment. She didn't want to have lunch with him. He kept asking when you would be finished, Liana added. Su Qingwei closed her eyes speechlessly and said, don't worry about him. You can go out now and throw the flowers away while you're at it. Holding the bouquet of flowers, Liana picked up the signed documents from the desk, turned around, and left the office. Now that she was alone in the office, Su Qingwei was preoccupied with figuring out how to get rid of Shun Haojia, this troublesome person. Suddenly, she remembered what Li Xiaoying had told her last night. Su Qingwei picked up her phone, smiled, and said, it's time to make my relationship with Lin Yi public. She sent Lin Yi a message. Could you come to the company and bring me lunch at noon? Just bring it to my office. On the other side, Kyoto Calligraphy Association Hall. Lin Yi was holding his phone, video chatting with his 2 children and their parents. His parents video chat with the 2 little ones every day, sometimes in the morning, sometimes at noon, and sometimes at night, for fear that their 2 little darlings are not eating well, not dressed warmly, or sick. Upon seeing the message from Su Qingwei, Lin Yi immediately told his parents, Mom and Dad, Qingwei needs to talk to me. Let's hang up now and talk later. On the other end of the phone, Li Yumei quickly said, oh, okay, we'll hang up now. Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. 2 children waved vigorously at the screen. Lin Jiangwo and Li Yumei were all smiles on the other end of the line. Goodbye, Wan Wan and Chen Chen. Grandpa and Grandma will come to Kyoto to see you when we have time. After hanging up the video call, Lin Yi immediately opened Su Qingwei's messages. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment when he saw the message, but he quickly understood. If I deliver food to the company myself, I'm sure many people at Su Qingwei's company will see me. Could it be? Is Su Qingwei planning to publicly announce their marital status? Thinking of this, Lin Yi's interest in painting vanished instantly. He put down his paintbrush and said to the 2 little ones, Wan Wan, Chun Chun, we're going to bring Mommy lunch today. Shall we go to the supermarket now to buy groceries and cook at home? Lin Yi-chen, his hands still stained with ink, looked up and asked in confusion, Dad, we've only been here for half an hour. Are we leaving so soon? Nothing in the world is more important than Mommy. She's waiting for me to bring her food, so we need to get her to eat as soon as possible. Lin Yi paused, then added, besides, Mommy made me breakfast this morning, so I also need to prepare lunch for her. Lin Yi-chen tilted his head. Mommy made food for me and my sister in the morning too. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. That's not important. Let's go. Lin Wan, who was standing next to him, tugged at his arm and said coquettishly, Daddy, can you draw a little longer? I want to finish drawing the person who took off his pants and was lying on the ground resting. Lin Yi-chen also came over and pointed at the person in the painting, asking curiously, Dad, he wouldn't be urinating or defecating anywhere, would he? Lin Yi followed the child's finger and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He patiently explained, you're quite observant. Along the river during the Qingming festival is a realistic painting from ancient times. He slowly explained to the siblings the bustling streets, the passers-by, the street vendors, and the people hurrying along the way, clearly describing every detail of the figures in the painting. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi picked up his pen and drew the figure Lin Wanwan had mentioned. Then he said, "Drawn, you two children, can we go home and cook now?" Lin Yichin nodded and said, "Dad, you explained it very well. I understood everything. Let's go home." Lin Yi put down his tools and then led the two little ones toward the elevator. Not long after Lin Yi left, Li Changma and Zhao Chunlan entered through the other gate. The lobby was empty. The two people stopped the staff member on duty and asked, "Where did the family who was painting here go?" The staff member answered truthfully, "They just left not long ago." Zhao Chunlan looked on in surprise. "Why did you leave so soon? You know how long it takes to copy this painting? It's only a few o'clock. You just arrived, and you're already leaving?" Chapter 62. You're welcome, wife. Li Changma quickly replied, "Perhaps he's busy with something. Besides, he even came over to work overtime last night. I don't think Lin Yi is the kind of person who doesn't know what's important." Hearing this, Zhao Chunlan's expression softened. She nodded and said, "You know how important the exhibition in Shanghai is to us, and I don't want to make a mistake at this crucial moment." Li Changma said, "Let's go see how Lin Yi's painting is going." After saying that, the two walked together toward the painting. When Li Changma and Zhao Chunlan's gaze fell on the painting, they stopped in their tracks. The calm expressions on their faces instantly changed, replaced by astonishment. Lin Yi drove his little bingo with the two kids into the supermarket. When they arrived at the supermarket, Lin Yi bought Su Qingwei's and the children's favorite dishes, as well as two extra-large insulated lunchboxes. After buying these items, they went home immediately. The two little ones also came to help while we were cooking. "Dad, is this food for Mom?" Lin Wanwan asked Lin Yi as she walked into the kitchen. Lin Yi was washing vegetables when he heard Lin Wanwan's words and laughed. "That's right. You go out and play. Dad will be done soon." Lin Yichin then walked in and said, "Dad, let us help you with this." Lin Yi instinctively wanted to refuse, but at that moment, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. "Ding! Host has cooked with baby, and the god of cooking skill has reached level 4. I never imagined that cooking with kids could improve our skills so quickly." After drying his hands, Lin Yi pulled the two little ones and said, "Go and get 2 small stools. Daddy has a task for you." The kitchen sink is quite high. Even though the two little ones are over 5 years old, they still can't reach it. Upon hearing that Lin Yi had agreed to let them help with the cooking, the two little ones were very enthusiastic. They immediately turned around and rushed out of the kitchen one after the other, went to the living room, and found 2 small stools that they usually used. After entering, the little guy looked at Lin Yi expectantly, asking him to assign them tasks. Lin Yi pointed to the vegetables on the sink and said, "How about you two take charge of washing all the vegetables?" Lin Wanwan raised her hands and said, "Okay, leave it to us. Vegetables are usually cooked last, so Lin Yi went to cook the other dishes first." An hour later, Lin Yicai sent a message to Su Qingwei. "The food is ready. We can leave any time." On the other side, Su Qingwei's office. Su Qingwei sat in her office, glancing at her phone every now and then, her hand unconsciously reaching out to check for messages. Just then, Liana came in, and Su Qingwei pressed her for an answer. "So, did that guy surnamed Shin leave? Also, have Wanwan and Chunshan arrived yet?" Wanwan and Chunshan. Liana was puzzled, but she quickly figured it out. The two children naturally wouldn't come looking for her alone, so President Su is asking if Lin Yi has arrived yet. "Yes, definitely." Thinking of this, Liana said, "Mr. Shun is still in the lobby. However, Wanwan and Chunshan haven't arrived yet. But I've already told the front desk that if Wanwan and Chunshan come, they can come without an appointment." Su Qingwei nodded, then looked back at her phone. "Although I knew Lin Yi would definitely bring me food, what if Lin Yi didn't see the message? She can't just call or text Lin Yi to question him now, can she?" Just as she was feeling conflicted, her phone received a message. "It belongs to Lin Yi." Su Qingwei was overjoyed when she saw the message from Lin Yi. She quickly opened the message and, after seeing it, immediately replied, "Okay, thank you." Lin Yi on the other end quickly replied, "You're welcome, wife." Looking at how Lin Yi addressed her in his messages, Su Qingwei couldn't help but smile. Liana, standing to the side, was greatly shocked to see Su Qingwei actually smiling. Su Qingwei has always been indifferent to everyone, and only when she is facing her child does her facial expression become more varied. But at that moment, Su Qingwei actually laughed while holding her phone. This is quite unusual. Realizing that Liana was still in the office, Su Qingwei immediately stopped smiling and said to Liana, "You can go out first. If Wanwan and Chunshan come, tell them to come directly to my office." Leanna bowed slightly and said, "Yes, President Su." After Leanna left, Su Qingwei picked up her phone, opened her chat with Shun Haojia, and sent a message. "Sorry, I won't be having lunch with you. My husband will bring me lunch." Front desk lobby. After reading the message Su Qingwei sent, Shun Haojia's face turned green. He sat in the lobby for over an hour, only to receive a message from Su Qingwei, rejecting him. "Are you here to deliver food? That's perfect. Let's see what kind of person that kid really is." With that in mind, Shun Haojia went straight to the underground parking lot, drove his car to the stairwell, and waited for his prey to come to him. Half an hour later, Lin Yi's little bingo just arrived. Shun Haojia didn't know Lin Yi, but he had seen photos of Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichen, so he recognized them. He had originally planned to mock the man who brought the lunchbox, so he didn't take Lin Yi's bingo seriously. It wasn't until Lin Wanwan and Chan Chan were carried out of the car that they realized the man driving the bingo was Lin Yi. After unseatling the two little ones, Lin Yi carried them out of the car and then went to the trunk to get two lunchboxes. He had just picked up two lunchboxes when a man's voice sounded behind him. "You're Linny?" Linny turned around and saw a man in a black suit standing not far from him. He frowned and searched his memory for a while, but couldn't recall recognizing the person. Linny asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Shun Haojia took two more steps forward, looked at the car behind Lin Yi, sneered, and said, "You don't know me, but I know the mother of these two children." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally understood. It turns out he was his wife's suitor. Lin Yi said politely but firmly, "Hello." After saying that, he said to the two little ones, "This is Mom's friend. Quickly greet the uncle." The two little ones also greeted each other very obediently. "Hello, uncle." Shun Haojia's face turned green when he heard the two children call him uncle. But he quickly regained his composure, looked at Lin Yi with disdain, and said, "I've been waiting for you here for 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi thought to himself, "Is this guy crazy?" He frowned and looked at Shun Haojia, saying, "Wait for me." Shun Haojia didn't answer Lin Yi's question, but said directly, "A good-for-nothing who drives an electric car and doesn't even own a house in the city center dares to covet Qingwei." Chapter 63, A Toad Wants to Eat Swan Meat. The man in front of me was fair-skinned and clean-cut. I had no idea what was wrong with him. Linny frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you barking at everyone you see?" Upon hearing this, Shun Haojia became furious. His face darkened instantly, and the contempt in his eyes intensified. He snorted coldly, took a step forward, chuckled, and said, "A piece of trash dares to insult me. Let me tell you, Qingwei and I are childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Do you know the Shen family? Their assets are close to 10 billion. If you don't have a mirror at home, take a piss and see what you really are. How dare you insult me?" Shun Haojia glanced at the electric scooter behind Lin Yi, his eyes filled with disdain, and said, "Why should someone with no house, no car, and no background be with Qingwei? Is it because you're poor enough?" Lin Yi remained calm, showing no sign of panic. He thought to himself, "Su Qingwei is acting very strangely today. This is the first time she's asked me to bring her lunch. So, is this guy here to pursue Su Qingwei? In other words, is this man trying to steal Su Qingwei from me? But Su Qingwei doesn't like him?" With this in mind, Lin Yi had a better understanding of the situation. At this moment, Lin Wanwan tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, why is this uncle so rude?" Lin Yichen rolled his eyes at Shun Haojia and said, "Exactly, suddenly jumping out to curse people. Doesn't he know how annoying he is?" Hearing the two children making fun of him, Shun Haojia gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Lin Yi, right? I advise you to leave Qingwei as soon as possible. Her family will not accept you." Lin Yi said in a nonchalant tone, "Whether Qingwei's family accepts me or not is none of your business as an outsider." "Oh, I remember now. So you're the dog-skin plaster Qingwei was talking about? So confident. Is it impossible to shake you off no matter what you do?" Shun Haojia was completely enraged, trembling with anger, his hands clenched into fists. He was respectfully addressed as young Master Shun in the entire Kyoto high society, but today Lin Yi actually called him a dog-skin plaster. No one had ever called him a dog-skin plaster like Lin Yi before. Moreover, Lin Yi is a penniless wretch. Shun Haojia gritted his teeth and said, "You poor bastard, don't be too smug. Don't think that just because you had two children with Qingwei you're living off her. Let me tell you the truth. Uncle Su is satisfied with me and has even approved of my marriage to Qingwei. As long as Qingwei agrees, we'll get married. You penniless loser, have some sense and pack your bags and get out of here. Don't be a toad trying to eat swan meat. Lin, he chuckled softly and said, word by word, we've registered our marriage, and we have a child. Upon hearing this, Shun Haojia's face instantly darkened, and he angrily said, be smart and leave Qingwei's side willingly, or I'll make you regret it. Lin, he said coldly, we're married, and we have a child. After saying that, he picked up the lunchbox in one hand and pulled the two little ones by the other, looked at Shun Haojia with a sneer, and walked towards the elevator, leaving Shun Haojia with only his back. This scene, witnessed by Shun Haojia, only added fuel to the fire. He stared intently at the backs of Lin, Yi, and his two sons, his face turning from black to green, his whole body radiating rage. Thinking that her family was rich and she was good-looking, she could easily outshine Lin Yi, who drove an electric car and had no house or car, in terms of family background and connections. But she never expected that Su Qingwei would choose Lin Yi, this poor bastard. Thinking of this, Shun Haojia flew into a rage, pointing at Lin Yi's back and cursing, you just wait, you bastard surnamed Lin. The elevator doors slowly closed, completely blocking Shun Haojia's view. Just before the elevator doors closed, Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichen, the two little ones, actually made a face at Shun Haojia. Shun Haojia stared at the closed elevator doors, a surge of intense jealousy and resentment welling up inside him. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Inside the elevator, Lin Wanwan smiled and looked at Lin Yi, saying, Dad, that person was so angry at the funny faces my brother and I made. Lin Yichen snorted and said, who told him to curse Dad? Let him be furious. Lin Yi squatted down, patted the two little heads, and laughed. Chun, Wanwan, you need to know that we shouldn't try to reason with unreasonable people. Okay, let's ignore these people. Getting angry will make you ugly. So let's just let that person die of ugliness. Lin Wanwan laughed and said, ugly uncle. Her words made Lin Yi and Lin Yichen burst into laughter. The elevator arrived quickly, and Lin Yi led the two little ones out of the elevator. When a receptionist saw Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichen, she immediately greeted them warmly. But when she looked up, she was met with Lin Yi's handsome face, and her face instantly turned red. But she immediately remembered what Secretary Liana had told her, and her heart skipped a beat. Could he be the president's husband? He's so handsome. The receptionist immediately greeted them with a smile, squatted down, and said, Wanwan, Chun, you're here. Come in quickly. Mr. Su is waiting for you. After she finished speaking, she gave Lin Yi directions. Lin Wanwan pulled Lin Yi and said, Dad, I know where Mom's office is. Let's go. Lin Yi smiled and thanked the receptionist, then led the two little ones towards Su Qingwei's office. Sitting in her office, Su Qingwei listened to Liana's report. Ever since she learned that Lin Yi had arrived at the parking lot, her mind had been wandering outside, and her gaze kept drifting towards the door. Seeing that Su Qingwei was absent-minded, Liana thought to herself, I've never seen President Su like this before. Could it be that President Su is nervous? She stopped her report and said to Su Qingwei, President Su, the report is finished. Please sign here. Su Qingwei didn't even look at it before signing the document. You signed it before even reading the report? This was the first time Liana had met him. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, which was quickly opened from the outside. The two little ones came bounding in from outside. Mommy, Daddy brought you lunch. Liana tactfully took the documents and left, nodding to Lin Yi as she passed him. Lin Yi nodded to her as a greeting. As Liana stepped out of the office, her colleagues immediately surrounded her. Secretary Li, was that handsome guy who just went in Mr. Su's husband? President Su's husband is so handsome. He even brought her food. He's so handsome and gentle. I want him. What's President Su's husband's name? President Su's husband is tall, has long legs, and is handsome. God, please grant me a man like President Su's husband. Seeing all the girls in the company swooning over him, Liana couldn't help but feel ashamed. However, she wouldn't tell these people that President Su and Lin Yi's marriage was a prearranged marriage that blossomed into love. She said coldly, don't pry into your boss's private affairs. Get back to work. Anyone who doesn't finish their work today will have to work overtime. Chapter 64. Thank you, husband. A group of female employees who were gathered around gossiping were immediately taken aback by her. They quickly dropped their gossipy expressions and didn't dare to linger for a moment, lowering their heads as they returned to their respective workstations. The office instantly returned to a semblance of quiet, with only the sound of typing remaining. After glancing around the office, Anna Lee turned and pushed open the door to her own office. The next second, hushed conversations could be heard between the various workstations. Hey, Secretary Lee's reaction is strange. I bet the man who was holding on to Ms. Sue's two children just now is either Ms. Sue's boyfriend or her husband. Our CEO Sue is young, beautiful, and rich. Even if he's not her husband or boyfriend, the relationship between that man and CEO Sue is definitely not ordinary. I never expected that the usually aloof CEO Sue would actually fall for someone. That man is so handsome. Who wouldn't be tempted? Don't tell me you weren't. So what if I'm attracted to him? He's President Sue's man now. Whispers drifted out intermittently. Although no one dared to speak loudly, their curiosity remained undiminished. In the office, Su Qingwei hugged Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichen and asked, "Why are you two here too?" Lin Wanwan said, "Dad bought two super big lunchboxes and filled them with tons of food, and then we ate together." Lin Yichen said, "Dad said that our family should have lunch together, so we came along too." Su Qingwei originally thought Lin Yi would only come to deliver food, but she didn't expect him to bring his child along to have dinner with her. She glanced at Lin Yi and whispered, "Thank you, you've worked hard." Since Lin Yi learned last night that Su Qingwei was slowly accepting him, his attitude towards Su Qingwei has also gradually changed. If his previous pursuit of Su Qingwei was conservative, he has now decided to change his strategy and become more aggressive. Lin Yi looked at Su Qingwei with tenderness and teased her softly. "It's so much trouble for your husband to bring you food. Shouldn't you thank him?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up. She smiled at her mother and immediately egged her on. "Mommy, call him husband." Lin Yichen sat quietly to the side without saying a word, watching his mother with an air of schadenfreude. Su Qingwei listened to the conversation between the father and daughter, her ears turning slightly red. She stole a glance at Lin Yi and saw him looking at her with a smile in his eyes and his face full of expectation. Meeting his warm and gentle gaze, Su Qingwei blushed even more. Su Qingwei gritted her teeth and whispered, "Thank you, O husband." After saying that, she immediately lowered her head and dared not look at Lin Yi again. Lin Yi saw her shy and bashful appearance all of a sudden. Lin Yi smiled and said softly, "You're welcome, wife." After saying that, he carefully opened the lunchbox and arranged everything before saying to Su Qingwei and the others, "All right, the food is still warm. Come and eat." Su Qingwei led the two little ones from the desk toward Lin Yi. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and her eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. Her heart was beating faster than usual. Two insulated lunchboxes, one containing vegetables and soup, and the other containing rice. Lin Yi carefully served rice to her and the two children, and thoughtfully handed Su Qingwei a pair of chopsticks, saying, "There's soup after you finish eating. It's corn and pork rib soup." Su Qingwei took the chopsticks and said softly, "Thank you, you should eat too." Lin Yi, holding the lunchbox, said, "Have you had enough food? If not, I have some here." Su Qingwei looked at the food in her hand and nodded. "Yes, that's enough." The two adults and two children sat down around the coffee table and began to eat. There were 3 dishes on the coffee table: braised pork ribs, steamed egg with fresh shrimp, and cumin beef cubes. The rich aroma of the food wafted over, a feast for the eyes and the palate, making one's mouth water just from the smell. The two little ones were starving and couldn't wait to pick up their food and put in their mouths. However, they only recently started learning to use chopsticks with Lin Yi, so it took them several tries to pick up the food. Lin Yi and Su Qingwei, who were standing nearby, wanted to laugh, but they didn't pay any attention to them and let them learn how to use chopsticks on their own. Lin Wanwan had a braised pork rib in her mouth, her cheeks bulging, and her eyes closed as she slowly savored the food. She praised without reservation. "Dad's cooking is the best. It's 100 times better than restaurants outside. No, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better." The usually reserved Lin Yichen was now eating heartily, proving with his actions that Lin Yi's cooking was the best. Su Qingwei also tried a small bite of the braised pork ribs. The meat was tender and refreshing. The sauce was very flavorful. The saltiness and sweetness were just right. It melted in her mouth, and it wasn't greasy at all. She paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Su Qingwei knew that Lin Yi was a good cook, but the food he made today seemed to taste even better than before. Could it be that Lin Yi's cooking skills have improved again? Lin Yi felt particularly satisfied looking at the 3 people who kept eating. He said gently, "If you like it, Dad will make it for you every day from now on, as long as you don't get tired of it. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi met Su Qingwei's gaze and immediately changed his words, asking, "Wife, is it delicious?" Su Qingwei said sincerely, "It's delicious. Your cooking is amazing." Lin Yi smiled gently and said, "Then from now on, your husband will cook for you and the children every day." Su Qingwei softly hummed in agreement. The family of four finished all the dishes and drank all the soup, even leaving the pork ribs, corn, and carrots in the soup residue. "Dad, eating here feels like camping. I'm so full." Lin Wanwan finished eating and immediately laid down on the sofa, not moving at all. Lin Yiqin put down his chopsticks and sat down on the other side. After letting out a burp, he said, "You eat so much every day. Be careful you don't become a fat woman." Lin Wanwan started arguing with Lin Yiqin. "I won't become a fat woman. You're the fat man." "Fat brother." Watching the two little ones bickering, Lin Yi and Su Qingwei exchanged a smile. A simple, home-cooked lunch, without any fancy dishes but full of warmth. For Lin Yi, all he wanted was to spend time with his loved one, take care of his children, enjoy 3 meals a day and 4 seasons, and live a simple and peaceful life. On the other side, Shun Haojie was furious and sped back to his company building. He parked the car directly in front of the building, got out, and strode into the building without even closing the door. He tossed the car keys to the security guard at the entrance and rushed into the elevator. Shun Haojie stepped out of the elevator with a dark expression, rushed into the chairman's office, and pushed open the door to barge inside. "Ah!" A woman's scream rang out. Chapter 65, Shun Haojie's Scheme. Upon hearing the scream, Shun Haojie immediately covered his face. Before Shun Haojie could even speak, his father, Shun Jixin, roared as he pulled up his pants. "Who the hell is this? Get the hell out of here tomorrow." The woman who had just screamed crawled out from under the table, grabbed 2 tissues, and wiped her mouth. Shun Haojie covered his face and turned around, saying, "Dad, it's me. What are you doing in broad daylight?" Shun Jixin said to the woman, "You can go out now." The woman picked up her backpack from the sofa, swayed her hips, and walked out of the office. At this moment, Shun Jixin's male secretary stood at the door, looking embarrassed, and said, "Mr. Shun." Young Master Shun rushed in, and I didn't have time to stop him. Shun Jixin put on his pants, raised his hand, and said, "Go out. Don't come in unless it's absolutely necessary." The male secretary immediately nodded and bowed. "Yes, Mr. Shun." After saying that, he immediately turned around, walked out of the office, and closed the door. Shun Jixin then adopted a fatherly demeanor and reprimanded, "What are you doing, being so impulsive?" Shun Haojie stormed over to the sofa and plopped down on it. He picked up a can of cola from the coffee table, opened it, and gulped down a few mouthfuls before saying, "Dad, it seems like Su Qingwei doesn't listen to Shin Hongmin. Now she's married to that poor bastard, and they even have a child. Is she really planning to spend her whole life with that deadbeat?" Shun Jixin walked over and sat opposite Shun Haojie, saying, "Who told you not to make a move sooner? All you do all day is play. Dad, do you think I didn't want to pursue her? When I was in junior high school, I already listened to you and went after her, but who knew she would reject me in public? Do you know how humiliated I was? It's just that you were rejected by a woman in public. You know, when I was pursuing your stepmother, she rejected me 99 times. The last time, she saw how long I had persisted and finally agreed to be with us. That's why you have the good life you have today." After saying that, Shun Jixin lit a cigarette and started smoking. Shun Haojie scoffed and said, "Her? A woman who's been with someone else and even had someone else's bastard child. If it weren't for her family having some money, I really wouldn't have the patience for her." Shun Jixin said, "What time is it now? Why are you still concerned about these things? Her family's assets are twice that of ours. If you marry her, you could take over her assets or use her money to invest in our company and then get her company's shares. If that doesn't work, we can use her connections and resources or merge the 2 companies." He took a long drag on his cigarette before slowly saying, "By then, what kind of woman won't you have?" Shun Haojie said, "But Dad, is this really a good idea? What if she leaves all the money and shares to those 2 bastards?" Shun Jixin said, "What can we do? Just ruin them, right? Just like your stepmother's bastard child. Now the company and the money are in our hands, father and son. As for your stepmother, if she stays at home and is a good Mrs. Shun, she will naturally receive her living expenses every month. But if she wants a divorce, I will definitely make her leave with nothing." Shun Haojie laughed and said, "Dad is the best at this, but let's wait until I win over Su Qingwei first. Shun Jixin admonished. As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of a persistent suitor. A girl like Su Qingwei is not short of money at all. As long as you use your sincerity to move her, she will definitely be with you. Shen Haojie said, all right, but first, we need to make Su Qingwei open her eyes and see the true face of her poor husband. I don't believe that the poor bastard is with Su Qingwei because he's after her family background. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. All right, I remember when I was a freshman in college, at a party at a bar, I gave her a spiked drink. I thought I was going to get her that time, but who knew she would get away? Useless. After saying that, Shun Jixin took out a document from under the coffee table and said, I have already investigated him for you. The kid's name is Lin Yi. He went to the same university as Su Qingwei. After graduating from university, Lin Yi went to work for a small company and worked there for almost 3 years before being fired a few days ago. Also, regarding what you just mentioned about poisoning Su Qingwei, we had someone investigate what happened that day. It's likely that Lin Yi got lucky and that's why they got a child. Damn, that kid got a good deal. Shun Haojie was filled with remorse. If he had been the one who went that day, those 2 children would have been his and Su Qingwei's. Having grown up with Su Qingwei since childhood, they were childhood sweethearts. Plus, Su Qingwei was so beautiful, it would be a lie to say he didn't like her. However, Su Qingwei's continued rejection of him caused him great damage to his self-esteem. Therefore, his feelings towards Su Qingzhu were very complicated. Thinking of this, Shun Haojie said, I've come up with a plan. What scheme? Shun Jixin asked. Shun Haojie walked over and whispered a few words in Shun Jixin's ear, which made Shun Jixin slap his thigh and say, good, very good. Go on and do a good job. After saying this, the father and son looked at each other and revealed a smug smile. Su Qingwei's office. After the family of 4 finished eating, Su Qingwei played with the 2 little ones for a while Lin Yi went to the tea room to wash the lunchboxes. During lunch break, many employees were eating in a break room. When they saw Lin Yi carrying a lunchbox, everyone immediately started whispering among themselves. Only after Lin Yi left did they dare to discuss it loudly. Oh my God, they're here to deliver lunchboxes to President Su? Didn't you see him come in with a lunchbox? My eyes were completely on his face. I didn't have time to see what he was holding. Maybe he even cooked all these meals. Wow, men who do housework are so handsome. Lin Yi returned with a lunchbox, and Su Qingwei was drawing with the children. Su Qingwei's office is always stocked with children's toys. The children love to draw, so she has drawn many drawing tools. Su Qingwei was greatly surprised after seeing the paintings drawn by Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichen. Seeing Lin Yi return, Su Qingwei immediately grabbed his hand and said, Lin Yi, look, their painting style seems to have changed. They paint really well. Lin Yi thought to himself, with my father, whose drawing skills are at a miraculous level, it's hard for them not to get stronger. Thinking of this, he said, if they paint with me every day, their painting skills will naturally improve. Once they've improved a bit more, I'll have them paint a Qingming scroll. Su Qingwei looked incredulous and said, with their current skill level, can they even draw that? Chapter 66 Lin Yi is my husband. It's important to know that not just anyone can paint a masterpiece like the Scroll of Autumn River during the Qingming Festival. Without a certain foundation, you won't even know where to begin. She didn't know where Lin Yi learned it from, but she knew that even if Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichen learned from Lin Yi, they definitely wouldn't reach his level. After all, it would be impossible for Lin Yi to reach this level without more than 10 years of practice. Seeing that Su Qingwei didn't believe him, Lin Yi smiled and said, you'll find out when the time comes. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. He looked up at Su Qingwei and said, it's almost time. The children and I will go home first. You can rest for a while. Su Qingwei nodded. Okay, drive carefully. Come on, say goodbye to mommy. We're going back to take a nap too. Lin, he said to the 2 little ones, carrying their lunchboxes. Lin Wanwan immediately hugged Su Qingwei and said sweetly, goodbye, mommy, see you tonight. Lin Yichen obediently said goodbye, mommy. Lin Yi, holding his 2 children's hands, opened the door and stood at the entrance to say goodbye to Su Qingwei. Goodbye, wife. After saying that, he closed the door, and the employees closest to the office door heard everything clearly. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Yi led the 2 little ones into the elevator. Inside the door, hearing Lin Yi call her wife in public, Su Qingwei's face turned bright red. She had long wanted to introduce Lin Yi to the public, but she was too shy. However, Lin Yi's earlier call of wife was enough to announce his identity to everyone. She picked up the internal phone and dialed Leanna's number. Anna, come in for a moment. Anna Lee arrived quickly after receiving the call. Mr. Su, what are your instructions? Leanna stood beside Su Qingwei and asked. After thinking for a while, Su Qingwei said, tell the building security guards and the front desk that Lin Yi is my husband, and that they can let you in next time they see him. Okay, Mr. Su. Upon receiving the order, Leanna immediately left the office. After Leanna issued the order, everyone in the company knew about it. Su Qingwei's husband is Lin Yi, who is also the father of 2 children. In the sweltering summer heat, even a short trip outside leaves you drenched in sweat. The sweat and clothes cling to your skin, making you feel incredibly uncomfortable. Lin Yi was driving his little bingo. It was cool inside the car with the air conditioning on, but as soon as he opened the door, he felt a wave of heat hit him. He was thinking of going home to give the 2 little ones a bath and then take a nap. The car was driving on the main road when a black sedan stopped at the intersection ahead. A man and a woman, both dressed in black suits, looked around nervously at the woman sitting in the back seat. Call 120 immediately. Mr. Yi is dying, the woman yelled at the man. Lin Wanwan was sitting in the back seat when she was drawn in by the sounds outside the window. She immediately peered out the car window, her brows furrowing suddenly, and said in a childish voice, Daddy, the auntie sitting in the car looks like she's in a bad mood. Lin Yichen also raised his head and looked in Lin Wanwan's direction. Lin Yi stopped the car, rolled down the window, and looked in the direction of the gaze. With his miraculous medical skills, he could tell the woman's ailment at a glance. The woman's face was completely bloodless. Her entire face was pale, her blood and energy were depleted, and she looked like she had exhausted her spirit. Then look at the color of the woman's lips. They are black or purple, which indicates that the blood vessels in her heart are blocked, preventing the blood from flowing upwards. Soon after, the woman's chest heaved violently. The veins in her neck bulged, and her body convulsed incessantly. The man and woman standing nearby were extremely anxious, their faces showing worry. Lin Yi's gaze darkened. He knew that it would take at least 10 minutes for the ambulance to get here from the hospital, and given the woman's current condition, she definitely wouldn't last until the ambulance arrived. Lin Yi quickly parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, and said to the 2 little ones, you 2 stay in the car and wait for Daddy to come back. After saying that, he immediately pushed open the car door and strode forward. Upon seeing this, the man and woman who were anxiously pacing around the car immediately stepped forward to block Lin Yi. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Our CEO has suddenly fallen ill, and we've already called an ambulance. Please don't cause us any trouble. Lin Yi remained calm, looking directly at the 2 men. The person in your car suffered a congenital heart attack that caused cardiac arrest. I'm afraid they won't make it to the ambulance. I have studied traditional Chinese medicine and know how to treat heart disease. The situation is very critical. You have 40 seconds to decide. If you trust me, I can give it a try. Upon hearing this, the man exclaimed, our CEO is the chairman of the Yi Group, which is worth tens of billions. If anything goes wrong, can you take responsibility? If you keep talking nonsense, she's beyond saving. Even a miracle couldn't save her. Lin Yi also started to get anxious. Upon hearing Lin Yi mention the words heart disease, the woman immediately stopped the man and said to Lin Yi, Sir, please, you must save our CEO. Lin Yi immediately stepped forward, pulled the female CEO's hand from inside the car, and poked her wrist with his fingertips. His pulse was intermittent, and he felt cold all over, which was the same as the result of his visual diagnosis. It's a congenital heart disease attack. Lin Yi silently recited the instructions and exchanged a set of silver needles from the system. He immediately took out the silver needles he had exchanged from his pocket, pulled them out, and, holding the woman's hand, inserted them into her skin. After the acupuncture, the woman's face gradually became rosy, and her lips were no longer so dark. Lin Yi then exchanged another qi-stabilizing pill from the system and put it into the female CEO's mouth. The qi-strengthening pill produced by the system liquefied instantly upon entering the woman's mouth and was completely absorbed by her. After a short while, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Lin Yi said calmly, all right. The driver was stunned. That's it. Their CEO was almost dead just now, but he was cured after just a few stabs. The female secretary, standing nearby, was also shocked. Really? They had some doubts at first, but after seeing their boss open his eyes and cough a few times while clutching his chest, The driver and secretary present believed it. The woman clutched her chest, breathing in large gulps of fresh air. It took her a while to catch her breath. The female secretary asked excitedly, "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" The driver asked with concern, "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" The woman, referred to as President Yi, woke up and immediately saw Lin Yi. In her dazed state, she saw Lin Yi giving her acupuncture and feeding her medicine. She was very weak, lying in the car looking at Lin Yi with reddened eyes, and said, "This, sir, you saved me." Chapter 67, A Small Favor. The female secretary immediately said, "Mr. Yi, that's right. It was this gentleman who saved you." The woman began to introduce herself. "Hello, sir. My name is Yi Shuyun, and these two are my secretary and driver." "May I ask your name?" Lin Yi said calmly. "My name is Lin Yi. We are about the same age, so there's no need to call me Mr. or Miss. Just call me by my name." He had just heard the driver mention that this woman named Yi Shuyun was the chairwoman of the Yi Group, which was worth hundreds of billions. He became chairman at such a young age, so he must be very capable. However, not everyone can become a chairman, just like Yi Shuyun, who suffered a heart attack from exhaustion. If he hadn't driven by, Yi Shuyun would probably be dead. Thinking of this, Lin Yi instructed the woman, "Your illness is congenital heart disease. The acupuncture I just performed on you did not completely cure it. If you want to recover, you will need to cooperate with the treatment." When the topic of her illness came up, Yi Shuyun looked at Lin Yi with surprise and shock. After all, when her illness flared up, it was like she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Even the world's top doctors would have been in trouble with her. But just now, Lin Yi only used a few silver needles to pull her back from the brink of death. Could this person be a direct disciple of a family of legendary healers who live in seclusion in the city and never practice medicine in the world? Thinking of this, Yi Shuyun's heart couldn't help but surge with excitement. She reached out to her secretary and said, "Secretary Wang, quickly, help me out of the car." Secretary Wang immediately reached out and helped Yi Shuyun down. After regaining her footing, Yi Shuyun said to Lin, "Mr. Lin Yi, thank you for saving my life today. Miss Yi, you flatter me. I believe anyone would lend a helping hand in such a situation. It's just a small favor," Lin Yi said calmly. Yi Shuyun said solemnly, "Mr. Lin Yi, I know my own condition. This illness came on suddenly, and I wasn't prepared at all. If it weren't for your help today, I'm afraid." She couldn't say anything more at this point. Lin Yi said, "You don't need to worry about it too much. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. My two children are still waiting for me in the car." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he turned to leave. "Hey, Mr. Lin Yi, wait a moment." Yi Shuyun called out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi stopped and turned around to ask, "Is there anything else?" Yi Shuyun smiled and said, "Mr. Lin Yi saved lives and healed the wounded, so he should be rewarded." After saying that, she turned to Secretary Wang and said, "Xiao Wang, give me the card." Xiao Wang immediately opened his briefcase, took out a black card, and handed it to Yi Shuyun. Yi Shuyun took it and handed it directly to Lin Yi. Lin Yi instinctively refused. "Really, it's not necessary. As a medical enthusiast, I should abide by medical ethics. Doctors save lives and heal the wounded. This is the medical ethics of a doctor. Besides, I didn't do anything. I just gave you a few acupuncture needles." Yi Shuyun persisted, saying, "Then you still fed me the medicine. It's only right that you do so." The Qi strengthening pill was obtained through system redemption, costing only 1,000 points and not worth much. He would usually add 1 or 2 pills when cooking or making soup to help improve his family's physical condition and reduce their chances of getting sick. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand and said, "I just made this medicine myself. It would be too much to charge you for it." Seeing that Lin Yi wasn't taking the money, Yi Shuyun glanced at Lin Yi's bingo. Sure enough, there were 2 children in the car looking this way. She had no choice but to take the card back and said with a smile, "Since Mr. Lin Yi doesn't accept consultation fees, let's exchange contact information." Lin Yi rummaged in his pocket and laughed. "I came in a hurry and my phone is still in the car. Why don't you give me your contact information and I'll contact you when I have time." Yi Shuyun reached out to Secretary Wang, who quickly produced a black and gold business card and handed it over. Yi Shuyun handed the black and gold business card to Lin Yi and said, "Mr. Lin, you must contact me later. I still need to ask you about my condition." Lin Yi took the business card and said, "Okay, remember to rest well when you get home. I'll be going now." Yi Shuyun watched Lin Yi leave, and her mood inexplicably improved. Secretary Wang sighed. "I never expected him to be so skilled in medicine at such a young age, and to save someone without asking for a single penny. But if he knew there were 5 million in that card, would he regret it? Secretary Wang had been by Yi Shuyun's side for several years and knew about Yi Shuyun's illness. She had fallen ill once before, and the best doctors in the country came to save her. They worked all night to save her. But now, Lin actually saved him with just a few silver needles and some pills he made himself. And the whole process took less than 5 minutes. Yi Shu, standing to the side, looked in the direction where Bingo disappeared and shook his head, saying, "I believe that someone like Mr. Lin, you will definitely not regret it." The driver standing nearby added, "At first I thought he was a scammer. Luckily, I wasn't strong enough, or the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yi Shuyun said, "This is not your fault. Anyone would have done the same in this situation. I don't blame you. You did your best. If I really have to stay here, it's my fate." After saying that, she looked at Secretary Wang and said, "Quickly contact my medical team and have them go directly to my estate after they get off the plane." For this trip, she arrived in Kyoto by private jet first and headed straight for the estate as soon as she got off the plane. Unexpectedly, her illness flared up halfway there. Secretary Wang immediately said, "Understood, Mr. Yi. Let me help you back to your car." Yi Shuyun waved her hand, took a deep breath, and said, "No need. I feel refreshed and have no discomfort at all." Secretary Wang was sweating profusely from the heat. Wiping his sweat, he said, "President Yi, the outdoor temperature is 36 degrees Celsius." Yi Shuyun took another deep breath and said, "I feel like I'm full of energy right now." Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang was startled and immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, are you having a final burst of lucidity before death? Don't scare me." Yi Shuyun laughed angrily. "Shut up. I feel perfectly fine right now. I feel like I've never had a heart attack before." Yi Shuyun was so excited that she immediately stretched her muscles on the spot. Secretary Wang and the driver looked at Yi Shuyun in shock. Since they met Yi Shuyun, she has never exercised because of her heart condition, fearing that exercising would cause her heart rate to increase too quickly and lead to a heart attack. On the other side, Lenny brought the 3 little ones home, gave them a bath, and then put them to bed. I had planned to take them to the Calligraphy Association of Pain in the afternoon, but it was too late by the time they woke up, so I decided not to go. After the children fell asleep, He picked up his computer and opened the stock trading software. Chapter 68, My Wife Has Worked Hard. He turned on his computer and immediately checked the stock he had bought a few days ago. A few days ago, after receiving the deposit for the painting, he used all his money to buy this stock, and today is the day to sell it. He glanced at the profits in his account and felt very satisfied. He sold all the shares and made a profit of over 500,000 yuan. I currently have nearly 5 million yuan in cash. However, this rate of making money is still not enough. Perhaps I could ask Su Qingwei for help. Maybe she could make an exception and upgrade my account. He muttered to himself. But if I, a grown man, ask Su Qingwei for help, won't she think I'm useless? Forget it. I'll stop thinking about these things for now. At present, he only wants to finish the painting first, and then buy a house, whichever is more expensive, since the system will pay for it anyway. However, the only problem is how to explain the source of his assets to Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei must have investigated me. Otherwise, these 2 little ones wouldn't have been able to find me. As for why Su Qingwei knew where he was but didn't come looking for him, that's actually quite complicated. With that thought in mind, he didn't want to think about it anymore and just wanted to make money by using the system's skills. After finishing this painting, along the river during the Qingming festival, I estimate that my reputation has spread far and wide. When his paintings are exhibited in Shanghai, with Li Changma's support, many people will naturally ask him for paintings. With my current skill level, a painting should cost at least 100,000 yuan. The time it takes to paint a picture is less than the time it takes to write a novel. Just then, his son Lin Yichen's voice rang out from outside the study door. "Dad, what are you doing?" He turned his head and saw Lin Yichen standing at the door wearing cute slippers, staring at him curiously. He chuckled and said, "Chen Chen, why aren't you asleep?" Lin Yichen walked towards Lin Yi in his slippers, and Lin Yi immediately picked him up and put him on his lap. Lin Yichen looked at Lin Yi's computer and asked, "Dad, are you buying stocks?" "I've recently taken a liking to 2 stocks, and I asked Mom to buy them. Do you want to buy some too?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi thought to himself, if my son can make money from stocks, then wouldn't I be able to let him do it? That way, I'll have more time to do other things. Lin Yi had previously thought that the child was too young to get involved in adults' money-making business. But now it seems that Chun Chun is indeed quite talented in this area, and he is also very interested in it. So, he decided to leave the stock-making business to Chun Chun. I just don't know why Chun Chun is interested in stocks, but why didn't Wan Wan acquire this skill? Could it be because Wan Wan isn't interested in this? If that's the case, then wouldn't skills be linked to a child's interests? If children are not interested, they will not receive systematic knowledge or skills. Thinking of this, Lin Yi looked at Lin Chen and replied by, "From now on, Dad's stock account is yours." Lin Chen turned to Lin Yi with an incredulous look and asked, "Dad, is it true?" Lin Yi said, "Of course, but we need to agree on 3 rules. No more than 2 hours of screen time per day, okay?" "Good." Without a second thought, Lin Chen immediately raised his small hand to give Lin Yi a high five. Lin Yi reached out and gave Lin Chen a high five. A loud clapping sound rang out in the room. The father and son exchanged a glance and chuckled a few times. After giving each other a high five, Lin Yi handed the computer to Lin Chen and said, "All the money in the account is yours to manage. Let's work together, father and son, to try and move to a bigger house as soon as possible." "Good." Lin Chen nodded heavily. More than 10 minutes had passed by the time he finished. Lin Yi hugged Lin Chen and said, "Chun Chun, you should go to sleep now. Daddy still needs to update his novel." "Uh-huh." Lin Chen obediently got down and walked out of the study in his little slippers. Lin Yi turned on his computer and logged into the word processing software. "It took me 2 hours to write a total of 20,000 words. Luckily, he types fast, otherwise I really couldn't keep up with his train of thought." After Lin Yi finished writing 20,000 words, he felt much more relaxed. He hadn't checked his book's data on the software for a long time. You won't believe it until you see it. My book has only been published for less than 10 days, and it only has 200,000 words, but it already has 500,000 readers. Looking at my income again, I found that my daily earnings were over 10,000 yuan, and on good days they were even over 20,000 yuan. The more updates you make, the more you earn. Looking at the earnings, Lin Yi was extremely excited. The book is 60% complete, and 80% of the chapters are being followed. If you maintain this kind of data well, your daily income will definitely be more than 10,000. What if I could write 40,000 words a day? However, the platform has its own rules, and you can't post too many at once, otherwise it will be mistaken for being written by AI. Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately posted all 20,000 words he had written. It seems like my book is a sure thing. With a little more effort, I could earn $1 million a month. My writing skills have now reached the gold series level, so there's absolutely no chance of me failing. After distributing the books, Lin Yi realized that he had only been at the association for less than half an hour before going home, and he would definitely have to work overtime tonight. He immediately texted Su Qingwei. "Qingwei, are you free now?" Su Qingwei replied quickly, "What is it?" "Lin, it's like this. I like to go painting tonight. I was wondering if you could come back and take care of the kids before they go to sleep." Looking at the information in her hand, Su Qingwei also remembered that Lin Yi had brought her lunch during the day, so she immediately replied, "No problem." Seeing Su Qingwei's reply, Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Thank you, wife. You've worked hard." The way they interact now is no different from that of an ordinary couple. As Su Qingwei looked at the message Lin Yi sent, she felt her phone getting hotter and hotter, and her face flushed. Just after sending the message, the 2 little ones woke up, and Lin Yi took them downstairs to play basketball. Regarding playing basketball, my daughter Lin Wanwan doesn't seem very interested. She only plays for about 10 minutes before wanting to quit. Lin Yi had no choice but to practice dribbling and shooting with her alone, gradually cultivating her interest. The time Lin Yi spent practicing basketball with Lin Wanwan was enough for him to gain experience points. He was just a little short of reaching the level of a star player. Lin Yi checked the skills he had acquired: the God of Cookery skill, the writer skill, the painting skill, the driving skill, and the basketball skill. All of these skills were aiming for the highest level. I need to work harder and try to reach the highest level in all these skills within a month. Chapter 69. Mommy, Daddy's turned into a panda. An hour and a half later, Lin Yi took the 2 little ones to the small vegetable market near the community to buy groceries. The nearby shops are already familiar with Lin Yi. Seeing him often taking his child out to buy groceries, everyone praises him as a good man. Lin Yi got along well with most of the street vendors, and many uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers liked Lin Wanwan and Lin Chen very much. But inevitably, some gossipy women would say that he's a grown man who doesn't go to work and earn money, so he must be a kept man. However, Lenny didn't take these gossips to heart. After all, it's your own life to live, and only you know whether it's good or bad. After buying groceries, Lin Yi took the children home to cook, bathe them, play with them, and tell them stories. Su Qingwei texted me early tonight saying she wouldn't be home for dinner because she had a dinner engagement. Lin Yi had prepared a hangover soup in advance, waiting for Su Qingwei to return. Su Qingwei didn't get home until 8:30. The doorbell rang. After Lin Yi opened the door, he saw Liana supporting Su Qingwei. When Liana saw Lin Yi come out, she immediately said, "Mr. Lin, Miss Su is drunk. Please take care of her." "Oh well." Lin Yi took Su Qingwei from Liana's arms and held her in his own, then said goodbye to Liana. "Drive carefully on your way back." After closing the door, Lin Yi reached out and supported her limp body, lifting her up steadily in his arms. However, the woman, drunk, leaned uncontrollably into his arms, her hands haphazardly climbing up Lin Yi's neck. Her warm breath, mixed with a faint scent of alcohol, enveloped his neck. Su Qingwei raised her head, her eyes glazed, and said to Lin Yi, "No need to help me. I can still walk." After saying that, Su Qingwei broke free from Lin Yi's hand and swayed as she walked towards a sofa in the living room. Judging from the way Su Qingwei walked, she had obviously drunk quite a bit of alcohol. Lin Yi followed behind her, protecting her on both sides with his hands, afraid that she would fall. Su Qingwei staggered to the sofa and plopped down on it. "Wife, you're drunk." Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. "I'll go get you a bowl of hangover soup." Fortunately, he had prepared a hangover soup in advance. Lin Yi brought over the hangover soup he had prepared and said to the drunk Su Qingwei, "Here, drink the hangover soup first. Otherwise, you'll have a headache tomorrow morning." Judging from Su Qingwei's appearance, I'll probably have to stay home to take care of her tonight and won't be able to go to the Association of Paint. Su Qingwei looked at the hangover soup that Lin Yi brought over and reached out to take the bowl and drink it herself. Lin Yi said softly, "You've had some alcohol and don't have much energy right now. Let me feed you." At this moment, Su Qingwei's face was flushed and she felt weak all over, so she had no choice but to let Lin Yi feed her the hangover soup. After drinking half a bowl, Su Qingwei pushed the bowl away with her hand, her voice soft and hoarse, with a languor unique to those who are drunk, and said, "I'm not drinking anymore. I'm full." Su Qingwei's drunken voice was all too familiar. Lin Yi looked at Su Qingwei's flushed face, her soft and charming voice echoing in his ears, and the night he had sex with Su Qingwei instantly flashed into his mind. That night, Su Qingwei's voice was just as sweet and soft as it is today, sending shivers down one's spine and completely throwing one's mind into disarray. Normally, Su Qingwei is aloof and cold, always keeping her distance from others. She never shows such a weak and charming side in front of people, and only after drinking like this does she reveal it. Su Qingwei seemed to sense the change in Lin Yi's aura, and she raised her drowsy eyes to look at Lin Yi. Seeing the figure in front of her was a little blurry. Su Qingwei blinked hard and subconsciously leaned into Lin Yi's warm embrace, gently rubbing against his chest like a kitten. "What's wrong with you?" she mumbled. "I'm so hot." She unconsciously raised her hand, trying to tear open her collar. Lin Yi quickly reached out and grabbed her restless wrist, but in the instant he looked down, he saw something. He forced himself to look away, trying to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Their breaths mingled tightly. The images of that night in my memory overlapped with the figures before my eyes. "Su Qingwei, hasn't anyone told you that you're very alluring when you're drunk?" He was starting to care. He was bothered that Su Qingwei had gone out drinking and socializing. Lin Yi released his grip on Su Qingwei's wrist, carefully supported her warm and soft back, held her steadily in his arms, and slowly stood up. "Lin Yi, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you won't be able to go painting tonight." Hearing what she said, Lin Yi felt helpless. "It's okay. Go to sleep if you're sleepy." He suppressed his desire, looked tenderly at Su Qingwei's flushed face in his arms, and whispered, "I'll carry you to bed." Su Qingwei's head was pressed close to Lin Yi's chest, and her warm breath made the fire in Lin Yi's heart even more restless. Back in the room, he put Su Qingwei on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and turned to leave, but she grabbed his hand. "Don't go." Su Qingwei gripped her hand tightly, as if afraid of losing something precious. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Okay, I won't leave. Let go first." Su Qingwei pouted and gave a soft hump before letting go of Lin Yi's hand. Her adorable appearance reminded Lin Yi of his daughter Wan Wan when she pouted. It turns out that her daughter inherited Su Qingwei's quirky expressions. Lin smiled helplessly, helped her take off her shoes, and covered her with a blanket. Then went to the bathroom, filled a basin with hot water, soaked the towel in it, washed it clean, wrung it out, and then came out. He used a hot towel to wipe Su Qingwei's face and hands clean, and only after washing the towel did he lie back down on the bed. The drunkard beside him was really restless while sleeping. If Lin he hadn't developed a strong will over the past 2 days, he probably would have really done something to Su Qingwei this time. All night long, Su Qingwei held Lin in her arms, and Lin was tormented all night long as well. The next morning, Su Qingwei was practically lying on top of Lin, her long legs, clad in a tight-fitting suit dress and black stockings, pressed against his legs. Early in the morning, Lin was hit with such a blow that his nose was about to bleed. Lin didn't sleep well all night and woke up late this morning. When the two little ones woke up and didn't see their parents, they immediately ran to the room to look for them. As soon as the door opened, the two little ones saw Lin, and Su Qingwei hugging each other and immediately ran onto the bed with big smiles. Daddy and Mommy are sleeping in each other's arms. How embarrassing. The video said that if Mom and Dad sleep together, they will have a baby. Is Mommy going to give us a younger brother or sister? Lin Yichin wondered. Lin and Su Qingwei were also woken up by the two little ones. When Su Qingwei opened her eyes, she found herself sleeping in a warm bed. When she looked more closely, she was shocked. It turns out I wasn't sleeping in the bed, but on top of Lin. She immediately got off Lin, and when she heard what the two little ones said, her whole face turned bright red. Lin dark circles were particularly noticeable. Before he could even speak, Lin Wanwan pointed at Lin eyes and laughed. Mommy, Daddy looks like a panda. Chapter 70. Dad, did you go out to steal last night? Lin Yichin covered his mouth and laughed. Dad, did you go out to steal last night? Su Qingwei immediately picked up Lin Yichin and Lin Wanwan and asked, Wanwan, Chun, have you brushed your teeth? Lin Wanwan covered her mouth and shook her head, saying, Mommy, not yet. After saying that, she pointed at Lin Yichin and said, My brother hasn't swiped his card yet either. Su Qingwei said to Lin Yichin, Chun, take your sister to brush her teeth. Lin Yichin sighed and said, Sigh, this family will fall apart without me. Seeing Lin Yichin's precocious and sensible manner made Lin, and Su Qingwei laugh. After the two little ones left, Lin, and Su Qingwei exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. As Lin got out of bed, he said, I'll go brush my teeth first. Su Qingwei gritted her teeth and said, Last night, thank you for taking care of me. Lin waved his hand and said, We're husband and wife. Saying thank you would be too formal. Why don't you go take a shower first? Su Qingwei glanced down at her clothes and realized she was still wearing yesterday's clothes, indicating she hadn't showered before falling asleep. Before leaving, Lin said, Don't worry, I'll wash the bedding. Don't feel embarrassed. After Lin left, Su Qingwei took a deep breath and slowly accepted the fact that she hadn't showered before going to bed the day before. After Lin prepared breakfast, Su Qingwei also came out after taking a shower. Seeing Su Qingwei come out, Lin asked, Qingwei, are you taking a break today? Su Qingwei shook her head and said, No, there's a project presentation this morning. The chairman of the client company will be coming, and I plan to personally receive her. But you drank so much last night. Are you sure you can handle it today? Lin, he asked worriedly. Su Qingwei waved her hand and said, It's okay. Luckily, I drank your hangover soup. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't feel well this morning. That hangover soup was personally prepared by Lin, who possesses divine medical skills, so its effects are naturally the best. Lin smiled and said, So, you still remember what happened last night? So, she still remembers Su Qingwei hugging her and pulling her to stay? Or rather, she still remembers the night they made love. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's gaze towards Su Qingwei deepened. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingwei felt a little guilty and didn't dare to raise her head. She picked up her soy milk and drank it, almost choking on it. She replied awkwardly, Well, I don't really remember. It was when I first got back that I remembered someone bringing me something to drink. I think it must have been hangover soup. Oh, I see. Lin Yi understood. After finishing her soy milk, Su Qingwei stopped eating. I'm going to work. The company is waiting for me for a meeting. After saying that, she immediately ran back to her room. When she came out again, she had changed into a formal suit for work. Kids, Mommy's off to work. Lin Wanwan put down her cup, looked at Su Qingwei, and said, Mommy and Daddy, you have to call him husband. Lin Yichin sat to the side and watched with amusement. Su Qingwei took a deep breath and said, Honey, I'm going to work. Anna is waiting for me downstairs. Lenny smiled and said, okay, wife, bye-bye. Bye-bye, kids, bye-bye. Su Chingwei carefully picked up the shoes, said goodbye to the children, and left. After Su Chingwei left, Lin Wanwan looked at Lin Yi with a grin and asked, Daddy, does it sound nice when Mommy calls me husband? Lin Chin said, Dad, you can't even suppress the smile on your face. Lin Yi patted the two little ones on the head and said, all right, have you finished breakfast? After you finish, we'll head to the Calligraphy Association. Today, I'm going to have Chun Chin paint with me. Huh? Me? Lin Chin pointed to himself and asked. Lin said, well, I think you're already good enough to draw some simple railings or tiles. If we work together as father and son, we'll definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Lin Chin nodded emphatically. Okay, Dad. Lin Wanwan pouted a little annoyed and said, Daddy, what about me? What am I supposed to do? Lin Yi said, you'll be in charge of mixing the colors for us and handing us the coloring bowls. Can you do that? Lin Wanwan nodded repeatedly. Dad, I will definitely do a great job. Lenny nodded and said, okay, let's do our best. Come on, go, Dad. The two little ones were full of energy and immediately helped pack their things to go painting with Lin Yi. When I arrived at the Calligraphy Association, it was already 10 a.m. After Lin Yi and the other two arrived, they immediately began to draw. With Lin Chin's help, the father and son Lin Yi only spent an hour drawing a meter long today. Lin Yi said with great satisfaction, at our current pace, we probably won't need many more days to finish. Lin Chin reluctantly put down his paintbrush and said, Dad, I want to come this afternoon too. I can skip my nap, and besides, I think I've really fallen in love with painting now. Lin said, very good. Are you sure you can manage without taking a nap? Lin Chin nodded and said, Dad, we rarely took naps when we were with Mom, so there's absolutely no problem. Lin Wanwan also raised her chubby little hand and said, Dad, Wanwan can too. Wanwan wants to buy our own big house as soon as possible. Listening to what the two little ones were saying, Lin Yi thought to himself, if they come in the morning and afternoon as well, the father and son can finish painting the entire Qingming scroll in less than a week. Oh well, it's only a week or so it's fine even if I don't take a nap. Thinking of this, Lin Yi nodded. Okay, after we bring Mom her lunch this afternoon, we'll come over to draw. Su Chingwei's company. The office door was hurriedly opened, and a flustered set of footsteps rushed in. Su Chingwei's secretary, Liana, rushed in with a panicked expression and said to Su Chingwei, who was sitting at her desk, in a trembling voice, President Su, something terrible has happened. Su Chingwei's expression darkened slightly, and her heart skipped a beat. She asked, what's making you so flustered? Tell me slowly. President Su, it's about that commercial land plot in the west of the city. I just discovered a major flaw while reviewing the cooperation budget proposal. After taking several deep breaths, Liana continued, our cost accounting is wrong. Our profit forecast is completely wrong. Su Chingwei stopped writing, looked at Liana, and scolded. What happened? Who is in charge of this plan? Why is there such a serious flaw? Liana gritted her teeth and said rapidly, President Su, the most important thing now is that the chairman of the client is coming, and we still don't have a perfect plan. What should we do? If we don't have a plan, won't we have to hand over this project to someone else? Chapter 71 System, Help Me Redeem. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Liana opened the door, and a female employee stood outside. She said, Secretary Li, the president of Ye's group and her secretary have arrived in the conference room. And there are also. Anna pressed further, asking, what else? The female employee whispered, and Mr. Shun, who gave you flowers last time, is here too. Su Chingwei asked, what is he doing here? The female employee lowered her head and shook her head, saying, Mr. Shun came with General Manager Yi, but I don't know the specifics. Su Chingwei waved her hand and said, go down and entertain President Yi and her secretary first. Tell her I'll be there shortly. The female employee responded, yes, Mr. Su. After the female employee left, Liana closed the door. Su Chingwei said seriously, have someone prepare a completely new budget plan immediately. And be quick. Also, give me the completed plan. I need to see President Yi. The Yi Group is a large company with assets in the hundreds of billions. If we can cooperate with the Yi Group, our company will reach new heights. At that time, those old guys on the board of directors will have nothing to say to us. But now, at this critical juncture, such a huge mistake has occurred. If I were the client, I would definitely cancel the collaboration immediately. With that thought in mind, Su Qingwei picked up the proposal in her hand, left the office, and headed towards the conference room. In the conference room, Yi Shuyun, the president of Ye's group, was drinking tea with her secretary and Shen Haojie standing beside her. Su Qingwei was not surprised to see Shen Haojie. After all, Shen Haojie was also trying to win this cooperation. But to her surprise, Shen Haojie actually showed up here. "Hello, Mr. Yi, it's been a long time. Welcome to our store." Su Qingwei walked confidently into the conference room, holding the documents in her hand. Yi Shuyun said with a smile, "President Su, it's been a long time." She glanced at the expensive watch in her hand and got straight to the point, saying, "President Su, I don't have much time. I've already reviewed the budget proposal prepared by Mr. Shen's company. Now, I'll give you 30 minutes." Su Qingwei's gaze fell on Shen Haojie, who was sitting next to Yi Shuyun, and her expression darkened. Shen Haojie smiled at her. "Qingwei, long time no see." Yi Shuyun looked at the two of them, then smiled and said, "So, you two know each other?" Shen Haojie replied, "President Yi, President Su, and I grew up together, but after we grew up, we went to study in different countries and haven't seen each other for several years." Yi Shuyun had no interest in hearing their past, and smiled, saying, "Since you know each other, this matter will be easier to handle." After saying that, she looked at Su Qingwei and said, "President Su, you can begin." Su Qingwei took a deep breath and finally decided to tell Yi Shuyun the truth. "President Yi, I'm really sorry. Our company's original cooperation budget plan has a major flaw and the cost accounting is wrong, so the plan I have here is invalid." Hearing Su Qingwei's words, Yi Shuyun frowned and said, "So, I came here for nothing today?" Su Qingwei hurriedly said, "President Yi, you definitely didn't come for nothing. I've already had someone redo it, and this time, our plan will absolutely be flawless." Shen Haojie chimed in, "President Yi, please give Qingwei a chance and let her come up with a new proposal." Yi Shuyun glanced at Shen Haojie, then looked at Su Qingwei. As a woman herself, Yi Shuyun could easily see through Shen Haojie's ulterior motives towards Su Qingwei. She said, "I'll only give you 20 minutes. If your company hasn't come up with a solution by then, our cooperation will have to end here." Su Yingwei panichket, presidente. Yi Shuyun raised her hand to stop Su Qingwei from speaking. "President Su, you should know that such a mistake should not happen. I hope your company can handle the internal problems properly." Su Qingwei was well aware of this. How many people on a company's board of directors agree with her taking this position? There are many people and events involved in this matter. But no matter how many problems there are, we must solve them at their root. The most important thing now is to produce this budget proposal so that Yi Shuyun can see my abilities. Su Qingwei replied, "Yes, Mr. Yi, I won't let you down." After saying that, she left the meeting room with the proposal. Watching Su Qingwei's departing figure, Shen Haojie's eyes were filled with calculation. He thought to himself, "Once you fail, this project will be mine. As long as we sign this contract, the Shen family's assets will double again." Shen Haojie knew that Su Qingwei urgently needed to prove her abilities to the board of directors of the Su Group, which was why he took action on this project. If Su Qingwei wants to work on this project with me, then I can make a request to her. At that time, he can set the terms himself. Thinking of this, Shen Haojie smiled and picked up the teacup, saying to Yi Shuyun, "President Yi, I wonder if you usually like to drink tea? I recently got a can of good tea. Come to my company when you have some free time, and I'll brew you a pot." Lin Yi brought the child to Su Qingwei's office, only to find it empty. After telling the children to stay quietly in the office, he immediately went to the secretary's office to find Anna Li. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, Li Anna said into the phone, "I'm sorry, I'll come find you in a bit." Seeing Li Anna's flustered expression, Lin Yi guessed that something must have happened at the company. He asked what's going on. "Nobody's in the office. What happened?" After telling Lin Yi what had just happened, Li Anna said, "Mr. Lin Yi, I really don't have time right now, I'm sorry." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "You go ahead and do your work." After saying that, he returned to Su Qingwei's office. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yi held his two children and asked the system telepathically, "System, how do we resolve this?" The system quickly replied, "The host can exchange 1,000 points for a supercomputing power boost. The problem can be solved quickly." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "System, help me redeem it." This way, Su Qingwei left the conference room with the documents in her hand and stormed back to her office. Liana, standing beside her, said, "President Su, Mr. Lin has arrived." "Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin?" "Forget about Mr. Lin or Mr. Yi right now. Give me the budget proposal first, or we're doomed. Su Qingwei sighed. Annalie whispered, It's Mr. Lin Yi. He brought Wan and Chun Chun to bring you food. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei was taken aback. She had only asked Lin Yi to bring her food yesterday on a whim, but she didn't expect that Lin Yi would bring her food again today. However, she has no appetite right now. She only had 20 minutes to come up with a satisfactory budget proposal, which was no easy task. Su Qingwei pushed open the office door, and the two little ones immediately rushed over. Chapter 72. Mom and Dad are shy. Su Qingwei's expression softened, and she squatted down to ask the two little ones, Chun Chun Wan, have you eaten? Lin Wan happily hugged Su Qing and said, Mom, not yet. Let's eat together. Lin Yi knew that Su Qingwei was in trouble, but he still had to let Su Qingwei talk about the problem herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to offer to help her. He asked, Qingwei, you don't look well. What happened? Su Qingwei, holding her two children, sighed and told Lin Yi everything that had just happened. Although telling Lin Yi these things wouldn't change anything, Su Qingwei felt a little better after saying them. She said, Lin Yi, I don't have time to eat right now. You take the child and eat first. Secretary Li and I have something to take care of. Lin Yi said, If it's a budget issue, I think I might be able to help you. Su Qingwei looked at Lin Yi and asked, Can you help me? If this budget proposal needs to be redone, we only have less than half an hour. That's not enough time. I've already instructed my staff to do it. Hopefully, they can finish it in less than 20 minutes. Lin Yi smiled and said, Let me take a look first. If it's okay, I can help. More people means more hope, right? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingwei looked at Liana and said, Give him the plan. Liana immediately handed over the plan in her hand and said, Mr. Lin Yi, this is the plan we made before, but it all needs to be redone. Also, these are the materials used to make the budget plan. Lin Yi took the proposal, glanced at it briefly, and then said, Secretary Li, could you please make a copy of the original proposal for me? I can try to make some modifications on it. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Liana couldn't help but look at Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei nodded to Liana. Annalie immediately went to her office and retrieved her notebook. Lin Yi took the notebook and said to Su Qingwei, Qingwei, you and the children eat first. I'll go over there. After saying that, he walked towards a coffee table. Su Qingwei had no appetite for food. She shook her head and said, I'm not hungry right now. I'll go see how they're doing. She squatted down and said to Lin Wan and Lin Yi Chun Chun Wan, Mommy is busy right now. You two play here for a while, and Mommy will come and play with you when I'm done, okay? The two little ones have been with Su Qingwei since they were little, so they naturally know that Su Qingwei has things to do, and therefore they are both very sensible. Lin Wan kissed Su Qingwei and said, Mom, you go ahead and do your work. My brother and I will play here. Lin Yi chimed in, Mom, go ahead and do your work. Su Qingwei nodded and said, Okay, be good. Mom will be back in a bit. She said to Lin Yi, I'm leaving now. After speaking, Su Qingwei and Liana walked out of the office together. She didn't think Lin Yi could come up with a plan at all, so she didn't place her hopes on him. After Su Qingwei left, a wealth of professional business data, rapid calculation logic, and perfect budget templates flooded into Lin Yi's mind. He spent 3 minutes skimming through the entire plan, and then, combining the data with the system's powerful computing capabilities, spent about 10 minutes completely redoing the budget plan within the original framework. In his previous company, Lin Yi was best at creating budget proposals. With the system's powerful computing capabilities, creating a budget proposal was a piece of cake for him. After finishing, Lin Yi called Su Qingwei, I'm done. Come take a look. Su Qingwei was extremely busy, and when she heard Lin Yi's words, she thought he was joking. She said helplessly, Lin Yi, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. There are only a few minutes left, Lin Yi said, Anyway, there's no time left. Come back and take a look first. Just then, Liana knocked on the door and came in, saying to Su Qingwei, President Yi said that if you can't come up with a solution, they will leave now. The reality is harsh. If we can't come up with a solution, then this project will have to be abandoned. Su Qingwei sighed and said to Liana, Tell President Yi to wait a little longer. I'll be right there. Okay. Liana replied and walked out of the office. Su Qingwei said into her phone, Lin Yi, I'll come back to your office to find you in a bit. In this situation, we have no choice but to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. Su Qingwei put away her phone, glanced at her employees, and said coldly, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly afterward. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the office. As soon as Su Qingwei left, everyone in the office secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In a corner of the office, a male employee secretly sent a message on his phone. When Su Qingwei returned to her office, the two little ones immediately went to greet her. "Mom, come quick, Dad's done." "Mom, you're back." Su Qingwei held the hands of the two little ones and walked towards Lin Yi, saying, "Yes, Mommy's back." Lin Yi pushed the laptop over. "Take a look." Su Qingwei nodded to him and picked up the mouse to look at it. After reading it, Su Qingwei's eyes became clear. A professional business budget requires calculating more than a dozen data points, including raw material costs, labor costs, site costs, market fluctuation risks, competitor pricing, and subsequent operation and maintenance costs. Normally, it would take the team at least half a day working overtime to prepare one, so 10 minutes is simply not enough time. But Linny did it. Before this, she never imagined that Lin Yi would have such abilities. "It seems that the investigation reports from my best friend and my own father really have problems." But this time, Lin Yi really did her a big favor. She stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi. "This is something you made in 10 minutes? Lin Yi smiled smugly and said, "Of course, don't you know what I used to do?" Lin Yi used to work on proposals at the company, and with the help of the system and the original framework, he could finish it in less than 10 minutes. Su Qingwei excitedly hugged Lin Yi and said, "Lin Yi, you are truly my savior." Lin Yi was stunned. The two little ones saw their parents hugging and secretly smiled while covering their mouths. Lin Wanwan whispered, "Mom and Dad are so shy." Su Qingwei finally realized what had happened, immediately let go of Lin Yi, turned her back, and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I was too excited. I'll take it to Mr. Yi now. You guys go ahead and eat." After saying that, she grabbed her laptop and rushed out of the office. Lin Yi smiled as he watched her flee in disarray. Lin Wanwan tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve and said, "Daddy, shall we go see Mommy?" Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "Okay, we'll have dinner with Mom after she's done with her work." Chapter 73, He is My Husband. Inside the meeting room, Liana stood beside Yi Shuyun, her face looking very unpleasant. When she saw Su Qingwei rushing towards her with her laptop, she immediately went to meet her and whispered in her ear, "That woman surnamed Shun is saying bad things about you to President Yi." Su Qingwei glanced at Shun Haojia, who was grinning smugly, and nodded. Understood. She had already guessed that this matter was inextricably linked to Shun Hao. Su Qingwei smiled and led Li Anna into the office. As she entered the conference room, Shun Haojia was the first to speak. "Qingwei, you've really kept our CEO Yi waiting. Half an hour has passed. Has the proposal been completed yet? Mr. Yi just said that if we can't do it, this project will have to change hands." Hearing Shun Haojia's words, Yi Shuyun glanced at him sideways. Su Qingwei simply smiled and said, "Shun Haojia, whether you can do it or not seems to be none of your business, right?" Shun Haojia looked very embarrassed after hearing Su Qingwei's words. Yi Shuyun smiled and said, "President Su, I'm sorry, I went to Mr. Shun's company before coming here. I couldn't refuse Mr. Shun's request to come along." Su Qingwei nodded and smiled, saying, "President Yi, other people and things are not important. What I have in my hand now is the newly prepared budget proposal. I think you'll be very satisfied with it this time." After saying that, Su Qingwei handed the notebook in her hand to Yi Shuyun and opened the document for her to read. Shun Haojia, who was standing nearby, also came over. When he saw that the framework of the document was the same as before, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Qingwei, you didn't just modify the content and then use it to fool President Yi, did you? You know how important the budget plan is to the project. Don't think you can just write down a number to fool people." Su Qingwei didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, and instead quietly waited for Yi Shuyun. As Yi Shuyun looked at it, she nodded and said, "Yes, not bad. This plan is indeed very comprehensive. It is divided into details inside and out, big and small. This document was originally completed by Su Qingwei with great effort. Lin Yi only made modifications based on it." Yi Shuyun put down the mouse, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "President Su, this proposal is well done. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future." As she spoke, she reached out her hand to Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei was overjoyed and immediately extended her hand to shake hands with Yi Shuyun. "Thank you, President Yi. I'll treat you to lunch later." Yi Shuyun waved her hand and said, "No need. I have an appointment, and it's almost time. I'll have my secretary follow up on the follow-up cooperation." Shun Haojia, standing to the side, looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He snorted coldly inwardly, cupped his hands towards Yi Shuyun, and said, "President Yi, then I won't disturb you any longer." After saying that, he turned and left. As I was leaving the meeting room, I saw Lin Yi standing in the corner with two children. Shun Haojia scoffed again and said angrily, "I will not give up on you, Lin." Shun Haojia had originally planned to use this incident to make Su Qingwei submit to him, but now his plans had been completely disrupted, which naturally made him very angry. After uttering this harsh remark, Shun Haojia left immediately. Lin Yi, who was standing to the side, realized that Shun Haojia might be behind this whole thing. Holding Lin Yi's large hand, Lin Wanwan turned to look at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Dad, what's wrong with this ugly uncle?" Lin Yi said, "I don't know what's wrong with him." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "Dad, should we go in? We've been standing here for over 10 minutes, and our legs are so tired." Lin Yi said, "Mom is doing important business inside. We'll talk when she comes out." On the other side, Yi Shuyan looked at Shun Haojia's figure and sneered. She glanced at Su Qingwei and thought to herself, "This President Su is quite good-looking. No wonder that young Master Shun resorted to such tricks." However, Shun Haojia is not a good person and is not worthy of Su Qingwei. These are other people's private matters, so she naturally wouldn't interfere. After thinking it over, she smiled at Su Qingwei and said, "President Su, I'll be going now." Su Qingwei said, "Since President Yi has made an appointment, I can't insist that he stay. How about this? I'll treat you to a welcome dinner tonight." Secretary Wang quickly said, "I'm sorry, President Su, our President Yi isn't in good health and usually doesn't go out for social events in the evenings." Su Qingwei said somewhat awkwardly, "In that case, we'll just have to wait until President Yi has some free time to make an appointment." After saying that, she personally escorted Yi Shuyun out of the conference room, and Liana followed behind them as they walked out of the conference room together. Yi Shuyun was walking ahead when, as she turned the corner, she saw a familiar figure at the corner of the wall. "My benefactor, what are you doing here?" Yi Shuyun called out to Lin Yi in surprise, but her gaze fell on the two children beside Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a little confused, as he couldn't remember who Yi Shuyun was at all. He asked, "Who are you?" Yi Shuyun strode up to Lin Yi, her face beaming with joy. "Mr. Lin Yi, are these your two children? I'm here to discuss business. What are you doing with the children?" Su Qingwei and Liana stared blankly at the interaction between the two, unsure of what to say. Su Qingwei looked at Lin Yi with a face full of questions. Lin Yi replied, "You are Miss Yi from yesterday?" Yi Shuyun said happily, "You still remember me? Thank you so much yesterday. If you hadn't saved me, I might really be dead." Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's just a small matter." After saying that, he immediately changed the subject, saying, "Today, I'm here to deliver food to my wife." "Are you about to leave?" Yi Shuyun said, "I really didn't expect that your wife actually works at President Su's company. We are quite destined to meet." Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at Su Qingwei, waiting for her to speak. Su Qingwei then realized what was happening and said to Yi Shuyun, "President Yi, Lin Yi is my husband." Hearing Su Qingwei's words, Yi Shuyun said in surprise, "President Su, Lin Yi is also my savior. And your husband?" She pointed to the two little ones and continued, "So these two children are your children too?" Su Qingwei nodded, "Yes." Yi Shuyun laughed and said, "I really didn't expect that President Su would get married so young." Hearing Yi Shuyun's words, Su Qingwei and Lin Yi felt a little guilty. After all, they had only recently gotten their marriage certificate, and the child was purely accidental. The two of them naturally wouldn't show in front of Yi Shuyun. Chapter 74, Working at My Company. Su Qingwei blinked and said, "If I meet the right person, I'll get married." Yi Shuyun said, "Then you are quite lucky. Mr. Lin, he is a very good person. I had a heart attack yesterday, but fortunately Mr. Lin Yi appeared and saved me." Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei glanced at Lin Yi and found him staring at her with a smile. Her face flushed instantly. She truly hadn't expected that Lin Yi would possess medical skills. When did he learn medicine? Before she could think it through, Lin Yi replied for her, "President Yi, it was just a small favor. I only did a simple first aid. You still need to go to a major hospital for a checkup afterward, get the necessary tests done, and take the medication you need to take." Yi Shuyun smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. I made an appointment this afternoon with the most authoritative expert in Kyoto to give me a comprehensive examination. I will listen to the doctor's advice." She looked at Su Qingwei and said, That man surnamed Shun is not a good person. Be careful. These words were ostensibly addressed to Su Qingwei, but they were also meant for Lin Yi. She had previously thought Su Qingwei was single, but now that she knew Su Qingwei was actually the wife of her savior, this Shun guy was definitely not a good person for seducing even a married woman. Su Qingwei said awkwardly, President Yi, I will be careful. Yi Shuyan said, I've seen many people like this. When I heard Shin Haojia say those things just now, I knew he wasn't a good person. Su Qingwei looked at Yi Shuyan with a surprised expression. She truly hadn't expected that Yi Shuyan would have this side to her. Just now in a conference room, Yi Shuyan was so serious and decisive, completely different from how she is now. Seeing that Su Qingwei remained silent, Yi Shuyan asked, President Su, what's wrong? Su Qingwei quickly shook her head and said, No, nothing, Mr. Yi. Yi Shuyan smiled and said, Your husband is my savior. You don't mind if I exchange contact information with your husband, do you? Su Qingwei said, I don't mind, as long as he's willing. Just then, Secretary Wang whispered a few words to Yi Shuyan. Yi Shuyan then said to Lin Yi, Mr. Lin Yi, shall we exchange contact information? Lin Yi took out his phone and said, If Madam says it's okay, then let's add it. The two quickly became friends. After exchanging contact information, Yi Shuyan said, I have appointments to make, so I won't bother you any longer. I'll invite you and your husband to dinner later. After seeing Yi Shuyan off, Lin Yi and his family of 4 returned to their office. Phew, finally it's time to eat, Lin Wanwan said, rubbing her rumbling belly and pouting. Lin Yichen was also starving, and his brows furrowed. Mom and Dad, I'm hungry too. Su Qingwei smiled and said, Then let's go back to the office for lunch. The family of 4 walked hand in hand toward the office. The colleagues in the common office all heard what Su Qingwei said and knew that Lin Yi was not her boyfriend, but her husband. After Su Qingwei and the others entered the office, they started discussing it again. I told you he was President Su's husband, but you really didn't believe me. Sigh. Good-looking men really aren't available in the market. All right, let's go eat. I was so scared this morning. I saw President Su looking so angry, I thought he was going to do something. Su Qingwei's office. Lin Yi laid out all the food, but the 2 little ones started eating the white rice in big mouthfuls before Lin Yi even finished setting the table. Su Qingwei smiled as she watched the 2 little ones wolf down their food. Didn't I tell you to eat first? Lin Wanwan, with a mouthful of white rice, said, I want to eat with my mother. Lin Yichen also said, Yes, I'll eat with my mom. Su Qingwei accepted the food Lin Yi handed her and said, Thank you. She had originally intended to say that she didn't need to send meals anymore and that the children could eat at home, but after hearing what the children said, she swallowed her words. Oh well, as long as the child is happy. After the meal, Su Qingwei let the 2 children play freely on the side and then pulled Lin Yi into the lounge. She looked at Lin Yi, her face full of doubt, and asked, How did you manage to complete a full budget proposal in just 10 minutes? Lin Yi said, Just do it this way. With the framework and the information you provided, I wrote it out quickly. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Su Qingwei had just looked at the proposal. It would take her company's team almost half a month to complete a proposal like that. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, How blind must your previous company have been to bury a talent like you? Lin Yi laughed and said, That's right. When I was making plans by myself before, I would stay up all night to finish them. I would handle all the materials myself. It was like I was doing the work of a whole team by myself. Then why don't you resign? Someone as talented as you would be in high demand anywhere. Su Qingwei looked at Lin Yi seriously and said, Lin Yi said, I've been in that company for several years, from when it was first established with just a few people until now. I have a lot of feelings for it. Who knew it would turn out like this? Su Qingwei said, Don't worry. Someone as talented as you will be wanted anywhere. Would you be interested in working for my company? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi seemed to have a feeling that he was being watched. He quickly waved his hand and said, Thank you. I heard from others that when a husband and wife work in the same company, they see each other all the time, which affects their relationship. If your company were to encounter something like this today, I would definitely help. He scratched his head and said, If it's for work, then I don't need to. Going to work is out of the question. Otherwise, how would I manage to take care of the kids while doing tasks? Hearing Lin Yi say that it would affect the relationship between husband and wife, Su Qingwei's face flushed. She nodded and said, Then whatever you say. When a couple came out, they found that their 2 little ones were eavesdropping outside the door. As soon as the door opened, Lin Wanwan and Lin Yichen ran away. Su Qingwei and Lin Yi exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. Su Qingwei also knew that both children wanted her to be with Lin Yi, but matters of the heart should be taken slowly. Lin Yi packed his things and said, "Then I'll take the child back. You get some rest." Su Qingwei nodded and said, "Okay, drive carefully." After saying goodbye to Su Qingwei, Lin Yi led the two little ones to the elevator, hand in hand. As Su Qingwei watched Lin Yi and the two children's backs, she realized for the first time that it was the right thing to let the children reunite with Lin Yi. Or rather, it was the right thing for her to get a marriage certificate with Lin Yi. Lin Yi had just stepped into the elevator when his phone rang. Chapter 75, a 50-50 split. Lin Yi took out his phone and saw that it was an unknown number, so he immediately rejected the call. The phone rang again less than a minute after I put it in my pocket. Lin Yi glanced at the number and saw it was that unfamiliar number again. Lin Wanwan looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled expression and asked, "Dad, why aren't you answering the phone?" Lin Yi said, "It's probably a scam call." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother is right. We shouldn't answer calls from unknown numbers, or we'll get scammed." Lin Wanwan put her hands on her hips and said, "Humph, I won't be fooled." Lin Yi laughed and said, "That's right. How could our Wanwan be so smart as to be fooled?" Hearing her father praise her, Lin Wanzong was happy and said, "That's right. My brother will definitely be fooled." Lin Yi glanced at Lin Wanwan with a hint of helplessness. As soon as Lin Yi and his two companions stepped out of the elevator, another call came in from an unknown number. The saying goes, things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. This unfamiliar number called for the 3rd time. Could something really be wrong? With that in mind, Lin Yi answered the phone. A mature male voice came from the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi?" Upon hearing that the other party knew his name, Lin Yi became more cautious. He said, "Yes, what is it?" The man smiled and said, "Mr. Lin Yi, don't be nervous. You published a novel on tomato novels, and I am your editor. My surname is Lan, and my given name is Huazhong." Lin Yi asked, "Editor Lan, what do you need me for?" Lan Huazhong smiled and said, "That's right. Some investors have taken a liking to your novel and want to adapt it into a short drama and a comic book. The platform will give you corresponding compensation." Lin Yi said, "Oh, no problem. Just send me the contract on the platform later." Lan Huazhong chuckled on the other end of the phone and said, "Mainly they want to serialize your novel in real time. So they're wondering if you can update 30,000 words every day?" "Huh?" Lin Yi chuckled and said, 30,000 words? Do you think I'm a word-writing robot?" Lan Huazhong quickly explained, "Don't worry. The compensation will definitely satisfy you." Lin Yi said, "Then send the contract over first." Lan Huazhong said, "Okay." 2 minutes later, Lin Yi received an email. The contract was sent in the name of the tomato novel website. He soon received a message from Lan Huazhong, asking him to review the contract. After putting the children in the car, Lin Yi opened the contract and began to read it. The revenue from the comic book series will be split 50-50, and that's after tax. This is pretty good. As for the short drama, it doesn't say here whether it's made by real people or AI. However, writing 30,000 words a day is only 3 hours for Lin Yi, which is not difficult. Besides, I earn money every day from the novel I update. If I can update more than 30,000 words, wouldn't my income increase as well? With the platform support, I can update as much as I want every day. Thinking of this, Lin Yi sent a message to Lan Huazhong. "I've signed this contract." Fortunately, we now have electronic contracts. If it were a paper contract like before, we would have to print it out, sign it, and send it over. The contract was signed, and both parties were extremely satisfied. After Lin Yi signed the contract, he looked back and realized that the two little ones were staring at him. He smiled and said, "Sorry, Dad was busy just now. So, shall we go home or go paint?" Lin Wanwan raised her little hand and said, "Let's go draw. Let's make lots of money and buy a house." Lin Yi also said, "Dad, let's go paint." "All right, let's get ready to go." Lin Yi started the car and drove towards the Calligraphy Association. It was already 2 p.m. when we arrived at the Calligraphy Association. When Lin Yi arrived with the two little ones, he found Li Changma's assistant in the lobby, so he went over and greeted him. "Hello, Assistant Wang." Li Changma's assistant, Wang Yi, turned around and realized it was Lin Yi calling him. He immediately went to greet him, saying, "Mr. Lin Yi, you've arrived." During the time Lin Yi spent painting at the Calligraphy Association, Wang Yi was the one who received him. Whether it's picking up takeout or buying anything else, he's the one who runs the errands. So, over time, Wang Yi became familiar with Lin Yi and the others. The two little ones saw Wang Yi and immediately went up to him, saying, "Hello, Uncle Wang." Wang Yi replied enthusiastically, "Hey, Wan Wan and Chun Chun, what kind of fruit tea do you want to drink today?" Lin Wan Wan said happily, "Uncle Wang, I want the jasmine one." Lin Yi said, "Uncle Wang, I like lemon tea. Thank you." Lin Yi said, "Could you please make me a pot of tea?" Assistant Wang, "Thank you." Wang Yi said, "You're welcome. We'll be there soon. You can go up first." After saying goodbye to Assistant Wang, Lin Yi led the children into the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I saw the 20-meter-long scroll painting. If I finish painting today, this painting will be half complete. I believe it won't be long before I finish the drawing, and I won't dare to take on any more jobs that take this long in the future. The two little ones cooperated very well, dividing the work and not feeling tired at all. Wang Yi returned home early with his takeout order. Lin Yi hadn't seen Li Chama for the past 2 days, so he couldn't help but ask Assistant Wang, "I haven't seen Chairman Li lately?" Wang Yi replied, "Chairman Li and 2 vice chairmen went to Shanghai to supervise the construction. They will probably be gone for about a week." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Oh, I see." After putting down his things, Wang Yi said, "Then I won't bother you any longer. You can call me directly if you need anything." After Wang Yi left, Lin Yi called the 2 little ones over for a drink. Lin Yi sipped his tea while thinking to himself, "If they come back in 5 days, then if I draw like this every day for those 5 days, I'll definitely be able to finish it." After all, Lin Yi and Lin Wanwan are both very talented in this area. They have been drawing for so long these past few days, and their experience points have been increasing rapidly. Lin Yi, in particular, his painting skills are almost at a miraculous level. Indeed, every skill, as long as the child is interested or has talent, can yield different results. Lin Yi and the other 2 drew until 5:30 in the afternoon. Su Qingwei sent me a message saying she'd be home for dinner tonight. Lin Yi, holding his phone, said to the 2 little ones, "Come on, Mom's home for dinner tonight. Let's go buy groceries and cook." As soon as Lin Yi arrived at the parking lot, he received a call from a deliverman. After checking, the package was found to have been sent from Yun City. Upon hearing that it was from Yun City, Lin Yi knew that it was sent by his parents. He asked the courier to leave the package at the parcel station next to the residential area, and he would pick it up later. Tonight, Su Qingwei will be able to taste the eggs sent by her parents. He had just hung up the phone when he called his parents. Chapter 76, I'll just give you a hug. The call was answered quickly. "Xiao Yi, did you receive the package?" The voice of her biological mother, Li Yumei, came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yi replied, "Mom, I received it. Why did you send me eggs?" Li Yumei said, "Don't Wan Wan and Chun Chun like to eat these? These are the first eggs laid by our free-range chickens, which are very nutritious. I will send them to you every 10 days or so you won't have to buy eggs from outside anymore. Besides, the eggs outside are fake eggs, they're artificial." Lin Yi was somewhat amused and exasperated, saying, "Mom, artificial eggs are expensive. The cost is less than raising chickens and letting them lay eggs." Li Yumei laughed and said, "I don't care. Eggs bought outside are never as good as eggs laid by chickens raised at home." Lin Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, the eggs at home were indeed better than those outside, and it was also a token of his mother's love as his grandmother. He replied, "All right then, but don't send too many, otherwise the 2 kids will get tired of them and won't eat eggs when we go back to Yin City." Li Yumei said, "That seems to make sense. So, should I send about 10 Jin each time?" Lin Yi said, "Less 2 pounds, keep some for yourselves too." Li Yumei said, "We bought several thousand chickens at home. Don't worry, we don't even want to eat eggs anymore." Lin Yi said, "Really? So many chickens? Are you sure you can handle it? Don't exhaust yourself." Li Yumei said, "Don't worry. Raising 1,000 is the same as raising 3,000. Lin Yi said, "If you're too busy, just hire someone to help. You can't save money on this." Li Yumei suddenly asked, "Xiao Yi, what's the situation between you and Qingwei now?" Lin Yi said, "We're doing fine now, so you don't need to worry." Li Yumei said, "It takes effort and money to win a girl's heart. You stay at home all day now. Do you have any money left? I'll have your dad transfer another 20,000 yuan to you." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "No need. I can earn money from part-time jobs now, so there's no need to transfer money to me. You guys must keep the money for me, because when Qingwei and I have our wedding banquet and buy a house, we'll definitely need a lot of money, so don't spend it recklessly." Upon hearing this, Li Yumei realized that Lin Yi and Su Qingwei had a chance, and she was overjoyed. She laughed and said, Okay, Mom will save all the money and use it when you and Qingwei hold your wedding banquet and buy a house. By the way, where are Wan Wan and Chun Chun? I want a video chat with them." After Lin Yi turned on the video, she said to the two little ones in the back seat, "Grandma is going to video chat with you." "Grandmother." "Hello, Grandma." Li Yumei greeted the two little ones happily. "Wanwan Chin-chun, hello. Grandma sent you some eggs. Be good after eating them and grow up quickly." 10 minutes later, Li Yumei finished chatting with the children. She asked Lin Yi, "From what the children just said, you're living together now, even in the same room?" Lin Yi said, Li Yumei was a little anxious and asked, "Now that you're living together, have you met Qingwei's parents yet?" Lin Yi said, "Not yet. However, our relationship is like we've just started dating. There's no rush to meet her parents. I'll arrange it after she's fully accepted me." Li Yumei said, "All right, as long as you're all well, we're at ease." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Yumei finally decided to hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi took the two little ones to a nearby supermarket to buy groceries, and then went to the entrance of the residential area to pick up a package. At 6:30, Su Qingwei returned home on time. Lin Yi was still busy in the kitchen. Lin Wanwan immediately ran up and grabbed Su Qingwei's hand, saying, "Mom, you're back. Grandma sent us eggs today." Upon hearing that it was sent by Lin Yi's biological mother, Su Qingwei couldn't help but look towards the kitchen. After the meal, Su Qingwei let the children go play. Lin Yi was still eating when he noticed Su Qingwei looking at him with a hesitant expression. He spoke first and asked, "What's wrong? Is my face dirty?" "No." After Su Qingwei finished speaking, she still stared at Lin Yi with a probing look. "I think this way we can see things more clearly." Lin Yi Suden Lianet Kolosiv. Startling Su Lingwei. Su Qingwei immediately looked away, coughed lightly, and said, "What did you and your parents say about me?" Lin Yi said, "What else can I say? Just tell the truth." Seeing that Su Qingwei was looking at him without saying anything, Lin Yi then said frankly, "I just said that you are beautiful, kind, and smart. You are a very good daughter-in-law." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingwei blushed and asked, "I heard from Wanwan that you told Auntie you wanted to meet me?" Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she said somewhat angrily, You wouldn't have told Auntie that we slept together, would you?" Lin Yi immediately protested his innocence. "I swear, I didn't. It was Wanwan and Chun who made up stories to my mom. Don't scold the kids. They're still young and don't know anything." Su Qingwei sighed and said, "From now on, when you're chatting with the auntie with the kids, you need to be careful to make sure they don't say anything inappropriate." Lin Yi immediately replied, "I understand, honey." Hearing Lin Yi call her wife, Su Qingwei seemed to genuinely lose her temper. Su Qingwei said, "This is a one-time exception." Lin Yi said, "Don't worry, I've already explained to my mom that we didn't do anything and there will definitely not be a next time." Su Qingwei rolled her eyes at him, then got up and walked towards the children. Lin Yi met Su Qingwei's glare and watched her leave with a smile. The Su Qingwei of today is no longer as cold and sarcastic towards me as she used to be. The expressions on her face became increasingly varied when she was facing herself. When a woman shows her most authentic self in front of you, she has gradually begun to lower her guard. This is a good time to launch an attack. No, this is a good opportunity to further strengthen the relationship between the two. At night, after putting the child to sleep, Lin Yi went back to his study and wrote a manuscript of more than 30,000 words. I started writing at 9 a.m. and continued until 11 p.m. Lin Yi took a shower and came back at 11:30 p.m. When he returned to Su Qingwei's room in his pajamas and saw that her door was not closed properly, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Lin Yi opened the door. Su Qingwei was already asleep. He tiptoed to his bedside, carefully and slowly lying down, afraid of waking Su Qingwei. Unexpectedly, Su Qingwei was not asleep and suddenly spoke. "You're back." Lin Yi paused, softly responded with an and then lay down and covered himself with a blanket. Thinking about Su Qingwei's attitude towards him today, he felt it was time to get closer to her. The next second, he could no longer restrain himself, and he turned slightly to the side and reached out to embrace Su Qingwei's slender waist. Su Qingwei suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's large hand and exclaimed, What are you going to do?" Lin Yi said in a hoarse voice, "I'll just hug you. I won't do anything else." Chapter 77, Cutting-Edge Technologies in the Aerospace Field. Su Qingwei gently grasped Lin Yi's hand, and just as she was about to pull away, he gripped her hand tightly in return. The two slept side by side, and Su Qingwei felt uncomfortable all over. She just couldn't get used to it. She muttered under her breath, "Aren't we moving a little too fast?" Lin Yi replied softly. It's normal for couples to sleep in each other's arms. We need to get used to each other gradually. Besides, we're not a fake couple. Lin Yi's palm enveloped her hand, holding it firmly, showing no intention of letting go. Su Qingwei struggled twice, but couldn't break free, so she simply gave up, letting him hold her hand, and snuggled in his arms to sleep. When she woke up the next morning, Lin Yi was originally holding her, but before she knew it, Su Qingwei had snuggled up to him and fell asleep with her arms tightly around his waist. Without realizing it, Su Qingwei had also gotten used to sleeping in Lin Yi's arms. Woke up, Lin Yi opened his eyes and saw Su Qingwei staring at him. He asked her a question. Su Qingwei felt a little embarrassed, but not as awkward as before. She responded softly with an and then quickly got up to collect her brushed teeth. Lin Yi watched her jog away and couldn't help but smile. Shen Jixin rushed into Shun Haojia's room early in the morning and dragged him out of bed. Shun Haojia was dragged to the ground, and Shun Jixin pointed at him and cursed, Shun Haojia, look at the mess you've made. You left a long trail behind, and now I have to clean up your mess. Shun Haojia was completely bewildered by the fall and shouted, Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Shun Haojia hadn't even opened his eyes, Shun Jixin got angry. Still sleeping? Did you go out and fool around again last night? Shun Haojia rubbed his buttocks and argued, I just went to a friend's place and had a few drinks. Shun Jixin was too lazy to dwell on where he went to play and went straight to the point. Yesterday, didn't you take Yi Shuyun from the Yi family with you to cause trouble for Su Qingwei? Shun Haojia got up from the ground, rubbing his sore bottom, and said, Dad, the first plan won't work. We need to start the second plan. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shun Jixin raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. You still dare to continue? Su Hongmin already knows about this. When I had dinner with him last night, his employees reported everything that happened that day to him. Shen Haojia panicked instantly. That's impossible. I didn't personally take any action. Logically speaking, there's no way the investigation could trace it back to me. Shun Jixin snorted coldly. You brought people to our door to deliberately make things difficult, clearly trying to kick us when we're down. The Su family father and daughter are so smart. If they used their brains even a little, they would know it was you who did this. Shen Haojia panicked completely. This matter had crossed a line. If the other party called the police, he would definitely be arrested. He immediately knelt down before Shen Jixin. Dad, you must help me. Shen Jixin gave a cold snort. Now you know fear? He reached out and pulled Shun Haojia up. Don't kneel. I had dinner with Su Hongmin last night, and I already covered for you. They won't call the police. Shun Haojia's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly settled down. Dad is really amazing. He managed to coax Su Hongmin into submission. If it weren't for the accident last time, Su Qingwei's child would be mine now. Don't think about what happened before. Fortunately, the Su family didn't suspect anything. Shun Jixin chuckled. Besides, given my more than 20-year friendship with Su Hongmin, he naturally trusts me. But you must handle the next plan carefully and don't try to make it look good. After finishing breakfast, Su Qingwei drove back to the company. As soon as she entered the office, Annalie followed her in with 2 documents. What's up? Su Qingwei sat down in her office chair and looked up at Liana. Liana immediately placed the documents on her desk, flipping through them as she said, President Su, we found out who sabotaged things yesterday. It was Shun Haojia who colluded with someone inside the company. Should we call the police? Su Qingwei didn't even flip through the document. She simply closed it and said, Report. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingwei's phone rang. The caller was Su Hongmin. She sighed inwardly, thinking how timely it had been. When the call connected, Su Hongmin's voice came through. Wei Wei, I heard about what happened yesterday. Let's leave it at that and not pursue it any further. There's no need to make a big fuss about it. Fortunately, it didn't cause much damage. Su Qingwei had anticipated his response and said helplessly, Dad, do you know how close we came to that yesterday? If Lin Yi hadn't managed to come up with a budget proposal in 10 minutes, we would have lost the Yi Group project. Lin Yi, how could he possibly complete a budget proposal in 10 minutes? Su Hongmin didn't believe it at all. Su Qingwei said calmly, the facts are right in front of us. Everyone in the company has seen them. They can't be faked. Lin Yi is still very outstanding. She changed the subject abruptly. Haven't you found out about Shun Haojia's dirty deeds yet? Su Hongmin replied, What dirty business is there? I couldn't find a single negative story. I think you just don't want to marry Xiao Jia and are deliberately making up lies to fool me. I made it up. Go ask around at the biggest club in Kyoto, you'll find plenty of information about him. The detective you hired wasn't already bribed by the Shun family, was he? Sukingwe guessed. Impossible, they're professionals, very reliable. Su Hongmin was very confident in the detective he had hired. All right, when you have time, arrange for more people to keep an eye on Shin Haojia. Sooner or later, we'll be able to find something on him, Su Qingwei reminded her. Su Hongmin's tone turned cold. Come home for dinner tonight, and bring Wan Wan and Chen Chen with you. Your mother is worried about the two kids. Su Qingwei chuckled and exposed him. Dad, I just spoke to Mom on the phone yesterday. It's obvious that you're the one who can't sleep because you miss the child. I don't care, just come home early for dinner tonight. Before Su Hongmin could finish speaking, Su Qingwei directly refused. I have no problem going back, but you can forget about seeing the two children. Su Hongmin advised, we've bought a lot of new toys for the family, and the children's drone that Chun Chun has been wanting to have has also arrived. You should bring them back quickly. How can Lin Yi, a grown man, possibly take good care of the children? You don't need to worry about this. As long as you refuse to acknowledge Lin Yi, don't even think about seeing Wan Wan and Chun Chun. Su Qingwei paused, then added with a smile, Uncle Fu can send the toys over, and I'll give them to the children to play with. You, Su Qingwei, you think you're all grown up now, daring to go against me, huh? Su Hongmin was furious at her words. I made Uncle Fu deliver the toys over, and the more I think about it, the angrier I get. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingwei buried herself in her work. Not long after, Uncle Fu from the Su family brought over 2 large bags of toys and left without lingering. Around noon, Lin Yi brought her 2 children to deliver lunch. Lin Yi-chen spotted the toys on the coffee table at a glance, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, Dad, this is the drone toy Grandpa promised to buy me. It's so cool. He had barely finished speaking when he hurriedly opened the package, not even bothering to eat. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice rang in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired cutting-edge technology in the aerospace field. Chapter 78, Preparing to Find Work to Practice. Cutting-edge technology in the aerospace field? Lin Yi thought to himself, System, what kind of skill is this? Hello, host. Cutting-edge technology in the aviation field can be simply divided into 2 aspects. Spaceflight is the flight that takes you beyond the atmosphere and into space. The aerospace field encompasses all industries, technologies, and sectors related to all spacecraft operating within and outside the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but get excited. So, you mean that this top-notch technology in the aviation field means that I now possess all the top-notch technologies in the industry, technology, and sector surrounding aircraft both inside and outside the atmosphere? Yes, host. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Then does that mean I can build rockets? Theoretically, it is possible. Seeing the look of surprise on Lin Yi's face, Su Qingwei asked him, Lin Yi, what's wrong? Is there a problem? These toys were sent over by my dad for Wan Wan and Chun Shan to play with. Lin Yi then realized what was happening and laughed. In nothing, I'm just so surprised. Hearing this, Su Qingwei thought to herself, is Lin Yi overjoyed? Lin Yi silently asked the system in his mind, System, what exactly does this skill mean? Hello, host. The explanation of cutting-edge aerospace technology will be divided into 2 parts. Spaceflight refers to travel beyond the atmosphere to space. The space industry encompasses all sectors, technologies, and related industries concerning all spacecraft operating both within and outside the atmosphere. After hearing the explanation, Lin Yi became excited. You mean, I now have direct access to all the top-tier technologies related to aircraft both inside and outside the atmosphere? That's right, host. Lin Yi couldn't hide his excitement. Then does that mean I can even build my own rockets? Theoretically, it's entirely possible. Su Qingwei noticed Lin Yi's overjoyed expression and asked in confusion, Lin Yi, what's wrong? What happened? These toys were sent over by Uncle Fu on my father's behalf, specifically for Wan Wan and Chun Chun to play with. Lin Yi snapped out of his daze and quickly covered it up with a smile. It's nothing. I was just a little surprised when I saw the things. Su Qingwei thought to herself, is Lin Yi just too happy to see the toy? Lin Yi stopped eating and rushed over to help unpack the boxes. Su Qingwei chimed in, come eat after you're done dismantling, then you can play. Lin Yi-chen nodded obediently. Okay, mommy. Lin Wanwan was playing with the doll her grandfather had given her. It wasn't the Barbie doll commonly found in the market. It was a Chinese-made model. The doll is exquisitely crafted, and the materials used for its clothes are also of high quality, making it appear to be quite valuable. After the 2 little ones unwrapped their gifts, They reluctantly sat down at the table to eat. He quickly ate a few bites of food and then rushed back to playing with his toys. On the other side, Yi Shuyan went to the most authoritative cardiology hospital in Kyoto and underwent a full physical examination. After completing all the examinations, Yi Shuyan returned to her attending physician's office and quietly awaited the results. Yi Shuyun's attending physician is named Chang Junyi, who has been responsible for treating her congenital heart disease for 10 years. Chang Junyi stared at the medical report on the computer, his expression suddenly changing. "President Yi, your heart condition." Startled by his reaction, Yi Shuyan quickly asked, "What's wrong with my heart?" Chang Junyi's tone was full of shock. "Your heart is actually repairing itself. You told me before that you had a heart attack a couple of days ago, and a man saved you. What method did he use? Or did he give you some kind of special medicine?" Yi Shuyan was equally surprised and replied, "Nothing else. He just gave me a few acupuncture needles and fed me a few pills. He made those pills himself, and I don't know their ingredients." Unsure of what to do, she cautiously probed. Could it be that the pill has side effects or something went wrong? Chang Junyi raised his voice excitedly and said, "There is a problem, and it's incredibly good news." He quickly pressed on. "Do you have that person's contact information? I have many professional questions I'd like to ask him in person. Also, your follow-up treatment will require his homemade pills. I think the effects of these pills far surpass all the conventional medications available in hospitals." Chang Junyi is not a rigid and conservative doctor. He not only studies Western medicine, but also has a good understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. This time, he genuinely wanted to learn medical skills from Lin Yi so that he could better treat patients in the future. Yi Shuyan took out her phone. "I have his contact information, but he's usually quite busy." Chang Junyi quickly said, "No matter how busy you are, you still have time to eat. Why don't you ask if we can meet up for a meal together?" Yi Shuyan nodded. "I'll ask him this afternoon, but I'm not sure I can get an appointment." The Calligraphy Association. The news of Lin Yi painting with his 2 children had already spread, and many people came specifically to see how they painted. However, Lin Yi and the others didn't pay attention to them, as they were focused on drawing. Before he knew it, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Lin Yichen's alarm clock went off on time. As soon as the alarm rang, he immediately put down his paintbrush, smiled at Lin Yi, and said, "Dad, the alarm clock has rung. We should go home." Lin Wanwan quickly put down her paints and chimed in, "That's right, Dad. Let's go back quickly. I need to get my doll a bath and wash its little clothes." Lin Yi, both amused and exasperated, packed up his tools. "All right, you guys pack up your art supplies first, and we'll be leaving right away." While he was waiting for the 2 children to pack their things, his phone suddenly rang. It was Yi Shuyan calling. On the other end of the phone, Yi Shuyan spoke with exceptional politeness. "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Yi Shuyan." Lin Yi responded, "Hello, what can I do for you?" He was still thinking about taking the children home to cook. Yi Shuyan smiled gently. "I'm sorry to bother you. I went to the hospital for a full physical examination today and told the attending physician about how you saved me with traditional Chinese medicine last time. He's very curious about your techniques and would like to ask you about them. I wonder if you're free tonight? How about we have dinner together and have a good chat?" Lin Yi refused without even thinking. "Sorry, I'm not free tonight." Yi Shuyan looked slightly embarrassed. "Well, okay. I'll ask you out again when you're free. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else." Before Yi Shuyan could say anything more, Lin Yi hung up the phone. Lin Yi received a message from Su Qingwei right after hanging up the phone. "Su Qingwei, my dad is calling me home for dinner tonight, so you don't need to prepare dinner for me." Lin Yi replied, "Okay." The 2 little ones packed up their art supplies, and the family of 3 went straight to the supermarket to buy groceries before returning home together. After dinner, both children were engrossed in playing with their new toys and had no time to pay any attention to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was preoccupied with his newly acquired top-tier aerospace skills and decided to try out some related work. He picked up his phone, opened a part-time job group he hadn't checked in a long time, and searched for any part-time jobs related to drones or helicopters. Chapter 79, Preparing to Start My Own Company. Lin Yi opened the part-time job group and scrolled up to find it. After searching for a while, he actually found it. It's a part-time job related to the underlying code of drones. This part-time job was posted by a college student a day ago. Lin Yi quickly contacted the other party and learned that no one had accepted the task yet, so he immediately took on the task. The other party demanded that the code be completed within 2 days, otherwise they would not pay. The system rewarded Lin Yi with top-tier technology in the aerospace field, but it was just a piece of basic code for a drone, which was nothing to Lin Yi. Lenny scrolled up and found that there seemed to be a lot more part-time jobs related to AI recently. There are things like AI writing academic papers, or AI creating comic books, or simply blocking AI information altogether. Thinking of this, Lenny couldn't help but recall something. The contract sent by Tomato Novels contained numerous terms and conditions. Regarding copyright issues, a copyright could be sold for 100,000 yuan, but the author only receives 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in the end. Thinking about this, he suddenly came up with a good business plan. If selling copyrights can bring in so much money, why do I only get so little? So, could I build my own novel website, write my own novels, sell the copyrights myself, adapt them myself, and create my own comic series? Speaking of building a website, He thought of someone. His college classmate, Song Zijia. He remembers that Song Zijia majored in computer science and was proficient in everything from building websites to writing code. After thinking it over, he immediately called Song Zijia. Song Zijia answered the phone very quickly. He said, "You answered the phone so quickly. Were you playing a game?" Song Zijia snorted and said, "You'd better be in trouble in this promotion match, or I won't let you off the hook." Upon hearing this, He said, "Then call me after you finish this match. There's something important I need to discuss with you." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Zijia knew that things were not simple and began to take it seriously. Okay. 10 minutes later, Song Zijia called. After Lin Yi answered the call, he got straight to the point and asked, "Where are you working now?" He knew that Song Zijia's major made it difficult to find a job, and after graduation, he never held a job for a full year. Moreover, Song Zijia's work often did not match his major. Song Zijia said somewhat embarrassedly, "What else can I do? I'm just working for someone else." Lin Yi asked, "Is your current job related to your major?" Song Zijia's tone was full of frustration and regret. "Don't even mention it. I'm working as a salesperson at a real estate company now. Every morning at the meeting, we have to shout slogans and get all fired up. It's so embarrassing." Lin Yi instantly pictured Song Zijia, who was over 1.8 meters tall, raising his fist and shouting slogans, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Song Zijia said irritably, "Stop laughing and tell me what you want." He put away his smile and told Song Zijia about his entire business plan. After listening, Song Zijia was shocked. You just said you wanted to build a novel website, then write your own novels, adapt your own novels, and then make your own comics?" He nodded. "That's right. Let's create a platform that is entirely our own." Song Zijia couldn't bear to dampen his enthusiasm, but he still earnestly advised him. The initial expenses for building a website may not seem like much, but the annual cost for servers, maintenance, and updates will all keep burning money. Also, don't think the comic book industry is easy. The vast majority of projects on the market are losing money, and you know absolutely nothing about the industry's rules and regulations. With the current economic downturn, it's better to keep your savings safe. Starting a business is too risky. Besides, can you even write novels? These words were all heartfelt advice from him. Lenny laughed and said, "If you don't believe me, go to Tomato Novels and search for my novels and see if I can write them." "Good lad. You've got a way of putting yourself on my head. Give me your name." Song Zijia asked with a smile. "The Unrivaled Ancient Kingdom, a fantasy novel," Lin Yi answered truthfully. Upon hearing the book title, Song Zijia's initial anticipation vanished instantly. He couldn't help but laugh. Peerless and unparalleled? Listen to that yourself. Can this novel be any good? Song Zijia refused, saying, "I'm not interested in fantasy, so I won't watch it." "Linny, I know you're under a lot of pressure from being unemployed lately, but you can't just spout nonsense like that, saying you want to build a website or something. Do you really think building a website is free? Also, I know that many people like you want to achieve financial freedom by writing novels, but let me tell you, that's unrealistic." Linny had anticipated his response, chuckled lightly, and then said, "Why don't you go and take a look first?" After hearing Song Zijia's words, Lin Yi realized that the title of his novel might not be very good. However, the fact that my novel is now popular must be related to the system. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known that such a novel title could attract so many readers. Song Zijia immediately opened his phone and searched for the novel's title on Tomato, and sure enough, he found it. When Song Zijia saw the number of hundreds of thousands of readers of The Ancient and Supreme, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth and kept exclaiming in amazement. "Holy crap, did you really write Lin Yi's book? How much are you making in a day?" Lin Yi replied calmly, "It's a secret." Song Zijia was reading a novel and didn't have time to talk to Lin Yi. "Holy crap, Lin Yi, how do you even think of writing this? It's absolutely brilliant." Hearing Song Zijia's words, Lin he felt extremely comfortable and full of a sense of accomplishment. Have you finished watching? Linny asked. Song Zijia laughed and said, don't you know how many words your own novel has, and where it is in your story? However, the book you wrote is really good. Linny said it's quite good. This one alone has earned over 100,000 yuan in royalties per month. Wow, 100,000 a month? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. Song Zijia exclaimed excitedly. Linny said, so what do you think of the business plan I just mentioned? Song Zijia said, as long as you have the money, this matter can be accomplished. How much money do you have? Song Zijia asked so bluntly that Lin he was wondering whether he should tell him that he currently had several $1,000,000 lying in his bank account. Lin he didn't answer his question, but instead asked, brother, where are you working in real estate sales now? Song Zijia said, where else can we go? Someone as handsome as me should of course go to the biggest real estate development in Kyoto. After saying all that, Song Zijia finally told the truth. I work at Zhongyue Pin. Chapter 80 Sleeping Together. A first-rank official? You're quite something, kid. Have you hooked up with a rich woman yet? Lin Yi laughed. Upon hearing this, Song Zijia chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, I'd love to hook up with a rich woman, but she wouldn't be interested in me. He paused. Then his tone became more serious. I was originally planning to quit after this month, but since you want to do it, then I'll just work for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately decided, okay, from now on, the company will be managed by you. Song Zijia was stunned for a moment before speaking seriously. A company? Are you sure it's a registered company, not a small studio? I originally thought you just wanted to set up a studio and that the two of us could run it, pool our money, and start making comics with just a few tens of thousands of yuan. But you just said you wanted to start a company. Do you know how much it costs to start a company? Linny said, you don't need to worry about the money. You just need to focus on the technology and manage the company well. I'll own 90% of the shares, and I'll give you an additional 10% for the technology. How about that? Upon hearing this, Song Zijia chuckled and asked, what about the salary? Linny said, you'll definitely get your salary. All right. Song Zijia immediately decided, I'll follow you. Linny said, I'll come find you after I'm done with these next 2 days. We'll talk about it then. After chatting for a while, the two hung up the phone. On the other side, when Su Qingwei returned home, the nanny had already prepared the meal. When Su Qingwei's biological mother, Huang Yun, saw her return, she immediately went to greet her. Wei Wei, you're back. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Qingwei's back as she asked, where's the child? Why didn't you bring the child back? Su Qingwei said, I didn't bring it. Where's Dad? Huang Yun sighed before saying, your father is in the study, getting ready for dinner. Go and call him for dinner. Oh. After hanging up her bag and putting on her slippers, Su Qingwei headed towards the study. She stood outside the study and knocked on the door. Kumin. Su Hongmin's voice came from the study. Su Qingwei pushed open the door and saw Su Hongmin sitting on the sofa, looking down at a document. Su Hongmin looked up and saw her come in, sighed heavily, and said, you're back? Su Qingwei walked to his side and glanced at the contents of the document. It turned out to be information about investigating Shun Haojia. She smiled and said, Dad, shouldn't the matter be cleared up by now? Su Hongmin didn't respond, but simply threw the documents on the coffee table and said, let's eat. We'll talk after we eat. With that, he got up and walked towards the door. Su Qingwei shook her head with a helpless smile and quickly followed. During the meal, Huang Yun was very comforted to see the father and daughter getting along so well, and kept putting food on their plates. After dinner, Su Hongmin called his wife and daughter into his study. He handed the investigation report to Huang Yun and said, take a look at this document first. Huang Yun looked puzzled but still reached out and took it, then looked down and began to look through it. Halfway through reading, Huang Yun's expression instantly darkened. The more she read, the angrier she became. She slammed the document on the ground and shouted angrily, that old man, Lao Shun, always talks about how outstanding and reliable his son is. I never imagined he was such a morally corrupt person. Lao Su, our daughter absolutely cannot marry someone like that. Su Hongmin remained silent, looking at Su Qingwei and saying, Wei Wei, did you already know that Shun Haojia was unreliable? Su Qingwei spread her hands and said, that's right. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that Shun Haojia is not a good person? You just didn't listen and said things like it's normal to go out for social events. Huang Yun spat and said, Old Su, I advised you long ago that you can't judge people by just listening to other people's opinions. You were always on the side of the Shun family before. Huang Yin turned to look at Su Qingwei beside him and grabbed her hand tightly with lingering fear. Wei Wei, it's a good thing you didn't listen to your father, otherwise you would have suffered after you got married. Su Hongmin said, well, we're not married yet, so we can just ignore him from now on. Su Qingwei remained calm, having anticipated this outcome. She said lightly, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I've never liked him from the beginning. It was you who kept trying to match us up. Su Hongmin and his wife secretly compared Lin Yi to Shen Haojia. Compared to Shen Haojia, Lin Yi was not bad. At least he didn't mess around with women. Su Hongmin looked up at his daughter and said, I will refuse the Shun family and won't let them bother you anymore. At this point, Su Hongmin suddenly asked, how are things going between you and that kid Lin Yi? Hearing this, Su Qingwei felt inexplicably guilty. Let's live in peace. Peaceful coexistence? How can we live together peacefully? Huang Yun, the biological mother, pressed. Su Qingwei said, just like any ordinary couple, what else can we do? Huang Yun was immediately shocked and asked, so, you're sleeping together now? Upon hearing this, Su Hongmin also stood up abruptly. You're all sleeping in the same bed now? That won't do. Su Qingwei looked at the two of them and said, we've already registered our marriage. Isn't it normal for us to sleep together to cultivate our relationship? Su Hongmin took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger. Huang Yun sighed and said, since you've already registered your marriage, I won't say much more. However, I think after being apart for so long, do you know if he still has feelings for you? Shouldn't there be a process before you sleep together? Su Qingwei had never told her parents about Lin Yi before, only that Lin Yi was the father of her child, and that she herself had chosen to leave her father and keep her child. Furthermore, Su Hongmin and his wife had already planned for Su Qingwei to have a child and keep it in the Su family, which is why they agreed to Su Qingwei doing such an absurd thing. Su Qingwei said, Mom, Lin Yi and I got married first and then fell in love. One day we will break down this barrier. Huang Yin said, that's true, but you've never been in a relationship. How can you understand people's hearts and talk about feelings? Hearing this, Su Qingwei felt a strange sense of powerlessness welling up inside her. She forced a smile and said softly, Mom, please stop talking. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk more, Huang Yun was naturally worried. She took her hand and said, Mom is also worried about you. You haven't spent much time with Lin Yi. You must have chosen him to be the father of your child because you liked him. But you haven't known each other for long. Do you really know what kind of person he is? So, Mom wants to ask you, when you sleep together, has that happened? Su Qingwei asked, what do you mean that? Huang Yun knew her daughter was confused, so she leaned close to Su Qingwei's ear and whispered, it's the one who gives birth.